Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. And thanks you Mr. Shihir Yarkhan for joining highest level membership. Thank you for joining. Chapter 74. Anomaly, Thulhu rolls rough, SCP-2662. Anomaly Level 4, Destruction. The characteristics of this project are as follows: a humanoid creature with some characteristics of the mythical Thulhu, with bat-like wings, and 20 tentacles on the back of the head. Is this thing really Thulhu? Can flexibly use the tentacles, 11 jobs can be handled at the same time. This project has weak cognitive pollution, and it will cause cognitive pollution to humans with cognitive level 1, making them think that the project is the Supreme Lord Thulhu, and try to sacrifice, spell, and ritual the project etc. behavior. Note: do you know how terrifying the scope of cognitive level 1 is? It even accounts for 3% of all human beings. Only fools, paranoia, and a small number of human beings are in this category. Looking at the characteristics of the anomaly, Gu Zeyuan fell into deep thought. Thank you, Tianfen, thank you. Levi saves him from the throne of bones. This throne made of human skeletons is surrounded by sharp bone stubbles. And Thulhu didn't want to get bruised all over his body, so he could only stay on the throne forever. And, as soon as he was carried down, he began to thank the surrounding Foundation personnel. Levi, who was wearing red one, stood beside Gu Zeyuan and asked in a low voice. What is this? When did monsters become so polite? Gu Zeyuan shrugged. Obviously, this is an anomaly that can communicate and behave in a friendly manner. Levi pouted. Excuse me, what organization are you? Can you take me away? I really can't stand those lunatics, my god. Thulhu asked Gu Zeyuan roughly, and begged. The corner of Gu Zeyuan's mouth twitched unconsciously. Other Foundation personnel also felt a little numb. This was the first time they saw an anomaly, and rushed to find the Foundation to contain it. It's so weird. Rubbing the center of his brows, Gu Zeyuan asked, can you tell us specifically why you can't stand these? Are you a believer? Thulhu got rough and immediately began a tragic story. Oh god, this group of people somehow lifted me up here and put me on that bone seat. The blood on the bone hasn't dried yet. There's still some sticky flesh and blood. Ugh. It even stabbed me. Afterwards, this group of people started a ritual that I couldn't understand, dismembering the captured people, skinning them, and dissecting their hearts. They even wanted me to eat my severed heart. God. I can't talk anymore. Ugh. Seeing that Thulhu was really about to vomit, Gu Zeyuan hurriedly waved his hand to let him stop talking. Not sure, but tentatively confirmed. This abnormality has the 3 normal views of human beings, as well as likes and dislikes. The food isn't human fears or anything like that, it's sandwiches or ham. If you come with us, you will be locked up in a room and not allowed to leave. Gu Zeyuan probed for this anomaly. Thulhu obviously hesitated. Gu Zeyuan's eyes gradually turned cold, and he glanced at Levi beside him from the corner of his eye, ready to let him do something. Is there anything to eat? He asked tangledly at this moment. Gu Zeyuan. The Foundation provides 3 meals a day, including bread, fried eggs and bacon for breakfast, and 1 meat and 2 vegetables for lunch. Hearing this, Thulhu's thick eyes lit up. Gu Zeyuan continued. Your containment room can be equipped with a computer, but it cannot be connected to the internet. You can get a newspaper, light novel, or comic every day. Every month, you have a quota of 6,000 Sakura coins, about 300 yuan, which can be purchased stand-alone games, entertainment products, etc. Speaking of this, I saw Thulhu rolling a sliding shovel and came to Gu Zeyuan's feet. Please take me in. Thank you very much. Gu Zeyuan patted his forehead and let out a long sigh. Go prepare the containment box, and then transfer it to the shelter site. The containment room is on the general specification. Add items as I just said. Gu Zeyuan ordered. Everyone in the foundation looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally a group of people went to prepare the containment box in a daze. Levi and Gu Zeyuan walked out of this underground passage together. Afterwards, the foreign capital of the foundation will sweep the floor here, so there is no need to worry. Some of the believers here chased out of the underground passage. Fortunately, the foundation cleared the surrounding area beforehand. As long as some surveillance videos are eliminated, this containment will be successfully completed. While walking side by side, Levi suddenly asked, "Where did you throw Erwin?" Zeyuan was not surprised that Levi would ask this question. To a large extent, Levi joined the foundation only after following Erwin. He has more important things. You should understand that leader has the ability to shoulder the future of mankind. Gu Zeyuan said so. It is impossible for him to reveal the identity of Senator Erwin 05. And Levi, he stopped asking. As Gu Zeyuan said, the head of the regiment will never waver no matter how difficult it is. Even in the face of self-sacrifice, people who can order rationally and fight for the future of mankind. After walking out of the underground passage, Gu Zeyuan caught a glimpse of a brown-haired figure inadvertently. On the way here, he watched the containment recording video transmitted in real time. Naturally, it is D-181, the only D-class personnel who survived this time. Speaking of which, when this guy went down, he walked in the front, but she was the only one who survived. Gu Zeyuan walked over and patted D-181 on the shoulder lightly. The D-class turned around immediately. Her eyes lit up when she saw it was Gu Zeyuan. Master President. For a D-level, she knows very few Foundation personnel, but she only knows the President. After all, Gu Zeyuan's deeds were spread like a raging fire in the Foundation. This mission is well done. Gu Zeyuan praised. Hey! D-181's eyes widened. The President actually praised me. Can the President remove me from the D-rank list? Gu Zeyuan said with a smile, of course it's impossible. D-181's originally hopeful eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. Just kidding, D-class personnel want to turn over? You are all death row prisoners, okay? However, you will be removed from this month's execution list. Please continue to contribute to mankind. Gu Zeyuan appropriately inspired the brunette. D-181 cried when he heard this. Even if you are still at D level, even if you don't execute them, if you perform this kind of contact mission, and you are treated as an experiment, isn't that the same? Gu Zeyuan didn't care about her reaction, he waved his hand and left. Return to Chiba. It's already late, and I'm sure I won't be able to catch up when I go back to class. Simply, Gu Zeyuan decided to go again tomorrow. And, before that, go see the neighbors. Although Gu Zeyuan didn't want to do troublesome things, Shizuka Hirotsuka asked him to go and see Gabriel's situation. As a result, as soon as Gu Zeyuan arrived at the apartment, he received a call from the Foundation. Fulhu got rough, SCP-2662, was passive during the escort. Upon hearing the news, everyone in Gu Zeyuan was paralyzed. So, I can only rush to the Foundation site to see the situation. Fortunately, 2 hours later, under the action of armed men and Mobile Task Force A Wings of Liberty, Fulhu, SCP-2662, was taken back. The attack records are as follows. Fulhu was transferred from the black containment box to a Foundation RV. Adjacent to the RV are 7 Foundation sedans, as well as a Foundation loading vehicle. 30 armed personnel and 5 members of Wings of Liberty were in charge of the escort. When driving out of Osaka, halfway through the journey, the road ahead was suddenly detonated, and the army was forced to stop. At that time, the contained object, Fulhu, was taking a bath in the RV and getting ready to sleep. 5 civilians blew up the caravan where the project was located, trying to climb into the caravan where the project was located through the blast hole. The armed personnel and the Mobile Task Force immediately stopped, and 5 civilians were restrained on the spot. As a result, 2 D-class personnel rushed the RV at this time. To avoid terminating the explosive collars of D-class personnel, which would harm the item, remote terminations cannot be performed. One of the D-class personnel cut his hand with debris from the ground, and painted strange symbols in the caravan with blood. Another D-class personnel took out his promotion device, and carried out data deletion activities on the item. Fulhu FK off, oh my god, you two, this is unhygienic and completely unnecessary. After the event, the D-class cut off his promotion device and smeared blood and bodily fluids on the subject, singing in the process. Fulhu FK off, God. Stop. Please. I just got out of the shower. 2 D-class personnel were executed by armed men who arrived. The subject was flushed into the toilet and vomited profusely. Attack log ends. Look at this attack record. Zeyuan wanted to curse, but couldn't. Why are there so many abstract artists in the world? However, if you think about it carefully, people with cognition level 1 only account for 3% of human beings. However, it can't stand the large human population base. Send. From this point of view, Fulhu's abnormal level 4 is not only not set high, but a bit low. Fortunately, now Fulhu has been pushed into the shelter and placed in the shelter. Successful containment of abnormality, Fulhu rolls rough, SCP-2662. Containment level 4 destroyed, excellent containment level. Reward 4 draws once. Although the containment was successful, it also sounded the alarm for Zeyuan. Some items are really not suitable for sites in the city. Once the containment fails, the impact will be too great. It is imminent to establish sub-sites, especially in uninhabited areas. Zeyuan thinks about future development. It's a pity that during this period of time, Shinomiya Kaguya has never had contact with the Patriarch of Sagong, or even met him face to face. The Black Light virus has not yet been able to infect the Patriarch of the Fourth Palace. You have to take the initiative to take the other 4 chables into your hands. Chapter 75. It's time for a happy lucky draw again. 1 level 3 draw and 1 level 4 draw. Coincidentally, Zeyuan is at the Foundation site. He hugged the 2-eyed pods without any hassle. Fly rubbing hands.jpg. 2-eyed beans, watching their president go crazy, looked at each other, showing. As a rule, first take the 3-level lottery pad knife. Click on the lottery. I saw, on the lottery drawing interface, a purple light flashed across. Acquired reward purple, containment rainbow lollipop, SCP-332-9. Zeyuan? With the reward extracted, a bucket of rainbow lollipops fell into Zeyuan's hands. Containment, rainbow lollipop, SCP-3329, containment level, 0 safe. Containment characteristics, the object is a lollipop that looks delicious. When it is put into the mouth, it will produce 3 times the sweetness of ordinary sugar, and it can switch among 18 flavors such as apple, orange, and strawberry. Anomalous characteristics, when there is a sweet taste of this item in the mouth, the eater will have weak mimetic characteristics, and any words spoken, others will be persuaded and trusted unconditionally, and the mimetic effect lasts until the taste disappears. Note, after the mimetic effect disappears, the persuaded person will continue to believe what he just heard until others debunk the logical loophole. So, please don't use it to abduct little Loli, the FBI will still step through your door. Look at the containment properties. Zeyuan felt that it was tasteless to eat and it was a pity to discard it. Some tasteless. After devouring the grotesque worm, Zeyuan's black light virus has become contagious. Direct assimilation is much more reliable than this unstable weak mim persuasion. Besides, he abducted Loli, so he didn't need. Cough cough. It doesn't matter, it's just a 3-level lottery draw, so it's a pawn. Zeyuan rubbed his hands and pressed the 4-level lottery. This time, a golden light streaked across the panel. Gu Zeyuan showed a gratified smile. You can't see the red light, but there is golden light, which is always good. Rewards received, Phoenix Project Technology Model. Phoenix Project? Is it the Phoenix Project I thought of? Gu Zeyuan accepted this award with excitement. A technological model appeared in Gu Zeyuan's mind. The so-called scientific and technological model means that even if you don't know the principle, you can still produce finished products if you prepare the materials and honestly manufacture according to the model. This technological model also gives a detailed explanation of the functions. Gu Zeyuan was not disappointed. This is the Phoenix Project he thought of. The Phoenix Project, as the name suggests, Phoenix Nirvana, is a technology that can regenerate people. The technology mainly includes two important directions. One is the uploading of consciousness and the simulation of digital consciousness. The second is biological genetic engineering and cloning technology. The main body of the Phoenix Project is a huge training warehouse. Individuals participating in the plan need to extract DNA and various tissue samples, and upload their own consciousness to the prince's computer. In the training cabin, all the data of the individual will be recorded, and the individual's thinking will be preserved in the form of digital consciousness. When the individual dies, the Phoenix Project will be signaled and activated. Consume the resources in the training chamber to clone a body that is exactly the same as the individual. Then, the preserved digital consciousness is transmitted into the brain of the clone, thereby achieving resurrection. Of course, the plan can also be used in the quest for immortality. When the individual is old, he can still upload his consciousness, clone a young body, and transmit his consciousness into it. However, as mentioned above in the discussion of feminizing potions, the individual's body will affect the individual's thinking. An old consciousness is affected by a young body. In theory, this also obliterates the old individual and creates a new one instead. This process is in serious violation of Foundation regulations. Project Phoenix is strictly prohibited from being used for life extension. But the added functionality of the program, for the Foundation, would be a leap forward. Prepare the resource materials on this list and send them to room C-137 on the light containment floor. Gu Zeyuan listed a list of materials required by the Phoenix Project and handed it over to the Foundation personnel. Consumables to build Project Phoenix are prohibitively expensive for today's technological environment. It's not just the consumables for the main body culture chamber and quantum computer. There is also subsequent continuous consumption. Cloning an identical individual costs a lot of money. In chamber C-137 on light containment level. According to the template of the Phoenix Project, Gu Zeyuan built the main body's training chamber, quantum computer, and consciousness transmission system. Look at the helmet that transmits consciousness. After Gu Zeyuan pondered for a moment, he did not upload his consciousness back up. His body is nearly impossible to clone. After continuous evolution, the black light virus is no longer analyzable by normal technology. Moreover, Gu Zeyuan's consciousness may not be recorded by digital consciousness. Fragments of the Supreme Divinity are mixed in his consciousness. Perhaps only a device that is also the Supreme Divinity can simulate Gu Zeyuan's consciousness. Big brother, what is this? Tamori now did not know when she appeared in containment room C-137. Gu Zeyuan noticed, but didn't care much. And, Tamori now happened to be here. Gu Zeyuan pushed now Urina onto the seat beside her, and then put the consciousness uploading helmet on her head. This is a product that transcends current technology, and its main function is nirvana. Gu Zeyuan explained. Tamori now tilted her head, still not understanding. In short, sit still and keep a backup. As Gu Zeyuan said, he started the upload process. Urina shuddered. It was like being electrocuted. Then, the consciousness uploading is over. In the quantum computer, Urina's consciousness backup appeared. This backup will be frozen and sealed, and will only be unsealed when the death of Tamori now is detected. Then clone Yuri now's body, back up the unsealed consciousness, and pass it into the clone. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan took blood and some tissue samples from Tomorinao. Although Tomorinao didn't understand, she still cooperated with Gu Zeyuan's actions. Speaking of which, now, you haven't officially joined the Foundation yet, have you? After finishing the sampling, Gu Zeyuan said suddenly. Urina nodded. Although she is active within the Foundation, but there is no clear identity level yet. Gu Zeyuan took out the absolute contract code. Do you want to sign a contract? Urina's blue eyes sparkled when he heard that. Okay. Big brother is finally willing to let me sign the contract. She had long wanted to join, but Gu Zeyuan told her not to make emotional judgments. Grab the code of absolute contract. Tomorinao signed her name on it. The contract takes effect. Big brother, what is my position and number? Tomorinao asked expectantly. SCP Foundation, A-level decision-making coordinator, Tomorinao director, number A01. Gu Zeyuan reported Tomorinao's job decision. This is what he had thought long ago. Ask for flowers. Tomorinao has the ability of decision-making and overall planning, and joined the Foundation almost at the same time as it was established. He has a good understanding of the Foundation and knows a lot of confidential information. A-level personnel deserve their names. Wow! Good! Tomorinao cheered. She originally thought that she would become a C-level investigator, or a B-level manager. Okay, stop messing around here and call Foundation personnel to take samples from containment cell C137. When Gu Zeyuan said this, he paused. The Phoenix project to revive a person will consume resources, which is equivalent to a large sum of money. And some C-level personnel recruited from outside may not be worth as much as the implementation of the Phoenix project once. But notify all personnel above C-level to come and take samples, without missing a single one. Gu Zeyuan said in a deep voice. The SCP Foundation is a human-first organization. When the consumption of funds does not affect the operation of the Foundation and does not cause more casualties, human life should be regarded as something more important than material things such as funds and resources. This is the SCP Foundation's guidelines. Urina nodded. Gu Zeyuan exhorted. Do not disclose to anyone the purpose of this sampling and the function of the device in containment room C137. If it can be resurrected, it is widely known. Foundation personnel will inevitably lose some respect for death. It's a pain in the to go back and make some containment breach messes. The contents of the Phoenix project are only allowed to be known to those with level 4 security clearance. Level 0 is public information only, level 1 is basic trust, level 2 is restricted, level 3 is confidential, level 4 is top secret, and level 5 is Gemini God. Level 5 permissions are only granted to O5 counselors, and level 4 permissions are granted to a small number of A-level personnel, such as site directors, decision-making directors, and captains of the Mobile Special Enforcement Team. Sampling activities in full swing are carried out in the Foundation's shelter. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, returned to the apartment. At this point, it was already late at night. However, when passing by on the street, Gu Zeyuan heard the sound of shouting from the apartment next door. For example, come on! Scum! Die! Garbage! Vocabulary of this type. Looking at the flickering light in the window of the apartment next door, Gu Zeyuan fell into deep thought. Is this really what I know, the apartment of that classmate Gabriel who took the light? Sure enough, there is a problem. Back at the apartment, Gu Zeyuan went to bed early and decided to get up tomorrow morning to check the situation. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the next day, after Gu Zeyuan finished washing, he came to the door of the apartment next door. Ding dong! Gu Zeyuan rang the doorbell. Who? It's early in the morning. A girl complained from inside. A black line appeared on Gu Zeyuan's forehead. Gabriel, I'm Gu Zeyuan, your neighbor and classmate. Yesterday you skipped class, Teacher Shizuka Hirotsuka is very concerned about you, so let me ask about the situation. There was silence in the house, and there was no echo. Just pretend you're not at home, you don't want to go to school at all. Such whispers came into Gu Zaiwen's ears. Obviously, the person who said this thought that if he lowered his voice, he would not be able to hear it from outside. It's a pity that Gu Zaiwen's perception and hearing ability are completely inhuman. Sighed. Gu Zaiwen kicked open the door of Gabriel's apartment. Wow! Gabriel let out an exclamation. Chapter 76. Student Gu Zaiwen, this is trespassing. Gabriel tried to protest. As for Gu Zaiwen, after scanning the environment in the apartment, he felt that his spirit had been polluted. Gabriel's apartment room is already in chaos. The thick curtains were pulled tight, blocking out all the sunlight from the outside, making the room feel like night. Rubbish such as snack packaging bags was scattered everywhere. The only light source is the computer screen on the small table, on which a popular game is running. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I have an open-world game in my computer. God knows how Gabriel turned the apartment into this drawing of hell in one day. At the same time, the current Gabriel has a strong sense of decadence and dead house. The girl who once had a gentle smile and could emit holy light to heal people's hearts seemed to have disappeared into nothingness. The current Gabriel has messy blonde hair, with a few dull hairs dangling on her head. With extremely heavy dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Student Gabriel, skip class and play games, okay? Gabriel, with her dull hair on her head, really wanted to tell Gu Zaiwen, this has nothing to do with Gu Zaiwen's classmate. However, he felt Gu Shanayuan's sharp gaze. Gabriel shrank her neck, not daring to speak out at all. I feel that if I really say it, terrible things will happen in 467. Gabriel, go to class. Gu Zaiwen said in a deep voice. When Gabriel heard this, she seemed very troubled. I don't want to go to class at all, I just want to stay at home and play video games. However, student Gu Zaiwen is so scary. Suddenly, Gabriel had an idea. Hey, classmate Gu Zaiwen, Gabriel and I'm quite talented in esports. Standing up, Gabriel patted his chest. It's a pity that with Gabriel's flatness, this kind of action can't make any waves. Gu Zaiwen narrowed his eyes. He already guessed what Gabriel was going to say. So, rather than taking classes, I want to give full play to my talents and become a professional esports player one day. This is a lie. Gabriel just wanted to stay at home and play video games. Even if she is really talented, she will never embark on the road of real esports. Gu Zaiwen narrowed his eyes and stared at Gabriel, looking at Gabriel very guilty. Student Gabriel, I don't think you have the so-called esports talent. Gu Zaiwen said very straightforwardly. When Gabriel heard this, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Oh? Gu Zaiwen actually wants to deny my dream? If so, as long as Gu Zaiwen beats me in the game, I will admit it. Gabriel pointed to the computer screen. On this game, as long as you beat me, I will give up the game immediately, and go to class obediently with Gu Zaiwen, no matter what. But on the other hand, if Gu Zaiwen can't win, then you have to admit my talent, and you can't catch me again. As he spoke, the corners of Gabriel's mouth were already twitching wildly. Plan to pass. Okay. Gu Zaiwen nodded. Then, come quickly. Gabriel said excitedly. However, Gu Zaiwen shook his head. It's not me fighting you. Hearing this, Gabriel tilted her head in doubt. Then, Gu Zaiwen walked out of the apartment and went to his own apartment next door. Lying on the window, Gabriel looked at the apartment next door, very puzzled. Could it be, is there any expert in Gu Zaiwen's family? Then, she saw Gu Zaiwen walking out of the apartment holding a white-haired loli. Gabriel. When Gu Zaiwen walked into the room with Bai in his arms, there was already a little sullenness in Gabriel's eyes. Student Gu Zeyuan, are you sure you want this little sister to fight me? Gabriel was a little dissatisfied. Although she wanted to abuse the food, she quickly drove Gu Zeyuan away. However, it would be too disrespectful for her esports level to let a child come. Gu Zeyuan nodded. As for Bai in Gu Zeyuan's arms, he looked sleepy and couldn't even open his eyes. She played until the early hours of the morning yesterday, and was forced to go to sleep after the electric switch was pulled. At night, he sneaked into Gu Zeyuan's room again, wasting a lot of sleep time. He was carried out by Gu Zeyuan early in the morning, and his brain was still completely off. Putting Bai on the cushion next to Gabriel, Gu Zeyuan stuffed the game controller into Bai's hand. Okay, let's start. Gu Zeyuan announced. Gabriel. She didn't even fully open her eyes. Student Gu Zeyuan, you are insulting me. Gabriel protested. Gu Zeyuan shrugged. Anyway, this arrangement is also beneficial to you, what are you complaining about? Please start. Gabriel glared at Gu Zeyuan angrily. Anyway, we are also angels. You underestimate me. I will make you pay the price. After all, Gabriel is an angel too. Although I have only been in touch with this game for more than a day. But, with her fast reaction speed and hand speed beyond ordinary people, she can be considered a high-end player, right? However, hearing Gabriel's muttering, Gu Zeyuan suddenly frowned. Angel? The game interface, the battle has begun. Bai seemed to be on the verge of falling, squinting his eyes, barely seeing some information, and manipulating with his fingers instinctively. Look at the trick. I, Gabriel, am super strong. Just, wait. Hey, what is this? Wait. There is no suspense at all. In this game, the battle between players usually takes about 3 minutes. Even if it is a strength crush, it usually takes a minute to end. And Bai, with his eyes closed almost the whole time, in a half-dream and half-awake state, took 42 seconds to blow Gabriel up. Player Gabriel, except for the initial movement and moves, completely left the keyboard with both hands. Song Neng sent Donghao, who was in prison. The most irritating thing is that Bai's half-dream and half-awake combo is mixed with a mocking expression. Weak burst. Now, on the end page, this emoticon hangs on the screen. Brother, can you go back to sleep? Bai rubbed into Gu Zeyuan's arms, closed his eyes, and didn't look at his opponent at all. Gabriel sat slumped on the ground, her eyes lost their brightness, she looked spoiled, and her painting style became pale. How could this be? Open it. It's completely open. Gabriel, who was a little dazed by the blow, muttered to herself. Gu Zeyuan hugged Bai, pulling his thoughts back temporarily. Student Gabriel, can you fulfill the agreement now and go to class honestly? Gabriel, who was pale and painted, came back to her senses for a while, and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Hey! Let's win 2 out of 3 games. Gabriel is playing tricks since she didn't mention this condition in advance, but, it doesn't matter. Bai, let's fight again. Gu Zeyuan whispered in Bai's ear. Well, it's so troublesome, I don't want to leave brother. Bai murmured. Immediately, Bai thought of a way to play games without leaving Gu Zeyuan's arms. Lifting his little feet, Bai took off his pure white horse oil socks, exposing his crystal clear white tender toes to the air. Those white bare feet, like warm fragrance and warm jade, make people have an urge to play with, and can make people produce strange XP. 2 soft little feet step on the handle nimbly and press the buttons with their toes. Okay, let's start. Bai said so. Gabriel? Gabriel, who had been hit so hard that she lost her highlights, now had fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes. I'll make you regret it. Using Geo to hit her is really underestimating her, so is she anyway. This time, 30 seconds. The weak explosion expression pops up, and the game is over. Gabriel cried. Crying very sad. Was abused by a loli with her feet. Why does it sound so astringent? Gabriel began to think about the meaning of life, the dialectical relationship between herself and the universe, and whether time is the only one for me. Bai, well done. Gu Zeyuan praised Bai and rubbed Bai's head. Bai raised his head, squinted his eyes and enjoyed the head pat. No one cares about the collapse of the failed miscellaneous fish. Brother, socks. Bai lifted his little feet. Gu Zeyuan immediately prepared to object, and let Bai claim it by himself. As a result, Bai skillfully acted coquettishly and cutely. Because white is very cute, the effect is outstanding. Gu Zeyuan struggled for a moment, then picked up the white horse oil socks, grabbed the white and tender feet, and put them on. Fingers across the bare feet, like vision, very tactile. Okay, let's go on and talk about the same room as the August 1st festival. Carrying Bai back to the apartment, Gu Zeyuan came back and looked at Gabriel, who was painted in black and white. Gabriel, you're going to be late, let's go. Gabriel's response seemed lifeless. It belongs to being forced to quit internet addiction. The two walked towards Sobu Higher College. On the way, Gu Zeyuan suddenly asked. Gabriel, did you say you were an angel? Gabriel, who was still sluggish at first, immediately trembled when she heard the words. That, ha 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 ha, I'm talking nonsense. Gabriel tries to get away with it. There are very clear regulations in the heavenly world, and angels who enter the human world are not allowed to show their identities to human beings. She slipped her tongue, which is already a major violation. Student Gabriel, let me teach you one thing, if you admit it frankly at this time, and make some strange declarations. On the contrary, 2.8 can pass through, because it will be regarded as the second disease, but if it is vaguely denied, it will make people suspicious. Gu Zeyuan said so. He can be sure that Gabriel is indeed the so-called angel. This child's city is too shallow. However, Gabriel's anomaly didn't even trigger the anomaly monitoring program. Definitely anomaly level 0 security level. Gabriel is also in human form, so it won't affect other people's cognition. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether it is contained or not. But Gu Zeyuan discovered a bigger problem than Gabriel herself. An angel with excellent character and learning, because of being addicted to video games, she became a decadent homegirl overnight. Gu Zeyuan has an impression of this plot. It's like, Gu Zeyuan once watched similar dramas. However, Gu Zeyuan doesn't remember Gabriel at all. If it was an anime he watched in the previous life, why couldn't he remember the name Gabriel? If not, why did he have the impression? Gu Zeyuan's cognition has a contradiction. And Gu Zeyuan's cognition is protected by divinity fragments, and it is cognition immunity. Chapter 77. After discovering the contradiction, Gu Zeyuan began to carefully flip through his memory. As a result, a frightening result emerged. Gu Zeyuan found that most of his memories before time travel were blurred. Like being eaten by something. And this matter, Gu Zeyuan hadn't even noticed it before. When first traveling to the current world, Gu Zeyuan had a perfect memory, that's for sure. And in the process of living, the memory of the previous life gradually collapsed, bit by bit. The demarcation point appears after obtaining divinity fragments. Memory didn't stop collapsing until after obtaining a divine fragment of intellect, cognitive saving. However, the memory lost before that can no longer be retrieved. This discovery gave Gu Shengyuan a guess. Previously, my memory and cognition were affected by abnormalities at the highest level of divinity. Does it mean that there are abnormalities in the world before I travel, the world that is also based on the blue star? Whether there is an anomaly at the highest level of divinity. Therefore, the memory will collapse. Even if the divinity fragments are obtained, it only stops the trend of collapse, and there is no way to restore the memory. Do you want to write it down? Prevent the memory from collapsing, and even this doubtful memory will disappear. Gu Zeyuan came up with this idea. But immediately vetoed. If the abnormality affecting him is the supreme divinity, then maybe in some way, it will lead to an irreversible doomsday. Description is also a way. But now, the only way to be safe is to believe in yourself and keep all information in the cognition of Gu Zeyuan. Because of the existence of divinity fragments, Gu Zeyuan temporarily pressed this matter into the depths of his memory. The supreme divinity, there is no way to fight against it for the time being. There are many thoughts, but the reality is only a moment. Gabriel said sarcastically. Well, can student Gu Zeyuan keep it a secret for me? If the identity of the angel is exposed, I will be punished by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Gu Zeyuan asked with great interest. Oh, what punishment? Gabriel replied with a bitter face, you will be recalled to the heavens, your pocket money will be reduced, and you won't be able to play games. Gu Zeyuan. For a while, I didn't know where to start complaining. The penalty is so low, I thought you would be executed, and you haven't given up the game yet. Gu Zeyuan somewhat admired Gabriel's will. Ordinary people, after being abused by the dazed by, probably won't want to play games anymore. Of course. Although a strong enemy is ahead. But I, Gabriel, will not back down. One day I will defeat that strong enemy. Gabriel's blood suddenly became hot. Gu Zeyuan shrugged. If white is the target, I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed in this life. Bai's level of genius cannot be defeated with hard work. The two entered the classroom. Gabriel slipped to her seat, lay down on the table and fell asleep. She played games late last night. Those thick dark circles are proof. Originally, Gabriel was planning to continue skipping classes, but unfortunately, she was caught by Gu Zeyuan and simply fell asleep in the classroom. Gu Zeyuan didn't care about her either. Anyway, with Gabriel here, Mr. Hirotsuka Shizuka's explanation is completed, and Mr. Jing will have a headache for the rest of the matter. Coming to the seat, Gu Zeyuan looked at the cute girl at the table behind him, and said with a smile. Morning, Heavy. Yuan, good morning. Kato Megami replied with a smile. Didn't forget me. Kato Megami, who has not been forgotten, looks very happy. Gu Zeyuan reached out and rubbed Kato Megami's head. Yuan didn't come yesterday and left early. Kato Megami asked about yesterday's events while enjoying the pat head kill. Ah, because there is some urgent matter at home, so I rushed back to deal with it. Speaking of which, Hui is very concerned about me. Gu Zeyuan hit a straight ball. Ying Lily would be arrogant and stubborn at this time, and senior sister and now would probably be shy. And Megami Kato. Yes, I am concerned because Yeon is special. Megami Kato returned with a straight ball. At this moment, Hirotsuka walked into the classroom. Okay, be quiet. Some people stop moving, and those who are sleeping get up. Only Gu Zeyuan and Gabriel, who had been reported their ID numbers, could only sit upright helplessly, waiting for Hirotsuka to speak quietly. Before class, let me tell you two things, come on, pass this on later. Hirotsuka said quietly, and distributed the 2 stacks of papers. After everyone got their hands, Shizuka Hirotsuka pointed to one of the promotional posters and said. Sobu High School has a regular school festival in the opening season. It will be next week and will last for 3 days. The students in the class immediately cheered when they heard the words. The school festival can be regarded as the traditional management of the education system of Sakura country. Once a year, the academy is opened during the festival to allow others to enter and visit the academy. The school festival has a separate stage, and each class can apply for the program. Because Sobu High School is the royal family, the stage of the school festival is quite rich. If you shine on it, you may even be discovered by scouts and the like. At the same time, the class will also be arranged as a meeting place. Usually it's a made coffee or something. Students can also earn a little extra money. It's a happy day. Wow, isn't that because there are too many people? Human beings are so troublesome, just destroy them. Gabriel thought brokenly. Gu Zeyuan heard it. Hard. The fist hardened. After Gu Zeyuan decided to finish class, he went over to give Gabriel a hard time and warned her that if she made any more anti-human remarks, she would be taken in. Okay, be quiet. Seeing that it was almost done, Hiratsuka drew everyone's attention back. If you want to apply for the performance program of the school festival, fill out the application on the back and hand it over to me after class. The class layout also needs a theme. You can vote for it yourself, and I won't care about it. The second thing is the management of Zonggu higher education, and the exchange student mechanism. You should have heard of it. Speaking of the exchange student mechanism. The class suddenly became silent. The exchange student mechanism is a special mechanism of Uzunjia College. Students of Sobu higher education can take the initiative to apply for a one-semester exchange study at the private Baikyo or Zeyuan College. Everyone has indeed heard about it. At the same time, they also heard that this mechanism is basically non-existent for Sobukao. No one wants to go to those two monster academies to seek abuse. The family is a pure aristocratic college. There is no high-ranking official or wealthy businessman in the family, so they can't hold their heads up at all. The other one is even worse and famous for gambling. If you enter there, you will probably be eaten without any scum left. These are lessons of blood. It is the words of lessons left by the seniors of Sobu High School. Therefore, no one wants to show the limelight. Gu Zeyuan's eyes lit up. He originally planned to use the exchange student mechanism to go to 100 Flower King. It seems that you all understand the exchange student mechanism, so I won't talk nonsense. The exchange time is after the school festival, which is next Thursday, and you can participate in the school festival normally. If anyone wants to apply, they can raise their hands now, and the application form will be sent out. Shizuka Hiratsuka's gaze swept over everyone in the class. There was no sound. That's hell ahead. Gu Zeyuan was about to raise his hand when Shizuka Hiratsuka continued. By the way, this year is a bit special. That genius in the corner, you have received 2 invitations. When everyone heard this, they turned their eyes to Gu Zeyuan in astonishment. Invite? Those 2 monster academies actually invited classmate Gu to exchange ideas. Invitation and application represent completely different meanings. Since the exchange student mechanism began, almost no one in Sobu High School has been invited. And receiving 2 copies at the same time is unique. Everyone was surprised, but felt. If it's that Gu Zeyuan, it seems reasonable. As for Gu Zeyuan, he was also a little puzzled at this time. He can understand Zeyuan's invitation. Shinomiya Kaguya seems to be full of interest in herself, and she should send out invitations to fuel the flames. But, even the King of 100 Flowers sent an invitation? Forget it, that's fine too. Teacher Jing, I'm going to the private Beiwawang Academy, please help me reply. Gu Zeyuan's voice echoed in the class. Everyone in the class became dumbfounded. Someone really wants to go to Monster Academy as an exchange student. Yukinoshita Yukino at the same table touched Gu Zeyuan with the crook of his arm. That's a college famous for gambling, be careful that there are no bones left after being eaten. 783. Gu Zeyuan smiled when he heard this. Student Yukinoshita is actually worried about me, it's really touching. Yukino choked under the snow. She didn't know why she had to talk too much, reminding Gu Zeyuan of this sentence. However, no one should be able to eat me. Gu Zeyuan said casually. It was only then that Yukinoshita Yukino remembered that the guy beside him was a monster at all. Her worries are unnecessary. It's better to worry about the group of guys from the private 100 Flower King. Because, a monster is about to enter their academy and eat people. Hiratsuka took a deep look at Gu Zeyuan, then nodded. If it's this genius, it should be fine. Afterwards, the course proceeded normally. After class, Hirotsuka Shizumi twisted Gabriel's ears and took her away. After all, she slept through a class. And the class began to become lively. After a while, a girl ran to Gu Zeyuan. Student Gu Zeyuan, we have a drama project to perform Titanic. Student Gu Zeyuan, do you want to join us? Gu Zeyuan looked up, and it was Bihamayui who came to invite him. The playful and cute short pink hair is tied up on the top of the head, wearing a short skirt, like a hot girl, but her performance is cute, a bit natural. It's Miss Tuanzi. Gu Zeyuan responded casually. Miss Tuanzi. Yuagahamayui was puzzled, and subconsciously touched the bun on the top of her head. Yes, Miss Tuanzi, it fits Yubihama's nickname very well. Gu Zeyuan laughed. Yuagahamayui nodded belatedly, she really likes the bun hairstyle. However, the dumpling that Gu Zeyuan said was not as pure as the girl imagined. Student Gu Zeyuan still remembers my name and even gave me a nickname, wow. Yuagahamayui. Chapter 78. Looking at Yuagahamayui's unexpected and happy look. Yukinoshita Yukino on the side shook her head silently. In her opinion, Yubabin was completely deceived by this monster's skin. And under that handsome skin is a monster with extremely bad personality. Contacting him will not end well. Because Yuagahama-san is cute, of course I will remember her name, Danko-san. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. On the side, Yukino curled her lips. Oh, nasty, scumbag. Hey, is that so? Thank you Gu Zeyuan for your praise. Yuagahamayui rubbed the hair next to her ear embarrassedly. Do you want to exchange a line? Gu Zeyuan suggested. Okay. Yuagahamayui took out his mobile phone. The two exchanged lines. Miss Tuanzi, send a message when you have time. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. Yuagahamayui nodded, put away her phone, and prepared to leave. Did you forget something? When Yuagahamayui returned to his seat, he saw several students sitting next to him looking at him expectantly. Then I remembered, didn't I invite Gu Zeyuan to act in a play together? Why in the blink of an eye, the line came back after bleeding. Student Yuan, are you always so wicked? Megami Kato in the back seat asked curiously. Yukinoshita Yukino rolled her eyes at this moment. The heart said, look at the bad nature of this man. Gu Zeyuan shrugged with a sneer. Actually, there are very few. The main reason is that Miss Tuanzi looks very natural. It's a pity not to tease her. I didn't do it so naturally for you to tease me. Yuagahamayui ran over, just in time to hear Gu Zeyuan's words, and puffed up his cheeks angrily. Now, she is more like a cute dumpling. Sorry. Gu Zeyuan folded his hands together and sincerely apologized. Well, seeing Gu Zeyuan is so sincere, Miss Tuanzi forgives you. Yuagahamayui had her hips crossed, looking very imposing. Yubihama-san, don't forget your purpose. Yukinoshita Yukino really couldn't stand it anymore. If this continues, Yuagahamayui will only be killed by Sheng Yuan again. Ah, yes. Student Gu Zeyuan, do you want to play a drama? Yuagahamayui thought of the business and asked. Gu Zeyuan shook his head decisively. Sorry, Miss Tuanzi, I have to prepare for the exchange students, I'm afraid I don't have time to participate in the performance. Yuagahamayui was a little disappointed when she heard this. However, people have legitimate reasons, and they can't criticize anything harshly. Okay. Miss Tuanzi lowered her head, ready to go back and report. Although I can't go, Miss Tuanzi, I can recommend two of you. Gu Zeyuan said suddenly. When Yuagahamayui heard this, Ying immediately became happy again. A candidate recommended by Gu Zeyuan? Who is who? Under Yuagahamayui's questioning, Gu Zeyuan pointed his finger at Yukinoshita and Kato Megami beside him. Yukinoshita Yukino? Megami Kato. With the participation of these two beautiful girls and the lovely Miss Tuanzi, the drama will definitely be a great success. Gu Zeyuan adds oil and vinegar. It makes sense. Uegahima Ui was persuaded. Yukinoshita Yukino cast a cold gaze on Gu Zeyuan. However, Gu Zeyuan just shrugged. The contract is signed, what threat can there be? Kato Megami also looked helpless. Hui, go. Show up in front of people more, maybe you can get rid of the trouble of low presence. Gu Zeyuan persuaded. So, the two were sold by Gu Zeyuan. Miss Tuanzi happily dragged the two of them to her seat to discuss the drama. Gu Zeyuan was lying on the table, enjoying a peaceful time. As a result, just got down. The classroom door was slammed open. The students in the class fell silent all of a sudden, and looked in the direction of the door. In the end, I saw a tall, dark, and straight beauty, striding in, and dragged Gu Shengyuan out of the hospital. There was another bang, and the classroom door was closed. Everyone was stunned, and it took a long time to react. That's Gu Zeyuan's girlfriend? She seems to be a third-year senior, right? Wow, it looks super tough, but he's pretty good looking, no wonder he caught student Gu Zeyuan. It's not necessarily a girlfriend, maybe an acquaintance or something. Hey, don't lie to yourself, that kind of intimacy, that kind of attitude, what else can it be if it's not your girlfriend? There was a lot of discussion. As for Gu Zeyuan, after being dragged out of the classroom, he looked at Kazumi Hilshia blankly. Sister, what happened? Zayas Hikyoshita looked very excited, his eyes were slightly red. This, you did it. She took out a comic book. It was last week's Boy Jump. The manga was opened, and on the first page was a statement. Apologies to all readers, this issue of Giant is temporarily suspended, and the author, Mr. Gao Gikwon, went out to collect materials. Izumi Takatsuki, go out to collect materials, stop for a week. Takatsuki Izumi, by the way, I've recently become obsessed with a book called Love Metronome, you can read it when you have time. That was Gu Zeyuan's statement last week. This guy not only broke the update, but also mixed his own private goods in the statement. Ah, senior sister saw it. Gu Shengyuan didn't take it seriously. How could you not see it? Xiao's Hikyoshita's voice was distorted. The sales just exploded. Originally, Zayas Hikyoshita was ready to give up her virginity. After all, the sales volume of Love Metronome is really bleak, and there is no hope of a reprint. After Gu Zeyuan's advice, she also understands that some compromises are needed to get more people to read her book. Moreover, Kazuma Jayakishu recently felt that that kind of cliched plot seems to be good. But I didn't want to, and suddenly received a call from the editor, telling her that the sales had exploded. The first edition of 100,000 copies was sold out. When Zayas Hikyoshita heard the news, everyone was dumbfounded. After questioning, I found out that it was Gu Zeyuan who mixed with private goods and pushed her book. And with the Giant's current explosiveness, it only needs a little push to make a work easily enter the public's field of vision. Love Metronome is just that. After understanding what was going on, Kazuma Jayakishu hardly fell asleep last night. Literature means a lot to her. It's a dream, it's a fleeting hope. Just when she was about to accept the reality and admit that her virginity was cut in half, she was dragged into the clouds. So, after class today, Zayas Hikyoshita ran over. She didn't even know what to say after dragging Gu Zeyuan out. Thanks. Or something else. But, in short, drag him out first, she wants to see him, and can't wait to see him. But at this time, Gu Zeyuan just smiled and said nothing. Zayas Hikyoshita finally asked the question in his heart. Why? Why did my junior do this? Gu Zeyuan shrugged. Because this is indeed a good book, which can make people feel real emotions from the words. The reason why the sales have been cut in half is just because of the lack of an opportunity, and it is not a problem with the book. Besides, I heard that this book belongs to a senior sister, so... Before Gu Zeyuan finished speaking, he was suddenly embraced by Zaya's Hikiyoshiu. This is in the corridor of Sobu High School. The looks of the two have already attracted a large number of onlookers. Such a radical action immediately made the onlookers wow. Knock it, knock it. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu, who was always as calm as an iceberg, completely abandoned everything around him at this time. The action of embracing Gu Zeyuan was warm and forceful. After being dazed for a moment, Gu Zeyuan hugged Xiao's Hikiyoshiu back and said in a low voice. It looks like the senior is very happy, that's fine, it looks like I didn't make my own decisions. After a long time, the two separated. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu's eyes were red, but he pretended to be like an iceberg. There's still some self-assessment, so I'll punish you for going on a date with me at the school festival. Gu Zeyuan. Senior, you will repay your kindness with revenge. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu. How dare you say it? This is your honor. If you have the guts to refuse, try it. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu also went all out. Since the senior sister has said so, let me accompany the lonely senior sister. Gu Zeyuan spread his hands. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu snorted softly and left contentedly. Gu Zeyuan shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he hasn't made an appointment with Dr. Tian yet for the school festival. As long as there are no abnormalities during the period, it would be a good thing to go on a date with my senior sister. With that in mind, Gu Zeyuan returned to class. As a result, as soon as the door was opened, someone in the class was heard talking. Hey, have you heard? That idol who became popular just after his debut is coming to our academy to perform. Oh! That Hoshino AI! I like her so much. The stage sense is amazing. I will always single Hoshino AI. Wow, did AI actually want to come to Sobu High School? Fortunately, he was admitted to Sobu High School. Long live the school festival! A black line emerged from Gu Zeyuan's forehead. There is a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the phone rang. It's a line from AI Hoshino. Hoshino AI, Yuan, I'm going to perform at Sobu High School. I heard that Yuan also goes to Sobu High School, right? Hoshino AI, after the performance, let's go to the school festival together? Idols pretend to be on a date or something, it's awesome. Gu Zeyuan, that. Hoshino AI, Yuan promised to come and see me, but he hasn't been here for a few days. It's not a lie, right? Hoshino AI, school festival, let's go shopping together. Gu Zeyuan, good. Gu Zeyuan was numb. There is absolutely no way to refuse. I always feel that letting Hoshino AI be more natural, letting himself go, at the beginning is a bitter fruit after all. But fortunately, there are only two people, the school festival is completely okay for 3 days. Big brother, the school festival. I have never participated in it. Outsiders can enter the school festival of Sobu High, take me to play. After class, I came to the foundation site for a routine inspection, and Rineo was caught. Facing Urinao's expectant gaze, those blue eyes shining with light. Okay, let's go together. After all, Gu Zeyuan, good Zhao, couldn't bear to refuse. However, he no longer dared to set the flag of 3 people for 3 days. However, even if the flag is not set, it is still this. Back home, Gu Zeyuan was approached by Ani, and on his phone page was the promotion of Sobu High School Festival. In the face of this, I have not fully adapted to modern life. Live, a curious and apprehensive girl. I really can't say no to it. I'll show you around and introduce you by the way. Gu Zeyuan said so. Annie smiled happily. Ding dong. When the doorbell rang, Gu Zeyuan's mentality completely collapsed. Outside the door is Ying Lily, a defeated golden retriever dog. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. No one opened the door, so Ying Lily directly rang a series of serial bells. The door is opened. Yuan, I heard that Zongwu High School is going to hold a school festival. Hey, what's wrong with you, Yuan? Halfway through Ying Lily's speech, she noticed Gu Zeyuan's terrible complexion. Gu Zeyuan waved the phone. Let's go to the school festival together, shall we? Upon hearing this, Ying Lily looked away in embarrassment. Since Yuan invites me so much, it's not impossible to hang out with Yuan for a while. The tsundere at this time is just right, it won't make people feel bored, but full of cuteness. It's a pity that Gu Zeyuan has no mood to appreciate it. Shiro Field Chapter 79. The school festival is almost a week away. However, Gu Zeyuan has already received 5 invitations. Or, altogether? Soon, Gu Zeyuan vetoed the idea. Among the 5 invitations, senior sister and Ani are more inclined to be alone, and it is not good for everyone to get together. The remaining 3, although they may be able to accept dating together, will definitely reduce their joy. 3 days, 5 invitations. It belongs to the troubles that are happy. And the other side. Gu Zeyuan's class has also begun to prepare for the program in full swing. Drama. It can be regarded as a regular program on the stage of the school festival. If there are no outstanding talents in the class, those who can sing, dance and play bands, they will generally choose conservative cards such as drama and group recitation. The enduring love drama like the Titanic can be regarded as a classic. Uegahima was very excited and pulled Yukinoshita to rehearse. Yukinoshita looked hopeless. Why did she go through this ordeal? And Kato Megami, who was on the side, was even more hopeless. Once again she was ignored by everyone. In the beginning, when Gu Zeyuan mentioned it, Uegahima could still notice her. Wait, Gu Zeyuan is not involved. Kato Megami was forgotten by everyone. In the script, she was assigned an insignificant passerby role. When the hero and heroine are in deep crisis, the person in charge exclaims from the side, expressing the tense atmosphere. Anyway, the rehearsal process was quite interesting. Kato Megami watched silently from the side. After 2 or 3 days of rehearsal. After class that day, other students left one after another, and the classroom door was closed, preparing for a rehearsal of the complete process. Go through all the processes as a rehearsal before going on stage. The first act begins. However, after several actors entered the stage, their performances and lines completely deviated from the script of the Titanic 340 grams. Kato Megami was sitting under the stage, tilting his head with some doubts. Words such as kingdom, rebellion, and king came from the stage from time to time. As a Western standard script, Titanic is about a love tragedy in which a hero and a heroine sing love regardless of obstacles. Where's the king or something like that? Megami Kato watched the performance, a little puzzled. Could it be that the script was temporarily changed? Didn't you tell yourself? This is normal, after all, Kato Megami knows that his sense of existence is thin, and being ignored is commonplace. It is normal to modify the script, but ignore to notify her. So, Kato Megami continued to read. As a result, the new performer walked onto the stage surrounded by tables with a steel knife in hand. Megami Kato. The steel knife, the walls of the classroom and the desks, kicked up a large amount of debris, which is obviously a sharp and real thing. But the problem is, how could a real sword be used in a drama script? Moreover, Megami Kato did not remember which classmate brought this steel knife to school. It was so conspicuous that it couldn't be hidden. Kato Megami's intuition told her that something was wrong and seemed to be in danger. Student Yukinoshita, is that steel knife a prop? Why is the plot completely different from the script? Kato Megami stretched out his hand, shook Yukinoshita beside him vigorously, and asked. Although she has a thin sense of existence, she takes the initiative to shake others violently. Definitely still evoking reactions from others. Yukinoshita was shaken and turned to look at Megami Kato. Embarrassingly, she forgot the name of the classmate in front of her. I just vaguely remember that this is a classmate in the class. Yukinoshita Yukino responded slightly embarrassed. The plot is fine, the steel knife is a stage prop, and the plot of the performance is exactly the same as the script. As he spoke, he also took out the script of the Titanic. When Megami Kato finished the script, he saw that it was exactly the same as the script that had been finalized. This made Kato Megami feel a chill down his spine. Obviously the script has not been revised, but Yukinoshita pointed to the performance on stage that was obviously out of script, saying that it was consistent with the script. No, it's not the same at all. Kato Megami tries to make Yukinoshita Yukino aware of the problem. However, Yukinoshita just poked Uegahama Ui beside him. Yubihama, the performance on the stage is exactly the same as the plot of the script, right? Yukinoshita Yukino asked, wanting to confirm his opinion with other people's remarks. Uegahama Ui nodded. Yeah, it's really a perfect performance, everyone has practiced hard. Kato Megami opened his eyes wide. The plot on the stage obviously has nothing to do with the plot of the rehearsal. Megami Kato, who felt panicked, asked other people's opinions one after another. However, only one answer was obtained. The plot on the stage is no different from the script, and it is an excellent performance after many rehearsals. Kato Megami was at a loss for a while. At this time, the performance happened to be at the end of the first act. Something that made Kato Megami even more panicked happened. In the corner of the stage surrounded by tables, an extra person appeared out of thin air. A tall man dressed in ancient costumes and a crown, whose face is not clear. He holds a scepter and has many precious gems on his body, just like a real king. He just appeared out of thin air without attracting the attention of anyone around him. As if only Megaman Kato could see it. Kato Megami subconsciously wanted to pull Yukinoshita beside him. However, seeing the normal expressions of Yukinoshita and Uegahama, Megami Kato realized that they couldn't see the king who couldn't see his face clearly. Or see it, but think that thing is normal. Just like this grotesque drama performance. At this time, Coffee Hui wanted to run away. Escape from this eerie place. However, there are classmates around. Although everyone usually ignores Kato Megami, there is no intersection between them. However, Kato Megami's gentle character still can't let go of these people. But what can she do alone? No one would believe what she said, and everyone would subconsciously ignore her. At a loss, a figure suddenly flashed in Kato Megami's mind. CGBJ, that's right, if it's him, if it's Yuan, he will definitely understand. Megami Kato remembered the boy who promised not to ignore her or forget her. Holding the last hope, Kato Megami took out his mobile phone and dialed Gu Shenjai Yuan's number. The call was quickly connected. Hui, what's wrong? The young man's voice as clear as a mountain spring came out of the receiver, which made Megami Kato feel inexplicably at ease. Yuan, I don't know how to tell you, everyone in the class is very strange. Yuan, are you okay? Kato Megami sorted out his words, and heard the sound of hunting wind and smashing from the microphone, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Just say what you say, no matter how bizarre things are, I'll believe what Hui tells you. Gu Zeyuan replied calmly. The calmness and trust in the words also calmed Kato Megami's flustered heart. Today's rehearsal of the play, the performance of the students was completely out of the script, but no one was surprised. Someone brought a steel knife. It's a real knife. It's not a prop at all. But no one thinks it's wrong. Now, a strange man with a face that can't be seen suddenly appeared in the class, but no one else seemed to be able to see it. Kato Megami tried his best to describe what he knew was abnormal. After speaking, Kato Megami was a little apprehensive. Would he believe such strange words? Speaking from the heart, thinking about it from another perspective, when someone suddenly said such strange words to her, are you sure why herself did not believe it? Moreover, even believing. Will he have a solution? However, the boy's calm voice as always came from the other end of the microphone. I understand, Hui, stay away from the class now, and then observe the situation in the class at all times. I will contact some people and go to the class to deal with this strange phenomenon, and I will be there soon. If Kei gets scared, just leave and things will work out. Gu Zeyuan's words made Megami Kato's eyes widen. This reassuring feeling. After a while, Megami Kato said. I see. I'll observe the situation from a distance. The phone is hung up. At this time, Gu Zeyuan put down the phone and gave the person under him a big fight. You are the one who is called a werewolf. Do you know that you are delaying my work? You still run away. Let me see if you run again. At this time, Gu Zeyuan is not in the country of cherry blossoms, but in the city of romance. The system's abnormal monitoring system indicates that there is an abnormality here. Gu Zeyuan originally wanted the Foundation personnel stationed in the city of romance to check the situation first. As a result, within 2 days, the number of abnormalities began to spread. Gu Zeyuan hastily came to the romantic capital himself. As a result, it was discovered that the anomaly this time was the legendary werewolf. This thing is contagious and can transform people into werewolves with its sharp claws. Fortunately, this kind of infectivity is not inherited, and the offspring infected by the mother do not inherit infectivity. Otherwise, if it spreads exponentially, even Gu Zeyuan will have a headache. The sound of wind and smashing that Kato Megami heard just now was the sound of Gu Zeyuan chasing the werewolf mother. After a few big fights, the werewolf mother lay on the ground and dared not move. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, took a mobile phone and called the Foundation. According to Kato Megami's description, some kind of mimetic anomaly must have erupted on the site of Zongguogao. For disembodied mimetic anomalies, system detection is sometimes ignored. Headache. Moreover, Gu Zeyuan can't go back for the time being, so he can only send Foundation personnel there. I'm on the phone. The werewolf lying on the ground pretending to be dead opened his eyes slightly. He found that Gu Zeyuan was not looking at him, so he quietly prepared to escape. This human being in front of him, he dare not provoke at all. It was completely hammered. However, I just got up and haven't taken a step yet. A silver-white sharp blade instantly pierced its wolf claws. The long sword pierced through the palm and pierced the ground tens of centimeters. The werewolf wanted to scream, but didn't dare. Turning his head, he saw Gu Zeyuan's cold eyes staring at him. As if to say, "Run, you dare to move and try." In this regard, the werewolf can only express that he dare not move. Continue to lie on the ground and play dead. Chapter 80. According to Gu Zeyuan's instructions, Kato Megami temporarily left the classroom, opened the door, and went outside the corridor to observe the situation. Fortunately, it was already time after class. The teachers and students were basically gone. Even those who are still in school are basically in the activity room behind the teaching building, participating in club activities. Megami Kato clutched the phone, staring nervously at the weird drama that continued in the classroom. The faceless king who appeared suddenly stood quietly in the corner of the stage, motionless. It seems that they are also enjoying this drama. At this point, it was already the middle of the third act. Generally speaking, there are 5 acts in the drama. If nothing else, this weird drama has already reached the middle stage. Just when Kato Hui was anxious, there were orderly and hurried footsteps in the corridor. Kato Hui searched for the sound, and found that several teams were approaching rapidly. They were clearly well-trained and armed with firearms. Megami Kato's eyes widened as he watched the disciplined squad that was ordered and prohibited like an army. Is this the handler that Yeon said? As an ordinary person, Kato Megami saw such a scene for the first time. I saw the team stop outside the classroom and look around. Kato Hui knew that he should be looking for himself. So, stepping forward quickly, he opened his mouth and said, "Excuse me, are you the ones Zeyuan said to deal with the incident?" The captain of the armed squad was so startled by the sudden sound that he almost raised his gun. However, Zeyuan also told Megami Kato about something special in advance. Therefore, the captain reacted quickly. "Yes, we are professionals who came to deal with this incident. Is this the place where the abnormal outbreak occurred?" Kato Megami nodded, and pointed to the weird drama that was still going on in the classroom. After that, she looked at these people with some trepidation. Kato Megami didn't know how this group of people would deal with such a weird incident. "You won't shoot directly, will you? Go, bring the D-class personnel up in line, let the D-class personnel enter and start abnormal contact," commanded the captain. This is the Foundation's routine process for handling exceptions. Kato Megami tilted his head in doubt, wondering what the so-called D-class personnel are. Could it be a professional who specializes in dealing with such weird events? Immediately afterwards, she saw 5 people in bright orange clothes with numbers on them brought over. There is also a strange collar around their necks, which glows red from time to time. Kato Megami blinked. Why does this outfit look like a prison uniform? D-181, lead the team into the abnormal outbreak site, and start this abnormal containment contact. The captain gave the order. D-181 has a mournful face. This is her 3rd anomalous contact mission this month. The death row is not used in this way. In fact, ordinary death row prisoners are indeed not used in this way. Because, there are very few D-class personnel who have 3 abnormal contacts. Generally, D-class personnel are dispatched to destroy the group. However, D-class personnel do not have the right to refuse, so D-181 can only walk towards the classroom with a sad face. 5 D-class personnel entered the classroom one after another, watching the drama on the podium vigilantly. "Report the situation, D-181. The captain outside gave orders. "I'm D-181, and I'm on this containment contact mission, and all I've seen now is a strange drama." Report. D-181 did not find the faceless man individual in the corner of the stage mentioned in the intelligence. D-181's voice is heard loudly from the classroom. Kato Megami couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. "Why can't I see it?" The faceless man was clearly in the corner. "Continue to perform contact. Attempt to remove the general public from the anomalous location." The captain gave the order. D-181 begins attempting to remove. The loud reports gradually ceased. Visible to the naked eye, the 5 D-level personnel in the classroom came to the podium and stood still watching the drama. D-181. Execute the mission immediately, or you will be executed. The captain snorted coldly. However, there was no response. D-341, D-469. The captain called the numbers of 2 D-class personnel one after another. As always, got no response. The captain's expression immediately became serious. Preliminary judgment shows that this anomaly has the attribute of cognitive pollution, which can affect the cognition of a small range of personnel. D-181's cognition level is 4, which is the top 10% of all human cognition. This anomaly has strong cognition pollution. And at this moment, the drama came to the 5th act. The faceless king, who has been ignored by everyone, stepped onto the stage. To accompany the show, he starred as the king. And this drama is about the drama of the rebels killing the king. So, he hoisted himself up out of thin air. A large amount of blood spilled from his neck and face, and fell to the surroundings. At the same time, all the students in the classroom, as well as the 5 D-class personnel who entered it, started fighting each other. And the student who played the role of the rebel, holding a steel knife, slashed with the knife. It can be said that gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Apply to the decision-making director to crack down on suspected polluters. The captain immediately made a judgment. Even people with cognition level 4 are polluted, and there is a risk of death. This kind of project must be stopped immediately. At this time, Kato Megami looked at the bloody scene in the classroom helplessly. Anxious, she called Gu Zeyuan. The call was connected immediately. Yuan. Kato Megami hurriedly told Gu Zeyuan about the matter. After listening to Kato Megami's description, Gu Zeyuan thought for a while. In fact, Gu Zeyuan believed that the armed captain's judgment was correct. A mimetic anomaly of strong cognitive pollution. Now it belongs to whoever goes in and who gets polluted. In the Foundation, there is no effective method or medicine for meme research and development. It is reasonable to use some radical means to prevent memes from causing more widespread pollution. If Gu Zeyuan was here, it would be easy to say, he is cognitively immune, just walk over. But the problem is, he is in the romantic city now, even if he flies back, it will take time. It seems that it can only be attacked, and then try to contain it. Gu Zeyuan thought of Kato Megami. Why is Megami Kato the only one who has not been dominated by this meme? Reminds of Kato Ena's neglected trait that reached anomalous level. Could it be that Megami Kato is really some kind of anti-meme? There is generally resistance between memes. So Zeyuan said in a deep voice. Wei, listen to me, the only person who can save everyone now is you. Kato Megami couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. If you're brave enough, hand your phone to the armed men on the sidelines, and they'll hand you a crowbar. You need to hold a crowbar, enter the classroom, and lightly tap on the back of the heads of all participating students. Ask for flowers. It doesn't take a lot of force, you just have to hit it, but it's dangerous. Wei, you need to judge for yourself. Kato Megami heard the words, the helplessness in the eyes was swept away. Firmly and decisively, she handed the phone to the captain beside her. The captain was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and picked up the phone. Soon, the amnesiac crowbar contained in it was handed over to Kato Megami. Looking at the violent conflict in the classroom, the bloody scene. Kato Megami kept exerting force on the fingers holding the amnesiac crowbar. His knuckles were white and his arms were shaking. However, even with such fear, Rutang did not rush into the classroom resolutely. As always, no one noticed her, everyone was fighting, ignoring Kato Megami. Megami Kato felt for the first time that a thin sense of existence is a good thing. Holding a crowbar, Kato Megami came to the nearest Uegahama Ui and Yukinoshita Yukino. On the back of his head, he made a tapping motion. No effort was used, but the two immediately fainted and passed out. Seeing this, Kato Megami quickened his pace and rushed towards the others. 0. In just a few seconds, Megami Kato knocked down half of the participating classmates. On the podium, the bloody king hanging in the air began to become illusory at a speed already visible to the naked eye. The only difficult thing to deal with was the actor classmate who was holding a steel knife. He waved the steel knife indiscriminately, out of order. But, just because of this, Kato Megami is a bit difficult to approach. After the arm was cut, Megami Kato successfully knocked out the man. After knocking out all the participating students, the king on the podium completely disappeared. There was a dead silence in the classroom. Of the 5D class personnel, 4 died, and the only one alive also fell unconscious. After these people fell into a frantic attack on each other, they were not all murderers. They still rely on common sense and instinct to fight, they just want to kill each other unswervingly. What kind of combat power can students have? It is nothing more than punching. But D-class personnel are different. They are all on death row. Not to mention 2 murderers, even if they are squatting in prison, they have learned how to kill. Fighting each other, the death is natural and fast. After the classroom calmed down, the captain made a decisive decision and sent another group of D-class personnel to enter. After confirming that there was no cognitive pollution, the armed personnel entered the classroom carefully. This anomalous outbreak is declared over. Armed teams applied Ghoul 3 solution to the wounded in an attempt to treat them. But unfortunately, 3 classmates died in the end. These 3 students were all cut to pieces by the actor holding a steel knife. Ghoul 3 solution has limited repairing power. It is already a miracle to be able to save people whose organs have not completely failed. Let this solution fight people. It is really difficult for some strong liquids. What, D-class you ask? The fate of D-class personnel is also fortune-telling? Of course, the corpse is dragged away. Armed squads found a script on the ground. Stained in blood, one can barely make out the title "The Tragedy of the Hanged King" written on it. Later, the script was confirmed, originally for the Titanic script. After the anomaly erupts, a reality distortion occurs. This script, as well as the steel knife, were taken away for containment. Chapter 81. Exception, The Hanged King's Elegy, SCP-701. Anomaly Level 4, Destruction. The characteristics of this project are as follows: a 5-act script called The Hanged King's Elegy. Performers who see the content of this project will unconsciously want to perform the script of The Hanged King's Elegy, and drive all the CO participants. During the performance, the performers will unconsciously deviate from the original script and perform the performance of The Hanged King's Elegy. All audiences within the stage range will not think that there is any problem with the performance. 1. At the end of the first act, a virtual king instance, SCP-701-1, will appear in the corner of the stage, and no one will discuss this individual when the 5th act. The entity will take the stage to act as the Hanged King and cause an outburst of anomalies where all the actors, and the audience, will attempt to kill each other. This project has strong cognitive pollution, which will cause cognitive pollution to humans with cognitive level 4 and below. When Zeyuan comes back, the Hanged King's Elegy has been contained. The script of the Hanged King's Elegy was kept in a completely dark and locked containment room, and no one with permission below 4 was allowed to watch it. The origin of this anomaly, the final investigation is: a certain classmate watched the script of Tragedy of the Hanged King in a collection of ancient plays. Therefore, on the day when the anomaly broke out, he deviated from the direction of the original script and performed the performance of the main song 123. Other people's cognition is polluted, which leads to the outbreak of the Hanged King's Elegy. The collection of ancient scripts is also contained. The Foundation has carefully investigated the provenance of this playbook, but found that no other copy of the playbook contains the Tragedy of the Hanged King. All those exposed to the Hanged King's Elegy were administered Class A amnestics. The death of 3 students from Sobu High School was covered up as a dropout incident, and their families were compensated. Afterwards, the Foundation will keep an eye out for entries about the Hanged King's tragedy on the internet. Make sure no one else learns about the anomalies script. Megami Kato sat in a certain room on the residential floor of the Foundation, buried his head in his palms, looking a little lonely. The door was gently pushed open. Seeing Megami Kato, Zeyuan sighed helplessly. Coming to Kato Megami, Zeyuan sat down. I could have saved them. Kato Hui didn't raise her head, she knew it was Zeyuan who came. No, you have done well enough. If there is no individual named Megami Kato intervening, everyone in the classroom will die. Zeyuan said so. This is a fact. On the premise that other people have no cognitive pollution ability. When Zeyuan rushed back, it was already at least 2 hours later. After 2 hours, the corpse was probably completely cool. Moreover, Megami Kato intervened decisively, and things happened quickly. In the absence of intelligence, she has done well enough. In this abnormal outbreak, the survivors were all rescued by Kato Megami. Kato Megami raised his head and looked at Zeyuan. The girl's eyes were red, and there were tears on her cheeks. Zeyuan stretched out his hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of Kato Megami's eyes, and then gently hugged her into his arms. Nothing can soothe a person's emotions now, rather than a warm embrace. Leaning in Gu Zeyuan's arms, feeling the warmth, Kato Megami couldn't bear it anymore, and burst into tears. Fear of the unknown, fear of one's own pain, guilt for the dead. All of these, at this moment, broke out without any scruples. Kato Megami, who was crying in the dark, had only one thought in his mind at the moment. That is, there is Gu Zeyuan in the world, and she has Gu Zeyuan, which is great. Otherwise, the world is so big, but there would be no place for the individual Megami Kato to vent. Kato Megami is a type who is somewhat insensitive to various emotional perceptions. However, dullness does not mean that there is no emotion, on the contrary, dull emotions are easier to pile up in the heart. If there is no Gu Zeyuan, Kato Megami might go crazy. Tears wet Gu Zeyuan's shirt. The sniffling could not be stopped for a long time. Gu Zeyuan patted Kato Megami on the back lightly to help her relax and make her feel better. Huaneng Kato burst into tears, and Gu Zeyuan felt relieved. If a person encounters major changes and setbacks, it is only worrying if there is no outbreak like this. Don't cry a lot. Maybe people will break down. After a long time, Megami Kato raised his head slightly to see Gu Zeyuan's expression. Even if it is her, this appearance is a little afraid of being rejected. However, all I saw was the usual soft smile. Kato Hui was relieved. So, what's in here? After the emotion passed, Kato Megami became curious about the foundation. Gu Zeyuan didn't hold back, and left everything about the anomaly and the foundation out. He had a hunch that Kato Megami might not need to use amnestics. This gentle and soft girl may make an unusual choice. After listening to Gu Zeyuan's description, Kato Megami covered her mouth with a surprised expression. So, Yuan is the boss of the supernatural organization? It feels like the identity of the second disease. Gu Zeyuan couldn't laugh or cry when he heard the words. He rubbed Kato Megami's black hair, making her hair messy. After laughing for a while, Jiajiao suddenly sighed. Wow, I feel like classmate Yuan is not from the same world at all. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. No, after all, the existence of the foundation is to protect our peaceful daily life. The usual me, and the me that Hui sees are all real, how could it not be the same world? Hearing this, Kato Megami smiled softly. Is that so? That's right, Mr. Yuan is a hero-like existence. After Kato Megami sighed, he pointed to himself. Can I join? Gu Zeyuan didn't answer yes or no, but said. It will be very dangerous. The Foundation is fighting against anomalies every day. Sacrifice is a common thing, and you have seen it. Kato Megami nodded. Yeah, I saw it. But that's why I want to join, my low presence. Seems like a good thing in the Foundation. She laughed while talking. For the first time, I feel that this is a good thing. Gu Zeyuan embraced Kato Hui with pity. Immediately, the absolute contract code was taken out. The golden pages flipped one by one, and finally came to a blank space behind the names of many people. Megami Kato signed his name on it. Welcome, Ms. Megami Kato, let's fight together for the future of mankind and for peaceful everyday life. Gu Zeyuan said so. Kato Megami nodded. Yeah, for the future of mankind, and Yuan-san. Gu Zeyuan was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then couldn't help laughing. Kato Megami, A-level personnel of the SCP Foundation, Special Department, Head of the MIM Strategy Department, has Level 4 Security Authority. For all mimetic anomalies, there is a decision-making priority equal to that of Counselor 0500. Megami Kato, thank you. Yukinoshita Yukino bowed deeply to Kato Megami. She is the only one who was affected in this containment activity, but did not delete all her memories. Gu Zeyuan only erased Yukinoshita's memory of the script of Tragedy of the Hanged King. The others didn't move. Including the memory of being knocked out by Kato Megami after she fell into cannibalism. Although there are D-class amnestics, and the influence of Kato Megami's own antimimetic properties. However, for Gu Zeyuan, recalling this part of memory is still very easy. Therefore, after Yukinoshita Yukino woke up, the first thing she did was to come to Kato Megami to thank her. Gu Zeyuan curled his lips aside. So why come to Megami Kato to thank you, and to grin at me? Accordingly, I saved you twice. Ms. Yukinoshita Yukino. Gu Zeyuan was talking about ghouls and peanuts. Indeed, if it weren't for Gu Zeyuan, who happened to pass by the place where the incident happened under the snow, he might have died twice. However, Yukino under Yukinoshita can only roll his eyes at Sheng Yuan. She has nothing to say about this chairman of the crumbs. Kato Megami waved his hand. It's okay, Yukinoshita is actually a member of the foundation. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded, just about to say that she was forced to join by Gu Zeyuan next to her. But he noticed Kato Megami's wording. Also? Megami Kato has also joined the foundation. Yukinoshita Yukino asked with some concern. The foundation is not a good place to be. Gu Zeyuan sneered beside him. Hui Bao applied to join by himself, and is now in A-level personnel, and your situation is completely different from Yukinoshita. Hard. The fist is hard. Yukinoshita Yukino was successfully ridiculed, but because of the huge difference in combat power, she could only sulk. Speaking of which, although Yukinoshita Yukino was involved in the abnormal explosion this time, she was not injured. This is also due to her own frail body and Miss Tuanz's combat effectiveness. Both of them are the type who don't know anything about sports. The level of fighting is about equal to minus. Coincidentally, when the Hanged King's elegy broke out, the two were closest to each other, so they fought together. From 0.9 to being stunned, the two fighting each other did not produce any effective output. Miss Tuanzi was not injured at all, and has now been sent home to sleep. Yukinoshita snorted coldly and slipped away. And Kato Megami smiled softly at Gu Zeyuan, and turned around to leave. Watching Kato Megami's back, Gu Zeyuan smiled. Hui Bao is not only the best wife candidate in the daily world. Even in this abnormal world, that kind of gentle and resilient character shines so brightly. However, Gu Zeyuan was secretly beating his heart. Kato Megami suddenly turned around. Yuan-san, school festival, do you have time together? Gu Zeyuan? At this moment, the heartbeat turned into a myocardial infarction. However, this is an invitation from Hui Bao. Of course I have time. For Hui Bao, I always have time. Gu Zeyuan replied with a smile, swallowing tears secretly. Kato Megami left happily. Gu Zeyuan was left alone, silently putting on a mask of pain. Chapter 82. Speaking of, you are still alive. Gu Zeyuan groped his chin and looked at the brown-haired girl in front of him. The girl was stared at a little at a loss. That. President, is there any task for me to perform? She asked tentatively. Rather than being stared at by the chairman, she felt that it was better to carry out the task. May I have your name? Gu Zeyuan stared at the girl and asked curiously. D181. The brunette girl replied, with some doubts at the same time. Chairman, did you come here specially to do the obedience test for D-class personnel? Are you so free? Gu Zeyuan shook his head. It's not a number, it's a name. The brunette girl was in a trance when asked. Name? Ever since she joined the foundation, she has been indoctrinated that there is no name, only the concept of numbers. This is also part of the obedience training of D-class personnel. In addition, D-class personnel have a monthly execution list and will be sent to conduct high-risk containment experiments. Those who survived by chance will have to undergo amnestics when they come back. We are in a cycle that seems promising, but in fact the road ahead is dark. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have said this. Because after the last contact mission against Fulhu, Gu Zeyuan removed her from the execution list that month. The girl who was able to retain her memory learned some truths. After recalling for a while, the girl finally dug out her own name from the depths of her memory. My name is Kanako Suyu, the president. No need to check, this is a fat original character. Gu Zeyuan nodded upon hearing this. Then, Hodama Kanako, may I ask why you were imprisoned and became a death row inmate? 26. Kanako Suyu really wanted to say, doesn't the Foundation have information? In fact, there are. All death row inmates received by the Foundation have their biographical files, criminal records, and other information. On the tablet that Gu Zeyuan is holding now, there is the criminal record of Kanako Hoyu. She was sued by the Tokyo City Gaming Commission for forging winning tickets and defrauding public institutions. Because the amount involved is huge. In the end, Kanako Hoyu was sentenced to life imprisonment. After being imprisoned, because of serious violations of laws and regulations in the prison service record, the punishment was increased, such as the death penalty. Kanako Hoyu herself said this. To be honest, I don't understand how I ended up in prison. I won a few lottery tickets, and then I was sued. I didn't even have time to get a lawyer. The guy in the court with the fake fur hit the hammer and I went to jail. After a few days, the death penalty was changed for me. I don't know about it, and I dare not ask. She said with an innocent face. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan couldn't help but support his forehead. Miss Suyu Kanako, forging the winning lottery ticket is a complete fraud. Don't say that you are so innocent. Hodama Kanako shook her head quickly. No, I didn't forge any lottery tickets, I bought them all, and they are legal. Gu Zeyuan heard this, checked some information, and then said. Miss Suyu Kanako, do you know that among the 4 lottery draws you won, 3 of them didn't have the first prize? Hodama Kanako? Gu Zeyuan continued, the only one with the first prize, the special lottery ticket was not sold, but was handed over to insiders of the lottery. Hoyu Kanako, IXX him XXXXX. Looking at Hoyu Kanako's gritted teeth expression, Gu Zeyuan put down the tablet. It seems that you really don't know. However, as long as you use your brain, you can understand that things like gambling. Gu Zeyuan shrugged his shoulders, and the meaning behind his words was beyond words. Hoyu Kanako seemed a little autistic. If she had known, she would not have bought lottery tickets. Inexplicably imprisoned, inexplicably brought to the Foundation. Miss Kanako Hodama, do you want to get rid of the status of D-class personnel? The sudden question made Kanako Hodama's eyes widen. There is still a possibility of promotion for D-class personnel. She couldn't believe it. Gu Zeyuan nodded. The right to promote the status of D-level personnel is only in the hands of level 5 authority personnel. It just so happens that I am level 5 authority. When Kanako Hodama heard the words, hope lit up in her eyes. Then, the president, what should I do? Under her hopeful gaze, Gu Zeyuan took out a coin and 2 dice. Let's play the game. If you can toss 6s 50 times in a row, and toss a coin 30 heads in a row, you're good to go. Hodama Kanako? The original hope disappeared in an instant. The girl cried and mourned. Master President, this is not how you play with people. Give people hope and then destroy them cruelly, because it's too cruel. Although we are D-level personnel also have human rights, okay? Gu Zeyuan shook his head. No, D-class personnel have no human rights. Hoyu Kanako, this. So, do you want to try it? Gu Zeyuan asked. Hodama Kanako took the dice and coins numbly. Although it is impossible, it must be tried anyway. So, she casually rolled the dice on the table. After the dice spun quickly, they landed on the wall. The bright red 6 points upwards. Hodama Kanako. With continuous throwing, an incredible scene appeared. 6 points in a row face up. During the period, Kanako Hoyu changed her pitching method at the request of Gu Zeyuan. However, the results are all 6 points. The hope that had been shattered was once again ignited. Until the 50th dice lands. It's still 6 o'clock. Wow! Hodama Kanako cheered happily. Gu Zeyuan picked up the dice, held it in his hand, and observed it repeatedly. Then, with a little force from the fingers, the dice were crushed. It's a standard industrial product with nothing tricky inside. Even if the guidance process is not precise enough, the throwing probability of each side will deviate by a few tenths of a %. But generally speaking, it is in line with probability. Master President. Me. 50 times. Hodama Kanako was a little incoherent with joy. Gu Zeyuan pointed to the coin in her hand. Go ahead and finish flipping the coin. Hodama Kanako heard this and started tossing coins. Then 30 consecutive heads. This kind of probabilistically insignificant thing happened easily. Kanako Suyu's eyes lit up. She looked at Gu Zeyuan, waiting for the chairman's speech. Very well, Ms. Hodama Kanako, you will be removed from the D-class personnel list. Hodama Kanako, yes. Hands up and cheering. However, the girl had just raised her hands and hadn't opened her mouth to cheer. You are contained. Gu Zeyuan stared at her and said coldly. Hoyu Kanako? Stay in a daze. Containment, lucky person, SCP-181, containment level 0 is safe. Containment characteristics, a lucky person, who has a probability event initiated by the containment, will be led to a good result. For example, if you toss 6 points 50 times in a row, the coin will land 30 times in a row. The containment has a slight reality distortion characteristic, and it is very humane. It is recommended to adopt non-compulsory containment methods. Looking at the report, Hodama Kanako rolled her eyes angrily. Master President, Tien is very human? I'm human, okay. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. No, you are the containment object. I am human. Hoyu Kanako bared her teeth, showing her sharp canine teeth, with an expression of biting you. She has completely let herself go now. Big deal Dai. What about the president? Since you are so persistent, then I will put you back on the D-class personnel list, and the originally prepared recruitment treatment for containment items will also be cancelled. Gu Zeyuan said casually. I understand human nature. I beg the president to have mercy. Suyu Kanako simply rushed over and hugged Gu Zeyuan's leg. It's better to be a humane containment object than a D-class personnel. Although neither has human rights. But for the latter, they cannot live in the concentrated area of D-level personnel, and they can choose 3 meals a day, so they don't have to eat cheap food. Even, there is still salary every month, which can be used to buy some games, comics, light novels, and the like. For this treatment, if you understand humanity, you must understand humanity. Gu Zeyuan lifted her from the ground and put her on the seat. He took out the code of absolute contract, put it on the table, and signaled her to sign it. Hodama Kanako honestly signed her name. As a result, she completely changed from a D-class personnel to a Tensong containment object. The discovery of the properties of Tamago Kanako was no accident. This guy, as a D-class, was involved in 3 anomalous contact missions. During the 3 missions, they all came into contact with very dangerous containment objects. As a result, she survived. This is outrageous. Gu Zeyuan watched the contact video of Fulhu and the Hanged King's elegy. Delegated D-class personnel, as long as she survives herself. Another contact mission is similar. Although there is no problem with the 3-time exposure to the video. However, this extremely low probability event was still detected by Gu Zeyuan as a problem. Think so? The reason why Kanako Hoyu is in prison. It's all because she bought the lottery ticket and won the lottery. The gaming establishment did not print the first prize ticket. However, the machine has the possibility of error. Misprinted first prize ticket 3 times. And the non-circulating lottery ticket was accidentally included in the lottery pool and was eventually bought. 4 times in a row, the Tokyo Gaming Organization couldn't bear it anymore, and the Shaker arrested Kanako Suiyu. He was sentenced to death overnight in prison. Belonging is distraught. In this way, Kanako Suyu's status as a death row prisoner is also not established. It is reasonable to pull her out of the list of D-class personnel. Gu Zeyuan glanced at the girl who was still happy. Did this guy's characteristics also affect him, allowing him to discover her abnormality? After investigation, she was removed from Class D personnel. This is also a small probability event. It is infinitely more difficult than winning the lottery for the promotion of D-level personnel of the Foundation. Feeling being used, Gu Zeyuan became more and more angry. He hugged Kanako Suiyu around her neck, and then opened the lottery drawing interface. Gu Zeyuan wanted to see if he could use this girl's strong luck by himself. Chapter 83. Chairman. Do you want to do it? Right here. Kanako Hodama gave a terrible line. Gu Zeyuan knocked on her head once. This guy spent some time in a heavy prison, female prison. Although people are still pure, their thinking has been somewhat contaminated by the environment. With Kanako Suiyu in his arms, Gu Zeyuan clicked the lottery button. Before taking in the Hanged King's elegy, he won a 4th-level lottery. With the draw button pressed, a bright light flashed on the system panel. Gu Zeyuan's eyes widened. Real or fake? Looking at the system panel, and then at Kanako Suiyu in her arms, Gu Zeyuan looked a little excited. Originally, I just didn't want to be plucked in one direction, so I gave it a try. But don't want. Red light. A bright red light flashed across the system panel and crashed to the ground. Reward red, fragment of divine enlightenment. Miss Suyu Kanako, you don't have anyone you like, or someone you want to marry? Gu Zeyuan asked in a deep voice. Everyone who was asked by Suyu Kanako was dumbfounded. That doesn't seem to be there. Although Hodama Kanako was telling the truth, she was still a little apprehensive. Gu Zeyuan nodded. That's good, so you don't need to modify your memory. Hodama Kanako? For the sake of the future of mankind, Miss Kanako Hodama is also my personal property. Immediately afterwards, Gu Zeyuan made an incredible statement. But, after all, from the experimental point of view, if Kanako Yoho can affect the probability of the lottery, in the future, you can see the red light every time you draw. No matter what, Gu Zeyuan will make her his own. For the future of mankind, actually, if it's the president, I can. Hodama Kanako gave up thinking. The mysterious and powerful chairman in his heart collapsed. However, it's not a big problem, because Kanako Yoho is a face controller. If it is a super handsome guy like Gu Zeyuan, she said that she is completely fine. Leave the foundation. After Gu Zeyuan returned to the apartment, he began to carefully check the red light reward. Fragments of divine enlightenment, a metaphysical concept that does not exist in the world as a gift. It is the supreme enlightenment that cannot be observed, cannot be described, and cannot be recorded. It is broken for some reason, but even a piece of it is still possess incredible power. Individuals who use divine enlightenment can elevate the concept of one of their characteristics, and have a probability of turning this characteristic into the highest divinity. Due to the fragmentation, one of the fragments retains part of the ability, which can make the concept of the individual characteristic uplift. Note, the final result of this promotion will be affected by the strength of individual characteristics. The closer it is to the characteristics of the highest divinity, the easier it is to be elevated to the power of metaphysical concepts. Gu Zeyuan looked at the explanation given by the system panel and fell into deep thought. Select a feature to raise. Since the stronger the characteristics, the easier it is to become the supreme divinity. Then, it is natural to choose from the characteristics obtained by Jing Guang. As for the fragments that strengthen knowledge and divinity, it's not that Gu Zeyuan didn't think about it. However, after trying, the system panel gave words that could not be elevated to the highest level of divinity. Obviously, even if the intellectual divinity is fragmented, it is still judged as the supreme divinity. It is impossible to make the fragments complete by elevating the concept. What's more, the divine enlightenment obtained now is also fragmented. Then, the choice falls on the three options of black light virus, Shinwei kaleidoscope, and world. Shinwei kaleidoscope was the first to be ruled out. This golden light reward contains two qualities of space and spirit. In terms of strength, it is far inferior to the other two. As for the remaining two options, the black light virus represents evolution, and the world represents time. Gu Zeyuan wavered a bit between the two. In the end, Gu Zeyuan decided to look again. The black light virus is far from reaching its limit now. Then devour some powerful genes to make the black light virus more perfect, and then make a judgment. 00. After that, it's time for the pleasant and painful school festival. The incident of the Hanged King's elegy did not cause any splashes in Sobu High School. The 3 students who died were expelled from school, and the reason was justified. Except for Kato Megami and Yukinoshita, all members were amnesticized. 3 people were temporarily replaced in the drama performance, but they survived after all. Under the pressure of 6 invitations, Gu Zeyuan listed a detailed time plan. The master of time management belongs to Yes. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The first day of the school festival, Gu Zeyuan was directly absent. The reason is that vampires are starting to haunt the city of romance again. Similar to the previous werewolf, it is a contagious abnormality of the first degree. Through the first embrace, normal people can be transformed into vampires, but the offspring cannot be transformed again. The mobile task force was able to deal with it in the past, but the planes flew too slowly, and it was easy to spread. Only Gu Zeyuan himself flew over with 2 wings. Therefore, there are only 2 days left for the arrangement of the school festival. After blasting the hammer vampire matrix, he vented his anger. Gu Zeyuan returned to the apartment with a dull expression. I am afraid that the Shiro field will not be able to hide. Lying on his back on the bed, Gu Zeyuan looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, I heard the sound of the doorknob being twisted. Gu Zeyuan didn't look up and knew it was Bai. Gu Zeyuan didn't lock the door at all since the lock-picking skills of the Bailia door were maxed out. Anyway, I can't stop it. Bai found that Gu Zeyuan was still awake, and looked at the ceiling with a numb face, a little puzzled. Climbed onto the bed, Bai rubbed over, blocked Gu Zeyuan's sight, and stared at him. Brother, are you unhappy? Gu Zeyuan smiled helplessly. It's not unhappy, it's just a little weak. Bai tilted his head in confusion. Bai come to help brother. Although he didn't understand what Gu Zeyuan was going to do, Bai still spoke seriously. Gu Zeyuan just wanted to say that Bai couldn't help. Fortunately, Bai is not old enough for the Shiro field, otherwise it would be a disservice to come in. However, Gu Zeyuan suddenly thought, with Bai's sitting up, Gu Zeyuan took out the tablet. Through the interface of the foundation, Gu Zeyuan easily connected to all the surveillance cameras in Zonggu High School. Divides multiple frames equally onto the screen. Gu Zeyuan pointed to the screen. Bai, I'm going to participate in a game next time, and the only person I can rely on is Bai. Can you help me pass the level? Hearing this, Bai nodded immediately, his red pupils glowing bright red under the excitement. Gu Zeyuan called up 6 more photos. It is a portrait photo of Megami Kato and others. Next, I will accompany these 6 people to act in the screen scene, but there are some rules. Gu Zeyuan pointed to the screen and said. Bai blinked. This game, why does it sound so unpleasant to Bai? However, since it was a matter of my brother's request, Bai still listened carefully. The rules of the game are as follows. Within 2 days, I must accompany these 6 people and act together in the screen for more than 4 hours. Each time, I can only accompany one of them, while the other 5 will move randomly in the screen. There are also these people, they are friends of the 6 people, and they have a low degree of observation of me, but if they meet, they may pass information to the 6 people. If brother is accompanied by one person and is noticed by the other 5, the game will fail, and the game will also fail if he does not have enough time to accompany him. After Bai listened, he nodded casually. Ultra simple avoidance game, easy. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan rubbed his white hair backwards. Bai K is really his caring little padded jacket. Weeping. So, the next day, the dating battle began. In the early morning, Gu Zeyuan came to Sobu High School. On the second day of the school festival, there were even more people than yesterday's opening ceremony. The school gate was wide open, and even at the gate, some students set up snack stalls. Gu Zeyuan looked at this bustling event with a dignified expression, like a soldier preparing to go to battle. He reached out to support the hidden headset in his ear. In the following time, Bai will give Gu Zeyuan action instructions through real-time monitoring at all times. At this time, Bai was sitting in front of the computer desk, hugging his knees, looking at the many pictures displayed on several screens. For normal people, it is extremely difficult to process this information with so many images and a large number of people on the images. However, for Diao Bai, as long as he glances at the past, a lot of information will be automatically processed in his mind to obtain the required data. But I always feel a little unhappy, but since it's my brother's request. The lovely Bai is a type with extremely high IQ and low EQ, so he still doesn't understand what it means to be jealous. Target number 1 is here. Bai instructed in the headset. Brother, wait for a long time. Tamori now jumped out from nowhere and came to Gu Zeyuan's side. Today, she is wearing a pink long dress with a short skirt, looking youthful and lovely. Holding a handheld camera in his hand, he is filming Gu Zeyuan's expression. Now is super cute today. Gu Zeyuan showed that signature smile as fresh as a breeze. Wow, super exciting. Tamori now put the camera on her face and exclaimed. Landlord Zhao, too. Gu Zeyuan reached out and stroked her hair. That camera, don't put it on your face, it won't see you. Oh, okay, hey. The two walked into Sobu Higher College. Wow, it's so lively. Tamori now pulled Gu Zeyuan, looked around, and kept recording with the camera in his hand. The two of them didn't go far. Urina's attention was attracted by the apple candy on the side. Big brother, do you want to eat that candy? I invite you. Tamori now patted her pocket, looking grand. The salary paid by the foundation to A-level personnel, especially the director, is very considerable. If you want to eat, I will buy it for you, but just one is enough. Gu Zeyuan said helplessly. Hey! Big brother, sometimes even if you can see through a girl's mind, it's better not to say it out. Tamori now said as if complaining, but also as if acting like a baby. Gu Zeyuan went to the stall, bought an apple candy, and handed it to Tamori now. Big brother, won't you eat it? It's super sweet. Urina asked. Gu Zeyuan looked at the candy apple. If nothing else, I'll eat it. Chapter 84. The so-called apple candy is a whole apple that is cored and wrapped in syrup. Bright red, it is easy to arouse people's appetite. However, an apple is so big that it is generally difficult to finish it. It's not how sincere the people of Sakura country are. The main reason is that Fuji apples are cheap locally and easy to make, so they sell well. Some are similar to candied Haas, apple version. As Gu Zeyuan expected. Tamori now gnawed half of it, and soon couldn't eat any more. Holding it in your hand, it is not easy to throw it away wastefully, and it is too busy to eat. The girl is caught in a dilemma. Gu Zeyuan reached out his hand at the right time, and took the apple candy. Now Urina scratched her head in embarrassment. Hey, could it be that Big Brother can predict the future? Gu Zeyuan gnawed half of the candy apple, and flicked the girl's forehead with his fingers. It's not about predicting the future, it's just about knowing you. Yurineo smiled even more happily when she heard this. She suddenly flipped the camera in her hand and pulled Gu Zeyuan down. Then, he also bit into the apple candy. The distance between the two is extremely close, with only one apple candy in the middle. The atmosphere looks super ambiguous. This scene was recorded in the camera. Flip the camera back. The two looked at the photo and smiled at each other. Brother, 300 meters ahead, target number 2 is approaching, move to the left to avoid it. Bai's voice suddenly sounded in the headset. Gu Zeyuan looked to the left and quickly locked a booth. Now, look at that. Gu Zeyuan points to the left. Tamori now looked for the guide and saw a booth similar to a boxing machine. It looks very interesting, Big Brother, let's go and have a look. Tamori now picked up Gu Zeyuan and leaned towards the booth over there. Not long after the two left, a blonde Ying Lily walked over from the front. She looked around suspiciously. I always feel 437, as if I missed something. To be honest, when I was thinking about the order of dating, I forgot who the sixth person was. I read the previous article and found that Ying Lily was omitted. Is this the strength of the golden retriever defeated dog? Even outsiders can influence it. What supreme divinity? Brother, do you want to play once? You can get a plush toy for every 100 points you score. The stall owner saw the two people approaching and greeted them warmly. On the left is a small boxing bag attached to the machine. It's the common type of punching and then giving points based on strength. This small stall is to pay money for punching, and enough points can be given to plush toys. The main target is couples. In front of his girlfriend, which teenager doesn't want to show his history? Moreover, girls generally like plush toys. Let's play, let's play. Big Brother. Tamori now shook Gu Zeyuan's arm. Good. Gu Zeyuan paid the money and came to the machine. At this time, Gu Zeyuan had a sense of sight of a Super Saiyan testing his strength at a martial arts tournament. If you are not careful, the machine will explode. Fortunately, Gu Zeyuan's control over power is extremely fine. Gu Zeyuan punched the machine sensor with a force slightly higher than the average adult male. After a muffled sound, the score began to rise rapidly. 30, 50, 90, and finally stopped at 98. Hey, my little brother is really good, but he's just a little short. The stall owner said with a smile. Gu Zeyuan glanced at the stall owner. This guy is quite greedy. For the machine, it should be set to the first 80 to get well. However, above 95, every point has to increase a huge strength. If you want to hit 100 points, you have to be at the level of a professional boxer. This kind of setting not only gives the boy, CGFG, face, but also doesn't need to send things, maybe it can be tricked twice more. How about it, little brother, do you want to do it again? The stall owner smiled cunningly. Big Brother, I'll come, I'll come. Yurina raised her hand and said. Gu Zeyuan glanced at her, wanting to warn her. Just listen to the stall owner say. Since my girlfriend wants to play, I'll add another round. Gu Zeyuan, good, you are fine. Gu Zeyuan paid the money and took Tamori Nao's camera. The stall owner counted the money with a smile. In his opinion, what kind of experience can a little girl have? There was an exaggerated roar. The stall owner raised his head in a daze and looked at his boxer. See, the whole machine has moved back more than 1 meter. The sandbag where the sensor was located was punched through directly, and sand poured out. On the screen, the score skyrocketed crazily. 100, 200, and 3,786. Gu Zeyuan walked over quickly, and put one hand on Yurineo's head. Now, confidentiality policy. Humph, who made that guy mean, let him learn a lesson. Yurina said, sticking out her tongue. Foundation executives like Tamori now have already received biological enhancements without side effects. With the joining of Mipori Uzuyama, the research on biology has made a breakthrough very quickly. Such as Crimson 1 armor, such as Ghoul 3 solution. The transplantation and cultivation of RC-like cells have also been successful for a long time. The top executives of the Foundation now have a per capita physique that exceeds the limit of human beings. This. The stall owner was about to cry at this time. What is this? That little girl, Miyamoto Musashi, is reborn, right? Is this the Blade Tooth worldview? Can the kid open the back of a ghost? Chinjui, 37 plush dolls. Gu Zeyuan turned his head and said to the stall owner with a smile. Although I blame Tamori now for not obeying the rules, but I beat him. That isn't easy to take, or is it? The stall owner tries to negotiate. It's okay, let's discount it, and I will give you 30% of the lower market price. Gu Zeyuan still said with a smile, there is no room for maneuver. This is Sobu High School. Playing a rogue will be punished by the academy. In the end, the stall owner gave a recycling fee, and now Urina hugged the two favorite plush dolls and left. The stall owner was left alone and fell to the ground in pain. Between laughing and laughing, time flies by. Brother, the agreed time for the second target is up, get out as soon as possible. Bai's instructions came from the headset. Gu Zeyuan stopped in his tracks. Urina turned around suspiciously. Big brother, what's wrong? Gu Zeyuan said in a deep voice. There is an exception, I have to rush to deal with it. When Urina heard this, she immediately became serious. I'm going to the Foundation to command. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. It's not a physical one, I can go by myself. Now, let's experience the campus festival. Hearing this, Tamori now had a suspicious look in his eyes. Okay. But in the end, the girl agreed. But Gu Zeyuan approached suddenly, pulled Urinao up, and kissed her forehead lightly. Have fun. After speaking, Gu Zeyuan turned and left. Tamori now was stunned for a while, her face flushed red. Too bad, I didn't get it. Holding the camera, Tamori now said with some annoyance. After Gu Zeyuan got into the crowd, he heard Bai's voice continue to come from the headset. I didn't get rid of it, but I followed up, let's leave first. Gu Zeyuan actually sensed it too. Tamori now should have used his ability to become invisible in his vision, and followed him all the way. Gu Zeyuan had no choice but to leave Zongyugao first. Seeing this, Tamori now could only return to the academy and continue to visit the school festival. 00. Yuan, you're late. Ying Lily puffed her cheeks and complained. Gu Zeyuan smiled. Today's Ying Lily is super cute, this suit suits you very well. Ying Lily is usually at home, wearing green sportswear, completely dressed like a home girl. It's normal, after all, he is a book artist. However, today, Ying Lily is a combination of long sweater and short skirt, dark colors, and Tianfen highlights the curve of the figure. It's a pity that the golden retriever's temperament is a little bit, otherwise it would be perfect. Hearing Gu Zeyuan's praise, Ying Lily blushed instantly. Well. You have vision, humph. Things that were late, were thus forgotten. It was almost time for dinner. The school festival and cafeteria are open, but who goes to the school festival and eats in the cafeteria? Going to the family restaurant? Ying Lily asked, pointing to a family restaurant not far away. Although Ying Lily is not very fond of family restaurants, but because it is the first date, she chose this conservative card. Gu Zeyuan was about to agree. Bai's voice came from the headset. Negative, there is target number 4 in the restaurant. Gu Zeyuan immediately braked and pointed his finger in another direction. How about trying Hyuxia food? Ying Lily looked over, her eyes lit up slightly. She has never been to a Hyuxia restaurant. Although at Gu Zeyuan's house, I sometimes eat Hyuxia food, but after all, Gu Zeyuan cooks it himself. There is always a difference between a restaurant and a home. Since you have asked so, Miss Ben will reluctantly agree. Ying Lili was a little arrogant. The two walked towards the Hyuxia restaurant. Welcome. A cold greeting came. Gu Zeyuan frowned, and greeted the waiter. It's Gabriel. The two looked at each other. Gabriel showed dead fish eyes. She came to work for Krypton Gold, but she didn't expect to run into Gu Zeyuan. As for Gu Zeyuan, he also felt quite helpless. After the two were seated, Gabriel came over. Hey, what to eat? Gabriel greeted. Hey, what's your attitude? Ying Lili immediately said dissatisfied. I'm like a crooked nut, and I can't speak neon words well. Gabriel made up nonsense without changing his face. Hearing this, Ying Lili felt that she was being reckless, and turned her eyes away embarrassingly. Gu Zeyuan sighed helplessly. Sure enough, Qai was arrogant and arrogant. Student Gabriel, please don't deceive others at will. Gu Zeyuan exposed Gabriel's lie. Cut. Hey! You guys are not only deceiving, but also have a terrible attitude. Ying Lili almost rushed forward to fight Gabriel. It was Gu Zeyuan who held her back and made this arrogant one settle down. The two ordered several dishes. Soon, the food was brought out. However, it was not Gabriel who came, but the owner of the store. You two, I am quite confident in Hyuxia cuisine. The middle-aged boss said with a smile. Chapter 85. I am quite confident about Hyuxia cuisine. The middle-aged boss set up a flag while talking and laughing. Ying Lili picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu, and put it in her mouth. Mapo tofu is a very famous Hyuxia dish. Pears are also often eaten. Only this time. Wow! So spicy! What is this? It's not authentic at all. Ying Lili burst into tears from the heat. Hearing this, the middle-aged boss seemed to have been hit by an arrow in the knee, and his whole body was hit hard. He went to the kingdom of the dragon, learned Hyuxia cuisine, and wanted to come back to show off his skills. Gu Zeyuan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth. Then, he reached out and knocked Ying Lili on the head. Don't talk nonsense, this dish is quite well done, the taste and heat are just right. Ying Lili looked at Gu Zeyuan with tears in her eyes when she heard this. But, it's obviously super spicy, and it's not as delicious as Yuan's. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. In order to take care of your taste, the mapo tofu I make are all adjusted versions. Authentic Sichuan cuisine is spicy, and the spiciness brings out the fragrance. Only then did Ying Lili understand when she heard the words. The middle-aged boss at the side was so excited that he was about to cry. Since he opened the shop, he is still the first person who understands the dishes so well and gives such an exciting evaluation. He also tried to feed Gabriel before. As a result, he was directly slandered by Gabriel's harsh words. As a result, the boss is almost suffering from PTSD for young people. Little brother, are you also proficient in cooking? The middle-aged boss asked excitedly. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. It's not proficient, but I'm from Dragon Country, so I'm more familiar with Hyuxia cuisine. Ying Lili suddenly said at this moment. Otherwise, Yuan, why don't you go make one? I really can't eat this one, it's too spicy. Gu Zeyuan helped the forehead. Isn't this a date? Is it okay to send him out to cook? The middle-aged boss obviously agrees, and very much hopes that Gu Zeyuan can go to the back kitchen. She rolled Ying Lili's eyes. Ying Lili, this is for you, otherwise, if a good person eats in a restaurant outside, he will go to the back kitchen to cook. Gu Zeyuan complained. Hearing this, Ying Lili felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. Hee, Yuan is for me. Rarely, the golden retriever was not arrogant this time, but showed a happy smile. In desperation, Gu Shenyuan walked towards the back kitchen. skillfully picked up the frying pan, and then began to shake the spoon. Boss, the taste here in Sakura country is a bit light, and the acceptance of spiciness is actually very low. If Sichuan cuisine is to be sold here, the spiciness may need to be greatly adjusted. While shaking the spoon, Gu Zeyuan imparted experience to the boss next to him. The boss is a good man, please help if you can. When the middle-aged boss heard this, he hesitated. But in this way, there is no soul of Sichuan cuisine at all. Gu Zeyuan shook his head helplessly. Compared to the soul, adapting measures to local conditions is more important, otherwise you will not be able to survive. Soon, a mapo tofu was made. The boss tasted it and showed a dazed expression. Thank you. Brother, please leave a contact information. If you need help in the future, or hold a banquet, you can come here. I will give you free. The boss said so. Gu Zeyuan smiled, agreed, and returned to the dining table with mapo tofu. Ying Lily couldn't wait to taste it, and then showed a look of enjoying the delicious food. Sure enough, Yuan's cooking is delicious. Gu Zeyuan smiled helplessly, and ate the plate of authentic mapo tofu. In fact, Gu Zeyuan seldom eats such authentic Hyuxia dishes in Sakura country. After lunch, the two went to the school festival again. Then, Ying Lily is on time. Ying Lily, the class teacher sent me a message, urging me to hand in my thesis, let's go first. After Gu Zeyuan finished speaking, he rubbed Ying Lily's head, and then ran away. Ying Li pair? The dazed Ying Lily raised a question mark. She wanted to ask, aren't we just in the upper class now? And it's only first grade. Why submit a dissertation? But on second thought, maybe it's Sobukao and others who have strict requirements? Sobu says don't call. 00. Target number 3 has arrived at the main entrance, go and meet it as soon as possible. Bai instructed in the headset. Gu Zeyuan walked quickly to the gate of Zonggu Higher School. At a glance, Ani was standing in the corner, wearing a sweater. Walking quickly, Gu Zeyuan directly took Ani's house. Arnie is so cute today, but, why is he still wearing a sweater? It's so cute, Gu Zeyuan has said it 3 times today. He himself felt scum. However, Gu Zeyuan remembered that he had bought small skirts for Ani, but he had never seen her wear them. Hearing this, Ani asked hesitantly. Is not it good? Before she went out, she was also a little confused about whether to wear the little skirt that Gu Zeyuan bought. But, since haven't tried it. Moreover, Ani has always felt that the light and fluffy dress of the skirt does not match her. Therefore, Wei Cheng didn't have the courage to make a change for a while, and Wei Cheng, who had made a wish for a week. Isn't this dress not too into the dating mood? Annie panicked. Gu Zeyuan chuckled and shook his head. It's not bad, it's just that I'm more curious about Ani's appearance in a skirt, it should be very. Arnie felt relieved, but felt a little shy. Is he looking forward to wearing a skirt? The two walked slowly into the academy. Compared with Uraneo and Eriri's quarrel, Ani seems quite peaceful. Let Gu Zeyuan hold hands, stroll in the academy, look around from time to time, but more clues will fall on Gu Shengyuan. And Gu Zeyuan, just like before, babbled about everything around her. Would you like apple candy? It's pretty sweet, but it's a bit tooth-inducing. Gu Zeyuan asked with a smile. Arnie shook his head. Seeing this, Gu Xiuan was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Looks like you're in a bad mood. Arnie looked at the bright apple candy, and said softly. It's just that I'm at a loss. You know, I originally had no future, so I didn't think about what to do in the future. Arnie was talking about the curse of giant power. The successor of the wisdom giant, from the moment of succession, has a lifespan of only 13 years. Without Gu Zeyuan. Well, anyway, Arnie thought he would die when he was young, or simply die on the battlefield. Gu Zeyuan didn't respond, just pulled Arnie up and walked forward quickly. Ani was a little puzzled, but followed step by step. After a while, Yin people deviated from the campus festival street of Sobu High School. Gu Zeyuan took Ani and walked into a school building that was closed to the public. The two climbed the stairs and came to the rooftop. At this time, it was the time when the sun was setting. Night gradually enveloped the academy. Hey! Gu Zeyuan pointed to the street below. Here, you can see the scene below. In the darkness, the flow of people is endless. Ani watched, a little puzzled, not knowing what Gu Zeyuan wanted him to see. But at this time, patter! There was a crisp sound of power connection. When the time comes, the school festival night lights are turned on. In an instant, a dark street was lit up with lights of various colors, illuminating the entire street. The neon lights of the signboards were also opened for each paving, adding a bit of color to the street. The moment a piece of light came on, it seemed to illuminate Ani's eyes. Suddenly, Ani understood what Gu Zeyuan wanted to express. Hey, look, with the continuous lights, the future is not all dark. Gu Zeyuan pointed down and said with a smile. Also, I didn't promise it, no matter what, there is a place for you by my side. It's just a moment of confusion, what about the future, just think about it slowly, don't worry. Arnie nodded heavily. Yeah, don't worry. Ask for flowers. With a smile, Ani pointed to a booth in the distance. I want to eat that. Gu Zeyuan picked up Ani directly, looked around and made sure there was no camera. With a leap, the two of them crossed the night sky and flew towards the corner of the street over there. Whew! Arnie felt the strong wind blowing, looked at the scenery passing quickly below, and let out a happy cry. In the street, Ying Lily, who was wandering around, raised her head, somewhat puzzled. Did I miss something again? Strange. The school festival under the night, under the illumination of the lights, seems to be more lively than during the day. Arnie, who completely let go, began to take the initiative to pull Gu Zeyuan around. Is that pie? Arnie pointed to the pies sold at the side stall, and asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Going to buy one? In the middle of speaking, Gu Zeyuan suddenly remembered that in the original book, Arnie broke away from the crystal, and the plot of Crazy Chapa. For a while, some couldn't hold back their laughter. It can only be said that Ani really has a good relationship with Pai. Ani looked at Gu Zeyuan's smile and was a little puzzled. The plot of the giant has not been drawn to the late stage yet. And in the information that Gu Zeyuan told Ani, naturally, she wouldn't say anything about her being crazy. Anyway, just buy one. 0. Yuan said so. Surprisingly delicious. Arnie took a bite and said vaguely. Looking at Ani who was chewing, Gu Shengyuan suddenly realized the joy of Tomorrow's camera. Sure enough, it is better to record this kind of picture. So, Gu Zeyuan took out his mobile phone and took this cherished picture. Arnie. Delete. Duh. Between the noise and noise, the time gradually got late. The school festival is not held overnight, and today's school festival is coming to an end. Go home. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. However, Arnie stopped suddenly. Gu Zeyuan was pulled to a stop by Anila, and looked back with some puzzlement. Seeing that, Arnie lowered his head, his face was flushed, and he seemed to be struggling with something. Just when Gu Zeyuan was puzzled, Arnie whispered. No, not going back to the apartment. Gu Zeyuan. This sentence of not going back to the apartment made Gu Yuan have a lot of reverie. However, during the safe period, Gu Zeyuan tentatively asked. What do you mean by not going back to the apartment? Arnie took out his own from the pocket of the sweater. Own ID card. Reissued by the Foundation. Gu Zeyuan. With a light cough, Gu Zeyuan took off the hidden headset and pressed the power off button. White. Bai, who was sitting in front of the computer, fell into a daze. Brother isn't coming back today? What are you going to do? .jpg. Speaking of which, the foundation doesn't have a hotel industry yet, let's go back and urge them to buy one. Gu Zeyuan said seriously. The two came to the most upscale hotel in Chiba, spent some money, and stayed in the presidential suite that needed to be reserved in advance. Although he has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, Gu Zeyuan is no longer an innocent boy. But at this moment, there is still some tension. The rustling of the bathroom ceased. There was the sound of the door opening and closing. Gu Zeyuan saw that Oni poked his head out from the corner, his hair still clinging to water, with a nervous expression on his face. Well, Gu Zeyuan decided to take the initiative. At this time, what is it like to let the girl take the initiative? He walked over quickly and took Oni into his arms. Gu Zeyuan was shocked to find that Oni was only wrapped in a long staple cotton bath towel. How to say? In this regard, Oni is surprisingly bold. Since then, save the flow, push it. Don't ask for details. After being drunk, I don't know the sky is in the water, and a bed of stars and dreams presses down on the clear river. If you ask why there are no details, you will naturally have no details after writing a book. Chapter 86. Next morning. Declined the meal delivery for the presidential suite. Gu Zeyuan asked the hotel for some ingredients and made breakfast by himself in the kitchen. Glutinous rice porridge with red dates and white fungus. A light breakfast has a complementary effect on body recovery. Gu Zeyuan estimated that Oni should not want to eat something too greasy after staying up all night. Not even an appetite. Therefore, light porridge is just right. Put the prepared breakfast on the small table to keep warm. Gu Zeyuan came to the bed, pulled the scattered quilt for Anila, and kissed the girl's forehead lightly. Oni snorted softly as if dreaming, and then turned over. Seeing this, Gu Zeyuan smiled softly. After changing his clothes and leaving the room, Gu Zeyuan turned on the headset again and put it to his ear. As a result, as soon as it was connected, Bai Yuan's voice came from the headset. Brother didn't come home yesterday. When Gu Zeyuan heard this, he felt guilty for some reason. That, something to deal with. Hearing this, Bai was a little suspicious. She was still curious about what Gu Zeyuan did yesterday. Because of taking care of Bai's age, Gu Zeyuan locked Bai's computer and various information channels of R18. Kind of like teenage mode. But it doesn't restrict games or anything else. The computing power of the computer is also a top-level configuration for personal use. The 723 locks are not difficult to break, and it's easy for Bai. However, after the locking system is cracked, a message will be sent to Gu Zeyuan to remind him. Therefore, Bai's current cognition is in line with his age. I didn't come into contact with weird things prematurely. Target 4, not found. Bai entered the game mode, glanced across the screen, and said hesitantly. Gu Zeyuan thought about it. Target number 4 should refer to aggravation. Bai should have ignored K. It's okay, I'll just get in touch. At this time, Gu Zeyuan was somewhat swollen. The date was halfway through yesterday, but there was no rollover at all. What Shura field? It doesn't exist at all. Gu Zeyuan, a master of time management. Be sure to be a batch, never a hatchet. Just when Gu Zeyuan was frantically setting up a flag for himself, he also arrived at the gate of Zonggujiadao. The school festival on the third day was also the busiest day. Today, the main stage of the school festival will be opened. It is a super large venue located in the Sobu Higher Gymnasium, which can accommodate 30,000 spectators at the same time. Today's stage is the stage for the students of Sobu Higher Education. And the grand finale at the end was the Sobu High School, which spent huge sums of money to hire several popular stars in the industry. Ai Hoshino will also appear in the finale. Today's Ai Hoshino is already Ziyahong's idol, and all kinds of publicity was overwhelming when she debuted. Plus Love Yourself, just standing there, has a great attraction history. Moreover, after contacting Hoshino AI's singing voice and dancing talent were also discovered. It was an instant hit. There are also many students in Sobu High School who are fans of AI Hoshino. The book returns to its original story. When Gu Zeyuan came to the gate of Zonggu High School, he noticed Jiying who was alone in the corner. Stepping forward quickly, Gu Zeyuan smiled. "Hui Bao, I've been waiting for a long time." Kato Megami heard the words, raised his head, smiled and shook his head. "I've only just arrived." However, when he said this, there were even 2 white pigeons standing on Kato Megami's shoulders. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand to drive away the white pigeons around him, and he wondered if he had made a wrong appointment. "I shouldn't be late, but I was 20 minutes early." Kato Megami is wearing a white dress with a red coat on the upper body today, which looks very in tune with him. On the head is a white beret. Gu Zeyuan always feels that this hat adds at least 1,000 cuteness points to her. "How, is it suitable?" Kato Megami saw Gu Zeyuan staring at him, so he slowly spun around in front of him and asked like this. Gu Zeyuan nodded. "Rather than saying it fits, it's better to say, it's just natural. Hui Bao is a treasure bestowed by God, otherwise it doesn't make sense why it's so cute." Gu Zeyuan's words made the girl blush slightly. The 2 walked side by side into the school gate of Sobu Higher Education. As they walked, the backs of their hands would sometimes touch each other because they were so close together. Gu Zeyuan stretched out his fingers tentatively, hooking Kato Megami's hand. There was no resistance, and no twitching. The little hands with soft palms just trembled a bit, and then fell on Yuchen. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan simply took Kato Megami's hand, and the 2 interlocked their fingers. Megami Kato is also a quieter type. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan is needed to play the role of provoking the topic. Looking at the lively streets around, Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. "It's really lively. Unfortunately, I was busy with something 2 days ago, but fortunately, I was with Hui Bao on the last day." Hearing this, Kato Megami cast his gaze at Gu Zeyuan and tilted his head slightly. "Didn't Yuan go to the school festival yesterday?" Gu Zeyuan? In the headset, there was the sound of Bai crackling on the keyboard. The corner of Gu Zeyuan's mouth twitched. "Did you say it won't roll over? Isn't he a master of time management? Just after setting up the flag, you will be stabbed?" "That, Hui Bao saw it?" Gu Zeyuan asked with some tears. Kato Hui nodded as a matter of course. "Met by chance yesterday." Gu Zeyuan sighed helplessly. "No way, Hui Bao has antimimetic properties, except for him, everyone else would ignore Hui Bao. Although Bai stared at the monitor closely yesterday, he should still be affected by Zwan Bao's antimimetic characteristics. Yesterday that was." Gu Zeyuan still wanted to struggle. Yuan first followed a silver-haired girl, followed by 2 blondes. At this moment, Kato Megami said while snapping his fingers. "Hui Bao, did you meet by chance?" Gu Zeyuan people are stupid. Kato Megami nodded. "Accidentally, met, 3 times. The tone is flat, but extremely lethal." Gu Zeyuan lowered his head obediently. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I played with Hui Bao's feelings, I'm really damned, please be quicker when you stab me." Kato Megami stood still, looked at Gu Zeyuan's appearance, and sighed helplessly after a while. "Even if it's me, if my sweetheart is so philandering, I will feel a little sad." Gu Zeyuan felt like a prisoner on the eve of the death sentence. Sent. As for rewriting Hui's memory and cognition with characteristics, if you do that, Gu Zeyuan feels that he has really lost his qualifications as a human being. So, as compensation, at least for now, be single-minded. Kato Megami said so. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan raised his head in disbelief. Hui Bao let him go so easily? Seeing Gu Zeyuan's surprised look, Kato Megami showed a helpless expression. "After all, before I joined the foundation, I knew that Yuan was a playful guy." When Gu Zeyuan heard this, an exclamation mark appeared on his head. Known long time ago? Gu Zeyuan suddenly recalled his 3 years in middle school. If there is always a Megami Kato who has not been noticed by my side. Oh, then I have already exposed my true nature. In other words, Hui Bao knew clearly. Gu Zeyuan stopped talking in the middle of speaking. It would be impolite to go on. However, Megami Kato is number 1 in the world. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan began to accompany Kato Megami to the school festival wholeheartedly. Going around, the two finally came to the performance venue. After buying 2 tickets, the two walked in. Actually, I don't seem to need to buy a ticket. Kato Megami pointed to himself. Gu Zeyuan couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. The characteristics of anti-mime, please don't use it in places like fair evasion, okay? Of course, Kato Megami is just making fun of himself like this. In the past, when Kato Megami went to the movies, even if he was ignored by the ticket seller, he would pay the ticket honestly and then go in. At this time, the performance venue is already crowded with people. Gu Zeyuan stretched out his arms to embrace Kato Megami, half embracing her in his arms, so as not to be squeezed by other people. The two came to a seat near the front and sat down. The performances are carried out in sequence according to the timetable. The two watched silently, whispering a few words from time to time, or laughing softly after looking at each other. In fact, both of them enjoy being with each other more than acting. Miss Tuanzi and Yukinoshita's drama performances also arrived as scheduled. Titanic, no accidents this time. Gu Zeyuan watched the performance and complained. Wow, Yukinoshita's acting skills are really stiff. If it weren't for the fact that he is still pretty, he might be thrown into the rotten tomatoes. Kato Megami couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Although you shouldn't laugh at your classmates, it's really funny. Hearing Kato Megami's laughter, Gu Zeyuan suddenly realized the problem. No, Hui Bao, shouldn't you also participate in the drama performance? Why are you sitting here so calmly now? Gu Zeyuan asked curiously. Kato Megami pointed to a human-shaped stand in the corner of the stage. I made that to replace my character, and I don't have any lines anyway. Gu Zeyuan looked at the human-shaped stand, and couldn't help but touch his forehead. It's pretty much like my own. Die laughing. The performance was skipped in a hurry, just when Gu Zeyuan and Kato Megami were chatting happily. Next, please be a popular idol, Ai Hoshino. 3.1. The sound of the announcement just fell. There was a wave of support in the stadium like a landslide and a tsunami. The lighting in the entire venue suddenly went out. In the auditorium, countless pink fluorescent sticks lit up, and in some places, they even began to shake regularly to cheer. Looking at this scene, Gu Zeyuan sighed a little. How long has it been? Has that kid been this hot? It turns out that the booth at the entrance sells fluorescent sticks. Hui Bao said belatedly. Just now at the entrance of the venue, there were several empty booths. At that time, the two were still puzzled. Now it seems that the fluorescent sticks should have been sold out long ago. Want a light stick? I think I have one here. Gu Zeyuan said. Kato Megami blinked. She doesn't remember that Gu Zeyuan bought it. Moreover, Gu Zeyuan's clothes seemed to have no place to put them down. As a result, the girl's line of sight naturally moved down. Although the lights are off, you will still be seen, even I will be shy. Kato Megami said so. Gu Zeyuan? What word for tiger and wolf? Chapter 87. He reached out and tapped Kato Megami on the forehead. Where is this guy looking? Then, like magic, Gu Zeyuan took out a light stick out of thin air. That was the white reward from the previous lottery draw. A glow stick that never goes out. Kato Megami took it, and touched the light stick curiously. Just, very bright? Moreover, it can also change the color according to people's wishes. Containment? Kato Megami asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Almost, the fluorescent sticks that don't go out seem to be able to change colors at will. Kato Megami heard that the small mouth was O-shaped. There are still such containment objects in the world. At this time, a spotlight suddenly lit up on the stage. In the spotlight, a girl in a gorgeous dress stood among them. He didn't move, he didn't even raise his head, just the moment he appeared, there was a wave of sound around him. Love. Love. The support came and went. The music sounded in the field, and Hoshino Ai slowly raised her head. Those star eyes, no matter how far away they are like dazzling treasures, making people unable to take their eyes off. Xiaer, idol. Perfect by Fei Huo Lao Long Jun, you who are perfect and full of lies. Genius Duo Fei Ermen, that is, a genius idol. Hoshino Ai's voice is full of aggression, and it's so sweet that it's impossible not to move your heart. Listening to this idol song, Gu Zeyuan feels. The lyrics really echo him. Accompanied by the singing, Ai Hoshino danced on the stage, making it difficult to look away. That overly gorgeous dress made people worry that it might overwhelm the guests. 26 However, at the moment when the girl started to move, no matter how gorgeous her clothes were, it became her foil. Under the spotlight of the stage, nothing can dazzle this girl. When the curtain came to an end, the cheers in the venue reached its peak, as if the ceiling was going to be blown off. Bravo! Megami Kato looked at the girl on the stage and sighed. Hui is just as cute, why don't you give it a try? Gu Zeyuan sensed Kato Megami's mood. This girl who is always neglected should really want to experience this feeling of being watched and sought after by countless people. Hearing this, Kato Megami shook his head quickly. No, I'm completely unsuitable to be an idol or something, and it's enough to think about some things. Megami Kato's eyes fell on Gu Zeyuan. For me, Zeyuan's gaze is enough. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan stretched out his hand and patted Kato Megami on the head. And when the two were playing, the performance on stage did not end completely. The host came up. The next step is the interactive session. The lighting engineer will randomly select a lucky audience to perform on the same stage with love. When the host was introducing, Hoshino Ai's eyes were staring in one direction without blinking. Just now, during the performance, she noticed it. That location. It must be. She will never admit it wrong. So, from an angle where the audience didn't pay attention, Ai Hoshino said through the headset. And Kyoko, the 7th position in the 4th row. Let the spotlight hit there. Kyoko Sato in the backstage heard the words and immediately said, Call me sister. Don't call me auntie. Then, she glanced at the location through the surveillance screen. It's a pity that the venue was dark, and she couldn't see what was in that position. However, since Hoshino Ai has brought it up, Sato Kyoko went to say hello to the lighting engineer. After all, Ai Hoshino has never messed around since her debut. This little request, just follow her. So, after a burst of nervous and exciting swaying in the auditorium, the spotlight shone straight onto that position. With the reflection of the spotlight, Kyoko Sato finally saw the person in that position through the screen. It was the chairman with a bewildered face. Sato Kyoko was dumbfounded on the spot. At this time, the seat of the venue. Gu Zeyuan was suddenly illuminated by the strong light, and his face was bewildered. Looking at the big screen on the stage, I saw my own face reflected on the screen. Just now, he was so focused on joking with Kato Megami that he didn't hear the host on stage at all. Invite this lucky viewer to come on stage. The host spoke through the microphone. Gu Zeyuan pointed to himself, a little confused. That confused look, put on the big screen, made countless people in the venue unable to hold back their laughter. Hoshino Ai also hid her face and snickered. Just like that, Gu Zeyuan was carried onto the stage in a daze. This lucky viewer, how do you feel now? The host asked with a smile. Gu Zeyuan glanced at the sly Hoshino Ai who stood beside him and smiled. Don't think about it, this girl must have done something wrong. Oh, starfish. Gu Zeyuan took the microphone and said so. The host was a little embarrassed. This lucky viewer doesn't seem to be that happy. Then, now the lucky viewers have three choices: you can ask your love to sing a song, or sing a song with love. Of course, you can also sing a song yourself. This link is basically to draw in the sense of distance between the audience and the idol. Generally, the audience order songs for their idols and listen to one on stage, expressing the friendly atmosphere of idol fans. Some bold, or talented, two chorus can also have a good effect. However, Gu Zeyuan wanted to choose the first two. But, he has never heard Hoshino AI's song. Up to now, I have only heard an idol song just now. Is it possible to order it again? Of course, most people say frankly here that the idol is a bit embarrassed. It will not become a stage accident. However, if Gu Zeyuan now confesses that he has never heard a song about love. Glancing at Hoshino AI beside him, Gu Zeyuan felt that something should happen afterwards. So, I'll sing a song myself. Gu Zeyuan's choice surprised everyone in the venue. How can anyone really sing by themselves? AI Hoshino's eyes lit up, looking at Gu Zeyuan with great anticipation. Kato Megami, who was in the audience, also blinked curiously. I just came to watch the performance, I didn't expect that there would be such a special harvest. Huaibao silently took out her phone and started recording. Then, which song do you want to sing? I'll go backstage and arrange the soundtrack. The host said helplessly. Gu Zeyuan thought about it and finally decided. Sing my original song, I'll borrow a guitar backstage. After speaking, he turned around and went backstage, leaving behind a confused audience. After a moment of silence, everyone began to whisper. How could it still be on show if it casually grabs an audience? They came to see AI Hoshino. At this time, AI Hoshino picked up the microphone. Everyone. The discussion stopped immediately. Please look forward to it a little bit, and come with me. Hoshino AI said with a smile. This remark immediately calmed down the restless atmosphere in the venue. And the background at this time. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I didn't know you were in that position, so I caused you trouble. Kyoko Sato apologized frantically. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. Forget it, just lend me the guitar, it's not a big deal, just deal with it. Kyoko Sato's eyes widened when she heard this. My own president, really wants to sing? I hurried to borrow a guitar from the orchestra at the back, and Kyoko Sato solemnly handed it over to Gu Zeyuan. Holding the guitar, Gu Zeyuan returned to the stage. Seeing the stable audience in the audience, Gu Zeyuan was a little surprised. No one is making noise? As soon as he turned his head, he saw AI Hoshino, who was looking at himself with a smile. Gu Zeyuan understood that it should be Hoshino AI who took the fight. Hanging the guitar in front of him, Gu Zeyuan came to the stand microphone. Hey, have you seen Giant? The audience in the audience was dumbfounded. You sing, ask us what comics do? However, some people responded that they had seen it. After all, giants are almost the hottest shonen manga right now. The two-dimensional industry in Sakura country is well developed, and everyone's acceptance of manga and light novels is also high. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Then, a red lotus bow. Suddenly strum the guitar strings. The giant's most classic melody began to resound throughout the venue. Cease ind das Essen und where's ind die Jäger. They are prey, we are hunters. Treading. The nameless flower of life has been brutally trampled. The flying bird that once fell to the ground is anxiously waiting for the wind to pick up. Music can convey emotions. The world of giants is undoubtedly cruel. That was what Gu Zeyuan saw with his own eyes. 180 but each of them is struggling, not submitting to fate. The uncompromising freedom, Hunglian's bow and arrow can be described as vividly expressed. The moment Gu Zeyuan spoke, the hairs of countless audience members felt their hairs explode. Especially those who have read giant comics, they immediately remembered the distinctive characters in it, the unyielding struggle. Dusk. Through the evening with flames. Crimson bow and arrow. At the end of the song, there was only reverberation in the venue, and no one made a sound. Until Gu Zeyuan left the stage straight away. Only then did the audience in the venue react. They just felt as if a hot blood was awakened in their hearts, wanting them to fight and fight. Applause sounded out of nowhere, and then quickly resounded throughout the venue. Can't stop for a long time. Ai Hoshino stared blankly at the direction of the backstage, her eyes lit up like never before. As for Gu Zeyuan, who returned the guitar backstage, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. Kyoko Sato was also dumbfounded, but at this moment she suddenly came to her senses and grabbed Gu Zeyuan. "Chairman, let's debut. If it's you, you can definitely become the pinnacle of idols." Gu Zeyuan couldn't help but hear the words. If I become an idol, what should humans do? Only then did Kyoko Sato remember her identity as the president of her family. Just now, she was so excited that she lost her mind. Gu Zeyuan didn't care, waved his hand and prepared to leave. When he was about to walk out of the backstage, he felt a line of sight. That gaze, like a venomous snake that chooses people to eat, is cold and vicious. Gu Zeyuan looked back with a frown. The man immediately looked away, but Gu Zeyuan still found him. Is a young boy. It's hard to imagine that a boy of this age can have such a sinister gaze. Gu Zeyuan frowned. This person is new, and he has never seen it before. The sight just now. Is it hostility from competition among idols, or wariness of newcomers? If so, then this person is really disgusting. Chapter 88. Pay attention to that boy. Then Gu Zeyuan left directly. Well, I am not a small-bellied person. It was just a stare. If you still remember later, let Kyoko Sato check the details of this person and block him. Gu Zeyuan is conscious that he is not a devil. Leave the venue backstage. Then Gu Zeyuan saw Megami Kato, who was waiting here early. Does it sound good? Gu Zeyuan asked with a smile. Kato Megami nodded seriously. It's super nice. Although I'm not the hot-blooded type, I still like it very much. Well, I'll sing you a sweeter song next time. Gu Zeyuan said. As a time traveler, he has not yet displayed the characteristics of a time traveler other than being a Wincheogong. Now I'm just borrowing a few songs to flirt with girls, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Kato Megami responded happily. In the past, let alone someone singing to her, no one could even notice her. For Megami Kato, Gu Zeyuan is really a super special existence. Let's go, let's continue to visit the school festival. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. This time, Kato Megami shook his head. According to the time, a male protagonist of a light novel should go to deal with the next girl. Kato Megami said so. Gu Zeyuan recently smoked. Actually, it really is. The date with Ai Hoshino is when Ai Hoshino finishes her performance and sneaks out in a disguise. Seeing Gu Zeyuan's embarrassed expression, Kato Megami smiled slyly and waved his hands. It doesn't matter, rather than being abandoned, it's better to say it yourself, and today's experience is enough. Gu Zeyuan was still a little bit sorry. Hui Bao's wife is so kind. However, when Gu Yuan was planning something, Kato Megami suddenly came over. Standing on tiptoe, evened out the height of the two of them. The warm cherry lips pressed up. So, nothing can be said. Gu Zeyuan gently wrapped his arms around Kato Megami's slender waist, took the girl into his arms, and intensified the kiss. After a long time, the two separated again. I am leaving. With his head down, Kato Megami ran away in a hurry. Obviously, even Hui would be shy after going up bravely. Looking at Kato Megami's leaving back, the corners of Gu Zeyuan's mouth raised unconsciously. Sure enough, Huaibao is #1 in the world. Yuan, what are you thinking? Ai Hoshino's sly voice sounded in her ears. Gu Zeyuan turned his head to look, and saw Ai Hoshino in normal attire and a peaked cap, had already run out from the backstage. This outfit will definitely be recognized. There are many fans of yours at the school festival. Gu Zeyuan complained. Hoshino tilted his head when he heard the words. Is that so? When I read manga and anime, don't I wear a peaked cap to hide it from everyone? Gu Zeyuan felt a little helpless when he heard this. Don't use the settings in the comics as the basis of cognition. Hoshino stuck out his tongue when he heard the words. Then what should I do? No extra camouflage. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan simply took off his scarf and wrapped it around Ai Hoshino's neck. Pull the scarf a little higher so that it can cover the lower half of Ai Hoshino's face. Coupled with a peaked cap, it should be no problem. Feeling the remaining warmth of Gu Zeyuan on the scarf, Hoshino Ai showed an exaggerated smile on her mouth covered by the scarf. Having said that, Yuan's song is super nice, it feels like it can penetrate people's hearts. As Hoshino Ai said, she covered her chest with her hands, as if being hit. I can't do it at all. The songs I sing have no emotion. They are completely lies. They can only deceive laymen. Gu Zeyuan shook his head upon hearing this. When love is on the stage, it is completely shining. It has nothing to do with lies. Love is worthy of everyone's love. When Hoshino heard the words, an inexplicable brilliance shone in his eyes. Every time she is encouraged by Gu Zeyuan, she feels that her once empty heart is filled. The atmosphere between the two was just right. However, there was a voice that broke the good atmosphere. Miss Hoshino Ai. When Hoshino heard this, he immediately hid behind Gu Zeyuan vigilantly. This is Gu Zeyuan's order. Be wary of approaching strangers. Idol is a high-risk occupation. Gu Zeyuan couldn't help frowning as he searched for his reputation. Come, the boy with the cold eyes before. Hoshino Ai also saw who was coming, with a fake smile on her face. However, people who are familiar with her like Gu Zeyuan can see that her eyes are full of disgust at this moment. Acquaintance? Gu Zeyuan asked Ai Hoshino behind her. Ai Hoshino shook her head. I'm not very familiar with him. My colleague who has worked with me twice, Shen Muguang, is a very popular artist. Shen Muguang heard the words, and said with a sneer. Miss Hoshino Ai's words are really sad, obviously they have cooperated twice, at least they should be regarded as friends. Ai Hoshino shook her head. We don't have what could be called friendship. If it is the previous love, you should deal with it with lies and handle the relationship well. But, since the day he was picked up by Gu Zeyuan, Ai Hoshino was repeatedly told a point of view by Gu Zeyuan. She is important and worthy of being loved, and she does not need suyi deterrence to please others. Therefore, even though she is on stage, Ai Hoshino is still used to building herself up with lies. But, in private, she will not let others approach casually. For love, Gu Zeyuan is enough. Gu Zeyuan will not hurt her, and will not abandon her. Although she is not sure about being loved, Hoshino Ai believes that Gu Luyuan will always be by her side. Being pushed away mercilessly, a vicious light flashed in Shen Muguang's eyes. It's really sad to be so guarded. In fact, I came to Ms. Hoshino Ai to talk about the drama Want to Love You. This play is a fictional love story. Gu Zeyuan looked at Shen Muguang and couldn't help sneering. This person. The city is really deep. That acting and lying level even surpassed Ai Hoshino. If it weren't for Gu Zeyuan's meticulous observation, others would not be able to detect the maliciousness hidden in this person. Moreover, if you fail to strike up a conversation, you will use resources to attract female idols. This kind of method doesn't seem like a teenager can play it. Go talk to Aunt Kyoko. Hoshino AI refused again. Shenmue Guang smiled, and that smile made people shudder. Well, that drama is quite rare. By the way, Ms. Hoshino AI, is this your boyfriend? He pointed the finger at Gu Zeyuan. The words hinted that he could give the resources of the Big Fire script. But Gu Zeyuan, an amateur, can't give anything. In fact, if it weren't for Gu Zeyuan's handsomeness, he would make people feel inferior, and the song just now showed his talent. Then Shenmue Guang should also carry out untraceable pulling and stepping in terms of appearance and talent. Gu Zeyuan just thought it was funny. Then resources? What is your status? What is my status? As for the script, Umbrella will take it down for AI Hoshino. As for me, AI Hoshino is taken care of by me. Gu Zeyuan said flatly. Hiding behind Gu Zeyuan, AI Hoshino, who was about to reply, turned her mouth into an O shape. As for Shenmue Guang, he froze for a moment. You're the boss of Umbrella? Shenmue Guang asked with some doubts. He's a real pain in the A with Umbrella. This company is completely lunatic, an outlier among idol companies. All kinds of resource investment are poured into the market as if they don't want money. The resources normally needed for female idols to socialize, Umbrella is all spent on money. Or just use the power behind him directly. It doesn't make sense at all. Which company isn't there to make money? Umbrella doesn't make money at all with such an investment. If it wasn't for this strange company, he would have deceived AI Hoshino long ago. I am the owner of Umbrella. I have the final say on everything in the company. Is there any problem? Gu Zeyuan said with a sneer. Shenmue Guang looked at Gu Zeyuan with cold eyes. Haven't spoken yet. Gu Zeyuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped Shenmue Guang on the face. Is the degree of blood spatter? Shenmue Guang staggered from being slapped. He looked at Gu Zeyuan in disbelief. He, Shenmue Guang, is a popular artist. If you dare to attack him, aren't you afraid that netizens will praise you in minutes? However, he met Gu Zeyuan's indifferent eyes. For the first time in his life, Shenmue Guang felt fear. Go away, don't make me say it a second time. Gu Zeyuan said coldly. Under the fear of Shenmue Guang, he could only run away in despair. After Hikari Shenmue left, AI Hoshino came out from behind Gu Zeyuan, stroking her chest exaggeratedly. This girl has a growth power beyond her age. So when doing this action, it will be extra eye-catching. Wow, Yuan is so domineering. Is this the legendary domineering president? Hoshino AI said with a smile. Gu Zeyuan rubbed her head, then looked up. Don't have any contact with this person. When Hoshino AI, Zhao's, heard this, her eyes lit up. Could it be that Yuan is jealous? Gu Zeyuan looked at the direction Shenmue Guang was leaving, and said in a low voice. You remember, I told you that there are countless abnormalities in this world. AI Hoshino was taken aback, but nodded anyway. That guy is an anomaly, and it's the kind that's anti-human. Gu Zeyuan took out his mobile phone and called the Foundation. Send a mobile task force, Wings of Liberty, to keep an eye on an entertainer named Shenmue Guang, and thoroughly investigate his experience. Which hospital was he born in, what time did his mother give birth, and the surveillance video of his childhood was all pulled out. Anyone who behaves abnormally will be executed immediately. W. Listening to Gu Zeyuan's instructions, AI Hoshino was a little dazed. After Gu Zeyuan hung up the phone, AI Hoshino couldn't help asking curiously. Is that person abnormal? Gu Zeyuan nodded. He's a reincarnation, he's been reincarnated many times, and worst of all, he's a disgusting piece of shit. Gu Zeyuan slapped him just now, not just to vent his anger. This guy's age really doesn't match the city government. Gu Zeyuan's move is also to obtain the other party's blood, and then read the memory. Chapter 89. With a slap, a little blood splashed into Gu Zeyuan's palm without a trace. The memory of the person named Shen Muguang fell into the hands of Gu Zeyuan. This is a person who has been reincarnated several times, has experienced many deaths, and has become a child again with his own memory. A reincarnator? A reincarnator, what's the benefit of approaching me? Ai Hoshino asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan reached out and poked Ai Hoshino on the cheek. There are always some distorted people in the world, such as this Shen Muguang, and if such people are reincarnated several times, it will lead to a result. That is to let him have talents and auspiciousness that do not match his age, and to have a distorted concept of life. In the last few times of his life, this guy has been keen on the entertainment industry and likes to destroy talented girls with his own hands. I feel the importance of my own life by taking the life of an actress/idol full of value. The effective methods are approaching, seducing, going to bed, cold violence, exposing the actress's private life after breaking up, and inducing illegitimate fans to attack. Gu Zeyuan's words made Ai Hoshino feel extremely malicious and chill like falling into an ice cave. Hoshino Ai is undoubtedly talented and full of value. Popularity in a short period of time is not only achieved by resource promotion. His own ability to attract others is also an indispensable reason for the explosion. Therefore, Shen Muguang immediately set his sights on Hoshino Nuan. Unfortunately, Umbrella is no ordinary company. The resource exchange he used in the entertainment industry didn't work at all. Because, Umbrella Company was not set up to make money. Ai Hoshino felt a little scared. Seeing Hoshino Ai's frightened expression, Sheng Yuan held the girl's cheeks with both hands. Well, don't be so afraid, with me here, that guy won't have a chance to touch you 020, and. And, soon that guy will disappear from the world. If it is not Shen Muguang, it is not the reincarnation anomaly itself, but the affected individual. According to the naming rules, Shen Muguang should be an abnormally derived individual like Reincarnation 1. If he was the main body, this kind of anomaly that played with human life would have been forcibly contained long ago. Now, no coercive measures have been taken, and it is only to induce the abnormal reincarnation behind him. Being held in her cheeks, Ai Hoshino's cheeks gradually turned red. Okay, don't let the garbage affect your mood, why don't you go to the school festival? Gu Zeyuan let go of his hand. Ai Hoshino buried her face in the scarf. His cheeks were still a little hot. Holding Gu Zeyuan's arm, Hoshino Ai really forgot about Shenmue Hikari, and dragged Gu Zeyuan around. During this period, he was almost recognized by fans several times. The two had no choice but to run away quickly. Love, you are too rough and nervous, if people see it, your idol career may encounter Waterloo. Gu Zeyuan complained helplessly. Is this the madness of a popular idol? Hoshino stuck out his tongue when he heard the words. If I can't be an idol, anyway, Yuan said he would take care of me, so it's no problem. Gu Zeyuan was speechless for a while. That was a rhetoric to stimulate Shen Muguang. But really, isn't it okay? Gu Zeyuan quickly shook off the strange thoughts in his head. Ai Hoshino is still young. Let's talk about it after finishing the general knowledge class for her, when she is older, has the ability to make independent judgments, and understands what she is doing. Wow, it's a bonfire party. Ai Hoshino pointed to the lit bonfire and said excitedly. For this school festival, Sobu High School actually made room for a bonfire in the shape of a well. After being ignited, the blazing flame is more eye-catching than the usual neon lights along the way. Many men and women are dancing around the campfire. Of course, most people's dancing is just average. Everyone is a student, and Zonggu higher education is not an aristocratic academy, and there are only a few who can dance ceremonially. In Hoshino Ai's pair of star pupils, a dancing flame was reflected. Yuan, let's have a dance too. Ai Hoshino said suddenly. Gu Zeyuan was a little curious when he heard this. Do you know how to dance ceremonially? The idol training actually teaches this kind of thing. The commercial dance of idols is very different from the ceremonial dance. When Hoshino heard this, he smiled and nodded. But, this is a lie. After getting Gu Zeyuan's reply, she carefully studied the process of the school festival and noticed the campfire party. Then, Ai Hoshino asked Kyoko Sato to find a etiquette dance teacher for herself. In order to practice a dance, she also suffered a lot. If Yuan can't, just follow me, and I will teach Yuan. Hoshino Ai showed a sly smile. Gu Zeyuan didn't say anything, just took the girl's hand, and the two walked to the campfire. Although there was no music, the two danced at the same time. There is a tacit understanding between the movements, as if they have been dancing with each other for many years. Under the reflection of the fire, the two figures are intertwined and appear to complement each other. Spinning with dance steps, Ai Hoshino felt for the first time that dancing makes people so happy. She thought that this kind of trick was just a means for business. Every time she gets along with Gu Zeyuan, Ai Hoshino's concept changes subtly. The high walls and shackles that were once piled up because of injuries are collapsing little by little. The dance is over. They stopped in a hugging pose. Beads of sweat oozed from Ai Hoshino's forehead, and her breathing began to become heavy. Concentrating on dancing is very tiring. However, Hoshino Ai showed an unprecedented smile. The two looked at each other. The flames danced, reflecting the profiles of the two, intertwined with shadows. It would be a pity if we didn't do something about this atmosphere. Therefore, Ai Hoshino stretched her arms around Gu Zeyuan's neck, and kissed it proactively. Before the bonfire, this scene seemed to be a beautiful scenery. After a long time, the two could barely separate. At this moment, applause rang out from all around. Only then did the two realize that at some point, only the two of them were left dancing before the bonfire. The dance of the two made everyone leave the stage spontaneously and silently acted as the audience. And the applause that is now in one piece is naturally from the heart. CG. Hearing the applause, Hoshino Ai was very happy, and subconsciously prepared to open. Gu Zeyuan rapped on her head, stretched his arms around the girl's slender waist, picked her up like a princess, and then quickly fled the scene. My idol, pay attention to the occasion. What were you planning to do just now? While running with Ai Hoshino in his arms, Gu Zeyuan complained. Hoshino Ai heard the words, raised his hand and knocked himself on the head, pretty cute. Hey, I forgot. Gu Zeyuan felt helpless. Isn't this popular idol a little too rough? He was afraid that in future interviews, this guy himself would slip up. Say that someone is taking care of you, or that the person you kissed for the first time likes you very much. Brother, the appointed time for target number 6 is coming, and the target is already waiting, get out. Bai's voice came from the headset. The lovely Bai is somewhat autistic. She actually made my brother fail the game. Hearing Bai's voice, Gu Zeyuan began to think about what excuses he could use to escape. Yuan, are you ready to meet your next partner? Ai Hoshino asked suddenly. Gu Zeyuan? Seeing Gu Zeyuan's shocked expression, Ai Hoshino showed a sly smile again. Love is a master of lies, and the most important thing in lying is not acting skills, but observing other people's minds. Gu Zeyuan was numb. When he came, he still felt that his time management was the best in the world. As a result, the two people who were dating today were all exposed. Leaped out of Gu Zeyuan's arms. Hoshino Ai imitated Gu Zeyuan's previous appearance, holding his cheeks with both hands. It's okay, if it's Yuan, love can accept it. Gu Zeyuan was numb. Don't say such things seriously. This is encouraging him to be a scumbag. Today's date between the two ended with Ai Hoshino's kiss twice. Yuan remembers to come and see me, next month I will go to the arena to perform. After saying this, Ai Hoshino waved her hand, and then ran away without a trace. Looking at the back of Hoshino Ai leaving. Gu Zeyuan's mood is a bit complicated. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan hurried to the gate of Zonggu High School. Zai's Yukinoshita has been waiting. Sister, I've been waiting for a long time. Gu Zeyuan said slightly apologetically. Zai's Yukinoshita looked at Gu Zeyuan suspiciously. Actually, I've wanted to ask a long time ago, the school festival lasted for 3 days, why did it happen to be on the night of the last day? Now you are late again dressed up, Junior, you are very suspicious. Zai's Yukinoshita's words made Sheng Yuan a little numb. Groping her chin, Kaguya Yukinoshita guessed. Could it be that it's the inherent plot of love light novels, where the male protagonist handles invitations from multiple female protagonists at the same time? Gu Zeyuan sneered twice, that kind of light novel plot, it won't happen in reality. Not sure. Zai's Yukinoshita stared at Gu Zeyuan. If it's a junior, it's very reasonable. Gu Zeyuan was speechless. Fortunately, Zai's Yukinoshita didn't bother with this issue anymore. Forget it, judging by the time, if it's a multi-person dating scene, I should be the last one. I probably won't be able to catch any flaws, so please concentrate on it, Junior. Gu Zeyuan nodded hastily. The two stepped into Sobujayadao in the dark and started their last grand date. Although there are many activities on the last day, but the main stage and the bonfire party have also passed one after another. At this time, it seemed a little embarrassing. Under the lights, the school festival at this time seemed a little less lively. However, Zai's Yukinoshita was still strolling around with great interest. Gu Zeyuan accompanied her classmates, weaving through the crowd, talking and laughing. Occasionally, Zai's Yukinoshita raised his head and looked at the night sky. It's a precious experience. When I write about events like the school festival in the future, what I can write becomes real. Upon hearing this, Gu Zeyuan asked curiously. Senior, didn't you participate in the school festival before? Not to mention the junior high school period, Xiao's Yukinoshita is already a third-year senior at Sobu High School this year. Did you not participate in the Sobu High School festival 2 years ago? Zai's Yukinoshita nodded. A place like the school festival, if you come alone, or with your girlfriends, won't you feel nothing? School festival, isn't it the main stage where the hero and heroine reveal their hearts under the fireworks, and then fail to express their hearts because of the sound of firecrackers? When Gu Zeyuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Senior sister's taste is different from ordinary people. But, fireworks? Chapter 90. Sister, let's go. Zai's Yukinoshita was pulled up and walked towards the dark playground. Over there seems to be no stalls or activities for the school festival. Could it be that the junior is thinking about something seductive? Zai's Yukinoshita was a little confused, but she still joked Gu Zeyuan. If senior sister wants to, I can also accompany you. Gu Zeyuan said casually. Zai's Yukinoshita was choked, and in the darkness, her face blushed unconsciously. It doesn't have the restraint of a light novel hero at all, and there is no sense of accomplishment in flirting with it. She complained softly. The two gradually disappeared into the night. In the playground of Sobu High School, there are activities such as small games during the day. However, due to insufficient lighting at night, it is not open at all. At this time, there were only Gu Zeyuan and Xiao's Haiqiu on the huge playground. Do you like the tone of being alone in the dark? Zai's Yukinoshita asked with a smile. This kind of atmosphere is really exciting. Gu Zeyuan just smiled and didn't respond. After walking for a while, Gu Zeyuan stopped. Zai's Yukinoshita also stopped, and looked at the junior with some doubts. This atmosphere of solitude, could it be? Some youthful images flashed through Kaguya Yukinoshita's mind. Confession or something, or 18 points. While Zai's Yukinoshita was guessing, Gu Zeyuan pointed upwards. When she looked up, she could only see the silent night sky, a bright moon hanging in the sky, and many stars scattered. Just when Yukinoshita was puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, a gorgeous firework exploded from the sky, igniting gorgeous colors. Yukinoshita! Boom! 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 A series of fireworks bloomed in the sky, turning the originally silent night sky into a bustling bustle. Colorful fireworks hang down from the night sky. The splendor, although fleeting, is so splendor that it can leave an eternal vision in people's hearts. Yukinoshita looked up at the grand fireworks, and subconsciously let out a wow sound. It took a long time for her to react. In the process of the school festival, there is no such process as a fireworks show, right? Is this the handwriting of my junior? Yukinoshita asked in surprise. Among the fireworks, she just used a loud voice. Zeyuan naturally heard it. With his ear strength, the sound of fireworks won't affect anything. 18. Sister, what did you say? Zeyuan also responded loudly, as if he didn't hear clearly. Seeing Zeyuan like this, Yukinoshita suddenly laughed. Even if she couldn't get Zeyuan's answer, she had an answer in her heart. Although she mentioned fireworks just now. However, after that, Zeyuan stayed with her all the time, so there was no time to arrange it. And he knew that there would be such a fireworks that brought her here. So, it was arranged earlier. Yukinoshita sighed. It turns out that such things as mind-to-heart connection can also happen in reality. When this grand firework burns out. Student, there is no sound of fireworks now, so listen carefully. Yukinoshita said seriously. In the future, for the rest of Kazuma Jayakishu's life, can you be the hero, until the end of the story? It sounds a bit awkward to confess, but it is Kazuma Jayakishu's most serious invitation. Seeing Kazuma Jayakishu with a serious face, Zeyuan really wanted to agree. But, senior sister, can you accept that the male protagonist is a little fickle? Zeyuan asked cautiously. Although opening a harem, it is still possible to hide Yukinoshita's whole life. But, as expected, let's explain honestly. The senior sister confessed with sincerity and courage, and should not fool the past with lies. As Zeyuan expected, Yukinoshita became angry. This kind of speech is completely paramecium. No, insects overestimate you, it is plankton. Yukinoshita's poisonous tongue attribute, which hadn't been online for a long time, started to work. In the past, Zeyuan was almost perfect for Kazuma Jayakishiwa. Impeccably handsome, the upright ideal of protecting all human beings is outrageous. With a delicate and gentle personality, she takes care of her meticulously like reading her heart. As a result, when Yukinoshita and Zeyuan get along, not only will they not be poisonous, but they will even find ways to restrain themselves. Facing a perfect person, in order to match him, she also wanted to be perfect. However, today, this perfect image has finally been broken. It was a mess. Zeyuan shrank his head and was scolded. He has already done it, no matter how angry Kazumi Hilshiu is, what kind of scolding or other ways to vent his anger, he will bear it together. And afterwards, he tried his best to chase the senior sister back to him. However, Yukinoshita is just a poisonous tongue. He didn't leave directly angrily as Zeyuan expected. Sister. If you are still angry, you can hit me twice. Zeyuan said weakly. Yukinoshita rolled his eyes. Forget it, the long-lost venomous tongue, I feel better, let you go. Zeyuan opened his eyes wide. So simple? Don't show so simple eyes. I'm a super narrow-minded type, if I catch you with someone else, I'll make a fuss. Yukinoshita snorted softly and said so. Okay, no matter how the senior sister makes trouble, I will take responsibility and coax the senior sister to my side. Zeyuan smiled and made a promise. Humph, it's your business, so I'll force it, to accept you as the hero. Zeyuan took off the headset. Gu Zeyuan turned off the headset. White Bai, who scored twice, turned off the computer and left the apartment angrily. Obviously, the fireworks were planned and prepared by her. It's so chilling. Slam the apartment door shut. Bai came to the door of the apartment next door, and skillfully opened the door lock with a hairpin. Then, Gabriel's miserable wailing sounded from the apartment. Next morning. Don't ask why, just go straight to the next morning, because the beauty of the senior sister is not enough for outsiders to understand. In the twilight of dawn, Gu Zeyuan came to the new map. Private 100 Flowers Academy. Today is Gu Zeyuan's first day as an exchange student, coming to this abyss of gambling. The lintel of Beiwawang Academy is even more high-profile and luxurious than Zonggu Jiaduan. However, this is not a means to show off wealth, but purely precious materials. The uniform jacket of Beiwawang Academy is bright red, as if it is bright blood. The students merged into the college one after another, and the bright red figures were so eye-catching. The bright red color seems to be able to mobilize the restless desire in people's hearts. Gu Zeyuan did not wear a uniform, but came in casual attire. After all, he did not have the uniform of 100 Flower King Academy, and he had to enter it to report before he could get it. Ask for flowers. Just when Gu Zeyuan was about to walk into the academy. Hello, are you a freshman at 100 Cow Academy? A pleasant and polite voice came from behind. Gu Zeyuan turned his head to look. Walking behind him was a beautiful girl with long black hair, her long black hair even fell below her short skirt. Those red eyes complemented the bright red uniform on her body. The two long legs were wrapped in black stockings, showing a perfect figure. Speaking of which, Yu Zeyuan wanted to complain a long time ago. Is the skirt of the girl uniform of Beiwawang too short? The skirt length of JK uniforms generally ranges from 42 cm to 56 cm. However, the short skirt of the 100 Flowers Academy's uniform should be around 37. Although, it's a feast for the eyes. I'm an exchange student, and I'm here to report for the first day today. Gu Zeyuan responded with a smile. For polite and friendly strike-up, Gu Zeyuan has no interest in harsh words, he is a very easygoing person. Sure enough. I'm not mistaken. The girl smiled happily. My name is Snake Menzi, and I am also a freshman transferred today. Gu Zeyuan was a little surprised. It's the heroine. Unexpectedly, on the first day I transferred to another school, I would meet this Snake Menzi. My name is Gu Zeyuan, classmate Snake, please give me your advice. I am, classmate Yuan, please give me your advice. The two chatted happily. The normal Snake Kumenko is a friendly, kind, and slightly dull cute girl. As long as it doesn't involve gambling, this girl is a good girl. Student Snake is transferred from another college to the private 100 Flower King, that is really not easy. Gu Zeyuan chatted casually. It is quite difficult to transfer to Yuzhenjia if it is not the Yuzhenjia Academy. Zonggu needs excellent knowledge and decent competition results. Zeyuan needs a strong family background and a powerful position in the sky. And 100 Flowers should need a lot of money. Snake Ghoul Menzi nodded. Yeah, I sponsored a lot of money to the academy, but there is nothing I can do to get in. Gu Zeyuan glanced at Snake Gu Menzi. It seems that student Snake really likes to gamble. After all, this is an academy famous for gambling. Hearing the words, Menzi Snake was slightly taken aback, but then even showed an exaggerated expression. His face was rosy and his expression was exaggerated, as if he was doing something indescribable. Yeah, super addicted, that feeling of a lot of money flowing on the table in an instant. The excitement of risking one's life for the sake of chance, and falling into the abyss if one is not careful. The feeling of heaven and hell for a moment is simply unstoppable. Gu Zeyuan helped his forehead. He knew it would turn out like this. Snake Menzi is a complete contrast. Usually a good girl, but when it comes to gambling, she will become such a woman. Student Gu Zeyuan probably also likes to gamble. Putting away Yan Yi, Menzi Snake Gu asked back. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. Unfortunately, I am the type who likes peace and daily life. The thrill of the world is exciting, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. Snake Gu Meng heard the words and nodded. That's it, but it's not bad. Individuals have their own preferences. Chapter 91. Which class is Zeyuan? Snake Menzi asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan took out the transfer invitation, which contained information such as the class of admission. However, before going to class, he had to go to the student union to report. Snake Menzi came over, and then happily said. Wow, classmate Yuan is in the first year Huxia class, and I happen to be the same. It's really a fate. Indeed. Gu Zeyuan said perfunctorily. I still have to report to the student union, see you later. Snake Menzi waved happily and bid farewell to Gu Zeyuan. Afterwards, following the guidance of the map in the teaching building, Gu Yuan found the student union of 100 Flower King. It was a very luxurious separate room. Speaking of which, the Yuzhenjia Academy, except Sobu, are all academies where the rights of the student union are paramount. In Beiwawang and Zaihu Zeyuan, the power of the student union is even higher than that of the school. It's outrageous. Knocked on the door. Please come in. A slightly immature girlish voice came from inside. Gu Zeyuan frowned. This voice doesn't sound like a high school student. Pushing open the door of the student union, Gu Zeyuan walked in. At this time, there are only 2 people in the student union. To be precise, it is 2 people and a screen. Seeing this scene, Gu Zeyuan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Yoha, you are the exchange student of the 890 Zonggu, the president and her old man specially told us to receive you here. Oh, by the way, my name is Huang Qinyuluna, and I'm a member of the student union, please give me your advice. A petite girl said so while eating snacks. Huang Qinyuluna's age looks similar to Bai's. Wearing a cute animal sweater, ear decorations on the hood, and black and white striped knee socks, it looks weird. In addition to snacks, there is also a game console in hand. When talking, the attention is on the game console. The other person, a white-haired girl with a white mask, stood quietly by the side without saying a word. The screen lit up, and a young girl with light makeup and white hair appeared on it. Mamakai Lori. The student council president of 100 Cow Academy. The current ruler of the 100 clan. It is also the goal of Gu Zeyuan's trip. Gu Zeyuan originally thought that after this report, his goal as an exchange student would be achieved. As long as you see this Mamakichi Ruri, the black light virus can infect her silently and assimilate her into a doll controlled by Gu Shengyuan. Although it is unethical to do so. However, for the development of the foundation, the 4 big chaebols must be in control. However, Gu Zeyuan did not expect that the first meeting between the 2 would be in this way. Hello Gu Zeyuan, I am very glad that you accepted the invitation and came to Beiwazai Academy. Mamakai Ruri on the screen said very kindly. Gu Zeyuan didn't speak, just looked at him through the screen. At the beginning, he still couldn't figure out why Mamakuchi Ruri would send him an exchange invitation. Now, Gu Shenyuan seems to understand a little bit. It seems that the controller of one of the 4 big chaebols must have heard something. Come to think of it, the existence of the foundation, some people who control huge power and status, still vaguely heard about it. This is also normal, the foundation acts, although there are confidentiality regulations. However, as long as a behemoth exists in the world, it will cast some shadows. As for Gu Zeyuan, as an O5 member, the highest level of the foundation, the confidentiality of his identity information is relatively low. Attract the attention of hostile forces. If you want to understand the foundation, it is indeed the best way to attack Gu Zeyuan. Student Gu Zeyuan, you seem very dissatisfied with this meeting. Momokichi Luli noticed Gu Zeyuan's expression and said so. Gu Zeyuan nodded. There is nothing to hide. Student Gu Zeyuan's greed towards me is almost undisguised. Fortunately, I used my intuition to meet me for the first time in this way. Momokichi Luli smiled. It's just a little trouble. Gu Zeyuan said casually. Now that they have all come here, with some effort, Momokichi Luli can always be in the bag. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. Momokichi Luli still smiled. However, Gu Zeyuan, don't be so anxious, I will meet you. Gu Zeyuan raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Now that he is aware of his danger, why don't you take the initiative to meet him? The reason for inviting Gu Zeyuan is because I want to meet you and play a game with you. It's like this now, I just don't want the game to be over without even a gamble when we first met. After all, the rumors about classmate Gu Zeyuan are very scary. Of course, this is enough fun. Momokichi Luli's words made Gu Zeyuan narrow his eyes slightly. This is a madman. Although there is some suspicion of boasting, he is indeed a godlike existence to ordinary people. Momokichi Luli invited him over, not hesitating everything in her hands, even herself. He actually just wanted to gamble with him and feel the joy of the challenge. Isn't this crazy? What is it? However, this kind of lunatic has controlled such a monstrous history and power of one of the four big chaebols. You can let her go crazy. Gu Zeyuan smiled. Challenging God is in itself foolish. Gambling itself is not a strategy. Momokichi Luli also smiled. But, I just want to experience it. Gu Zeyuan nodded, agreeing to the bet. Now that the other party has done this, let's play with her a little bit. Think of it as a benefit for future employees. Student Gu Zeyuan, it's great that you can agree. Next, please listen to the rules of this game. Momokichi Luli stated the conditions for meeting her. From now on, do not borrow from others, and do not transfer funds from outside. With the 1 million funds provided by the student union, he won 1 billion purely in the form of gambling. At that time, you can play a game with Momokichi Rory. Of course, for Gu Zeyuan, as long as he sees Momokichi Ruri, the outcome of the game doesn't matter. Although it is impossible for him to lose. The conditions proposed by Momokichi Luli are as difficult as heaven. 1 million to 1 billion, such an exaggerated span. For ordinary people, it is impossible. However, for Gu Zeyuan, it was a breeze. Okay, I agree. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. Then, he looked at the lowly girl next to him, Huang Qinya Luna. Student Luna, come and gamble. Gu Zeyuan's eyes, at some point, were already blood-colored, and 3 rounds of black blades were slowly rotating. Student Gu Zeyuan, please, play for a while, it will be boring if it ends too soon, just treat it as an experience of 100 flowers blooming on campus, okay? Momokichi Luli said helplessly and slightly coquettishly on the screen. Gu Zeyuan sighed after hearing the words. The eyes returned to normal, and then he left the student union directly. After a while, Huang Chuan and Luna just woke up from a big dream. His body collapsed into the seat, and a lot of cold sweat oozed from his forehead and back. This is a monster. President, if you introduce this monster, everyone will be swallowed up. Huang Qinya Luna said with some complaints. Before that, she was a little contemptuous when she heard the conversation between Gu Zeyuan and the president. God or something, can this guy blow like that? Until just met the line of sight. If the president hadn't stopped her in time, she would probably have started gambling and lost $1 billion to Gu Zeyuan. Hearing this, Chi Luli laughed and said. It's because of this that I want to risk everything and play with him. And Gu Zeyuan, after leaving the student union, sighed helplessly. In addition to that lunatic character, Momokichi Rory also has an intuition beyond ordinary people. From her information, it is impossible to know Gu Zeyuan's true ability, not even the tip of the iceberg. Most people know that Gu Zeyuan belongs to a mysterious organization and possesses some mysterious powers. Others are purely based on intuition. As a result, Gu Zeyuan had to play in this 100 Flowers Academy for a few days before he could get the 100 clans. But fair enough. It's only a few days, compared to the harvest, it's okay to consume it. In particular, Mamakichi Luli, Gu Zeyuan also wants a little now. When I came to the first grade Hyuxia class, Gu Zeyuan saw that many people gathered together. In the center, sat two young girls. One of them is Snake Gumanzi. The two seemed to be gambling. Gu Zeyuan recalled that this seemed to be the opening performance of Abyss of Gambling. The class gambling bully, girl is unhappy with the new transfer student Snake Menzi. So he set up a bureau, preparing to trap a wave of Snake Gumanzi. Then Betool. It's just, kind of fun. Gu Zeyuan joined the crowd with the mood of watching a play. The gambling between the two is called a guessing game. It is a student in the class who draws 3 patterns of rock, paper, scissors on the cards and puts them in the box. 2 people draw and take 3 cards for a dual game. Sounds about the same as normal rock paper scissors. But in fact, it is a test of the control of the students in the class. As long as you can order more than half of the students in the class to draw the pattern of the order. Well, knowing in advance that a certain pattern in the box accounts for more than half, then you can gain a huge advantage. Obviously, the gambler Zeyuan shoots 5.7 Yuri, using this method. Moreover, it was obvious that Snake Gumanzi had noticed it without knowing it. Ah, good luck, Nat. Zeyuan Yuri was still laughing, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. The next round, 10 million. Snake Menzi's blood-colored eyes were shining with a dangerous light at this moment. When she said this, she opened the school bag she was carrying and dumped a large amount of coins on the table. The large amount of money produced a strong visual impact. Zeyuan Yuri, people are stupid. You guys carry so much cash with you? And you have to bet 10 million for this kind of playful finger guessing? Crazy, it's crazy. With that said, she was about to pick up the winning chips and leave the gaming table directly. In the final analysis, it is irrational to give up your wealth and life to the probability of gambling. But, that's why it's wonderful. Isn't the essence of gambling crazy? Come on, let's gamble to the abyss. Snake Menzi showed a crazy face. Seeing this classic Yunyi scene, Gu Zeyuan picked up his phone and pressed the shooting button. Chapter 92. Could it be that Zeyuan-san is afraid? Snake Menzi sneered. This taunt successfully brought Zeyuan, who wanted to leave the game, back to the table. This crazy woman dares to look down on me. Maya Zeyuan gritted her teeth angrily. This game, so far, she has won a lot, and she has never missed it. Even if the crazy woman in front of her is besieging the superstar's funds. So what? She has absolute control over this guessing game. 2/3 of the students in the class are in debt with her and must obey her instructions 100%. In this case, she has no reason to lose. Then, let's begin. Zeyuan announced the start of the game and secretly made a gesture. She gestured to the classmates she controlled, and drew a large proportion of stones and a small amount of cloth. As a result, the ballot box is almost full of rocks, only a few sheets of cloth, and there may not even be any scissors. Knowing this situation, Zeyuan only needs to draw the cloth and play the cloth, and she will be invincible. Voting begins. Gu Zeyuan took a blank card with great interest. He looked at Snake Menzi's bright red eyes. Well, help her, if such a famous scene is destroyed due to luck, it will be too boring. Thinking so, Gu Zeyuan drew a pattern and put it in the Wishing King. Voting is closed. The two each draw 3 cards. The moment Zeyuan saw the cards in her hand, she showed an almost crazy smile. 2 sheets of cloth. Luck seemed to be tilting in her favor. With such a hand, no matter what, you can't lose. Actually, everyone in the class is helping Zeyuan-san. Snake Menzi fumbled for the cards in his hand and said suddenly. Hey? What evidence do you have? Please don't engage in such unwarranted fault-finding. Are you trying to fool the game? Zeyuan was stabbed 26 times, but she responded forcefully without panic. Anyway, no proof. Of course not, how can such a wonderful thing go to waste? Let's get started. The game begins, and the two parties play cards. Although Zeyuan was said to be restless, she still played the winning card of cloth. And Snake Kumenko's card is, scissors. There were exclamations from all around. 10 million passed in an instant. Zeyuan's eyes widened. Even after deducting the money she won earlier, she still needs to pay 8.8 million in compensation. This figure is something she simply cannot afford. How is it possible? How could I lose? Zeyuan muttered to herself in disbelief. But at this time, Snake Menzi looked at Gu Zeyuan. Thank you, classmate Yuan. Alas, I was actually worried about my lack of luck, but it turned out that classmate Yuan made up the last piece of the puzzle. Hearing this, everyone in the class, including Zeyuan, all looked at the strange boy. Gu Zeyuan shrugged. I think it's interesting, so it's just adding fuel to the flames. Zeyuan's eyes widened. You guys are outrageous? No, how did you do it? Snake Kumenko picked up the pair of scissors and waved it in front of Zeyuan's eyes. At first, Zeyuan didn't notice anything unusual, but after careful observation, she found that there was a strand of hair wrapped around the scissors. This pair of scissors comes from the people of Shuo Zeyuan. Zeyuan just couldn't believe it. It is impossible for ordinary people to notice a strand of hair when they are drawing cards. And, why would that boy who just arrived know the inside story of her cheating? Snake Menzi, obviously after the gambling game started, the group exposed her tricks. That's also the result of Snake Menzi playing several rounds at the poker table. How did you know my tricks and codes? Zeyuan is not sober anymore. Gu Zeyuan sighed. Zeyuan-san, has anyone ever told you that you are not very smart? As soon as this remark came out, Zeyuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Not too smart? She clearly dominated the class for a time. I'm not at the poker table. After knowing that you cheated, just go and see if the patterns voted by other people are all right. Gu Zeyuan told the truth. When Zeyuan heard this, she felt so bored that she wanted to vomit blood. She actually ignored such a simple thing. I can't afford the right amount of money in a short time, can you give me a few more days? In the end, Zeyuan lowered her head in pain, begging to Snake Kumenko. However, Snake Menzi's attention has been completely diverted. Student Yuan is really awesome. From the first time I met Yuan, I felt it. Hey! Do you want to have a gamble? Gambling with classmate Yuan will definitely be very exciting. Snake Yumko ignored Zeyuan directly, and looked at Gu Zeyuan longingly. Gu Zeyuan sighed. Why do I attract the likes of lunatics so much? But... okay. Anyway, he has to gamble, oh no, he has to get money from others, get 1 billion, and then rush to take away the president of this academy. Then let's satisfy Snake Kumenko a little bit. Okay. Snake Menzi looked very happy. And Zeyuan. She was ignored by everyone. She was randomly driven to a corner of the class, and no one cared about her existence anymore. This academy is like this. Gambling and money are both the value of a person. If you lose both, it is worthless. What are you going to play? To Gu Zeyuan, who was sitting at the gaming table, Snake Menzi asked with a smile. Gu Zeyuan thought about it. Let's just guess the boxing game, mix the cards from these rounds you played together, and continue playing. Gu Zeyuan suggested. Snake Menzi nodded. Zeyuan and Snake Yumko have played more than 10 rounds of guessing games. After all the cards were mixed together, the three types of cards became a balanced quantity with little difference. The two began to draw cards. During the process, they kept chatting, and it seemed that they didn't take this gamble seriously. How big is Student Yuan going to play? Let's start with 1 million. The student union has approved so many quotas for me. Well, it's more fun this way. I'm still worried that Yuan-san has too much money and can't play on an equal footing with Yuan-san. Between talking and laughing, Snake Gumanzi had already lost 2 rounds. Gu Zeyuan bets the maximum amount every time, so Snake Menzi has already paid 3 million. This scene sent chills down the spine of everyone watching. These two people didn't regard money as money at all. I feel that Student Yuan can see through my heart, whether it is to induce or counter general, it is useless. After losing 2 more rounds, Snake Menzi puffed up her cheeks, showing cute dissatisfaction. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Under his power of observation, every subtle movement of Snake Gumanzi was noticed. Although Snake Menzi is very powerful, some subtle reactions of the human body cannot be controlled subjectively. Therefore, Snake Menzi's thinking is no different from being exposed in front of Gu Zeyuan. At this time, she had already lost 15 million. All the cash on his body has been emptied by Gu Shengyuan. I'm out of money, but I still want to play another game. Snake Ghoul Menzi showed an expression that was still unfinished. Gu Zeyuan cleared the chips on the table. There are already 16 million in hand. In this way, it is only 1 billion, which should be quite easy. Watching this scene, Zeyuan in the corner hugged herself tremblingly. These are 2 monsters. Why did I want to provoke monsters, so that I was in debt? In this academy, if you are in debt, you will become a domestic animal that is not called a person. Just when Gu Zeyuan finished packing his chips and was about to leave the table. Student Yuan, let's play another round. As for the chips, how about me? Snake Menzi grabbed Gu Zeyuan's hand and said more beggingly. Gu Zeyuan sighed. You are really desperate for excitement. Snake Menzi chuckled, acquiescing to Gu Zeyuan's statement. She is the kind of person who can risk everything for excitement. Gu Zeyuan sat down again. A gamble with Snake Menzi as a bargaining chip has begun. As long as Gu Zeyuan wins, he can do anything to this beautiful girl. It sounded pretty good, so Gu Shengyuan accepted it. Draw 3 cards from the drawer. This time, Snake Menzi didn't look at it, and pressed directly on the playing area on the table. Touch typing. In this way, Gu Zeyuan would not be able to know what cards were played by seeing through Snake Gumanzi. It's just a gamble. Gu Zeyuan complained. Snake Menzi stuck out her tongue mischievously. There's no way, Student Yuan is too strong and foul, and he can't win the advantage at all, so let's gamble like this. Gu Zeyuan drew a card from his hand and pressed it on the playing area. The outcome of this bet really depends on luck at this moment. A normal person would never have the courage to push Gu Zeyuan to this point. Unfortunately, Gu Zeyuan hates probability. What he wants is absolute control. He can't taste anything exciting. So, the world. The power of the world was activated, the surrounding world fell into darkness, and time stopped flowing. Everything in this world has become static. Gu Zeyuan stretched out his hand and turned over the card of Snake Gumanzi. A pair of scissors. And what he just put on the playing area was a piece of cloth. Gu Zeyuan shook his head with a wry smile. Is this the so-called gambler's luck? It's a pity that it was facing him. The cloth was replaced by stone, and then the tabletop was restored. 9 seconds passed. The gloomy world became bright again, and time began to flow. The two opened the cards in front of them at the same time. I lost, this is really exciting to the point of trembling. Ha! Just losing a game, you lose your entire life. This kind of excitement is really addictive. Snake Menzi looked at the losing game, still showing enjoyment. In this way, Snake Gumanzi lost himself to Wan Shengyuan. Although, this gambling condition is not recognized by the laws of Sakura country. However, the 100 Flowers Academy's system allows it. Moreover, even if it is not allowed by the system, Snake Menzi is the type who will definitely fulfill the agreement at the gambling table. Then Master, please give me your advice for the rest of your life. Snake Menzi stood up, and showed a cute appearance of absolute obedience to Gu Zeyuan. Monster. This appellation quickly spread from the one-year Hyuxia class. Snake Menzi and Gu Zeyuan also have strange legends in the academy. And these two. Instead, he skipped class and went to a high-end hotel outside. Gu Zeyuan is not a holy mother, since the dream of snakes. Zizi took the initiative to lose himself, and he accepted it bluntly. After a taste. The process cannot be described in detail, but the taste of this black long straight girl is completely different from the rest. That absolute sense of obedience. It's just that the shy reactions of some women are missing, and the rest is perfect. I see. This is the first experience of this kind. It feels good, although it is much worse than gambling. Snake Menzi huddled under the quilt and said so. Gu Zeyuan reached out and stroked her black hair. What a strange acceptance speech, you are too clear about rationality and madness. Snake Menzi heard this, thought for a moment, and then said. Understood the master, I will try my best to learn to be a little crazy at that time, and ask the master to use me more. Of course, if I can play 1 or 2 rounds in the future, that would be the best. In this regard, Gu Zeyuan was a little speechless. Chapter 93. Around Gu Zeyuan, there are many whirlpools of public opinion unfolding. Inside the private Shuchin Academy, Kaguya Shinomiya, who was sitting at the chair of the student council, complained to Ai Hayasaka with an angry face. Why did he choose 100 Flower Kings instead of Zeyuan? No matter how you look at it, Zeyuan is the best choice. Zeyuan has a higher status, officials want more heirs, and there are, well, Hayasaka. Ai Hayasaka let out a long sigh. Miss, please don't count me as the capital to attract men. When Shinomiya Kaguya heard the words, his expression was a little unnatural. Anyway, I can't understand. Why didn't the stubborn Sheng Yuan accept the invitation from the Taozi Institute? The exchange student system for this semester has come to an end. In previous years, this system was generally abolished, but this year, some people did exchange it. Originally, when Zeyuan received the exchange application, Shinomiya Kaguya thought it was safe. Already starting to prepare for the follow-up strategy of Gu Zeyuan. As a result, I opened the application and saw that the person who came was not Gu Zeyuan. It's a daughter named Yukinoshita Yukino. The Yukinoshita family is also a famous big family, and its status in the country of Sakura is second only to the 4 big chaebols. It can be said that she is a young lady with a prominent background. Therefore, although Shinomiya Kaguya was a little frustrated, she still passed Yukinoshita Yukino's application. Until the deadline for the exchange student system, Shinomiya Kaguya did not receive a second invitation. After careful investigation, Shinomiya Kaguya got the news. Gu Zeyuan went to Bai Wawang in exchange. Just very angry. Seeing the slightly frantic expression of her young lady, Ai Hayasaka sighed. When did it start? This ice Kaguya princess suddenly turned into a sand sculpture Kaguya princess. The former eldest lady was almost synonymous with elegance and rationality. And now? Hayasaka Ai felt like she hadn't even seen it. There will be a noble dinner next month, and we must. Shinomiya Kaguya thought about other opportunities to draw Gu Zeyuan to her side. After planning the matter of Gu Zeyuan, Shinomiya Kaguya gradually regained her composure. As long as Gu Zeyuan is not involved, Shinomiya Kaguya is still the Ice Kaguya Heim. Hayasaka, did the last assassination come to fruition? Shinomiya Kaguya asked in a deep voice. That assassination, although in the end it was a near miss. However, that also exposed a large number of problems. Someone is going to attack the Sagong family, to her, Miss Sagong. Although there are quite a few people who are hostile to the Sagong family, those who really have the courage to stretch out their hands are pitifully few. Moreover, the other party also obtained the whereabouts of her young lady. This problem is even bigger. The Sagong family may have changed because of it. Hayasaka also frowned when Kaguya Shinomiya asked about this matter. Regarding the assassination, Miss, the following information cannot be confirmed to be true, just listen to it. Hayasaka AI's words made Shinomiya Kaguya frown. Because, to say that, it means. This is an investigation result that cannot be recognized by the Shinomiya family, and can only be told to her by AI Hayasaka. The assailant's identity was finally confirmed to be a subordinate of Chiba Underworld Society A. Because the order has passed through too many layers, the original commissioner has been unable to trace. However, judging from the clues, the most likely client is the Suzuki Consortium. This answer made Shinomiya Kaguya's breathing heavy. The Suzuki Consortium is also one of the four major chaebol. It may sound like it is reasonable for the four chaebols to attack each other. However, the Bell Consortium and the Sagong Zaibatsu have been in a state of cooperation all year round. The commercial fields involved in the two, the main points of attack are exactly staggered, and complement each other. Many of the reasons why the Shinomiya family is firmly seated as the number one chaebol are due to the Suzuki Consortium. But now, for no reason, the Suzuki Consortium actually took action against her, the young lady of the Shinomiya family? It just doesn't make sense. Where's the ghost? Have you found it? Miss Huiye asked in a deep voice. She already had another guess. Perhaps, this is not an attack from outside, but from inside the Shinomiya family. There are 3 older brothers on her head. The previous article was wrongly written, it should be 3 older brothers. Although Shinomiya Kaguya has always been positioned as a bird in a cage, unable to control the sovereignty of the Shinomiya family. However, the theoretical right of inheritance still exists. Perhaps, which brother decided to strike first is still unknown. Ai Hayasaka took a deep breath, and quickly walked to Kaguya Shinomiya. Miss, that's the problem. There are no ghosts in Sagong's family, or, they are all ghosts. Shinomiya Kaguya's expression became extremely cold. Sure enough, it was the internal struggle of the Shinomiya family. But, it's also weird. The patriarch of the 4th palace is still in his prime, and he is still far away from death. Would it be too early to start now? While Kaguya Shinomiya was thinking, Ai Hayasaka said something even more unbelievable. Mrs. whereabouts may have been leaked by the head of the family. Shinomiya Kaguya's eyes widened. Her father wants to kill her? Why? Hayasaka. Shinomiya Kaguya was about to scold Ai Hayasaka, telling her not to mess around. After all, this is impossible. However, Ai Hayasaka continued. Miss, I used my relationship to learn the news that he adopted a beautiful woman at home. Foster daughter? Shinomiya Kaguya was a little clueless. The adopted daughter seems to have been given the inheritance rights of the Sagong family by the patriarch, and part of the authority of the patriarch has also been given to her. Following Ai Hayasaka's narration, Shizi Kaguya's eyes widened. What a joke! Is my father crazy? Give the authority of the head of the family to a foreign woman, and also recognize that woman's right of inheritance. Is this going to hand over the entire Sagong Zaibatsu to outsiders? Shinomiya Kaguya felt his head roaring. What is she then? Since she was a child, Shinomiya Kaguya knew that she could not inherit the Sagong family, but for the benefit of the family, she could endure it. Even if it is used as a bargaining chip for the family, she can endure it. But now, all these patients for the family have become a joke. What's the name of that adopted daughter? Shinomiya Kaguya gritted her teeth and asked. It seems to be called Sagong. Tomi. Hayasaka Ai responded in a deep voice. At the same time, the 100 Flower King Academy was not peaceful. Rumors about Gu Zeyuan are widely spread on campus. The king of flowers, who takes gambling first, suddenly appears Gu Zeyuan, just like a shark mixed in a shallow pool. It can no longer be said to be garish. That's totally appalling. In the one-year Hyuxia class, many people were asking questions around Snake Menzi. And in contrast, Zeyuan, who used to be the overlord of the class. At this time, the desktop was in a mess, with insulting words written all over it with an oil-based pen. There is also her doll of the same style on it, which has been disemboweled and a dagger is stuck in the head. It's totally school bullying. It's a pity that Zeyuan is unable to repay Snake Menzi because she owes 8.8 million. Therefore, the Bai Wang rule called the livestock system has been forced to be activated. Her debt was transferred to the 100 Flowers Student Union for payment. In contrast, Zeyuan is now the student union's money. While in debt, she is a domestic animal. A hanging tag must be worn around the neck, with her name on it and a title of Little Flower. That is the common name for stray cats in Sakura country. Full of irony. Once you bring that kind of thing, in this academy, you will be a domestic animal without human rights and at your disposal. Zeyuan looked at the tag hanging on the table, still in a trance. Not long ago, she was the most sought-after and generous young lady in her class. And in a blink of an eye it was like this. That crazy woman, and that monster. Zeyuan murmured. But Snake Gumenzi was not affected. On the contrary, there are a lot of classmates, and the Lord wants to have a good relationship with her. After all, Snake Menzi is not in debt, although he lost to Gu Zeyuan. However, she is not a domestic animal, but only Gu Zeyuan's private property. And with her superb gambling skills, even if she loses to Gu Zeyuan, no one will underestimate her. Student Menzi, you left school with that student Gu Zeyuan in the morning, right? Someone asked gossip. After all, a beautiful girl lost herself to a boy or something. It's hard not to be crooked. And Snake Menzi nodded generously. Yeah, I did it with Mr. Yuan, he is really awesome, you can't stop it. When the surrounding students heard the words, they booed. This voice fell on Zeyuan's ears, making her even more confused and angry. And in the student union of 100 Flower King, almost all the members of the student council are here. President Momokichi Ruri is also there. Everyone watched a video in silence. It was a video of the game between Gu Zeyuan and Snake Menzi. Until the end of the broadcast, there was silence in the student union. Yuan Jun, it's not like a human being, President, it seems to be scarier than you. Huang Quinyu Luna, who was wearing a doll costume, complained. Momokichi lolly smiled. Yeah, that's why I blocked everything and pulled him in. Everyone else felt the same way. Guessing is a very simple game. There are various ways to withdraw money. Everyone in the room is a strong player in gambling, and if they want to cheat, they just need to use their brains, and there are countless ways. But, the problem is, in the video, they can't see Gu Zeyuan's cheating methods. That winning streak that overwhelms everything is undoubtedly cheating. But, I can't see it at all, let alone flaws, and I can't even find traces of the method. In the previous rounds, it may be explained by inhuman insight. But, the blind card in the last round, could it be luck? No one is foolish enough to believe that it was luck. Everyone in the student union had the same perception as Huang Chuan Luna. One exception, Li Wanghao. Maybe it's just luck? This kind of simple game has too little technical content. Everyone heard the words and looked at the speaker. It was a lovely girl named Huang Yihu. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Huang Yihu smiled. I'll go meet him, use my best card game. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally turned their attention to the president. Momokichi lolly smiled. Okay, then classmate Huang Yihu will teach him a lesson. Hearing the president's words, Huang Yaya was greatly satisfied, nodded, and then walked out of the student union room. After she left, Huang Qinyaluna showed an expression of what a hell. President, let her send money like this? Will the progress be too fast in this way? Besides, she is a member of the student union anyway. Momokichi lolly waved her hand. That's pretty good. Anyway, it looks like Yuan's bet is the same with anyone. As for the status of the student union member, didn't she pay special money to come in? Huang Qinyaluna shrugged when she heard the words. That's right, the existence of this kind of guy seems to be for sending money. And Gu Zeyuan, who is at the center of public opinion. On his way home, he picked up a young girl. Looking at the unconscious girl on the side of the street, Gu Zeyuan fell into deep thought. Is picking up Lolita as easy as picking up stray cats now? Chapter 94. It's autumn now. It's not that cold though. However, the wind blows at night. If you don't wear a coat, it will still make you shiver. And this little loli on the side of the road looks about the same age as Bai. It can't be said to be naked, it's basically the same as not wearing any clothes. He only has an extremely loose white coat on his body. Like a child who steals an adult's clothes. This scene. As long as there are passers-by on the side of the road now, they will call the hall to report. Police officer Miu Miu came over and had to take Gu Zeyuan down on the spot. It belongs to the question after the collapse. Ticket off. Gu Zeyuan made a conventional choice, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to make a call to police officer Mu Mu. However, it seems that Gu Zeyuan's voice was heard. The loli barely opened her eyes, and stretched out her hand towards Gu Zeyuan. She barely uttered 3 words with a hoarse voice that was beyond words. Don't report Jing. Then, he passed out again. Gu Zeyuan helped the forehead. What's the matter? Throw this loli on the road if you want to, but if you really do this, your conscience will be disturbed. There is very little traffic on this street. If this loli is unlucky, maybe no one will find out if he dies here. With a long sigh, Gu Zeyuan reached out and picked up the loli, wrapped it in a white coat, tied it into a rice dumpling, and carried it back to the apartment. Big brother, welcome home, the first day of exchange students' feelings. Tamori now choked on her voice, and her gaze stayed on the little loli in Gu Zeyuan's arms. Big brother, have you finally taken that step and become a human being? Tamori now said rather lamentingly. Gu Zeyuan walked over quickly and slapped her on the head. You, anywhere is fine, but this nonsense can't be changed, right? Tamori now held her head and argued hard. But, Big brother stunned Lolita in the street and brought her back. 537. Gu Zeyuan rolled his eyes. It was she who fainted on the street. I am kind enough to bring her back and save her. You heard the words, showing a skeptical look. Normal people, when they encounter this kind of situation, they will choose to sign up. It's not a stray cat. Gu Zeyuan was speechless for a while. Sister Ani, come out quickly, Big brother has finally taken his first step as a ghost. Seeing that Gu Zeyuan was silent, Tamori now yelled into the room. Gu Zeyuan. In the end, it became 3 joint trials. Tamori now, Ani, and Bai sat on their seats, staring at Gu Zeyuan with burning eyes. And the loli that was picked up has been properly placed. Changed clothes, took a bath, performed by Tamori now, fed water and administered Ghoul 3 solution to heal the trauma. This loli has bruises on her body and feet, and she is not wearing shoes, as if she jumped to her death in a hurry. On the wrist, there are still traces of purple-red, which seems to have been restrained by something like handcuffs. Totally victim teenage. Yuan, although I have no objection, but the age of the target cannot be unlimited. Annie frowned. Urina nodded frantically aside. Gu Zeyuan wanted to cry but had no tears. I picked it up on the street. It has nothing to do with me, okay? At the time of the trial in the 3rd hall, a soft hum came from the corner. The eyes of the four moved to the corner. The lowly opened her eyes and was trying to sit up. Speaking of which, after taking a bath, this lowly showed a pretty face and short chestnut hair. After opening her eyes, she found four people staring at her, and immediately made a defensive move. "Who are you?" she demanded. Yukinoshita heard this and immediately denounced Gu Zeyuan. "Brother, you still said it wasn't your fan, CGFJ, who fainted. They almost accused you." Gu Zeyuan reached out and tapped her on the head again. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan looked at the lowly. "I found you on the street, do you remember who I am? What's your name? Where do you live?" Gu Zeyuan's inquiry made the other party stunned. After a while, she looked at her body with a shocked expression. "By the way, it's APTX 4869. She seemed to think of something, and her expression was a little strange. This reaction made Gu Zeyuan frown slightly. It seems that children are not simply lost. Are you surprised by your body, but quickly understand why? Gu Zeyuan's gaze became sharp and full of scrutiny. Gu Shenjiyuan's attitude towards ordinary girls is naturally different from that of suspected abnormalities. Hearing Gu Zeyuan's words, she seemed a little shocked, but at the same time became more vigilant. The boy in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. Let's say a name first, at least to facilitate communication. Gu Zeyuan said lightly. Mayano. Habara AI. Huiyuan replied like this. Then, Huiyuan AI, I can barely be considered your savior, can you tell me what this is? Gu Zeyuan turned his palm, and a small medicine appeared in his hand. There is also a capsule without any label. This came from the pocket of the white coat that Huiyuan was wearing. Originally, Gu Zeyuan thought that this was some kind of medicine that Huiyuan needed. So keep it safe. But now, it seems that this is the APTX 4869 that the other party said. A drug that can be named like this, is an experimental product. Seeing the medicine box in Gu Zeyuan's hand, Huiyuan's pupils visibly shrank. That's medicine for the heart. I have congenital heart disease. Huiyuan said quickly. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. You have not. Huiyuan's expression froze. Congenital heart disease is a disease that cannot be determined unless a chest X-ray is taken. She just nailed it. As a result, he was denied by the boy in front of him. I can hear the subtle sound of your heartbeat, except that your heartbeat frequency has accelerated by 27% due to nervousness. There is nothing unusual about you. Habara AI. Huiyuan AI was a little at a loss for words. What kind of monster is this? Can identify whether a person a few meters away has heart disease just by hearing. Seeing Huiyuan fell silent. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. Now, send this to the Foundation to test its ingredients and conduct experiments. As for this Ms. Huiyuan, she will be temporarily controlled until the test results come out, and she will be amnesticized and released to society. Tamori now responded, took the medicine box, and was about to go to the Foundation to shake people. Huiyuan widened his eyes. This is not even a question. Also, what the hell is an amnestic? What shocked Huiyuan the most was that Gu Zeyuan mentioned the Foundation. Foundation? You are from the SCP Foundation? Huiyuan asked like this. The movements of Gu Zeyuan and Tamori now froze at the same time. You know about the SCP Foundation? Huiyuan fell into a tangled silence again. Gu Zeyuan's gaze gradually became dangerous. Forget it, let's directly perform A-level memory manipulation. As he spoke, Gu Zeyuan strode towards Huiyuan. Perhaps under the oppression of Gu Zeyuan, Huiyuan finally spoke. I said. Afterwards, Huiyuan told about his identity. She is a scientist affiliated to the winery, and is responsible for the research and manufacture of drugs. Formerly known as Mayano Shiho, he went to study abroad in the North Country before he could remember anything, and his code name in the winery is Sherry. The so-called distillery is a huge transnational terrorist organization whose scale and purpose are unknown. Because he tried to break away from the organization with his sister who also belonged to the winery, he was controlled and his freedom was restricted. In the end, he swallowed the experimental drug APTX4869 developed by himself and tried to commit suicide. However, the actual effect of APTX4869 is to rejuvenate the human body, which is the so-called rejuvenation. So, relying on her petite body, Zeyuan broke free from the handcuffs and escaped from the control of the winery through the ventilation duct. And the name of the SCP Foundation is what Zeyuan saw by accident in a confidential document of the brewery. Although Zeyuan confessed honestly. However, Zeyuan still obtained her blood and read the memory. However, memory and narrative are generally the same. Moreover, the confidential information of the winery. The above knowledge about the SCP Foundation is limited to its name and guesses that it has a huge influence. According to that material, the information obtained by the distillery should be similar to that of the four great chaebols. Most useful is the name SCP Foundation. After stating everything he knew, Zeyuan felt a little uneasy. In her opinion, the SCP Foundation is a more mysterious and powerful organization than the distillery. Moreover, this powerful organization, although there is no heinous record, but it is not necessarily a good organization. At this time, Zeyuan's expression was not very good looking. Of course, not because of any winery. Although the winery is a huge transnational terrorist organization, it is really not worth mentioning in front of the Foundation. Now, what Zeyuan is thinking about is what happened to Zeyuan AI. The organization in black, a drug that shrinks after taking it, has changed from an adult to a child's protagonist. The familiar sense of déjà vu reappeared. Moreover, this time was stronger than Gabriel's time. Zeyuan can be sure that he must have read a similar story before time traveling. However, there is no memory at all, only some love telegrams. For example, the elementary school student who died wherever he went. Zeyuan still remembers this stock used to tease anime. But about the anime itself, I have no memory at all. Zeyuan is even more sure that his cognition is definitely interfered by some kind of supreme divinity. How to regain this part of cognition, know the true face of the supreme divinity, and take countermeasures. Zeyuan couldn't think of a countermeasure for the time being. Sighing, Zeyuan's thoughts fell on Zeyuan again. Okay, let's take this Miss Zeyuan to the shelter first. Zeyuan delivered the sentence. Habara AI. Afterwards, Zeyuan AI was taken to the Foundation's shelter. As the alloy elevator slowly descended, Zeyuan's heart sank continuously. When the alloy door opened quietly, another world slowly unfolded in front of Zeyuan. Look at this all-alloy underground building like a honeycomb. Zeyuan's heart was filled with horror. What kind of organization is this? Stronghold is made like a sci-fi movie? Chapter 95. It will grow up well. Passing staff greeted Zeyuan. Zeyuan nodded in response. Zeyuan, who was following Zeyuan, was already numb at this moment. After walking through this alloy honeycomb for a while, she already saw several characters she knew. As a scientist at the winery. Before defecting, Zeyuan AI's data authority in the distillery was quite high. That's why I can see the information about the SCP Foundation. As for the personnel, Zeyuan also read a lot of information. But now, many of the pictures on the information are actually matched with the people who walked through here. For example, the person wearing a white coat and drinking tea over there is a master in the field of modern biology. That was the person who was printed in the textbook when she was studying abroad. There is also a young man passing by in full armor, who is the North Kunizo in the winery's information. He once served in the Navy SEALs of the North Country, and made unimaginable combat exploits. These people, in the information of the winery, are all top talents. It is the person that the distillery spares no effort to recruit. However, in this SCP Foundation, it seems commonplace, like ordinary people working part-time. Huiyu and I also saw just now that the Master of Biology was asking a girl for advice with the experimental data. Huiyu and I felt that her worldview was being severely impacted. What the hell is the SCP Foundation? Huiyu and I suppressed his shock and wanted Qin Zeyuan to ask about the SCP Foundation. As a result, the girl who was being consulted by the biology master ran over at this time. President Yuan. Gu Zeyuan smiled slightly and responded. Mipori, long time no see, are you unhappy working in the Foundation? Minami Oyama smiled and nodded. Good salary, flexible working hours, and research projects that help more people, I love it. Oyama Minami is a kind girl, and she is very talented in bioengineering. In the Foundation, not only can she display her talent, but she is indeed doing research to save more people. Therefore, for Mipori Oyama, the job provided by the Foundation couldn't be more ideal. That's good, if you have any needs, you can tell now, and the Foundation will meet them within its capabilities. Gu Zeyuan said. Tamori now, as the coordinator, is the coordinator of the current shelter site, and is also very familiar with Mipori. Let's talk about it when there is a need. Compared to that, Chairman Yuan, the biological armor of the new body has been completed. Saying that, Minami Oyama took out a black wristwatch. Huiyu and I beside him, his numb heart, caused ripples again at this time. Biological armor? Although she didn't major in bioengineering, she still has a clear understanding of the concept of biological armor. Isn't that a product of pure theory and sci-fi movies? So fast. Gu Zeyuan took the watch and realized after observing it. The research on the arc reactor has progressed. Minami Oyama nodded. The energy aspect is not my responsibility, but it seems to be able to reproduce a small amount of cold nuclear reactors. Although this energy has radiation damage to living organisms, I use new cells to bear it instead. The so-called new cells are scientific research variants of RC cells, and now the original RC cells have been gradually eliminated. The new biological armor is tentatively named the Black One Armor. Its advantages are portability and concealment, as well as strong energy. Minami Oyama said, pressing a button on the watch. The jet black substance on it began to spread rapidly to Gu Zeyuan's whole body. The process only takes about 1.3 seconds. After covering the whole body, the jet black substance solidifies rapidly, becoming a hard fiber-like material. Kind of like venom. The original position of the wristwatch began to flicker with a cool light. That's a sign that the cold nuclear reactor is starting to run. Through the pitch-black armor, Gu Zeyuan could still clearly see everything outside. Moreover, with the thought, the field of vision will lock on a certain target, and then zoom in. Obviously, the original design intention of the Dark One armor is the same as that of the Crimson Series armor. Based on the access to living organisms, the armor is controlled through neuronal responses. Restraining the black light virus, otherwise the armor will be eaten in minutes. Gu Zeyuan briefly read the basic data such as the strength and speed of the Darkness One. In terms of increase, it should be about 2/3 of Crimson One. Although the value is not as good as that of the Crimson Series, the Dark Series is superior in its high concealment. Create a second mobile task force with Jet Black Series armor, which can completely disperse into the city without attracting others' attention. Moreover, the Dark Series armor is equipped with the arc reactor, which can be called terrifying in terms of energy and battery life. Just when Gu Zeyuan read the data. Miss Mipori. The Darkness One is still under experimentation. Although it is harmless to living organisms, don't use it without authorization. A Foundation doctor exhorted with a wry smile. This genius is good in everything, but he is not very disciplined in product testing. Following Gu Zeyuan's thoughts, the pitch-black one began to fade quickly and turned into a watch again. It's okay, if the target is me, nothing can go wrong. The doctor saw that the experimenter was the president, and the president had already said so, so he didn't say anything more. Mipori, thank you for your contribution to mankind, do you want a raise? Gu Zeyuan asked with a smile. Oyama Minami scratched her head. Hey, I don't need to pay for the salary. Now the money is too much to spend, and I am very satisfied to be praised by President Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan stretched out his hand and rubbed Mipori's hair, and started stroking and praising. Hui Yuanai, who was on the side, was already dead at this time. What kind of sci-fi organization is this foundation? Ultra-small cold nuclear reactor, adaptive biological armor, and neuron access technology that looks harmless to the human body. Even if you don't know the specific test value of the biological armor. However, this technology is at least a century ahead of the entire world. The scientific research progress of the CP Foundation and other organizations is basically a comparison between the Industrial Revolution and primitive people. Is it really a gun hitting a catapult? Hui Yuanai only had one thought at this time. If she is the head of the winery. Well, the first thing to do now is to burn all the information about the SCP Foundation in the distillery. Then, burn 3 pillars of high incense and pray to the gods that there will be no conflicts with this sci-fi organization in the future. Return the Darkness 1 to Mipori. The Dark series still needs further development, and Gu Zeyuan is useless with this armor. Taking Hui Yuanai with him, he continued to walk towards the lower level of the foundation. After passing through the residential layer and the experimental layer, the two also stepped into the light containment layer. The personnel density of the foundation has dropped sharply, and at the same time, the surrounding rooms have also become rooms like various alloy prison cells. Habara AI's heartbeat started to speed up. However, she also understands that worrying at this moment is completely useless. When she wanted to escape from the distillery at the beginning, she escaped only by swallowing the experimental medicine. And the distillery is simply not comparable to the SCP Foundation in front of it. What the Foundation really wants her to do. Like being imprisoned here for the rest of your life. Hui Yuanai knew very well that he had no ability to resist and the right to say no. Just when Hui Yuanai's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Actually, you don't have to be so afraid, the SCP Foundation is not an evil organization. Ask for her flowers. Gu Zeyuan said abruptly. Hui Yuanai was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that it was her own heartbeat that was detected too fast. Speaking of which, the person next to her can really hear the changes in her heartbeat frequency. At this moment, in front of the corridor, 2 strange creatures rushed towards this side. Seeing the strange creature, Hui Yuanai subconsciously hid behind Gu Shengyuan. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, bent down, and directly picked up the 2 little ones that rushed towards him. That's iPods. Because it is harmless, it is allowed to move freely in the light containment layer and residential layer at ordinary times. At this time, the big eyes of the 2-eyed beings turned into a circle of rotating images. It's like an anime, when a character is knocked unconscious. The normal speed of the 2-eyed pod is still very fast, and it can climb vertically regardless of the terrain. Suddenly caught, under the inertia, fell into a dizziness. What is this? Hui Yuanai poked his head out and stared at the 2 eyes, eyes full of shock. iPod, a harmless anomaly. Gu Zeyuan briefly introduced the identities of the 2 cubs, then put them on the ground and let them continue to run. 0. Abnormal. Hui Yuanai grasped the key to the words. Yes, abnormal, supernatural existence, just like the 2-eyed peas, but the proportion of harmless abnormalities is pitifully small. Hui Yuanai's mind is very good, and after hearing this information, he quickly understood what was going on. So, the SCP Foundation is an organization that fights against abnormalities. Since harmless anomalies only account for a minority, there are still a large number of harmful anomalies. And now the world is at peace. After thinking about it, one can understand that this is all the credit of this sci-fi organization. Gu Zeyuan looked at Huiyuan AI in surprise. Being able to understand so quickly saves him a lot of talking. The purpose of the SCP Foundation is to control, contain, and protect. Before the two came to a containment room, Gu Shengyuan took out his ID card. Huiyuan was lowering his head and thinking at this moment. Just when the door of the containment room opened, Huiyuan raised his head and asked. President Yuan, do you want me to join the Foundation? Huiyuan's most valuable thing right now should be his mind and choose as a wine scientist. And the reason why she defected to the winery. It's just because the winery is a terrorist organization, and every piece of her research is aimed at harming others. But the Foundation is different, it is an organization that protects human beings. Gu Zeyuan glanced at her and said. If you want to join, the Foundation certainly welcomes it, but the purpose of this trip is to relieve you of your current status. It's abnormal for an adult to become a child or something. It's better to deal with it. The name of the item in this containment room is Panacea, SCP-500, which can cure all diseases. The effect of the APTX-4869 you developed should not exceed the healing range of the Panacea. Hebera AI. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. It turned out that she was being self-indulgent. That's right, how could such an organization that looks like something out of a sci-fi movie covet her? However, what Gu Zeyuan said was a lie. He is greedy Huiyuan, and wants to abduct him into the Foundation. Naturally, the more talents of this kind, the better for the Foundation. As for the Panacea, he has 2 spare pills in his Shinwei space, so there is no need to make a trip to the site. Chapter 96. President Yuan, do you have to observe? Huiyuan asked a little angrily. Gu Zeyuan nodded as a matter of course. This is valuable material for the interaction of the novel drug APTX-4869 and the project Panacea, SCP-500. How can such a material of great research significance be wasted? A piece of Panacea is precious. Huiyuan had tears in her eyes. Although what Gu Zeyuan said does make sense. But what a shame. Totally unacceptable. Now Huiyuan's clothes are white. In other words, it is a small size of clothing. And after taking the Panacea, she will most likely restore her abnormal state and become an adult again. If you wear small clothes for this process, the clothes will be broken at the slightest, and you will be injured by the clothes at the worst. So, after struggling for a long time, Huiyuan still carried out the interactive experiment in the spirit of scientific dedication. In a naked state, he swallowed the Panacea. 30 seconds after swallowing the Panacea, Huiyuan's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth process lasted 5 minutes and 17 seconds. The interactive experiment is completed. It has been confirmed by interactive experiments that the abnormalities in the human body caused by APTX-4869 drugs can be cured by the Panacea, SCP-500. After the experiment, Gu Zeyuan National May Day handed a white coat into the containment room. Hebera AI? If you have this kind of clothing, give it to me as soon as possible. Huiyuan Bei clenched her teeth and stared at Gu Zeyuan. For the rigor of the experiment, Gu Zeyuan looked away guiltily. Huiyuan grabbed the white coat, put it on, and buttoned it up. Afterwards, the two fell into a silent stalemate. In the end, Huiyuan was the first to lose. Can you save my sister? After the initial attempt to defect to the winery failed, Hebera AI, also known as Miyano Shiho, was imprisoned. And his elder sister Miyano Akemi, as a killer agent of the wine factory, was also restricted. And was sent to perform more serious tasks. According to the code of conduct of the distillery, it is impossible for the two traitors who tried to defect to be forgiven. There is a high probability that Miyano Akemi will be used as an abandoned child in the process of carrying out missions in the future. After squeezing out the last trace of value, it was completely wiped out. Since Huiyuan was lucky enough to escape, Now it is natural to worry about my sister who is in danger. As long as he can save his sister, Zeyuan I can accept to work for the Foundation from now on, even if it doesn't see the light of day. However, to Zeyuan I's surprise, Gu Shengyuan complied in one gulp. There wasn't even a quid pro quo for her to join the Foundation. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. The cleaning of the distillery is inevitable. At the very least, people from the Foundation will enter the headquarters of the distillery and check the distillery's database. Check to see if there is information above level 0 clearance. If there is, change it, if not, encourage it. If a set of procedures is followed, the winery will be injured if it is not dead. By the way, saving someone is still a valuable agent seedling. Gu Shengyuan is naturally willing to do this kind of favor. Just in time, cleaning the distillery can also replenish scientific research and detective talents. Seeing Gu Zeyuan's response, Zeyuan I was a little stunned. That, can I join the Foundation? Zeyuan I asked like this. She was really starting to doubt herself. Could it be that I really have no value at all? Gu Zeyuan smiled and nodded. If you want, the Foundation is naturally welcome, scientific research talents are rare. Although Gu Zeyuan said so, Zeyuan I still had some self-doubt. Taking out the code of absolute contract, Zeyuan I signed and marked, and completed the membership ceremony. The goal was achieved, and Gu Zeyuan showed a satisfied smile. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your future colleagues, and then professionals will come to you to discuss salary. The SCP Foundation is not an evil organization, and naturally it does not restrict personal freedom, but it has confidentiality regulations. Miss AI, you seem to specialize in organic chemistry. Mipori has also dabbled in this direction, so it's just right for her to guide you. This series of skillful arrangements by Gu Zeyuan made Zeyuan AI fall into deep thought. This guy is so proficient, how many people have he recruited to join the club? In this way, Zeyuan I was lured into the scientific research department of the Foundation. But Gu Zeyuan went straight back to the apartment after kidnapping him. On the way, I even hummed a song happily. In the early morning of the next day, Gu Zeyuan went to the private 100 Cow Academy as usual. After the bet with Snake Menzi, the funds in Gu Zeyuan's hands have reached 16 million. Although the distance to 1 billion seems to be far away. But, in fact, it only needs to roll a few more squares, and it can easily reach 1 billion. Back then, Chen Daizhe could win 37 million with 20 yuan. He Gu Zeyuan, using 1 million to win 1 billion is not a problem. Master, good morning. Entering the classroom, you are greeted by Yumko Snake, who is full of vigor and enthusiasm. It's just that the name is a little harsh. Good morning, Menzi. Gu Zeyuan responded with a smile. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan fell into confusion. Speaking of which, where is his seat? After I came to report yesterday, I played a gamble and skipped class with Snake Menzi. Until now, Gu Zeyuan still doesn't know where his seat is. Seeing that Gu Zeyuan was in a state of confusion, everyone in the class immediately began to pay attention. Gu Zeyuan, is there anything I can help you with? Student Gu Zeyuan, please choose your seat as you like, there happens to be an empty seat next to me. Student Gu Zeyuan, just tell me where you want to sit, and we will make room for you. Such a passionate battle made Gu Zeyuan a little at a loss. Simply, the seat next to Snake Ghoul Menzi was still vacant. Gu Zeyuan sat next to Snake Menzi. At this scene, many girls in the class watching secretly bit their hands. They also want classmate Gu Zeyuan. To get close to this lord, even if it is to learn a little bit of gambling skills, or to get some rewards from Lord Gu Shengyuan. The little grit leaking from the nails is enough for them to show off and squander. However, these girls also have self-knowledge. Whether it's appearance, brains, or gambling skills, they are completely different from Snake Menzi. Master, I have been asked to deliver this to you. Snake Menzi seemed to remember suddenly, and took out a letter from her bag. There are luxurious gilt patterns on the envelope, and a stylish lacquer seal on the seal. Just thinking about this letter would cost a lot of money. Gu Zeyuan took the letter with some doubts. Is there anyone in this academy who writes to himself? Love letter? Puzzled, Gu Zeyuan opened the envelope and took out the letter paper from it. Well, not a love letter. Gu Zeyuan took a rough look at it. After removing polite expressions and civilized words, the meaning of this letter is roughly as follows. I heard that you are very Diao. Do you dare to touch it in reality? I am on Shenyang Street, oh no, I am waiting for you in the activity room, I don't have as good juice as you. The signature is Huang Yiu. Gu Zeyuan is a little confused. Who is Huang Yiu? Gu Zeyuan asked the snake ghoul Menzi next to him. The private 100 Flowers King still has a strong man who dares to jump in his face? Even the president has to act like a baby honestly, okay? Hearing this, Snake Menzi shook his head. I don't know either. At this time, there was a response from the back table. Huang Yiu is a second-year senior, a member of the student union of this 100 Cow Academy. Gu Zeyuan looked back, and saw that it was the not-so-bright Zeyuan classmate who was accosting her. Good morning Zeyuan-san, speaking of it, it's really a miserable state. In the middle of Gu Zeyuan's speech, he saw Zeyuan's desk, the insulting oily notes and scratches from various sharp tools on it. Zeyuan sighed. Yesterday, she might have gritted her teeth and asked, who do you think this is thanks to? However, after a day, Zeyuan had figured it out. Monsters like Gu Zeyuan and Snake Gu Menzi are not from the same world as her. I was just unlucky and happened to be caught. The two of them had no thoughts against her at all. Really, how could they do this? This is totally school bullying. I'm going to find them. Seeing this tragic situation, Snake Gu Menko wanted to fight Zeyuan even more. That's what she is. Hchenzi is usually kind and lovely, but when it comes to gambling, he is a crazy critic who walks on the tip of the knife. Zeyuan grabbed Snake Gu Menko and let out a long sigh. No need, this is the rule of this academy, I am now a domestic animal. Zeyuan showed the sign hanging around her neck. I remember that in the original book, Zeyuan could not accept the contrast between the status and treatment of livestock. So I ran to bet with the student union. Then, there is no doubt that it has been veiled twice. The arrears of money suddenly expanded to an unbearable level, and even the rest of his life was arranged. After that, Zeyuan woke up and realized some gaps in reality. In the follow-up, he cooperated with Snake Menzi and successfully turned over in the gambling activity organized by the student union. But now it seems that this Zeyuan classmate seems to be sober earlier than the original track. In this way, Zeyuan's current debt, which is not heavy, should be reversed by her soon. After all, 3.2 Zeyuan isn't really stupid, it's just that she can't defeat Snake Kumonko and the student council. That Huang Yiu, since I entered school for a year, I haven't failed with card games. My family is the most famous toy manufacturer in Sakura country, with unimaginably rich funds. He himself. Rumor has it that he has a hobby of collecting other people's nails. For some reason, Zeyuan talked a lot and told Gu Zeyuan all the information she knew. Through Zeyuan's narration, Gu Zeyuan also remembered such a person. Isn't he the worst student in the student union, the one who spent money to join the student union and was later expelled from the student union? Looking back at the challenge letter, Gu Zeyuan raised his eyebrows. He thought it was the sweeping monk hidden deeply in Bei Wawang Academy. Result. Where is the activity room? Gu Zeyuan asked. Hey, I told you that she has never lost a card game, and she likes to peel people's nails, do you still want to go? Zeyuan's eyes widened in confusion. Gu Zeyuan nodded as a matter of course. Of course there are people who send money, why don't you go? He is also planning to win a 1 billion quota today, and then quickly take the president home. Chapter 97. You really are a monster. Zeyuan Ari hugged her head and buried herself in the golden double ponytails, not wanting to face reality. Student council member, undefeated at poker. This kind of vocabulary that she would stay away from when she heard it, or even run away directly. For Gu Zeyuan, it was just a gift of money. Seeing Zeyuan holding her head, Gu Zeyuan suddenly smiled. Do you always think this kid is cute? In this world, there are many talented people, as countless as stars. However, most talented people cannot become the top star. When you have talent, but you can't be the most dazzling person, 90% of people will drown with their talents. After all, there are too few people who possess talent but don't blindly believe in their own talent and can admit the gap. And Zeyuan is obviously one of those few people. She is talented, and when faced with successive blows, she did not drown, but recognized the gap in reality. This is commendable. And, maybe good luck too? The golden twin ponytails gave Gu Shengyuan an inexplicable sense of sight as a golden retriever. Menzi, take Zeyuan with you from now on. Gu Zeyuan said suddenly. Snake Menzi was stunned for a moment, but then responded. Good. Zeyuan raised her head blankly, and looked at Gu Zeyuan with some puzzlement. Why? Zeyuan doesn't think that Gu Zeyuan is the kind of person who is full of sympathy. Just for fun. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. At this time, the class time has come. Gu Zeyuan and Snake Kumenko turned around and faced the podium, leaving only Zeyuan who was still in a daze. Master is such a gentle person. Snake 26 Gu Menzi covered herself with a book, whispering something in a low voice. Just for fun. Gu Zeyuan emphasized it again. Then, does Meng Zi get a reward for doing something interesting for the master? Snake Menzi asked with a smile. This guy, after losing himself to Gu Zeyuan, quickly figured out Gu Zeyuan's character. Knowing that this kind of small overreach will not be hated. Next time we gamble with you, put some water in it. Gu Zeyuan said so. Wow, that's really a great reward, Menzi is looking forward to it. For Snake Menzi, she likes to gamble with all her strength, and she likes the excitement of both parties trying their best. But, only Gu Zeyuan, she wishes to be watered. After all, if she doesn't release the water, she can't see the possibility of winning at all. Snake Menzi also hates winning or losing games. Class time passed quickly. Gu Zeyuan yawned. As the royal family, the teaching of Beiwa Wang Academy is also super high level. Although he is famous for gambling, everyone listens to the class very seriously. After all, knowledge and brains are also part of gambling skills. Unfortunately, this knowledge is too simple for Zeyuan. Let's go, don't disappoint classmate Huang Yahu's kindness. Gu Zeyuan said so. Zeyuan rolled her eyes. God it meow good intentions. However, Zeyuan still followed Gu Zeyuan and Snake Kumenko to the activity room. The so-called activity room is actually a separate floor in the teaching building. There are many poker tables, seating areas, and even CCTV and audience seats for broadcasting. It looks like a casino. As soon as the three of Gu Zeyuan stepped into the activity room, someone walked over quickly. It was a petite and lovely girl with short yellow hair with a slight bend at the end, which looked fluffy and lovely. Wearing the girl uniform of Flower King, her legs are wrapped in black knee socks with cute patterns on the knee socks. Student Gu Zeyuan. Did you see my invitation letter? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, I am Huang Yuki. Huang Yahu showed a cute smile. Gu Zeyuan wanted to smile back. Only. Why is this kid staring at his hand? Gu Zeyuan glanced at his hands subconsciously, trying to see if something was glued on them. As a result, after raising his hand, the other party's line of sight became more obvious. Even a strange blush began to appear on his face, and his eyes were drawn. Student Huang Yahu, have you been drinking computer accessories? Gu Zeyuan asked curiously. No. Huang Yiho came back to her senses and patted her cheek. Sorry, student Gu Zeyuan is so perfect, I'm a little fascinated by it. Gu Zeyuan, this. Regarding perfection, this is a pertinent evaluation of Xiang Zeyuan. As the carrier of the black light virus, Gu Zeyuan is evolving toward perfection. Any part of Gu Zeyuan's body is absolutely perfect as far as human beings are concerned. In this way, it is normal to be greedy. It's just that Gu Zeyuan didn't expect the other party to be so obsessed. Taking out the letter, Gu Zeyuan shook it. I received an invitation from classmate Huang Yihu, so I'm here for a gamble. Huang Yihu nodded hurriedly when she heard the words. Because Gu Zeyuan is very famous, so, it would be interesting to have a gamble with Gu Zeyuan. Gu Zeyuan helped the forehead. Girl, can you restrain yourself a little bit? That saliva flowed out. How reserved. What about the modesty of being a daughter? Afterwards, Huang Yihu brought Gu Zeyuan to a poker table, which was the main table, and there was a broadcast filming. Snake Kumenko and Zeyuan were left in the auditorium. So, about the kind of gambling, how about playing double insanity? Huang Yihu put 2 poker cards on the table and asked with a smile. The so-called double mental breakdown is actually a flop game, to put it bluntly. Place the playing cards back up, and the 2 players take turns turning over the cards, 2 cards at a time. If the 2 cards are the same, the pairing is extremely successful, and the next flop can be continued. The double meaning is to play with 2 decks of cards. Only when the 2 cards turned up have the same suit and number, it is considered a successful match. There are 54 cards in a deck, except for 2 trump cards, there are 52 cards left. 2 decks are 104 cards. First of all, 54 cards, more than half, are matched successfully, which is the game victory. Gu Zeyuan nodded indifferently. Huang Yihu smiled slightly when she heard the words, and then came to the camera first with 2 unopened boxes of playing cards. This is a poker made by my family. It is characterized by its super good hand feel. Please patronize me a lot. As the daughter of a best-selling toy dealer, Huang Yihu advertises. This woman is really promoting poker. Zeyuan complained. Snake Gedomenzi smiled noncommittally. The cards were unpacked and spread irregularly on the table after being shuffled. Then, student Gu Zeyuan, the most critical aspect of the bet. Huang Yihu once again showed a fanatical expression. 16 million, how about it? Gu Zeyuan asked. Hey, it's a little bit less. Huang Yihu said in a pretentious way. Gu Zeyuan sighed helplessly. It's not because of being disliked because the betting money is low, but because. This kid, doesn't he know the student union made an agreement with him? The group of students in the student union probably didn't treat her as a member of the student union at all. Well, how about this? How about student Gu Zeyuan betting on a fingernail, which is equivalent to 1,400 square meters? Huang Yihu asked tentatively. She is really hungry. Under normal circumstances, she would never put forward conditions that would damage her body as soon as she came up. After all, that would easily scare people away. However, after watching the video, Huang Yihu knew that Gu Zeyuan was the type who would not back down. Moreover, she really couldn't restrain her desire. Gu Zeyuan is so perfect. Want it anyway. Are my nails worth that much? Gu Zeyuan complained, then nodded, admitting the bet. Then, let's start. Double mental breakdown. Huang Yihu said excitedly, student Gu Zeyuan, please go first. The camera pans to the card table. Even if it's a game of luck, it's too much. If you only turn over 1 card, the matching success rate is 101/3. Besides, there are a total of 104 cards. I'm afraid I can't remember all of them after turning them over. 27. Zeyuan said with a frown. Snake Menzi shook his head. No, it's just 104 cards, so you can memorize them easily. Zeyuan? For a while, Zeyuan was speechless. Is this a monster? However, before she had time to sigh, she heard Snake Menzi continue to say. Moreover, these two cards are cheating poker, so that even the luck part is omitted, and it is okay to rely only on observation and memory. Zeyuan? Hearing this, Zeyuan stared at the screen with wide eyes. However, after searching for a long time, nothing abnormal was found. You don't need to look for Zeyuan-san, the abnormal pattern behind this kind of cheating poker will dissipate over time. It should be some kind of thermal embossing process. After the temperature is lowered, the abnormal parts will disappear, and it will become a normal poker. Snake Menzi said with a smile. Zeyuan looked at Snake Kumenko, and asked blankly. If the opponent is cheating, wouldn't it be impossible to win? Why can you still laugh? Hearing this, Snake Menzi tilted his head. I can win, too. If it were me, I would definitely lose the first round, because I don't know the suits corresponding to the cheating flowers. After I lose, I will pretend to be pitiful and beg for a second game. This way, I can recognize the corresponding relationship. The bad situation is that the opponent prepares several different sets of cheating poker, and then they may lose consecutively. However, this is because I'm not strong enough. If I were the master, I should be able to end the game in the first game. The words of Snake Yumko made Zeyuan's eyes widen. Did this monster discover the clues of poker cheating just by looking at it at first glance, and figured out a way to win? But, that Gu Zeyuan can really. Just as Zeyuan was thinking, Gu Zeyuan's voice came from the CCTV. In this way, there will be 54 coins. Classmate Huang Yahu, the game is over, and the reward is 30 million. Chapter 98. Gu Zeyuan flipped the last two paired cards. In this way, the game is declared over. From the beginning to the end, Huang Yahu had no chance to touch the cards. At the moment of announcing the end, Huang Yahu's eyes widened and she slumped on the seat. She couldn't understand the scene in front of her. And through the video, the activity room set off an uproar. Not to mention labels such as Huang Yahu's Solitaire Undefeated and Student Union members. It's just that this gamble is simply incomprehensible. If you want to cheat, you can't find a way. The cards were prepared by Huang Yahu, the card table was provided by the public activity room, and the cards cannot be guessed by psychology. Such a scene is incredible. Ha, as expected of the master. I started to get curious, and classmate Huang Yahu set a trap with great interest. Now it is easily reversed by the master. What will happen to Naichi and her classmates? It's exciting to think about it. Snake Menzi said excitedly. Zeyuan's whole body was numb. Sure enough, that person was a complete monster, a monster that was not in the same dimension as anyone else. However, while everyone was waiting for the result. In the live broadcast, Gu Zeyuan walked up to the camera and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry everyone, but next, it's private time. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan directly cut off the broadcast screen. Snake Menzi. Why is this? I've taken off my skirt, so just show me this. Complaining dissatisfiedly, Snake Gumenko pulled Zeyuan up and ran towards the private room of the activity room upstairs. It ended without a problem like this, it was torture for her. Not even a bystander. At the same time, in the student union room, many members of the student union fell silent while watching the cut-off broadcast. Sure enough, Xiao Yayu is just delivering food. She's not even qualified to test her out. Who recommended her to join the student union? Huang Qinyaluna glanced at the young man beside her. Shut up. The young man pushed his glasses, looking a little out of breath. Well, forget it, the bigger question now is, does Xiao Yayu have more than 1 billion in cash? If so, didn't Mr. Yuan complete this gambling challenge directly? The president is in danger. Huang Yiu is the daughter of a toy maker. If the cheating poker is exposed, her family's industry will undoubtedly usher in a huge Waterloo. With such a standpoint, even if Gu Zeyuan offered to let Huang Yiu become RBQ, she would have no way to refuse. Therefore, if Huang Yiu has about 1 billion cash, Sheng Yuan can directly complete the goal. And Huang Qinyuluna is now completely a fun person to fight fire. She could tell that Gu Zeyuan was a monster, and she had better keep a respectful distance. Likewise, the president is also a monster. The duel between the two monsters should be very enjoyable. At this time, Snake Menzi had brought Zeyuan to the private room on the second floor. The two put their ears on the door, but they couldn't hear anything. As a result, because the door was ajar, one of the two fell into the room without standing still. When he raised his head from the ground, he saw an incredible scene. I saw Huang Yiu kneeling and sitting in front of Gu Zeyuan obediently, with a pitiful appearance waiting for punishment. It's hard to imagine that the well-behaved girl in the tuxedo seat is the Miss Huang Yiu of the student union. Gu Zeyuan sighed heavily, and slapped Huang Yiu on the head. Originally, after he won the game, he planned to teach the girl a lesson. If you want his nails, you deserve them too. However, the more Gu Zeyuan thought about it just now, the more something went wrong. The name Huang Yiu is very familiar. Flipping through the memory, Gu Zeyuan asked a question. Hi, your home is Huangji Entertainment Club. After getting Huang Yiu's affirmative answer, the scene became like this picture of an elder teaching a disobedient child. It's meow, the Huangji Entertainment Club is one of the Foundation's foreign businesses. Huang Yiu's father, who was also the president of the club, was a high-level employee of the Youth Syndrome Laboratory. Later, he was inspired by Gu Zeyuan, joined the Foundation, and worked for the Foundation. So, if Huang Yiu's poker cheating is exposed. In fact, what was lost was the property of the Foundation. Huang Yiu, can you use your brain? For a piece of fingernails and tens of millions of gambling, use this kind of cheating poker. Do you know what the current market value of your business is? 10 billion? Or 100 billion? It's a club with a market value of 87.3 billion. As Gu Zeyuan spoke, he felt puzzled, and shuddered again on Huang Yiu's head. Huang Yiu, QAQ. In this scene, she didn't dare to say anything, and she didn't dare to ask. However, Huang Yiu vaguely understood one thing from Gu Zeyuan's teaching tone. She knew that her club, as well as the president's father, entered a mysterious organization with all her belongings some time ago. Now it seems. I am afraid that the classmate Gu Zeyuan she loves is a member of that organization. Or the boss of that organization. Therefore, at this time, Huang Yiu knelt down obediently, not even daring to beg for mercy, and not even daring to cry out loud. So, what's going on here? Zeyuan asked softly. Snake Menzi was also a little curious. Gu Zeyuan held his forehead and sighed. The Huangji Entertainment Club is actually an asset that I can use. You should have seen the kid cheating on poker. All in all, this kid, who I thought was an enemy, is actually my junior, who is messing around with his elder's assets. Hearing Gu Zeyuan's explanation, Zeyuan and Snake Kumenko couldn't laugh or cry for a while. That. Huang Yiu weakly raised her hand, wanting to ask about the relationship between Gu Zeyuan and her father. Kneel down. Who told you to move? Gu Zeyuan scolded, making Huang Yiu bow her head obediently again, not daring to speak any more. Huang Yiu, chirp. Gu Zeyuan's mood now is like meeting a fool throwing money everywhere on the road. He was standing on the side of the road laughing, but after a closer look, the idiot was his own child. It was also their own money that was scattered. Years of low blood pressure was cured all at once. Then, isn't this game over? Snake Menzi asked with empty eyes. Gu Zeyuan glanced at Huang Yiu. How much money is there in 100 Flowers Academy? Upon hearing this, Huang Yihu said weakly. There are 770 million more. Gu Zeyuan rolled his eyes and hit her again. With so much money, it is not enough for 1 billion. Although Huang Yihu can allocate funds from the outside, and then lose to herself. However, that would be worse than letting Snake Gumanzi lose 1 billion directly to him, which is a foul. Give me all the money, and then return the student union seat. Gu Zeyuan ordered. But I paid a lot of sponsorship money to enter the student union. Huang Yihu said weakly. Gu Zeyuan snorted coldly. You don't know what's good or bad, do you? Still can't see how much you weigh? You get mixed up with that group of students, and sooner or later you'll be eaten up. Yes, yes, I will quit the student union. Huang Yihu shivered in fright, and said hastily. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Huang Yihu, who is usually aloof, Zeyuan felt for a moment that she was dreaming. Also, you seem to have a habit of collecting nails. Gu Zeyuan asked coldly. When Huang Yihu heard the words, she felt chills running down her spine, she buried her head, not knowing how to answer. Don't look at Huang Yihu's pure and lovely appearance. But it's kind of crazy to play. I like to collect nails. After entering 100 Flower King Academy, because of the environment here, he indulged his desires even more. As a result, in the game of gambling, nails are used as bets. Huang Yihu has a treasure box that she carries with her, and there are nails with various patterns in it. The source is needless to say. Meng Ziyi. Master, I am here. Snake Menzi heard Gu Zeyuan's call, and responded sweetly. Go get Huang Yihu's toolbox and use the tools in it to peel off her 10 fingernails. Gu Zeyuan gave the order. Yes. Snake Menzi responded excitedly. She rushed up, just wanting to see this scene. Isn't it too boring to gamble without a price? Does the excitement of gambling come from the pain of falling into the abyss when you fail? No, no, no. Classmate Gu Zeyuan, Mr. Yuan. Don't. Huang Yihu panicked completely. As a rich young lady, even if she really lost the bet, at best she would give her more money. She did not bear the consciousness of this pain. When you peeled off other people's nails, didn't you think about today? Gu Zeyuan asked coldly. If Huang Yihu is a stranger, Gu Zeyuan doesn't care about her. However, Huang Yihu can be regarded as a peripheral member of the foundation, half a junior. So, before it's too late, let's fix it a little bit. A small tree will not slip straight if it is not repaired, and a person will not repair it. Then, amidst the miserable screams, Huang Yihu learned a lesson. Nearly fainted several times. But, because Gu Zeyuan said, if he fainted, he would be stripped off along with his toenails. Therefore, even though Huang Yihu was crying uncontrollably, she finally survived. All right, student Gu Zeyuan, what should I do with the nails? Do you want to keep them? Snake Menzi asked with a smile on his face. Gu Zeyuan shook his head, saying that it's fine to put it aside. Picking up Huang Yihu on the ground, Gu Zeyuan sighed helplessly. Now, knowing the past time, what have you been doing? At this moment, Huang Yihu was still crying because of the pain, but she nodded obediently when she heard Gu Zeyuan's question. Seeing this, Gu Zeyuan thought to himself, fortunately, she is not the kind of girl who is anti-human by nature. With a little repair, it can still grow back on track. Putting Huang Yihu on the seat, Gu Zeyuan squatted down, looked at the girl at the same level, and stared into her eyes. Flipping his hands, Gu Zeyuan took out an injection as if by magic. That's Ghoul 3 solution. Put the solution in your left hand. Gu Zeyuan stimulated the cells again, and shed off a complete nail. For him, this process is as simple as moving a finger. Place the nails on the right hand. Both of them were placed in front of Huang Yihu at the same time. The solution can repair injuries, choose one of the two items. Ming himself was stunned by Gu Zeyuan's unreasonable action, and it was not until the words brought his mind back to confusion. Afterwards, Huang Yihu stretched out her hand towards that nail without hesitation. Gu Zeyuan? Menzi. Gu Zeyuan is preparing to greet Snake Menzi to continue his execution. I heard Huang Yihu hurriedly said. No. I don't want nails right now, it's just because it belongs to Master Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Xiuan became numb. As if over-repaired, the kid started developing in other strange directions. Chapter 99. In the end, Gu Zeyuan still gave Huang Yihu both the solution and his nails. Unexpectedly, Huang Yihu carefully treasured both of them. Even Gu Zeyuan explained that the solution could instantly repair her injuries. Huang Yihu still hasn't been used. It's hard to imagine that the stubborn girl was crying to death just now. Stripping your nails is a form of torture. The cruelest part of it isn't the stripping process, but in the months after the peeling, people who lost their nails could not use their fingers hard. As long as there is a little force, the wound will immediately ooze blood, and the pain is extremely painful. However, Huang Yihu replied in this way. I seem to understand Master Yuan's intentions, so let's experience this punishment in its entirety. It's a long memory. I have said so, and Gu Zeyuan didn't say anything more, but sterilized her for her. Then, Gu Zeyuan tied bandages on Huang Yihu's slender fingers with his own hands. After that, Huang Yihu returned all the nails in her collection to the original owners. And, I sincerely apologized. It seems to have been corrected. Only, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Gu Zeyuan felt that Huang Yihu's eyes looking at him became more fanatical. Moreover, no longer just staring at the part of the nails, but became extremely fanatical about his whole person. The burning gaze made Gu Zeyuan have to run away. Seeing Gu Zeyuan fleeing in despair, Zeyuan was really at a loss for a moment. Does this guy who is as strong as a monster actually need to run away? Still because of this kind of thing? It seems to be true as Snake Gumenzi said. He is a gentle man. And Gu Zeyuan, after escaping, wandered around in the 100 Flowers Academy. 323 hours after class, whether it is in the teaching building or in the club room. Gambling is going on everywhere. Now Gu Zeyuan has more than 800 million funds in his hands. It is only one step away from 1 billion. It is unimaginable for ordinary people to bet 1 million to 1 billion. But for Gu Zeyuan, it was easy. It's a pity that Gu Zeyuan was wandering around, trying to make up the last bit of funds, but he still couldn't get into the game. Everyone in Beiwa Wang Academy, as long as they saw Gu Zeyuan, they would all shy away. Hearing that Gu Zeyuan was going to play, the game was dismissed on the spot. There is no other way. Gu Zeyuan's reputation is too strong, and the name of the monster has spread wildly in 100 Flowers Academy. For this, Gu Zeyuan could only sigh. Can't find an opponent. However, it is not completely impossible. 100 Flower King's Student Union has an open battle mechanism, and anyone can challenge it. Participating in that, with the Student Union as the opponent, will naturally not be rejected. It's a pity that because of the adjustment of Pope Yihu, the time is already very late, and the time for open battles has passed. That's all, I will end the journey of the 100 Flower King tomorrow. Gu Zeyuan sighed, left the college, and returned to the apartment. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Gu Zeyuan opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, Gu Zeyuan fell into deep thought. Is it because the flag was set yesterday? That tomorrow will never come? What flag is abnormal? Or did Tamori now feed herself the feminizing potion while she was sleeping? Otherwise, the current situation is really unexplainable. He raised his hand and looked at the slender and white fingers. He lowered his head and looked at the heavy precipitation on his chest. Well, there is no need to confirm the following. This is basically a girl's body. Sitting up from the bed, Gu Zeyuan observed the surrounding environment. Strange ceiling, strange room. This is a slightly messy and crowded small room, with tatami mats on the floor, and desks full of textbooks and other sundries. Gu Zeyuan stood up, came to the floor-to-ceiling mirror, and saw the whole body of this body. This is a lovely girl. He has black hair and black eyes, and his hair is fluffy and messy because he just woke up, hanging behind his head. Under some old-fashioned pink pajamas, there is a beautiful figure that is difficult to conceal. The most distinctive feature is the pair of pupils, the big eyes seem to be full of curiosity. Mitsuhami Amizu. Sleepwalking. Two voices sounded at the same time. The former is Gu Zeyuan's question, while the latter is a girlish noise ringing in Gu Zeyuan's mind. Gu Zeyuan frowned. The voice in his head was exactly the same as the voice from his body. So, is it the owner of this body? Is its consciousness, or soul, still in this body? Isn't this girl named Miyamizu Sanyi watching her manipulating her body? This statement sounds a bit wicked, and a bit harsh. However, the question is, why does one's own consciousness appear in other people's bodies? Moreover, Mitsuhami Amizu should have died in the abnormal outbreak in Ishao town without any accident. Just when Gu Zeyuan was about to try to communicate with the girl in his body, the sliding door of the room was pulled open. Sister! Don't sleep! You're going to be late! A child's voice came. Gu Zeyuan turned his head to look, and the little girl who broke into the house was 50% similar to Mitsuhami Amizu. Should be sister? It's a miracle, sister, you didn't sleep in late today, change your clothes and eat. After the little girl finished speaking, she closed the door of the room. Hey, this dream is too real, is Yotsuba the same in his dream? The pleasant girlish voice appeared in Gu Zeyuan's mind again. It's real because, of course, it's not a dream. As Gu Zeyuan said, he raised his hand and pinched his arm. It hurts, it hurts. Wait, it hurts? If this is not a dream, then who are you? A ghost? A ghost on your body? Mitsuhama Yamizu's voice began to panic. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Looks like the senses are shared too? Are you going to school? Without answering Mitsuhama Yamizu's question, Gu Zeyuan changed the topic. Yes, school. We're going to be late. Uniforms are in the garden on the left. Mitsuhama Yamizu's attention was immediately diverted by CGCB. Obviously, this is a more natural girl. Gu Zeyuan opened the side drawer and took out the JK uniform. To be honest, a bit unacceptable. Is there any trousers? Gu Zeyuan asked. How could there be such a thing? Of course the uniform is a skirt. Mitsuhama Yamizu's tone seemed a little puzzled. Gu Zeyuan sighed, only. Fortunately, girls have safety pants. At this moment, Gu Zeyuan lamented that safety pants are really the best invention in the world. Underwear needs to be changed. Mitsuhami Amizu reminded. Are all girls' high schools so open now? The part under the underwear can also be shown to strangers. Gu Zeyuan insulted the girl. Wait, you're a boy. Mitsuhami Amizu was shocked. Gu Zeyuan speaks with her body, and her voice is naturally that of a girl. I remembered the scene where I just changed clothes. Mitsuhami Amizu was so shy that she exploded on the spot. If it weren't for her lack of body now, she would probably find a seam in the ground to get in. Gu Zeyuan smiled, grabbed the orange-red headband on the side, and tied up his black hair. So skilled, actually, you are a girl, are you lying to me? Mitsuhami Amizu asked curiously. The proficiency of this hairstyle is not like that of a boy. She's not even that skilled. No, it's because there is a younger sister in the family, so I am proficient. Gu Zeyuan directly broke Miyamizu Mitsuha's self-comfort. He usually ties Bai and Ani's hair. Sometimes Tamori now would come over to make trouble. Therefore, the proficiency in this area is naturally high. You have a sister, so you're not a ghost? Why use my body? Mitsuhami Amizu was still a little puzzled. Gu Zeyuan didn't respond anymore, opened the door of the room, and walked downstairs. This is an old-style apartment room, although there is a second floor, the space is a bit cramped. When Gu Zeyuan came downstairs, he saw a hot breakfast and a kind old man. "Sister, come and eat quickly, I'm going to be late in a while," Miyamizu Yotsuba urged. "Don't eat it, it will be too late," Mitsuhami Amizu was urging anxiously. Gu Zeyuan sat down and ate some symbolically, but his eyes fell on the newspaper on the table. "Grandma, can I borrow the newspaper?" Gu Zeyuan smiled and asked. The kind old man froze for a moment, then nodded immediately. "Sure." Receiving an affirmative answer, Gu Zeyuan grabbed the newspaper and left the dining table. "I'm full, I'm going to be late, take a step first, and go out." Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan stepped out of the entrance. The old man at the dining table and Yotsuba looked at each other, looking a little puzzled. "Miss is super polite today." Yes, they are usually in a hurry, but today they are much calmer. As for Gu Zeyuan, after leaving the entrance, his gaze swept around and finally landed on the newspaper. This is Shishao Town. However, according to the information obtained by Gu Zeyuan, Zishao Town should still be in the state of post-disaster reconstruction. However, the surrounding area is peaceful and people are coming and going. It was as if he had never experienced an abnormal outbreak. So, the time of the newspaper was 3 years ago. Seeing the moment of time, Yuan Ming realized something. His consciousness not only traveled through the body, but also through time, and came to 3 years ago. Gu Zeyuan frowned slightly. From this point of view, he should be affected by some kind of abnormality. The anomaly has both consciousness and time attributes. Moreover, I am afraid that it is at least an abnormality at the level of broken divinity. The divine shard of knowledge held by Gu Zeyuan, although it is a specialized shard of cognitive immunity, is also extremely protective of the soul and consciousness. If he wants to transfer his consciousness completely, at least it can only be done by the broken divinity specialization. How to remove this abnormal effect? Gu Zeyuan gave it a try. Now, he also has world and kaleidoscope abilities. The black light virus is not bound to consciousness, so naturally it cannot be inherited. Other than that, the system is running normally. In this case, Gu Zeyuan looked at the fragments of divine enlightenment on the system interface. Do you want to use the divinity to enlighten the fragments and elevate the power of the world, so as to try to obtain the divinity of time? If you have the divinity of time, you should have a solution to the current situation. Chapter 100. The movement stopped suddenly. At this moment, Gu Zeyuan remembered a more important matter. Since, this is the world 3 years ago. Then, did the self 3 years ago exist? If it exists, does Gu Zeyuan from 3 years ago still have memories that have not been eroded? Gu Zeyuan, who had just traveled across, had not yet been destroyed by the Supreme Divinity at that time. Can I get back the memory that has been destroyed by the Supreme Divinity from myself 3 years ago? Gu Zeyuan saw possibility. Thinking about it this way, being affected by an unknown anomaly this time was a blessing in disguise. Gu Zeyuan decided not to use fragments of divine enlightenment for the time being. Go to Chiba first, see if you can find yourself 3 years ago. While thinking, Miyamizu Mitsuha's voice brought Yesheng Yuan back to reality. I'm really going to be late. If you are late, you will be killed by the head teacher. Gu Zeyuan couldn't help chuckling when he heard this. That's right, shouldn't young girls be thinking about such daily things? Hey, Seinyi, do you want to take a casual trip? Gu Zeyuan asked so. Mitsuhami Amizu was stunned for a moment, and then became interested. Is it possible? I really want to travel, and I want to experience it in a big city. Chiba, Tokyo, or something. Since she was born, she has lived in the small town of Shishao Town. I am yearning for the prosperous world outside. Sometimes, Mitsuhami Amizu would think that it would be nice to be reincarnated as a handsome guy in Tokyo in her next life. If she could travel, of course she would. Only. But I don't have any money. Mitsuhami Amizu said bitterly. She has no financial resources. In Shishao Town, a small town in the mountains, it is difficult for her to find a place to work. The family is not rich, how can there be a lot of money for her to travel? Gu Zeyuan shook his finger. Money is just common stuff. Since you also want to travel, you don't need to worry about the rest. Let's go. After boasting, Gu Zeyuan stood obediently outside the classroom. Mitsuhama Yamaizu's homeroom teacher does look fierce. It is a pity. Money is nothing worth mentioning to Gu Zeyuan. Hundreds of millions can be gambled in the blink of an eye without any disturbance. But now it's not Gu Zeyuan, but Mayasui Seinyi. The current body does not have the black light virus, does not have the identity of the chairman of the SCP Foundation, and does not have the wealth to use casually. There is Shinwei space, but there is nothing in it. It should be because of the timeline, the things inside have returned to the position they should have been 3 years ago. The strength of the body is still very strong. But, Gu Zeyuan can't open a Susanoo to go to Chiba, can he? Even if it doesn't mean amnesticizing the whole world. So, Gu Zeyuan came to class temporarily. So, Mitsuhami Amizu, what's the reason this time? The middle-aged female teacher stared at Gu Zeyuan with burning eyes, asking why she was late. I didn't check the time when I was studying yesterday, and I forgot to sleep and eat, so it was difficult to get up in the morning. Gu Zeyuan said so. At the same time, the red light in the eyes flowed. Well, it's good to study, but you should also pay attention to your body. Go in. The middle-aged female teacher's eyes were a little empty, and she stepped aside. Wow, I didn't get scolded. You are amazing. I will use this excuse next time. Mitsuhami Amizu cheered. Gu Zeyuan didn't reply. He just fooled it with illusion. If Mitsuhami Amizu followed suit, she would definitely be scolded. After being seated, the students around all cast admiring eyes. Apparently, the female teacher is usually impressively strict. After taking her seat, the girl in the front seat turned around and said, Wow, Seinyi, you actually escaped that old hag's reprimand, you are really strong. Obviously, the girl is an acquaintance of Mitsuhami Amizu. Unfortunately, Gu Zeyuan didn't know him. Gu Zeyuan smiled back and waited for Mitsuhami Amizu to introduce her. She is Iwato Suzume, my best friend, don't use my body to do strange things to her. In the middle of talking, Miyamizu Mitsuha suddenly remembered the identity of Gu Shenjiyuan's boy. In her cognition, boys of the same age basically have HS thoughts in their minds. Today's Seinyi feels so gentle? Is it my illusion? Turning around, Iwato Suzume murmured to herself with some doubts. During class time, Gu Zeyuan thought of a very important question. Mitsuba, don't you have a cell phone? Gu Zeyuan wrote in the book. A luxury like a mobile phone, a little. Mitsuhama Yamaizu's voice hesitated, obviously because she was not confident about her family background. I'll send you back. Can you? Seeing the words on the notebook, Mitsuhami Amizu asked in surprise. However, Gu Zeyuan did not respond, but reached out and poked Suzuya Iwato in the front seat. What's the matter? During class time, Iwato Suzume leaned on the back of the chair and asked in a low voice. Lingyue, lend me your phone. Gu Zeyuan said bluntly. Iwato Suzume couldn't help being stunned upon hearing this. My best friend, isn't it a bit abnormal today? Normally, when I hand over my mobile phone, my best friend would refuse to come. However, Suzuya Iwato didn't ask much, and passed the phone from under the table. Don't be discovered by the old witch, or you will die. Iwato Suzume exhorted. Gu Zeyuan took the phone and cast an illusion directly on the female teacher on the podium. Afterwards, from the perspective of the other party, Mitsuha Miyamizu will give a good lesson. Even if Gu Zeyuan jumps off a building now, she won't notice it. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan put the mobile phone on the table above board, and began to inquire about the route from Idosha town to Chiba. You have to take the bus first, then transfer to the Shinkansen, and then you have to transfer to the subway twice after arriving in Chiba, or you have to take a taxi. The cost of taking a taxi in Sakura country is outrageously high. Real. And the problem is, with Mitsuha Miyamizu on her body now, she doesn't even have the money to take the Shinkansen. To use illusion to deceive. Hey! Illusion, how can it be called cheating? Gu Zeyuan silently took the illusion plan as an alternative. And the preferred option. Linja, lend me 3,000 yuan. Gu Zeyuan poked Iwato Suzuya and said so. Iwato Suzume? Hey! Don't just ask someone to borrow money. Mitsuha Miyamizu was a little anxious. How about using her body casually to borrow money from her girlfriends? Mitsuha, did you encounter any difficulties? Iwato Suzume asked tentatively. My best friend is really not right today. According to Suzuya Iwato's understanding of borrowing money, Sanyi would definitely not do it unless she had to. Well, it's a little difficult, but I'll pay you back later. Gu Zeyuan said so. Hearing this, Suzuya Iwato worriedly took out 3,000 cherry blossom coins, and secretly handed them to Gu Zeyuan. It's not that I'm worried about getting the money back. Instead, he was worried about what kind of trouble Miyamizu Mitsuha had encountered. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. The female teacher left with empty eyes. Iwato Suzuya turned around impatiently, wanting to ask what happened. As a result, when she turned around, she was stupid. I saw my best friend put her mobile phone on the table in a fair manner. While manipulating the mobile phone, inquiring about maps and means of transportation, he was also quickly recording something in the notebook next to him. Iwato Suzuya checked carefully and found that what was recorded in the book was a set of road maps. Ah, this? Sanyi, you want to leave Ishao town? Iwato Suzume asked in disbelief. Gu Zeyuan replied without raising his head. Yeah, I'm going out for a trip, it's a trip. Iwato Suzuya was completely numb when she heard this. Are you really going to travel? In the big cities outside, 3,000 yuan is not worth much at all. Also, what about the accommodation? What about the school? Grandma will definitely not agree. Although talking about travel before, Mitsuha Miyamizu is full of expectations. However, when it was really time to proceed, many worries naturally surfaced. Leave it to me. Gu Zeyuan directly responded in this way. In this way, it is not convincing at all. However, under the current situation, Gu Zeyuan had to do something special. The second period is physical education class, everyone gather at the gymnasium. The class monitor greeted everyone. Coincidentally, Gu Zeyuan has also checked all the train schedules that he wanted to check. Handing Ben Yihe and the mobile phone to Suzuya Iwato, she stood up and followed the others towards the gymnasium. There is only one bus leaving Ishao town at noon, so I can go to class now. 0. Looking at the back of Miyamizu Mitsuha, Iwato Suzume fell into deep thought. In this class, we are learning basketball, which classmate will come out and give a demonstration? The physical education teacher announced the class schedule, and at the same time glanced at the students. He wants to find someone who can't play basketball, and give a little demonstration and teaching. In this way, it can play a teaching role, and it is relatively easy. In the end, his eyes fell on a girl with a single ponytail tied up with an orange-red hair rope. This young girl seems to have good motor nerves. As for basketball? Girls, generally not. Then, Mitsuha Miyamizu, you come out and do a demonstration, and the teacher will help you correct your mistakes. Gu Zeyuan? Inexplicably called out, Gu Zeyuan reached out and took the basketball. looking at the encouraging eyes of the physical education teacher. Zeyuan thought for a moment and started dribbling. Okay, it looks like Miyamizu still has some background, let's all find fault. Well, the movement is very stable, and the wrist is also very standard, hey? A crossover, followed by an and out. The physical education teacher was still explaining at the beginning. But soon, people become numb. What kind of dribbling skills is this? Although I haven't actually played yet, the physical education teacher has a feeling. For the girl in front of her, getting through herself should be as easy as crossing the road in the early morning. The silky and smooth dribble left the boys and girls in the class stunned. Iwata Suzume slightly opened her mouth. Ah! Is my girlfriend so handsome? Why didn't she know, when did Seinyi develop such a superb skill? That, dribbling doesn't seem to be a problem, then it's shooting, basketball, shooting is key. Miyamizu Mitsuha, please show me how to shoot. The physical education teacher didn't finish his sentence. I saw the girl combine the ball and made a shot without any pause. But the problem is that this place is still outside the court, and it is still close to half the distance from the basket. The physical education teacher just wanted to say, don't shoot here, if you want to walk into the court, you must at least shoot from the 3-point line. As a result, there was a pleasant sound of brushing. The basketball is hollow into the net. Physical education teachers are completely numb. Chapter 101. Seinyi. Super sassy. Suzume Iwata hugged Mitsuha Miyamizu excitedly. Although it is not clear why today's Seinyi is a little strange. But, really handsome. Iwata Suzume's heart skipped a beat. Is Suzuya exaggerating too much? It's really so. Mitsuha Miyamizu's tone was a bit sour. From the first perspective, she couldn't fully appreciate the handsomeness of the action just now. And, this is her book. Obviously just changed a user. Usually, I don't see people chasing her so much. Mitsuha Miyamizu could clearly see that there was a look of super excitement in the eyes of her friend. Moreover, other students in the class, especially the girls, all cast reverent eyes at this time. Weird experience added. Speaking of which, I don't know your name yet, why do you know mine? Mitsuha Miyamizu was very curious about the people in her body. This person feels completely different from other boys I've met. Zeyuan couldn't respond at this time. With Iwata Suzume still around, it would be strange to communicate. And speaking of it, might Miyamizu Mitsuha be too rough? Facing the stranger who suddenly occupied his body, apart from being a little flustered at first, he talked and laughed with him afterwards. The 137 physical education class passed quickly. Zeyuan played basketball after a long absence. If you use your own body, you can't experience this kind of hearty exhaustion. And that proficient basketball skills are useless. While Zeyuan had fun, the consequences were. Many boys in the class now looked at Mitsuha Miyamizu with reverence. Many girls, on the other hand, cast a look of wanting to stick to it. Predictable. In the future, Mitsuha Miyamizu may receive sworn invitations from other boys and be regarded as the eldest brother. Maybe I will also receive love letters from other girls. After class, Zeyuan tidied up and was going to ask Miyamizu Mitsuha's class teacher for leave. It's time to start. Iwata Suzume accompanied her with some worries. Seinyi, do you really want to leave? It's like running away from home. Is there any special reason? Zeyuan thought about it, and then said. I have to meet someone. Iwata Suzume immediately had many guesses after hearing the words. Could it be a boyfriend? Seinyi, are you going to run away from home for love? It's just like a light novel. Zeyuan smiled and didn't explain much. On the contrary, Mitsuha Miyamizu complained. There is no such thing as a boyfriend. Boys are too naive. Although you are a little different, you are all similar. The footsteps of the two echoed in the corridor. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped abruptly at a certain moment. Zeyuan and Iwata Suzuya stopped in their tracks. This is not the front of the teacher's office. It's an insignificant part of the corridor. What stopped the two of them was the scene outside the window. What is that? Iwata Suzuka's eyes widened, her pupils contracted suddenly, and she pointed to the distant sky, appearing a little panicked. Zeyuan also cast his gaze away. Through the windows of the corridor, one can see the dark red light reflected in the distant sky. In the sky, there is a strange red thing like a huge earthworm. The dark red is still stretching at this moment, extending from the distant ground to the air, and getting thicker and thicker. It is teetering in the air, as if it will fall down at any time. What is that? Zeyuan is not sure, but he can see that it is not an entity, but some kind of energy zone. When this energy hits the ground, something bad must happen. Undoubtedly, it was an anomaly. Sanyi, did you see that? As Iwata Suzuya said, she suddenly covered her head, looking very painful. Zeyuan immediately reached out to support her. That's a fire. The door is open. It has to be stopped, it has to be stopped. Suddenly, Ino Suzume uttered such unclear words. Zeyuan frowned. Earthworm? Door? Do you know what that is? Zeyuan asked in a deep voice. Iwata Suzume still had only one hand on her forehead, and seemed to have a very headache. I don't know, some memories, I seem to have seen where, anyway, I have to stop it. The state of Iwata Suzuya made Zeyuan feel like some kind of mental trauma. Because of the great pain experienced, the human body actively seals up the painful memory. And now, when I think about it again, I feel pain. Got it, let's go. Zeyuan said bluntly. When Iwata Suzuya heard this, her eyes couldn't help but darken. What she just said sounded like gibberish. I'm afraid no one will take it seriously, no one can understand it. But, the person in front of him accepted and believed it without hesitation? This feeling of being trusted made Suzume Iwata's heart beat suddenly faster. At this time, Zeyuan quickly ran to the teacher's office. After opening the door, Zeyuan broke into it directly. Amidst the confused faces of many teachers, Zeyuan found Miyamizu Mitsuha's class teacher. Teacher, I want to ask for leave, please help me record 3 days of sick leave. The middle-aged female teacher was about to get angry when she saw a red light flash in Zeyuan's eyes. The illusion of Sharingan is activated. Good. According to what Zeyuan said, Mizuha Nishinamiya took 3 days of sick leave. Lend me the car too. Zeyuan said aggressively. The female teacher handed her car keys to Zeyuan with empty eyes. After receiving the key, Zeyuan pulled up Suzuya Iwata, who was stunned, and ran towards the outside of the school. Sanyi, how did you convince the old hag? Suzume Iwata was taken aback. And, she soon realized another problem. Sanyi, can you drive? I'm skilled at driving, and I'm an old driver. Zeyuan patted his chest. Soft, and choppy. Miyamizu Mitsuha's family obviously doesn't have excess nutrition, but Mitsuha's development is somewhat beyond her age. Hello. Mitsuha Miyamizu's shameful cry came from her mind. Zeyuan smiled awkwardly and muddled the matter away. Opening the door, the two got into the female teacher's car. Zeyuan skillfully started the ignition and drove. The car started, and after the sound of the engine humming, it carried the two of them towards the direction of the faraway place. On the way, Suzuya Iwata finally realized what she was doing now. It was incredible for a while. I just skipped class because I saved the world? And Zeyuan, looking at the huge dark red worm on the other side of the day, frowned and asked. Linja, what about Chuer and the door, can you tell me in detail? Iwata Suzume heard the question and began to think about that vague memory. The head started hurting again. However, at this critical juncture, she couldn't care less about the pain. Big drops of cold sweat oozed from her forehead and flowed down her cheeks. At this time, there was a hand attached to her hand. That touch made Iwata Suzume feel warm. Surprisingly, she calmed down. The memories that were originally blurred and chaotic gradually began to become clear. Iwata Suzume opened her eyes, glanced at the people around her, her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. If you encounter this kind of thing alone you will probably panic. However, with this person by my side, I can suddenly feel at ease. Iwata Suzume always felt that the familiar girlfriends around her seemed not the original Seinyi. Evil disaster is the embodiment of a disaster force in the past world, and it represents the power of disaster. Usually the earth is sealed in the past world, and only when the door is opened will it rush out of the past world. If the door is not closed in time and the earthworm falls to the ground, it will cause a huge earthquake. Iwata Suzume sorted out the information in her memory. My mother seems to be a closed-door master, responsible for sealing the door between the past world and the present world. But 10 years ago. Iwata Suzume's voice gradually weakened and became a little choked up. Here, for the sake of the plot, Linja's family background has been changed, which is equivalent to giving Linja the setting of the original hero's home in Linja's journey. Even if Iwata Suzume didn't finish. But Gu Zeyuan also probably understood the reason of the matter. According to the data, there was a nationwide huge earthquake in Sakura country within 10 years. The number of casualties reached astronomical figures. Moreover, that earthquake stopped earlier than ordinary earthquakes, as if it was cut off halfway. Otherwise, the number of casualties will be multiplied several times. Now it seems that according to Ling Ya's narration, that disaster should have been prevented by her mother. And the reason why Suzume Iwata lost her memory. Thinking about it, her mother may have paid the price of her life in order to prevent that disaster. Crystal tears fell silently. At this moment, words are useless, but listening and companionship are good medicine for healing. The scenery outside the car window flies by. The huge earth-shattering earth seemed to be right in front of our eyes. In front, vehicles cannot pass. What appeared in front of my eyes was a 5.6 huge ruins. It was an abandoned town after an earthquake. And the earthworms extend from here. Gu Zeyuan opened the car door, got out of the car, and looked up at Zhou. The eyes became blood red, and the black three-wheeled blade spun rapidly. The power of the gods is activated. Gu Zeyuan tried to use the power of space to cut Nae. But after trying, the middle part of Wei did disconnect a bit. However, they were soon connected again in one place. Vermiculite is the energy of a quasi-entity, and its essence is still energy, so direct attacks are obviously difficult to be effective. Iwata Suzume also got out of the car. The ends of her eyes were still slightly red, but her eyes were no longer dazed and full of determination. The two looked at each other, and then looked at the ruins. Boasting over dilapidated fences and telephone poles. Gu Zeyuan recalled the information about Zishao town. According to intelligence records, there was indeed a big earthquake in Shishao town 3 years ago. However, the magnitude of the shock was small, not many people were injured, and it seemed that only one died. Gu Zeyuan recalled the records, and unconsciously glanced at Suzume Iwata. Chapter 102. After walking through countless abandoned rubble, the two came to a square like a planetarium. Above is a half-surrounded glass dome. However, due to the destruction of the disaster, not only the glass, but also the supporting steel frame have been almost destroyed. Perhaps it had rained heavily a few days ago, and the circular dome was full of stagnant water. Under the reflection of the sky, it looks like a calm lake. And on this empty lake, stands a door. Just a door. There are no walls on both sides, and only a few abandoned bricks are fixed on the ground. A door stands still above the lake. The door was now wide open. The majestic dark red mist that only the two of them could see was gushing out from the door. The mist gradually formed in the air, and condensed into a heavenly object like an earthworm. Looking from both sides and from this door, what can be seen is a completely different scene. Obviously, this door connects the so-called past realms. This scene, people who can see it will feel extremely shocked. The dark red mist rising into the sky seemed to have a real sense of oppression. However, Iwata Suzuya rushed towards the door without thinking, as if she had acted subconsciously. She has to close that door. If it is not stopped, there will be a huge disaster. At that point, the mother and her grief will be repeated in others. Iwata Suzume pushed on the door with all her strength. An unprecedented powerful force erupted from her petite body, fighting against that horrible worm. Watching this scene, Gu Zeyuan's heart was moved. 26. Hey! Hurry up and help Lingye. Mitsuhama Yamaizu's voice trembled slightly, but she still urged Gu Zeyuan to move. Clearly, while she too was scared, she was willing to do the right thing. Iwata Suzume pushed against the door with all her strength. But the power overflowing from Weir was so great that it made her feel powerless and small. At this moment, a hand was attached to her hand. Iwata Suzuya opened her eyes, and saw a person standing beside her, exerting strength with her. The power of Weir seemed to weaken all of a sudden, and the door began to close a little bit. At this moment, Iwata Suzume felt a little dazed. The one beside her is the Seinyi she is familiar with, but it doesn't seem to be Seinyi. This scene is very familiar again, as if she has done the same thing before. The only difference is that in the previous scene, there should be no other person beside him. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Iwata Suzuya came back to her senses, stretched out her hand to her neck, and pulled out the pendant she had been wearing since she was a child. It was a golden key. The mother's figure appeared in front of him in a trance. Iwata Suzume subconsciously said, thinking over and over again, praying to the god who never sees the sun, and praying to the god of the land from generation to generation. This mountain and this river have been gracious for a long time. I am very grateful. I am sincere and fearful. I am sincere and sincere. I will follow the decree of the god and give it back. The key is inserted into the door. With a click, the crimson mist suddenly dissipated. The wormhole that covered the sky and was about to fall and cause a huge disaster collapsed and turned into a heavy rain. Among the raindrops, Iwata Suzume tightly grasped the golden key with both hands, and she didn't know whether it was rain or tears falling down her cheeks. All of a sudden, the girl fell into the trap of stubbornness. Gu Zeyuan was a little puzzled, but he still stroked Lingya's long hair gently. The heavy rain came and went quickly. Soon it will be rainy and sunny. A rainbow spans the entire ruins. After the heavy rain, this deserted area seemed to have regained some vitality. Gu Zeyuan and Iwata Suzuya were drowned. Fortunately, both of them are girls. Well, at least on the surface. So, while a bit awkward, it's passable. It worked. Good. We saved Ishao Town. Mitsuhami Amizu cheered in her mind. Although she couldn't control her body, she was really nervous about it. Aren't you afraid for your own safety? Aren't you afraid? Gu Zeyuan asked. This sentence is asking Linja, and it is also asking Seinyi. Iwata Suzume was stunned for a moment, and then smiled brightly. I'm still scared, but when I think about 10 years ago, the past is irreversible, but the future can still be changed. Rather than being afraid, I don't want to see my mother's tragedy happen to other people. In her mind, Mitsuhami Amizu said as a matter of course. Compared to fear, of course it is more important to prevent disasters. That is the lives of many people. Gu Zeyuan smiled when he heard this. These two are really. At this moment, a white kitten appeared on the surface of the lake. What is surprising is that this cat has 2 tails, just like the cat and monster in the legend of Sakura country. The two looked over. Suzuya. The cat has spoken. Gu Zeyuan raised his eyebrows. This is abnormal, it is completely abnormal. Anyway, let's take a look at it first. And Iwato Suzume's eyes widened when she heard Mao Mao's call. It's a stone. Gu Zeyuan was stunned for a moment. Iwato Suzume hastily explained. It is the seal of the door connecting the past world and the present world. If the keystone is lost, the door cannot be closed firmly. Upon hearing this, Gu Zeyuan rushed towards the white cat. How is this little thing still AWOL? You! Get in the way! The white cat said this to Gu Zeyuan. After that, Gu Xiuan felt a special energy star coming towards him. In an instant, Gu Zeyuan's eyes turned blood red, and a kaleidoscope appeared. That power is like the power of the spirit or soul. It was directly bounced back by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Seeing that the situation was not good, the white cat was about to run away immediately. Turning around, he jumped out in the opposite direction of Gu Zeyuan. That speed and jumping power completely surpassed normal animals. Obviously, with Mitsuhama Yamaizu's body, it was too late to catch this cat. But, it's okay. The world. The power of the world is activated. Time is stopped. Gu Zeyuan walked leisurely to the leaping cat, and grabbed it in his hand. 9 seconds passed, and the gloomy world was filled with colors again. And the white cat was lifted by Gu Zeyuan with one hand in a daze, and its 4 paws were hanging in the air. Hey! What just happened? Although Miyamizu Mitsuha's body is used, it cannot detect the activation of the power of the world. Therefore, I feel as if I have teleported, and I have an extra cat in my hand. Iwato Suzume also stared wide-eyed, looking at Gu Zeyuan with some puzzlement. Gu Zeyuan smiled awkwardly. There seems to be no way to explain it. There is no condition to use amnestics now. After catching Mao Mao, the two returned to the car. Gu Zeyuan drove back towards the school. My name is Minister, cross-election. Mao Mao actively communicates with Lingye, but has obvious resistance to Gu Zeyuan. Minister, why did you leave? What should the door do? Lingye asked with some concern. The minister hesitated, but finally said. The seal is loose, and I can't close it. How is it possible? Mother strengthened the seal only 10 years ago. Lingye retorted subconsciously. But soon realized. Back then, it was already the limit to prevent that disaster. Possibly, seal reinforcement not done. Yao Shi, that is, the minister, realized that he could not prevent the door from opening, so he left his post temporarily and came out to ask for help. After thinking this through, Lingye hurriedly asked. Where are the doors that need to be reinforced? In the inheritance of the closed door master, there are records of where the doors are located in various places. However, Iwato Suzume didn't get the inheritance, she just heard and saw that her mother was working as a closed-door teacher. The minister grabbed Lingye's cell phone and pointed out several locations on the map. Gu Zeyuan looked sideways. They are Kobe, Osaka, Tokyo, and Chiba. Iwato Suzume suddenly raised her head and looked at Gu Zeyuan. Seinyi, aren't you going to travel? What's the destination? Chiba. Gu Zeyuan responded. Hearing this, Lingye showed a happy and excited expression. Gu Zeyuan felt helpless. Drive the car back to school, put the car keys in the car. I have to hurry to catch the bus, or I will miss the time. There are only 2 buses in Idoshu town every day. Seinyi, can't we just drive there? Iwato Suzume asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. If there is not enough gas, we have no money to refuel. 403. Of course, this is an excuse. The fundamental reason is that the illusion of Sharingan cannot change a person's cognition for a long time. If there is a logical loophole for a long time, it will be noticed. For example, if the female teacher loses her car, sooner or later she will realize that something is wrong. After all, this is not in line with common sense. But it won't work if you ask for leave, and it's very reasonable to ask for leave. It's inconvenient without the black light virus. Gu Zeyuan thought so. So, the two of them hugged a cat and got on the bus leaving Shishao town. In fact, Gu Zeyuan originally wanted to give Sanyi's family an illusion. It's a pity that there is not enough time for this matter outside the world. Now Miyamizu Mitsuhashinari has run away from home. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Ling Ye's eyes widened. This was the first time she had left Zishao town. The same is true for Mitsuha Miyamizu, exclaiming in Gu Zeyuan's mind from time to time, jumping for joy. For the two girls, the scenery outside the town is novel. After a long time, Lingya finally settled down. The two sat side by side. Lingya looked at the people around him, and suddenly asked. Actually, you're not Sanyi, are you? The one who responded the most was not Gu Zeyuan, but Mitsuha Miyamizu. It was actually seen through. What should I do? What should I do now? Do you refuse to admit it? Miyamizu Mitsuha was inexplicably nervous. Gu Zeyuan just smiled. Why do you ask? Iwado Suzume was originally just guessing, but now, she is 80% sure. It feels completely different. The Sanyi I know is a lively and curious girl. And now you, give me the feeling, like a calm and gentle, big brother. Iwado Suzume didn't know why, but felt that this was a big brother. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan reached out and rubbed the girl's head. The observation force is quite keen, and you guessed it right. Chapter 103. After learning that the best friend next to her is actually a strange big brother, Iwado Suzume suddenly became cautious. Thinking of the previous relationship, my slightly presumptuous behavior. Suzuki's face turned slightly red. At the same time, Linja also developed great curiosity towards Gu Shengyuan. Then, who are you? Why did you use Mitsuba's body? Mitsuha. Iwado Suzume was still quite worried about her best friend. Mitsuha Miyamizu is still in her body, now she can hear you and she can speak, but only I can hear it. Gu Zeyuan briefly talked about Sanyi's situation. For these two people, Gu Zeyuan is not going to hide anything. Anyway, the two of them had seen something unusual. There is no condition for amnestics to be administered right now. Therefore, Gu Xiuan has a sense of sight of breaking a jar. The environment outside the window changes. Zishao town has gone far away, and there is no shadow to be seen. Soon, the destination was reached, and the two got off the car. At the station, Gu Zeyuan took Ling Ye's money and bought it. Looking at the station with people coming and going, Iwado Suzume was a little at a loss. It wasn't until Gu Zeyuan returned with the ticket and took her on the Shinkansen skillfully that Ling Ye seemed to have found her backbone. Big brother, is he actually from a big city? Iwado Suzume asked. There are no such things as subways and Shinkansen in Idoshu town. She was almost socially intimidated just now, but Gu Zeyuan seemed quite skilled, calm, and reliable. Gu Zeyuan nodded. I live in Chiba temporarily. In the country of cherry blossoms in this world, because the three imperial families are all established in Chiba, a large number of educational resources are tilted towards Chiba. With educational resources as the center, various businesses and real estate are developing rapidly. As a result, Chiba has become the second largest city in Sakura country, second only to the capital Tokyo. Iwado Suzume couldn't help but let out a cry when she heard this. Mitsuha Miyamizu in her mind also let out a wow. The two people's longing for the big city seems to have shifted to Gu Zeyuan at the moment. After a tedious transfer, the two finally came to the urban area where Gu Zeyuan lived. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar streets around, Gu Zeyuan's mood is a bit complicated. Speaking of which, big brother, who are you going to see? Iwado Suzume asked curiously. Before, she guessed that her best friend was going to meet her boyfriend. But, now that this person is not his best friend, it is naturally impossible for him to run away from home for love. This big brother, using his best friend's body, the person he wants to meet from 1,000 miles away. Who will it be? Iwato Suzume developed a poignant love drama in her mind. The young man passed away unexpectedly, and his soul remained in the world because of his obsession. He possessed others and tried his best to see that haunting figure again. Thinking about it, Iwato Suzume felt a little heartache. Glancing at Lingya's strange expression, Gu Zeyuan felt a little baffled. Meet myself. Gu Zeyuan answered truthfully. This answer left Lingya and Sanyi dumbfounded, and some didn't know what to say. Coincidentally, the two arrived outside Gu Zeyuan's apartment at this time. Counting the time, today seems to be the 7th day since Gu Zeyuan traveled. In the distance, a teenager is walking towards the apartment here. The young man was wearing a clean white shirt, with a faint smile on his face, refreshing like a breeze. Seeing the young man, Lingya couldn't help being taken aback. That? Could it be the big brother? No, judging by age, it seems to be younger than her and Sanbu. Mitsuha Miyamizu looked at the young man in amazement. It turns out that the person in my body, is this kind of boy? It doesn't feel like it at all. Gu Zeyuan gave her the impression that she is a calm and secure type, unlike boys of the same age. At the same time, doubts arose in the hearts of the two of them. Since this boy is still acting well, then, what happened to the big brother in Mitsuha Miyamizu's body? When the boy approached, he looked at the two people next to the apartment, but was taken aback. Miyamizu Mitsuha? Iwato Suzume. Somewhat unexpectedly, he called out their names. Isn't this Chiba? Why are these two people here? And hearing the boy's address, Gu Zeyuan laughed. You boy, you still remember. At the same time, Gu Zeyuan's eyes also turned blood red, and the 3 black blades slowly rotated. Juvenile? Teenagers are stupid. Let him go through 2 lives, no matter how calm he is, this scene is unheard of. It's Miao Miyamizu Mitsuha opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, before he was too shocked, Gu Zeyuan reached out and touched his forehead 3 years ago. Maybe it's because the souls are essentially the same. Only relying on the spiritual blessing of the kaleidoscope, Gu Shengyuan was connected to his own soul 3 years ago. Memories began to flood Gu Zeyuan's soul. The memory that was once eroded and collapsed was gradually recalled by Gu Zeyuan. Miyamizu Mitsuha, Iwato Suzume. Now, Kaguya, white blood. The records and memories of many people overlapped in one place. It was only then that Gu Zeyuan realized that there were actually many heroines around him, but he just forgot about it. Of course, it doesn't matter. Compared with the so-called stories, the impression of these people on Gu Shengyuan is more important. After all, unlike the original story, their life trajectories have undergone a huge shift early on. The important thing is why Gu Zeyuan lost these memories. Gu Zeyuan found the reason among the vast amount of memory in his previous life. Gu Zeyuan, who knew the reason, also felt panic for the first time. As he had guessed before, he traveled through the previous world, and there were also abnormalities. In fact, the world he was originally in no longer exists. By an anomaly, a supreme divine anomaly, it was destroyed, wiped out, and completely disappeared. Gu Zeyuan is the only survivor in this world. Traveling by chance and coincidence, Gu Zeyuan was able to escape from death. And the name of the exception is the 7 corners devour the primordial spirit, SCP-2747. You can also call it in and out of the play, actually 1. 7-horned primordial spirit, SCP-2747, nickname, Sevenfold Destroyer, Lord of Non-Existence, Lady Blackthorn, Abnormal Level 6, Supreme Divinity. The item is a pataphysical, anti-narrative entity. She is able to destroy any narrative that contains its information to a certain extent. There have been multiple non-fictional narratives that have prevented her from dying. When the description reaches a certain limit, it will attract her attention, and then the world where the description exists, and the world above it, will be annihilated. This project is the supreme divinity. The characteristics of the seven-cornered devouring primordial spirit cannot be described, and can only be described with facts for everyone to understand. In the world where Gu Zeyuan lives, there is an anime called Henan. In the Conan anime, the character Maguro police officer has an album called I/O. There is a song about 7 minutes long on the record. The song tells the story of 7 teenagers who collected 7 mysterious gems and defeated the devil. Collecting 7 gems requires clearing 7 games, one of which is called The Sister I Don't Have. The game is a role-playing game, the genre is fantasy horror, players need to control a team of 6 to explore a ruined kingdom. The purpose is to find a lost companion named Sister. The NPCs in the game will repeatedly mention a scroll called Charcoal Black Spiked Scroll, which can be read to gain great power. Seeing this, do you feel confused? What kind of nesting doll nonsense is this? But, therein lies the problem. Any world is nested layer by layer. And in Gu Zeyuan's original world, the charcoal black thorny scroll, because the description reached a certain limit, attracted the eyes of the seven-cornered devouring primordial spirit. Therefore, this scroll no longer exists. The game that included the scroll, The Sister I Don't Have, also doesn't exist. The song about the game no longer exists. The disc I/O containing the song no longer exists. The anime Conan where police officer Megure holds the record no longer exists. And then, Gu Zeyuan's world no longer exists. This is the Kijiao devouring primordial spirit. When the record reaches the limit, a series of multiverses where it is located will be collapsed, erased, and annihilated. Now, Gu Zeyuan only needs to write down what he knows. Then, the world we are in now will also be annihilated. Moreover, the process is irreversible and cannot be stopped. The only thing that can keep these records is Gu Zeyuan's cognition. Only with the cognition of Gu Zeyuan, who possesses intellectual fragments of divinity, can the description of these things not attract the attention of the seven-cornered devouring primordial spirit. Apparently, the object cannot be contained. However, the significance of walking is incomparable. Gu Zeyuan knew the truth, and at the same time, he could prevent the records of this world from attracting the eyes of Kijiao Yuan Shen. At least, until he can contend against the Kijiao devouring primordial spirit, he must not attract his gaze. Gu Zeyuan set up a cognitive barrier in his own soul 3 years ago. Make yourself unable to write any nested stories about Kijiao Yuanshan. This cognitive impairment will last until 3 years later, when Gu Zeyuan obtains the fragment of intellectual divinity. It seems that countless years have passed in the soul, but the real world, Zhao Hozeo, is only a moment. Gu Zeyuan moved his finger away. The boy from 3 years ago looked at the 2 girls in front of him with some doubts. Why do these 2 people have a sense of familiarity, but they can't remember it at all? But soon, the boy put this moment behind him and entered the apartment. He still needs to work hard to enter Sobu High School. Lingya was a little puzzled, not understanding what Gu Yuan had done. And this is the big brother? Then who are you, big brother? Lingya felt so confused that she was going to be dizzy. Gu Zeyuan smiled. I come from 3 years later, 3 years after that boy. *2. Mitsuha and Suzuya made shocking sounds at the same time. But Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. Make a promise with you and Sanyi. After 3 years, you can come here to find me again. At that time, I will remember you. Lingya nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Mitsuha Miyamizu also silently kept this matter in her heart. Only Gu Zeyuan. What this guy is thinking is, amnestics can't be administered right now. Fool these 2 little ones, and come to him in his timeline 3 years later. When the time comes, give the 2 of them an A-level amnestic package. Chapter 104. After recovering the memory, the purpose of Gu Zeyuan's trip has been achieved. The next question is only the forward bound. The neighborhood where Gu Zeyuan lives is still quite a distance from the door in Chiba. Moreover, the sky is getting late at this moment, and the sun is already setting. After asking the minister, Mao Mao also said that the time is not so urgent that it needs to go overnight. Therefore, the top priority now is to solve the accommodation problem first. Mitsuhami Amizu is poor and white. Although Suzuya Iwato's family conditions are better, it is not to the extent that she can spend her usual pocket money recklessly. Moreover, Lingyu ran out of desperation, and the travel expenses had almost emptied the girl. The country of cherry blossoms is no better than the country of dragons, and there is no developed mobile payment. Gu Zeyuan looked at his apartment. Myself 3 years ago, seemed to be quite poor. Apart from a self-contained apartment, in fact, there is not much cash on hand. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan turned his attention to the apartment next to him. There seems to be a little rich woman living next door to my house. Gu Zeyuan rang the doorbell. Soon, a blonde loli opened the door timidly, looked at the person coming, showing a puzzled expression. Looking at Ying Lily, who was not too arrogant 3 years ago, but cute and lovely. Gu Zeyuan showed a malicious smile. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" The young Ying Lily asked suspiciously. "Is your name Ying Lily, right?" Gu Zeyuan squatted down, looked at the same level as the young Ying Lily, and asked with a smile. The young Ying Lily nodded, looking a little curious. "I don't understand why the big sister in front of me knows her famous minister." Gu Zeyuan pointed to his own apartment next to him. "Ying Lily, do you know the boy in the apartment next door?" Mentioning Gu Zeyuan, Ying Lily's eyes were clearly brightened, and she nodded again. "Well, he is Gu Zeyuan, we are good friends." Seeing Ying Lily's reaction, Gu Zeyuan couldn't help being speechless. "This fake green plum of myself, did 290 already have a good impression of me at this time?" Gu Zeyuan remembered that when he traveled to this world, the first familiar person I saw was Ying Lili. The two are neighbors again. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan visited Ying Lily's house on the second day after we first met. And by virtue of eloquence and cleverness that doesn't match his age, he successfully captured Mrs. Sawamura's love. I was able to get close to the young Ying Lily in the later time. It's just that I didn't expect that the girl who seemed timid to get along with me at the beginning. When talking about myself to others, I will say with a bright eye that we are good friends." With this in mind, Gu Zeyuan also had an idea. "Ying Lily, do you like that boy?" Gu Zeyuan's voice at this time is soft like a devil who induces young girls to commit crimes. Ying Lily blushed when she heard this. We're just good friends, hi, like something." Obviously, although the young Ying Lily has not yet turned into a complete body of Tsundere Begu, there are already preliminary signs. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, knows how to restrain Ying Lily's arrogance. "Don't you like it? This is strange, that boy is quite popular with girls in the class. It's only been a few days since I went to school, and the love letters are so piled up that they can't even fit in the table hole. I should already be thinking about it." Hearing this, the young Ying Lily immediately became anxious. She was still young, so she didn't think about how the big sister in front of her knew about the boy's situation in school. "I just feel that something important will be taken away by someone, and I feel very anxious." "Don't do that kind of thing," the young Ying Lily said anxiously. At this moment, Gu Zeyuan patted her on the head, signaling her not to worry too much. "If you don't want him to be taken away by others, then you have to act first." Gu Zeyuan's whispers are bewitching the young girl's heart. Then what should I do?" The young, Ying Lily looked very cute with a puzzled look on her face. "As a senior, I have plenty of experience in love, so I naturally have the secret to one-hit kills." Gu Zeyuan showed a sly smile. "It's just that the secret book can't be given to Ying Lily for nothing. How about it, do you want to buy a free copy?" When the young Ying Lily heard the words, she ran back home without saying a word. After a while, she held a piggy bank and handed it to Gu Zeyuan. "To buy." Young Ying Lily's gaze was extremely determined. Iwata Suzuya was dumbfounded watching this scene. What is this operation? Teach other girls to attack themselves? And you have to charge others for strategy? Lingya felt that the image of the big brother in her heart was a little disillusioned. This is too outrageous. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, accepted Ying Lily's piggy bank without any guilt. Don't look at this little piggy bank, it looks like a child's toy. Ying Lily is a real little rich woman. The family background is superior, and Mrs. Sawamura dotes on her. When she was in her second year of junior high school, Ying Lily used her pocket money to purchase a complete set of professional painting equipment. The prices of those devices are quite high. It can be seen that the financial resources of this little rich woman. Okay, young Ying Lily, come here with your ears, I will teach you the secrets of the strategy, and I guarantee you will succeed in no time. Gu Zeyuan beckoned. Ying Lily leaned over obediently. Gu Zeyuan whispered a few words in his ear. Mitsuhami Amizu has the perception of the body, so she naturally heard what Gu Zeyuan said. This is it. Hearing this, Mitsuhami Amizu blushed and strongly condemned Gu Zeyuan in her mind. Ying Lily's little face also gradually turned red. Fortunately, Gu Zeyuan is now using the body of Mitsuhami Amizu. Everyone is a girl. Otherwise, Ying Lily would have turned her head and ran away in embarrassment. Covering her face, she asked in disbelief. Really, really? This is the strategy cheat? But how do I feel, this, what if Yuan hates this? Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. Absolutely not. The target of the attack is himself, so Gu Zeyuan can guarantee it. Gu Zeyuan, who was still young, hadn't expanded his mentality at that time, and the idea of opening a harem was just a seed. As long as Ying Lily dares to go up, she will definitely succeed in the strategy. Unfortunately, this strategy method is true, but Ying Lily is absolutely impossible to implement. Otherwise, she would not be the famous golden retriever loser in the industry. When Ying Lily was still shy and dull when she was young, Gu Zeyuan ran away holding her piggy bank. With a wave of his hand, Gu Zeyuan pulled Iwata Suzuya up and ran away. It took Suzume Iwata a long time to come back to her senses. She looked at Gu Zeyuan with a complicated expression and said, "Big brother, this." Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. "That's my childhood sweetheart. She's a pretty nice person, but she's a little bit arrogant. It doesn't matter if she fools around a little bit. Her family is super rich, and she is a little rich woman herself, and I will pay her back the money later, so don't worry." Even with this explanation, Suzume Iwata was still a little numb. There is a sense of sight of grabbing a child's lollipop. Mitsuhami Amizu also condemned Gu Zeyuan in her mind. This guy is completely spoiling children. However, when Gu Zeyuan opened the piggy bank, the two girls were dumbfounded. According to their thinking, there should be a pile of coins inside. Otherwise, it's just some 100 and 500 bills. However, after opening it, the two saw a stack of coins lying quietly in it. The minimum denomination is 1,000 cherry coins. Even 10,000 pieces have several pieces. At this moment, the values of the two were slightly impacted. This, so much money. Iwata Suzume swallowed. Gu Zeyuan shrugged. I've said it all, Ying Lily is a little rich woman. Although I say this, it's too much. Will we not be arrested? Mitsuhami Amizu was a little worried. Gu Zeyuan picked up the money and let the two of them relax. Speaking of which, don't you two yearn for a big city? It's just right, let's take you to experience it. Gu Zeyuan's words at this time are like whispers of a devil to the two of them, leading people astray. In the end, the two failed to resist the temptation. There is no way, it's not that we don't work hard, but the other party is too strong. Gu Zeyuan took the two of them to a dessert shop in Chiba. This shop is the best shop I have visited in his 3 years in Chiba. And the price is just mediocre. Gu Zeyuan didn't deliberately take the two of them for high consumption. Although the money is enough, but still don't distort the values of the two. Although 3 years later, the two of them can be taken to the side. But, that was 3 years later. Iwato Suzume ordered a small cake and coffee milk. What Mitsuhami Amizu wanted was a sundae. She has long wanted to try it. And now, although it is Gu Zeyuan eating, she can also feel the taste and texture. Almost the same as eating her own. It's delicious. Iwato Suzume dug out a small piece of cake, put it in her mouth, and sighed. Mitsuhami Amizu was enjoying it while urging Gu Zeyuan to eat it quickly. After dessert, Gu Zeyuan went to book a room. Was supposed to order 2. However, Suzume Iwato sternly refused on the grounds that it was a waste of money. Gu Zeyuan could see that the girl was a little panicked. After all, he left his hometown suddenly and went to a completely strange place. Sure enough, I still hope that there is someone I know by my side. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan didn't say much and agreed to the matter. Passing by a convenience store, I bought 2 more discounted bentos and soft drinks. No way, at this time, Sakura country is basically closed except for ramen shops. Only convenience stores that operate 24 hours can still buy food. Linja and Mitsuha didn't have any dissatisfaction with the bento, on the contrary they were very satisfied. Night gradually fell. After arriving at the hotel room, Iwato Suzume looked at everything in the room curiously. Many things are too novel for her. The same goes for Mitsuhami Amizu. What's this? Lingya asked curiously. Projectors are somewhat similar to TVs in function, and can project pictures on the front. Gu Zeyuan turned on the projector smoothly, and the curtain in front of him slowly fell. Wow! Asterisk 2. Suzuya and Mitsuha let out exclamations at the same time. The bed is so soft. The tatami mats at home are completely incomparable. Lingya threw herself on the bed, bounced her body, and said with a smile. But soon, I remembered that there was another opposite S*X by my side. Immediately sat up from the bed, looking a little embarrassed. Gu Zeyuan smiled and waved his hands. Actually, when I first came to a big city, it was like this, so I can understand. As soon as this remark came out, Lingya's eyes widened immediately. Mitsuhami Amizu also asked excitedly. So Yuan was in the big city from the beginning. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Looking at Suzuya's curious eyes, he felt Mitsuhami Amizu's emotions. Gu Zeyuan began to tell the two about some trivial things about his previous life. Of course, it is enough to hide the details of time travel. Chapter 105. Listening to Gu Zeyuan's narration, Suzume Iwato and Mitsuhami Amizu were immersed in it. Gu Zeyuan is also happy to sort out the memories of his previous life. Gu Zeyuan in his previous life was not a child of a wealthy family. Although he was not born in the mountains, he is also a typical small town as a writer. I was admitted to a big city, and then developed by chance. Listen to Gu Zeyuan's narration. The two girls' impression of Gu Zeyuan changed again. Before, their feelings towards Gu Zeyuan were more longing and unreality. The life and people in the big city seemed to be very far away from the two of them. But, now, that strange sense of distance has quietly broken. Gu Zeyuan used to be just like them. Longing gradually turned into understanding. The relationship between the invisible has also been drawn in a lot. Just when the two girls were fascinated by it, Gu Zeyuan suddenly reached out and knocked Iwato Suzuya on the head. You, Insane Yi, it's too late, it's time to go to bed, and you have to get up early tomorrow. Hearing this, Lingya shook her head reluctantly. Just a little while longer. It should be early. Mitsuhami Amizu muttered softly. Gu Zeyuan brought Lingya's cell phone and turned it on. It's still early? You see what time it is? Mitsuhami Amizu looked at it and was shocked to find that the time had already passed 0. Normally at this time, she should have gone to bed long ago. As a student party, Saini usually doesn't go to bed beyond 10 o'clock in the evening. Only when the new year is watching the year, will it last until the early hours of the morning. As a result, listening to Gu Zeyuan's narration today, it was so late without realizing it. As for Linja, although she couldn't hear Miyamizu Mitsuha's voice, she probably guessed what the two were talking about. Can't help but cover his mouth and snigger. However, at this moment, Gu Shenyuan frowned slightly. On Lingya's mobile phone, there are many missed calls and a lot of messages. It was sent by the person who noted Aunt Huan. Suzuya didn't reply at all. Glancing at Suzuya Iwato, who was still giggling, Gu Zeyuan's expression became serious. Linja, why didn't you reply to your family's message? Hearing this, Suzume Iwato stopped smiling. That. Suzuya hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Gu Zeyuan sighed. This plot, rebellious kid. My aunt always makes her own claims, and my existence is a drag on my aunt. Iwato Suzume said softly. Yan Huhuan is the sister of Linja's mother, that is, Linja's little aunt. Suzuya's mother died after the disaster 10 years ago. It was Rockguard who adopted young Suzuya. Over the years, Yan Huhuan raised Lingya as her own daughter and almost exhausted her life. So Mingming is still young, but she looks like a married woman and has never found a boyfriend. Lingya has strange feelings for this little aunt. The affection is undeniable. However, at the same time, Lingya also felt that she was dragging down the protective ring. In addition, because Yan Huhuan loves Lingya too much, he doesn't care about his own affairs at all, and throws himself on Lingya wholeheartedly. This made Lingya feel even more guilty. A girl who is in the rebellious period, this guilt makes it difficult for her to express her emotions well, so she loses her temper. To be honest, when watching a movie, Linja and Little Aunt quarrel with Sankai. I really don't understand it. I feel so sorry for my little aunt. She has worked hard to raise Linja for 10 years. Gu Zeyuan was silent for a moment. I don't know how to solve this girl. And at this moment, Lingya's cell phone lights up, and it shows that Aunt Huan is calling. Lingya subconsciously prepared to hang up. But Gu Zeyuan put his hand on the girl's forehead. Pick up the phone, and then explain it to your family. At least communicate actively first. Family members are very important. Don't let yourself regret it later. Hearing this, Lingya lowered her head, answered the phone after half a ring, and pressed the answer button. In the receiver, the woman's growling voice came out immediately. Linja. You ran away to Chiba? Run away from home? Can you explain to me the reason for running away from home? Iwato Suzume smiled wryly. Her mobile phone has a positioning function, so Yan Huan knows her whereabouts. It's just, how to explain why? Save the world? So. I'm saving the world. Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? Rockguard was obviously a little annoyed. Do you have a place to live now? Come back immediately tomorrow. How about I pick you up now? Lingya immediately said, no. I won't go back. Then, Suzuya was about to hang up the phone. Gu Zeyuan snatched the mobile phone swiftly and did not let the call end. The rebellious period? Or was it cheated by some man? Yan Huan's tone softened a bit, apparently worried about Lingya's safety. Gu Zeyuan glanced at Lingya, the girl was angry. Obviously, Lingya didn't know how to respond to her little aunt who couldn't understand her. So, Gu Zeyuan took the call. Auntie, I'm Suzuya's classmate, we are currently living in a hotel in Chiba, so don't worry about accommodation. The other end of the microphone was silent for a while, and then there was a small and suspicious murmur. Girl? Suzuya won't have a problem with her sexual orientation. Gu Zeyuan? Is this little aunt a little too open? Auntie. Gu Zeyuan called tentatively. Ah, you should be Saini. Linja always mentions you. It's too dangerous for you two girls to be outside. The rock guard said so. For others, the rock protection ring is obviously not as strong as before. Yan Hujia may be due to his personality, so is Huan and Linjia, they are all relatively impulsive characters. When two people communicate, the words will be tit for tat unconsciously. Gu Zeyuan, as an intermediary, actually resolved the conflict. Auntie, please don't worry, I will bring Linjia back to Zishao town intact, but I can't go back for the time being. Gu Zeyuan paused, then said. Linjia has some things on her mind, about you and Lingya's mother, a trip can also relieve her mood. As soon as this remark came out, Lingya became a little anxious and wanted to snatch the phone. She never mentioned it to her little aunt. I am afraid that I will bring more psychological burden to my little aunt. I am already burdensome enough, I don't want Aunt Huan to worry about her anymore. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the receiver, and then the sigh of the rock guard came. That's right, sometimes I also feel that Lingya has something in her heart, but I just don't know how to communicate with her. I can't do anything about Lingya's mother back then, all I can do is raise Lingya to grow up. You guys go out for a trip, just hang around and have fun, just call me if you need anything. Iwato Suzume was stunned. She didn't expect that Aunt Huan would say such a thing. Gu Zeyuan leaned close to Lingya's ear and said softly. Look, she never treats you as a burden, she just loves you wholeheartedly, so say goodbye now, and talk to her frankly when you go back. Iwato Suzume nodded vigorously, tears flickering in her eyes. Ask for her flowers. Gu Zeyuan handed her the phone, turned and walked aside. Well, I didn't find out that Lingya was my negligence. Mitsuhami Amizu said with some self-blame. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. I don't blame you either. She keeps everything in her heart. It's not a coincidence. I can't find it either. After a while, Lingya came over and handed the phone to Gu Zeyuan again. From the looks of it, it seemed that she had cried, but she was not sad, but moved and relieved. Gu Zeyuan answered the phone strangely. Didn't we talk about it? Why are you looking for yourself? Hello, Auntie. The voice of the rock guard immediately came from the other end of the microphone. Sainyi, you are a good boy, from now on, Linjia will entrust you, even if they are all girls, it doesn't matter. Gu Zeyuan? Iwato Suzume. Lingya just heard from her aunt that she still had something to say to Sainyi, so she handed over the phone. But I didn't want my Aunt Huan to say such words. Aunt Huan, what are you talking about? Lingya yelled, and then hung up the phone. Gu Zeyuan was a little dumbfounded for a while. Strange identifications and commitments increase. After hanging up the phone, Lingya was a little afraid to look at Gu Zeyuan. Gu Zeyuan patted her on the head lightly. Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early. After speaking, Gu Zeyuan was about to get up and go to sleep on the sofa beside him. However, Lingya grabbed the corner of her clothes. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you come with me? Anyway, it's Sainyi's body. Gu Zeyuan was stunned for a while, feeling as if he should. Mitsuhami Amizu protested dissatisfied. Don't do weird things with my body. In the end, the two still slept together. Of course, it's sleepy. Now there is no condition to sleep meet. After turning off the lights, in the dark room, Lingya tentatively grabbed the hands of the people around her. The two gradually locked their fingers together. A sense of security filled Lingya's heart. Not since the disaster a decade ago has there been such a sense of security. Nothing to say all night. Next morning. The sun shines in the room, reflecting the golden sun. The minister got up, stretched himself, then jumped onto the bed, and pressed the cheek of Miyamizu Mitsuha with the cat-scratching mat. The feeling of exhaustion that doesn't want to get up comes. It's been a long time. Open your eyes slightly. Gu Zeyuan raised his hand to cover the sun, and looked at the minister with some dissatisfaction. Didn't you blow your hair with hostility yesterday, why did you call me, call Lingye? The minister flicked his two pure white tails. You, good man. Gu Zeyuan was a little dumbfounded for a while. Is it okay to be issued a good person card by Mao Mao? Sitting up, Gu Zeyuan looked at the girl beside him. Ling Ye's clothes were a little disheveled, but her sleeping posture was not bad. People looked sideways. The girl's expression at this time was naturally relaxed, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, obviously having a good dream. Seeing this scene, Gu Zeyuan subconsciously reached for his phone, wanting to take a picture of it. Gu Zeyuan realized that this was Mitsuhama Yamaizu's body. No way, Gu Zeyuan could only reach out and poke Ling Ye's cheek, trying to wake her up. It's time to start today's Suzuya journey. Chapter 106. After leaving the hotel, the two rushed towards the gate of the Chiba area. With sufficient funds, the two don't have to worry about traffic problems. It was still early when we arrived at the place where the door was. The door was only shaking slightly, showing signs of opening, but there was still some time before it would actually open. Clearly, this time around behind closed doors it will be easy. Iwata Suzume is about to hold the key and close the door. But Gu Zeyuan held her back. Recalling the setting of Linja's journey, Gu Zeyuan has a little understanding of the past and the seal. The so-called past world is the soul that freezes the passing time. And the key to the seal, the keystone, that is, the minister, is actually the soul. Ministers were originally human beings who dedicated everything in order to seal the past world, and were willing to stagnate in the past world. Since it is soul power, or it is the keystone of spiritual power. So, is it possible to make artificial rocks? Gu Zeyuan opened the door, and a special scene appeared in it. Pressing his hand on the door, Gu Zeyuan could feel the power of time trembling slightly between the two worlds. The world inside the door is more like a small puddle separated from the long river of time. Gu Zeyuan's eyes turned blood red, and the three black blades spun rapidly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan is a means of realizing the power of spirit and soul. Susanoo, in fact, is a powerful 017 way of using the spirit and soul. At this time, Gu Zeyuan was consuming his strength, trying to condense a keystone. Behind him, Iwata Suzume and the minister stared at this scene, their eyes widened. Especially the minister, it is to ask for a stone, and he knows what it means to ask for a stone. However, the person in front of him was actually rubbing keystones in his hands. It's just. As for Gu Zeyuan, a stone nail glowing with white light gradually gathered in his hand. It is like a thing formed by compressing a huge Susanoo into one place. The stone nails gradually took shape, gained weight, and were no longer illusory. When reaching a certain limit, Gu Zeyuan threw the stone nail. The stone nails fell into the past and sank into the ground. The dark red mist that was originally churning here was instantly suppressed and became stable. Seeing this scene, Iwata Suzume and the minister were shocked and somewhat suspicious of life. Okay, let's close the door. In this way, if we nail a keystone everywhere, the future realm should be completely stable. Gu Zeyuan said so. Yuan, this is a career that countless generations of behind-the-scenes masters have failed to accomplish. Iwata Suzume was a little emotional. Gu Zeyuan smiled and said nothing. His job was to contain these anomalies. After that, Suzume Iwata closed the gate with a key. After the door was closed, there was no more movement. Apparently, the keystone created by Gu Zeyuan worked. After that, the two set off again to the next location. Time is not urgent, and with the presence of Gu Zeyuan, the closed door is no longer a crisis. Suzuya was finally able to relax. Along the way, Gu Zeyuan was more like a tour guide, taking Linja and Sanyi around. The prosperity of Tokyo, the king of Inzaka. After losing the 3-point crisis, this journey is really like a journey. Mitsuba's curiosity was greatly satisfied. There were also many smiles on Ling Ye's face. Several doors were closed one after another, and they were laid down by the holy abyss. The world has completely settled down. With the keystone condensed by Gu Zeyuan's spiritual power, it should not be a problem to suppress the past world for more than 1,000 years. Gu Zeyuan thought, and then returned to his own timeline. Then send people from the Foundation to blockade the area where several crossings are located. In this way, the anomaly in the past world is completely contained. At the same time, besides the white cat, there was a black cat beside them. That's another keystone, also called a minister. The two cats are the left minister and the right minister respectively. With the appearance of Gu Zeyuan, they no longer have to be trapped in the past world forever, and finally break free from their responsibilities. Now, the white minister is squatting on Linja's shoulder, while the black minister is squatting on the shoulder of Mia Shui Sanyi, which looks very harmonious. Speaking of which, the two cats are also abnormal. However, Gu Zeyuan can't take him in at this time, so he can only be kept by Sanyi and Linja temporarily. Wait until the timeline 3 years later, and then bring it together. At this point, it's time to return. Going back, I took a ship and crossed the sea. Lingya leaned on the railing, looking at the endless sea in the distance, with a smile on her face. Mitsuha Miyamizu also urged Gu Zeyuan to go to the fence to experience it. Gu Zeyuan had no choice but to go to the fence to feel the sea breeze and waves. After being excited for a while, Lingya suddenly put away her happy expression, looking a little lonely. Gu Zeyuan asked with some doubts. What's wrong? The world of the past is sealed, the cat is in hand, and it is still playing around, isn't it perfect? It feels, to be parted. Lingya looked at Gu Zeyuan with some reluctance. The journey ended, and the two returned to Zishao town. The purpose of Gu Zeyuan's trip has been achieved. Although Linja doesn't know how Gu Zeyuan possessed Sanyi, she can guess that it's almost time to part. Hearing this, Gu Shengyuan shook his head. It's just a temporary farewell, and it's not like we can't see each other again. 3 years later, I'll wait for you to come find me. Sanyi and Linja looked very serious when they heard the words. Then, the hook. Lingya stretched out her little finger, because of the agreement. Can you count with Mitsuba's body? Gu Zeyuan complained, and then extended his hand. The two pulled together, and the three reached an agreement. After the agreement was completed, Lingya became joyful again, looking at the sea view, as if she couldn't see enough. Afterwards, the ship docked. This time, there is no need for a bus. Rock Guard himself came to arrest the man. As soon as she saw Lingya get off the ship, Aunt Huan couldn't wait to rush up and grabbed Lingya by the ear. It's really a rebellious period. They even dare to run away from home. Woohoo! Aunt Huan, didn't we agree on the phone? A phone is a phone. Apparently, though the phone call, Aunt Zhonghuan agreed to the trip for the two of them. But, after she really came back, Lingya couldn't escape the beating. Gu Zeyuan watched this scene, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. But he didn't want to. After teaching Lingya a lesson, Yan Huan quickly pulled Lingya over. The child has been taken care of. Aunt Huan pressed the bell bud, and the two bowed together. Gu Zeyuan hurriedly raised the rock guard. Auntie, Lingya and I also help each other. Even though he said so, Yan Huan was well aware of his child's ability and temperament. Outside, he must have been greatly taken care of by the person in front of him. Originally, the rock guard was quite worried. Although she is a more enlightened type, it involves her own children after all. But now, after meeting the Lord, she felt relieved. Is it not impossible? Aunt Huan, what kind of eyes do you have? We really don't have that kind of relationship. Lingya felt like crying. How could my Aunt Huan have strange misunderstandings? Although she does love the person in front of her. But, this person is not Sanyi. Afterwards, the rock protection ring carried Linja and Miyamizu Mitsuha back to Shishao town. After getting out of the car, Gu Zeyuan looked at the house in front of him, and felt a little embarrassed for a while. I was still laughing just now, but now I can't laugh at all. Mitsuhami Amizu also ran away from home. Afterwards, he used Linja's mobile phone to call Sanyi's house outside. But sure enough, what Gu Zeyuan ushered in was the interrogation of Sanyi's family. Sanyi's father, who went out to work, ran back and sat at home with a serious face. Trial. In the end, Gu Zeyuan used Sharingan's young skills to get past it. Whether the Sanyi family will react later, not sure. I'm a little sorry for Mitsuha, but slip away. After everything was settled, Rong Yuan put his focus back on the abnormalities that affected him. After regaining the memory, Gu Zeyuan also knew the true identity of the anomaly. It is the god enshrined in Zishao town. Zishushan used the power of time and consciousness to guide the body exchange. Its fundamental purpose is to let the people who guard the town avoid disasters. And the Sanyi family is the priestess who guards the gods. Every year, they dance in the town to pray for blessings, and they also make chewing wine. If you want to solve the current abnormal state, you have to find this guardian god. Miyamizu Mitsuha dances and prays for blessings every year, and chews wine at the crossroads to make offerings to a minister of a shrine in the mountains. Obviously, there is a high probability that the guardian god is in the shrine. According to Sanyi's guidance, Gu Zeyuan entered the mountain. Under the cover of many shrubs, I found the shrine dedicated to the guardian deity. It was a shrine in a cave. In front of the shrine, there is a small jar, and a small statue is enshrined in the shrine. Gu Zeyuan picked up the small jar casually. Put it down. No, bang. Mitsuhami Amizu immediately acted as if she was blowing her hair, and ordered 4 orders to stop Shenjai Yuan's actions. Gu Zeyuan immediately understood. This should be Mitsuba's chewing wine. Hey! Hey, what a head! Mitsuhami Amizu was too ashamed to speak. Such things as chewing wine, although it is for worship, it is too shameful. Gu Zeyuan did not continue to tease the girl, but shifted his gaze to the statue in the shrine. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he opened the god directly. Gu Zeyuan knocked on the idol. 1.9 Hey, can you hear me? Although you are a good god, please cooperate with your work and come out for containment. Miyamizu Mitsuha was dumbfounded. This, how can anyone talk to the gods like this? Hey, that's a god. Mitsuhami Amizu whispered. Gu Zeyuan didn't care. God? The gods also need to accept containment. In front of the SCP Foundation, God is nothing more than a stronger containment object. Gu Zeyuan's words went unanswered. Cooperate with the containment work, don't force me to catch you with my own hands, it hurts my feelings. Gu Zeyuan continued to chant, and at the same time, opened the system panel. If the other party doesn't cooperate, then they can only increase the time ability, try to obtain the divinity of time, and then catch it with their own hands. The divinity fragments of enlightenment were extracted, turned into an invisible streamer, and submerged into Gu Zeyuan's body. The concept of the ability called world began to develop at this moment. A corner of the supreme divinity begins to show at this moment. Chapter 107. Time is not a linear concept. It's just that human beings are limited by themselves, and can only be carried forward by the long river of time, unable to stagnate, and unable to turn back. Therefore, it is determined that time is linear and moves straight forward. At this moment, a human being named Gu Zeyuan has glimpsed a corner of the true concept of time and is able to transcend the long river of time. Under the effect of divine enlightenment fragments, the power of Gu Zeyuan's world has been elevated to a metaphysical concept, and he has a corner of the supreme divinity. At the same time, Gu Zeyuan's own existence has also been upgraded to a certain extent. Things that were unimaginable before can now be done with ease. The world. The power of the upgraded world is activated, the whole world becomes dark, and time is stopped and unable to flow. But different from before. At this moment, under the world, in the world that Gu Zeyuan sees, there seems to be a progress bar above everything. As long as Gu Zeyuan wants to, he can warm it up. There is a plant in the hole. When Gu Zeyuan toggled its progress bar, the plants began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. And when the progress bar dialed back, the dilapidated plant came back to life, and then the branches retracted, and finally turned into a seed. This is the power of the world as a fragment of the Supreme Divinity. Gu Zeyuan looked at the statue in the shrine. There is also a progress bar on the statue, but it is longer than everything around it. Moreover, the progress bar on it seems to be rusted, and it takes a lot of effort to move it a little. After trying it for a while, Gu Zeyuan gave up, and instead stretched out his hand to grab the statue. From the statue, Gu Zeyuan pulled out a brilliant light, which finally turned into a colorful butterfly like a dream. This is the guardian spirit, hidden in the long river of time. When a disaster strikes in Shishao town, it will fluctuate the long river of time and change the timeline, thus protecting the entire department guard town. Speaking of which, this man is really a good god. Exception, it is a guardian god. Anomaly Level 5, Doomsday. This anomaly manifests itself as an intangible existence, which responds to devout prayers and switches the timeline to protect life within a certain range. This anomaly has time characteristics, and it has a one-sided supreme divinity. This time, instead of passing 9 seconds, it was Gu Zeyuan who came to control the end of the power of the world. The world around me becomes vivid again, and time begins to flow again. Mitsuhami Amizu felt dazed for a moment, and when she looked forward again, she found an indescribably magnificent butterfly on her finger. "What's this?" Mitsuhami Amizu asked in shock. If she could control her body, she would definitely get closer and take a closer look at this time. This butterfly must be the most perfect and beautiful thing she has ever seen in this life. This is the god you guard, that is, the object you, as a witch, pray for every year. Gu Zeyuan said so. Mitsuhami Amizu was so shocked that she was speechless when she heard the words. Is this the guardian god? Although Mitsuha is a family priestess, she didn't believe in gods before. Instead, I feel ashamed because I have to wear a maiden costume every year, dance and pray, and make sips. But today, I really got to see the deity who was guarding me. Every time I pray, can I convey it to it? Mitsuhami Amizu asked. It was well communicated. Gu Zeyuan smiled affirmatively. The guardian spirit, that is, the magnificent butterfly, is very intimate at the fingertips of Gong Shui Sanyi at this time. Obviously, it can recognize its own witch. Although Gu Zeyuan was caught out of the river of time, the guardian god was not dissatisfied or resisted. It can be conveyed. Great! Mitsuhami Amizu became happy. In the past, the shameful prayers every year suddenly became meaningful, which made Sanyi very happy. However, it still doesn't know how to enjoy chewing wine or something. Gu Zeyuan complained. Sanyi, who was still rejoicing just now, suffered a huge blow and screamed in shame. Gu Zeyuan smiled, but his gaze rested on the guardian god on his fingertips. It's almost time to end, too. When Gu Zeyuan used the power of the world to pull the guardian god out of the long river of time, you can feel that you can communicate with it and make demands on it. In this way, it is natural for the guardian god to relieve the abnormal influence on himself. But, before lifting, there is one more thing. Through Xie Shao Shen, Gu Zeyuan refelt, 3 years later, his own body. Gu Zeyuan needs to fetch something from 3 years later. However, this is obviously impossible for the Shao Shen. Although it can move the long river of time, it only shuttles through the long river of time in the form of soul and consciousness. It still can't do it if it wants to get the real thing. However, there is also Gu Xiuan. Gu Zeyuan lent some of the power of the world to the guardian god. In this way, the god of guarding crossed time and brought something to Gu Zeyuan. Something invisible to the naked eye. Black light virus. The black light virus belonging to Gu Zeyuan entered Mitsuhami Amizu's body. In the following time, the black light virus will infect everyone in the entire Shishao town. Under the control of Gu Zeyuan, this black light virus will not cause any changes in the human body. The only effect is to make the infected person blind at some point after 3 years. Blindness lasts for 7 days. In this way, future anomalous outbreaks caused by shy people, SCP-096, will not be able to proceed. Because no one in Teshao town can see its face. And such a large-scale blindness event will definitely attract the attention of the 5CP Foundation. When investigators from the SCP Foundation entered the town and contacted any person in the town, the black light virus will infect the other party, and as an information carrier, add a report about the abnormal characteristics of the shy person, SCP-096, to its memory. In this way, even if Gu Zeyuan is not in the main world at that time, the SCP Foundation is also able to contain shy people, SCP-096, with no problem. At this point, the purpose of keeping Gu Zeyuan here 3 years ago has also been completed. This journey across time will finally come to an end. Seinyi, goodbye for now. Gu Zeyuan said so. Mitsuhami Amizu froze for a moment, then realized that Gu Zeyuan was leaving. She was a little anxious for a while. Although she knew earlier that there would be a day of separation, she was a little at a loss for being so abrupt. Finally, Seinyi shouted loudly from the bottom of her heart. I will definitely go find you. It's an agreement. Gu Zeyuan, I remember your name, please remember mine too. Gu Zeyuan smiled when he heard this. Well, I remember, Mitsuhami Amizu. Agreement reached. The next moment, Mitsuhami Amizu staggered. The girl regained control of her body. Seinyi looked at her hand in a daze, a little depressed. At this time, the butterfly on the fingertips will also fly away. In desperation, Mitsuhami Amizu reached out and untied her hair rope. My lord, this. Please bring this to Yuan. Time seemed to lose its meaning. When Gu Zeyuan opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the weight of his own body. Sitting up, Gu Zeyuan felt the time. In his own timeline, time hardly flows. It was still the morning of the next day. But, for Gu Zeyuan, this morning, he experienced a journey and met 2 lovely girls. Keeping the memory in his heart, Gu Zeyuan got ready to take care of the funeral. At this moment, suddenly, a gorgeous butterfly flew out from the empty place and landed on Gu Zeyuan's fingertips. The little butterfly is carrying a piece of orange-red hair rope on its body, so it takes great effort to fly. Gu Zeyuan was startled, and reached out to take the hair rope. This bright color seems to be the symbol of Miyamizu Mitsuha. It's hard work. Gu Zeyuan said to the guardian god. Fai Xiao Shen should have used the remaining power of the world before to send this hair rope over. It is really hard. Tie the orange-red hair tie around the wrist. Gu Zeyuan stretched out his fingers to caress the guardian god, and borrowed some power of the world from his body as a reward. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan went to the shelter site. There is still a lot of trouble to deal with. Successfully contain the anomaly, it is a guardian spirit. Containment level 5 Doomsday, the containment level is perfect. Reward 5 level lottery draw once. 643. The Xiao Shen finally fell into the custody of the Foundation. Gu Zeyuan personally made a jade butterfly statue for it, and fed it a little power of the world every now and then. Just let me guard the town in the future, don't worry. Gu Zeyuan told Zishushan like this, but he didn't know if Zishushan could understand. However, Xi Xiao Shen obediently cooperated with the containment work without any resistance. Then, Gu Zeyuan gathered all the personnel responsible for network operations and program development in the Foundation into one place. At the request of Gu Zeyuan, a super virus program with a technological level surpassing the world's by 20 years was developed. The program was named the Holy Grail of Qingming Program. What this program does is lurk in the world's internet and monitor all forms of records. When the recorded content reaches a certain limit, The Holy Grail of Qingming program will record a large number of deletions and modifications. And it cannot be queried to modify the record, nor can it be repaired. The Holy Grail of Qingming program, its fundamental function is only known to Gu Zeyuan. That is to limit the records, in case the records reach the limit and attract the eyes of Qi Jiao Yuan Shen. This role is not allowed to be known by anyone. All members involved in the development of the Holy Grail of Qingming program will only be responsible for a small part of the program's functions. Moreover, it is strictly forbidden to communicate with each other during the development process. After the development of the Qingming Holy Grail program is completed, all personnel involved in program development were administered Class A amnestics. When the Qingming Holy Grail program was put into the network, it began to be applied, and quickly spread to invade the entire internet. Gu Zeyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. And finally, about Zishao Town. Gu Zeyuan inquired about the containment records of Shishao Town and the shy person, SCP-096, object. Sure enough, as the timeline changed, the event record also changed. Chapter 108. Originally, the containment records about Ishaojin and the shy person, SCP-096, are. The town of Zishao exploded abnormally, the population decreased, and the terrain changed significantly. The SCP Foundation stepped in and blocked the town of Shishao. Dispatched D-class personnel to investigate, found abnormalities, and the group was destroyed. O5-1 intervened in the investigation and found that the survivor was a shy person, SCP-996, who found the containment. O5-1 Containment Shy, SCP-096, completes containment. The SCP Foundation completed containment, lifted the blockade, and Shishao Town entered post-disaster reconstruction. After the timeline changes, the containment record becomes. An abnormal outbreak occurred in Shishao Town, and all the residents, including the members of Sakura Country's military base stationed in Shishao Town, fell into a state of blindness collectively. The SCP Foundation intervened in the investigation and blocked the town of Shishao. Dispatched D-class personnel to investigate. D-class personnel claim to have been guided by the characteristics of 05-1, describing the characteristics and containment methods of an anomaly. Send C-level investigators to investigate. It is confirmed that there is an abnormal outbreak in the town of Shishao, which is a guideline for the characteristics of 05-1. The Foundation dispatches armed personnel to contain the shy person, SCP-096, of the containment. The SCP Foundation has completed containment and lifted the blockade. After 7 days, the guards of the town recovered their blindness, and the Foundation conducted public opinion guidance, and the containment ended. Gu Zeyuan also took a general look at the information about Mitsuha Miyamizu and Suzume Iwato. The two of them were not affected by this abnormal outbreak. Hard work and excellent grades. 3 years ago, the two were positive. And this year, it happened to be the time for the college entrance examination for the two of them, so I don't know what the results will be. However, both seem to have applied for universities in Chiba. Gu Zeyuan just remembered after finishing the work of the Foundation. I should go to class? After transferring to 100 Flowers Academy, Gu Zeyuan didn't take a few serious classes. This morning's classes were all skipped again. Originally, Gu Zeyuan didn't want to go at all in the afternoon. However, the promise with Mama Kiruri is coming to an end. Gu Zeyuan already has 800 million gambling capital in his hand. As long as he plays a little in the open battle, the limit of 1 billion will be reached. In order to bring the 4 big chaebol into his hands as soon as possible, Gu Zeyuan still went to 100 Flowers Academy. After coming to the class, no teacher came to ask Gu Zeyuan why he didn't come in the morning. In 100 Flowers Academy, the teacher is really just a tool for teaching, and has no management rights at all. Owner Snake Menzi greeted Gu Zeyuan energetically as usual. This sounds like an austere name, and now the students around me are no strangers to it when they hear it. In the hearts of everyone, Gu Zeyuan has already been promoted to some kind of altar. Gu Zeyuan smiled and responded to Snake Menzi. Then, his eyes fell on Zeyuan. Today's Zeyuan Mayari has undergone some changes. During these 2 days, Zeyuan became a domestic animal because of debts, and she looked bitter and bitter every day. There was no other way. After being reduced to a domestic animal, the classmates around her bullied her almost wantonly. But today, Zeyuan Mayari had a smug smile on her face. The brand on the neck has disappeared. If the livestock do not wear the badge during the school period, they will be fined additionally, which will be added to the arrears. But now, Zeyuan has no brand, and there is only one reason for it. Congratulations! Gu Zeyuan said casually. When Zeyuan heard this, she raised her head with a proud look. It's almost written on the face, ask me for details. Gu Zeyuan felt quite helpless, but still asked one more question. Then, Zeyuan told the story of the morning vividly. Snake Menzi took her to an event held by the student union. A game in which domestic animals gamble with each other and take arrears as a bet. Let some people be free, and let others fall into a deeper abyss. Zeyuan and Snake Kumonko met 2 other people who set up traps in activities all the year round. With a little bit of tricks, the 2 were killed. Zeyuan's debts were cleared at once, and she made a lot of money. That's it. Zeyuan said with a proud face. The anti-killing strategy was prepared by her, taking advantage of some loopholes in the student union's activity rules. It can be described as very ingenious. Wisdom can be seen. Zeyuan, who had been beaten in the past 2 days, was a little low-key, and her depression was swept away in this battle, and she became arrogant again. Not bad. Gu Zeyuan gave a fair rating. It is not easy to find the loopholes in the rules of student union activities. Zeyuan heard the words, with a dissatisfied expression. Hey? It's not bad? You should worship me more, at least call Zeyuan-sama to come and listen. Looking at Zeyuan, who is pushing her boundaries, Gu Zeyuan smiled. Do you want to gamble? Coincidentally, he still has a shortfall of 200 million quota. Zeyuan? The originally arrogant Zeyuan suddenly settled down. Who wants to bet with a monster like you? In vain, I'm going out to be chic. After saying this, Zeyuan ran away in a hurry. Looking at the back of Zeyuan leaving, Gu Zeyuan chuckled lightly and didn't take it seriously. Is the master still short of some betting money? Menzi still has some money. Snake Menzi said obediently. She's been getting wind of it lately. Rumors about the gambling between Gu Zeyuan and the president of Beiwawang Academy, the restrictive conditions of 10 million to 10. Although the amount is a bit huge, Snake Gu Menzi doesn't care. It's just some money to relieve Gu Zeyuan's worries. Moreover, Snake Menzi also wants to play a few more games with Gu Zeyuan. While the win rate is barely visible, it's still fun. Gu Zeyuan shook his head, stretched out his hand and stroked the hair of Snake Gu Menzi. No need, if you guessed right, someone is here to give you money. In Gu Zeyuan's perception, there is a group of people coming here quickly. Obviously, it was directed at him. Since someone came to give money, there is no need for Snake Menzi's money. Hearing this, Menzi Snake was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head to look in the direction of the door. The door was pulled open with a sound. Then, a group of girls in exaggerated clothes came. The leader was dressed in the most exaggerated attire. After scanning the classroom for a week, his eyes quickly fell on Gu Zeyuan, and he walked towards this side. The woman, who has shoulder-length hair and a large bow on her head, features an eye patch over her left eye and piercings on her face and tongue. It looks like severe secondary illness. He patted the table and looked at Gu Zeyuan. You are Gu Zeyuan, come and play a game, bet your life. The other party's speech was so outrageous that it shocked the students in the class. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Gu Zeyuan raised his head and met the woman's gaze. The opponent has only one eye, and the left eye is covered by the eye. That should not be a costume, but a real medical method. Before the game and bet, at least report your name first, please be a little polite, I'm allergic to savagery. Gu Zeyuan said so. After being choked, the woman showed a sick smile. Haha. Very good. I feel that you are completely different from those people, and you don't care about your life at all. My name is Shengzheima, a member of the student union, and the chairman of the beautification committee, but it doesn't matter, let's gamble. In fact, Gu Zeyuan knew this person. Moreover, I don't really want to deal with this person. From Gu Zeyuan's point of view, this person is different from Huang Yayu, a type that cannot be corrected. Moreover, even if it can be corrected, since he is not related to Gu Zeyuan, why should he bother? Bornzheimo, a member of the student union, with a perverted personality, can no longer enjoy the pleasure of ordinary gambling, so he pursues gambling with death. Her pursuit is physical pain, loss, and even being killed in a gambling game. Totally hopeless. How about it? Let's gamble. Shengzheima was still urging excitedly with a distorted expression. Gambling doesn't matter, but betting on your life is meaningless to me, I don't want your life. Gu Zeyuan said silently. Let's be normal, use 200 million funds as a bet, the content of the game is up to you, it doesn't matter if it involves life or death. You are a member of the student union, so you should know about my bet with the student union, so just do me a favor. Shengzheima was delusional, and only one eye was shining with a dangerous light. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's great Gu Zeyuan. You're the one I'm looking for. What Shenzi Maoang has always wanted to look for is someone like Gu Zeyuan who can ignore life in gambling. The chairman is such a person. In the beginning, he was a wild type who had no interest in gambling at all. With a clever mind, most people can't beat her at all. More importantly, no matter how much money he won or how much money he lost, Sheng Shimawan didn't feel anything. It's just a string of numbers, and I don't feel any excitement at all. This feeling lasts until the game of gambling with the meeting. And the price of that gamble was Shengzheima's delusional right eye. She, Wang's, forcibly saved her right eye as the price of the game. It was also that gamble that completely distorted her character. Compared with money, only physical damage, even life and death, can make her feel the excitement of gambling. However, there are almost no people who can bet on physical damage, or even life and death. Even in this 100 Flowers Academy, there are very few people who are crazy to this extent. The only candidate that Shengzheima could find to bet against was the president. But after Shenzi Maoang gambled with the president stopped betting with her. Until now, she found the second one. It is Gu Zeyuan in front of me. There was a muffled sound. Shengzheima pressed something on Gu Zeyuan's desk. When everyone looked at it, they only felt chills down their spines. It was a revolver gleaming with metallic silver. Just use this. Gu Zeyuan. I can't wait, it's too troublesome to design other rules. Come on, roulette, the simplest game. Yes, it's this kind of indifferent look, Gu Xiuan, you are really amazing. Shengzheima is still insane. But Gu Zeyuan was thinking, whether to satisfy the pursuit of this crazy woman in front of him, and really kill her. Chapter 109. Hey, are you kidding me, is that a toy gun? This is no longer a gamble, this is simply killing people. That lunatic, what's going on, how could Master Gu Zeyuan agree to such crazy conditions? That woman. Are all the student unions this kind of lunatics? With Master Gu Zeyuan's worth, he definitely won't go crazy with her. Everyone in the class was discussing noisily. Boom. There was a loud bang. I saw Shozhima raised the silver revolver. At this time, the muzzle was still emitting white smoke. As for the ceiling above the heads of everyone in the class, there was already an obvious bullet mark. The caliber of this revolver was not small, and it directly pierced the concrete ceiling. Everyone looked at Sheng's Haimoang in horror. This lunatic is actually carrying a real gun. Come on! Gu Zeyuan! Instead of letting you be spoiled by that president, let me enjoy it first. Sheng's Haimo said with a crazy face. Gu Zeyuan didn't respond to her, but just looked at the snake Gu Menzi beside him. Menzi, if you met this kind of person, how would the doctor choose? Hearing this, Snake Menzi put her fingers on her cheeks, tilted her head slightly, and made a cute thinking gesture. After a while, Snake Menzi seemed to have figured it out, and said with a smile. If I say it, I should agree, but maybe I won't have too much fun. Gu Zeyuan smiled and rubbed Menzi's head. As expected of her. Apparently, Snake Menzi also saw the nature of life aspirations. This guy is completely begging for death, taking the pain caused by losing the bet as a reward. In this way, this game is too boring for Snake Menzi. Naturally, I will not have fun playing. Because what Snake Menzi wants is a gamble in which both parties bear risks. Hey, what are you talking about, woman? Sheng's Haimo looked at Snake Q Menzi with a ferocious face, fearing that she would ruin his bet with Gu Shengyuan. Bring it on! At this moment, Gu Zeyuan said abruptly. Hearing this, many students in the class widened their eyes in shock. Student Gu Zeyuan actually agreed. Several people wanted to hug Gu Zeyuan's thigh, and stepped forward to dissuade Gu Zeyuan. However, he was stopped by the people brought by Shenzi Maoang, who directly blocked him in the corner. Great! Great! Sure enough, Gu Zeyuan, you are the one I want. Let's get started. I can't wait any longer. Shozhima grabbed the revolver and opened the magazine. 5 bullets and 1 shell casing fell on the table, making a series of crisp metallic sounds. Sheng's Haima grabbed a bullet and was about to load it into the revolver. Gu Zeyuan suddenly grabbed her wrist. Sheng's Haimo looked at Gu Zeyuan in disbelief, with doubts in his eyes, and even pleading, as if he didn't want Gu Zeyuan to go back on his word. Add an additional condition. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. Hearing that Gu Zeyuan didn't want to repent, but just added conditions, Sheng's Haimo relaxed and nodded. In roulette, the one who gets shot after shooting is naturally the loser, but there is an additional condition. When both sides have fired shots, one side has the right to ask to stop shooting, and the number of empty shots is the condition for victory. Of course, if one side stops, the other side can still continue to shoot, accumulating the number of empty guns. This condition, if you can accept it, we will start, if not, then please go back. Between Gu Zeyuan's words, there was no room for Sheng's Haimo to refuse. Sheng's Haimo frowned, but soon he was relieved. Anyway, the rule wouldn't stop her from shooting. Then it doesn't matter. Okay, let's get started. Sheng's Haimo said with a smirk, and the corners of his mouth opened further, revealing a frightening expression. A bullet is put into the magazine. As the revolver's magazine returned to its original position, Shimao Ai spun the magazine vigorously. The roulette of life and death has officially begun. The students in the first-year Hyuxia class looked at this scene and felt that these were two lunatics. Roulette or something, they have only seen it in movies. Even in Beiwa Wang, an academy known for gambling, no one is really willing to gamble with his life. But right now, these two people are betting on their lives. The silver revolver was placed on the desk, and the two stood opposite each other across the desk. The rest of the people backed away a long way, for fear that the bullet would be shot out in a while and be affected. Only Snake Menzi is still by Gu Shenjiayuan's side. Aren't you going to avoid it? Gu Zeyuan rubbed Menzi's black hair and asked with a smile, without any sense of urgency to bet on his life. On the contrary, he looked very relaxed. Snake Menzi is also smiling. Master, I feel that there is no risk at all, so there is no need to dodge or anything. Seeing the appearance of the two, Sheng's Haimo frowned tightly. Hey! Start the game! She said to Gu Zeyuan dissatisfied. However, when Gu Zeyuan glanced over, Zeyzi immediately fell silent. When she was stared at by that gaze, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and a sense of fear worse than death enveloped her whole body in an instant. Shengzheima only felt his legs go weak, and he almost fell to the ground. That sight! It made her more crazy than a life and death gamble. However, that feeling is only fleeting. After a long period of silence in the classroom, Shengzheima Wang came back to his senses. But the way he looks at Gu Zeyuan has changed. However, the game still has to be played. Lady first. Gu Zeyuan smiled and waved his hand, signaling Shengzheima to shoot first. For the woman in front of him, Gu Zeyuan's impression is really bad. So, try her luck. Gu Zeyuan didn't go to see Shengzheima, and he didn't use his ability to cheat. If Shengzheima is unlucky and the bullet happens to be in the first magazine, she will really die. Shengzheima didn't object to anything, he just picked up the silver revolver on the table and pointed it at his temple. When the cold muzzle is aimed at the head, the fear of death stimulated her nerves. Shengzheima's face began to turn red, as if he was doing some kind of exercise that was not suitable for children. She gasped for breath, her voice was rapid and low. Click! The trigger is pulled. It's a pity that Shengzheima's luck is not bad. There is a 1/6 probability that she will miss. With a plop, Shengzheima sat down on the ground with an expression of incomparable enjoyment, as if he was high, simply crazy. This idea appeared in everyone's mind. Before Shengzheima pulled the trigger, they were still wondering if this crazy woman was bluffing. After all, if you really want to gamble with your own life, it's your turn. Gu Zeyuan. Shengzheima handed the silver revolver in Gu Zeyuan's hand. His expression became more and more insane. Gu Zeyuan took over the revolver, looking a little helpless. Hey, student Gu Shengyuan. Forget it. It's ridiculous to bet on something. Someone yelled. Gu Zeyuan looked in that direction, and then just smiled. He shook the left wheel in his hand. With Gu Zeyuan's inhuman senses, he immediately confirmed the location of the bullet. Bullets also have weight. When shaking, the direction of each magazine produces different forces. For Gu Zeyuan, this gamble must be won even without special abilities. It just so happens. Gu Zeyuan said something to himself. The bullet is in the 6th magazine, which is the last pull. In this way, Gu Zeyuan didn't even need to use his ability and adjust the bullet position. Raising the revolver to his head, Gu Yuan looked at Shengzhai Wang. Yes, that's it. Gu Zeyuan, let us live and die. Shengzheima was still going crazy, and when he said a few words, click! The crisp sound spread throughout the audience. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Just, pulled the trigger? Gu Zeyuan's movements were smooth, without any hesitation. The moment the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the head, the sound of the trigger sounded. This crazy is already hard to describe. Gu Zeyuan's behavior, even courting death would not be so decisive. However, for Gu Zeyuan, he already knew the result, so there was no need to hesitate. And, really hit the bullet. Bullets may not be able to penetrate his skin. Shengzheima laughed wildly. Simply amazing. Gu Zeyuan. You are a gift from heaven. As she spoke, she wanted to reach out and take the revolver for the next round. However, Gu Zeyuan's hand did not let go. Click. Another trigger click. The classroom fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Gu Zeyuan with wide eyes. Pull the trigger twice in a row? Shengzheima Wang also widened his eyes, unable to believe it. However, this is far from over. What is the secret of a good comedy? Click. Gu Zeyuan seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be talking to himself, and at the same time he pulled the trigger. Opportunity. Pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. Living with ambition, what is courage? Click. Another trigger sounded. Be graceful under pressure. Chapter 110. Living with ambition, what is courage? As the trigger was pulled, the crisp sound of click echoed in the classroom. Be graceful under pressure. As Gu Zeyuan said, his movements are smooth and flowing, as graceful as playing a violin. In comparison, Shengsheime's behavior just now is really unsightly. Pull the trigger 4 full times. In addition, the first deduction by Shengsheime. The magazine of the revolver was almost full. Only the 6th magazine remains unfired. And now, obviously, the bullet is in the 6th magazine. Everyone looked at Gu Zeyuan, and no one made a sound for a long time. There was a dead silence. Shengsheime, who was standing opposite Gu Zeyuan, had his eyes wide open and his body trembling slightly. She thought that she would die in this gamble. However, he never thought that death would come so quickly, so accurately, and even more so in such a form. Shengsheime stretched out his hand, his fingers were trembling, wanting to take the revolver and complete the bet. Even if it is obvious, when the trigger is pulled again, the bullet will be fired from the barrel 100%. Looking at Shengsheime's trembling fingers, Gu Zeyuan made a laughing sound. Slapping Shengsheime's hand away, Ding Zeyuan aimed the gun at Shengsheime's forehead. Now, are you ready to die? The muzzle of the black hole was in front of him. Shengsheime's body trembled slightly, and his face was gradually distorted by madness, showing a strange facial expression. I didn't expect a man like you to appear. I've been looking for the best man for me. Someone like the president. Dominate me. I want to be killed by a man like you. Shoot. Shoot. From the beginning of whispering, Shengsheime's voice gradually amplified, and the direct tone increased. By the end, it was like a complete madman. Boring, uninteresting, disgusting. Seeing this scene, Snake Menzi uttered these 3 words with a look of disgust. And the eyes of all the others are focused on Gu Zeyuan. Now, no one doubts that Gu Zeyuan will shoot and kill Shengsheime. Just that elegant and thrilling performance. It has been completely understood by everyone. The boy holding the silver revolver is completely different from them. For them, an unimaginable gamble, but for Gu Zeyuan, it is just a game of fun. He even has the strength to make his behavior elegant and turn the game into a gorgeous performance. Boom! The sound of a bullet being fired is quite different from the sound of a trigger being pulled. The sound was so loud that everyone felt tinnitus. Maybe it's not too loud, but the behavior is deafening in everyone's mind. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously, not wanting to see the cruel scene. A classmate who was shot in the head by a bullet in front of his eyes should become the shadow of a person's life. When Wang Ming's voice dissipated, what resounded in the classroom was heavy breathing. Wheezing? Everyone has doubts in their hearts. Because, that Gu Zeyuan, who doesn't look like someone who can make such a gasp, doesn't seem elegant like that. Some people carefully turned their eyes back, wanting to find out, but also a little afraid of seeing a horrible scene. However, when they looked back, they found that the tragic scene in their imagination had not been staged. Shengsheime was still standing in place, there was no huge blood hole on his forehead, and the scene of brain splashing did not appear. Everyone looked to the rear suspiciously, only to find that there was an obvious pothole on the blackboard at the rear. The bullet deflected and flew past Shensheime's ear. The game is over, and it is undoubtedly my victory. Student Shengsheime, turn over 200 million as soon as possible. I'm going to see the president. Throwing the silver revolver on the table casually, Gu Zeyuan said indifferently, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. No. How can it end like this? Shengsheime stretched out his hand unwillingly, wanting to let Gu Zeyuan stay. How could this gamble come to an end like this? She accepted the ending. However, just as she stretched her hand into the air, Gu Zeyuan's gaze made her freeze immediately. The eyes that were colder than death fell on him again. Sheng's Haima slumped directly on the ground. The feeling of being on the verge of death just now, and the cold sight of death even more so now, made Shen Zimoan's body go limp. Some water stains overflowed from the bottom of Sheng's Haima's body. Seeing this, Gu Shengyuan couldn't help but help his forehead. My sister really plays BT. The game is over, don't you understand? Don't remember the extra rules I proposed? This game doesn't have to last until one side is hit by a bullet. After Gu Zeyuan finished speaking, he turned and left the classroom. Although Sheng's Haima has not made any money yet. But, the bet is established, it doesn't matter if you play or not, the president will definitely admit it. Gu Zeyuan still has to rush to subdue that president. Until the sound of closing the door, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. At first, everyone seemed to be delusional, thinking that Gu Zeyuan's behavior of missing the bullet just now seemed to violate the rules of roulette. However, after hearing Gu Zeyuan's words, they suddenly realized. That's right, the winning condition of this gamble is based on the number of empty guns. Even if the bullet doesn't fire. As long as the number of empty guns on one side reaches 3, it has won. It doesn't matter if the opponent fires or not. In fact, this is an obvious thing, at least a little thought can be understood. However, the people around, even Shen's Haimoang, didn't react just now. Because this is a fateful roulette, everyone's nerves have been dazzled by the fear between life and death. It wasn't until Gu Zeyuan brought it up again, and the dust settled, that he realized it. But realizing the real victory conditions of the game, everyone felt a moment of apprehension. Such a victory condition, such a betting requirement raised in advance. Could it be, that Gu Zeyuan, before the start of the game, was ready to pull the trigger more than 3 times in a row? Gu Zeyuan. Even at the risk of being killed, let the bet end like this. Sheng's Haima's eyes were dull, and he raised his head to look at the ceiling. There are still bullet marks from the gunshot she fired when she came here. He has far exceeded my ideal, Gu Zeyuan, you are simply a god. My god. Even if it's a bullet, give me pain. No one can do it except you. Sheng's Haima became weeping bitterly. And Gu Zeyuan, after leaving the classroom, seemed a little irritable. It's really a perfect gamble. Even if the opponent's victory conditions are so cheap, the master still won magnificently. Snake Menzi looked very excited, even those eyes were shining bright red at this moment. Shen Zimaoang's victory condition is not as simple as winning the game of gambling. Being killed actually satisfied her demands. As Snake Menzi said, under such humble conditions, victory is not easy. However, Gu Zeyuan won easily. Hearing this, Gu Yuan stretched out his hand to rub the long hair of Snake Gu Menzi. Menzi, don't leave after school. Snake Menzi was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Ask for flowers. Seeing the girl's gesture, Gu Zeyuan sighed again. I can't find the pleasure of bullying girls at all. How about going to Huang Yiu? Gu Zeyuan shook his head, shaking off the dangerous thoughts in his head. Master, are you going to gamble with that president next? Mamakai Lori. The student council president of 100 Cow Academy. At the same time, it is undoubtedly the strongest player in this academy other than Gu Zeyuan. He himself is an extremely powerful ruler who likes to add unknown experiences. For example, Mamakai Ruri's bet with the woman just now caused her to gouge out her eyeballs. The root cause is that Mamakichi Ruri wants to know what the back of the eyeball looks like. After all, although you have seen it in pictures, if you have not seen the real thing, it is not considered experience. And Snake Menzi transferred to this academy, if there is no such variable as Gu Zeyuan, the ultimate goal will be to bet against Mamakichi Luli. Gu Zeyuan nodded, then shook his head again. Yes and no, VAM is a process, not an end, and the end is simply domination. Snake Menzi heard the words, but his interest did not diminish in the slightest. It doesn't matter. If it's the master, just the means are enough to make people pleasing to the eye. Please be sure to bring me. Gu Zeyuan nodded indifferently. The two came to the student council room together. The student union room, whose door is always closed, is now open. The two long tables that were originally reserved for the members of the student council were now placed against the wall. In the gorgeous student council room, a large space in the center was vacated. Only Tao Guki Luli was still sitting in the center, looking towards the door, obviously waiting for Gu Shenjiyuan's arrival. The first time he saw Mamakichi Luli, Gu Zeyuan raised his hand and flicked it with his fingers. A trace of blood sank into Mamakichi Luli's forehead. The black light virus instantly eroded and infected Mamakichi Luli. Gu Zeyuan was not in a hurry to assimilate Mamakichi Luli, but just let the black light virus temporarily lurk. The game has been beaten to the end in a regular manner, there is no reason to skip it, and I don't even watch the plot. To Gu Zeyuan's surprise, Tioki Luli showed a grateful smile at this time. Apparently, the chairman's intuition was outrageous, and he vaguely understood Gu Zeyuan's decision. Wow, it's really here, Mr. Yuan is shockingly fast. Huang Qinyuluna held a lollipop in her mouth, and was in charge of complaining, and rarely played video games. Gu Zeyuan glanced at the cute girl. I know what you're talking about, but it sounds weird, and I suspect you mean it. When Huang Qinyuluna heard the words, she showed an innocent smile, expressing that she didn't know anything. At this time, Mamakichi Luli stood up and walked towards Gu Zeyuan. Student Yuan has completed a 1 million to 1 billion bet according to the agreement. To be honest, no one has accomplished this feat before. Thank you, classmate Yuan, for letting me add a piece of Yukio. So, next, I will fulfill the agreement, and Yuan can freely propose the conditions and content of the game to me. No matter what, the position of the president of the 100 Cow Student Council is the right to control the individual named Mamakuchi Ruri. Or the entire Baixia family, as long as student Yuan proposes, I will gladly accept it. Mamakichi Ruri still had an elegant smile on her face. And the words spoken can make people with a little bit of knowledge dumbfounded and scalp numb. Chapter 111. When Mamakichi Luli said that the entire Baikui family could be used as a bet, the masked girl behind her raised her hand immediately, but finally put it down. Gu Zeyuan glanced at the girl. The girl has the same long white hair as Mamakichi Ruri, but it is not coiled up, but scattered behind her like a waterfall. Moreover, in fact, if you observe carefully, you can find that the figure of this masked girl is also surprisingly consistent with Mamakuchi Luli. Gu Zeyuan did know her. Peachy Lily Fragrance. The same surname as the president is actually the president's twin sister, but the personality is completely different from the president. Mamakichi Ruri is a strong man, a ruler, and an extremely powerful lion. Although Momoko Lilysiang is also very strong, she has a cowardly personality, like a docile sheep. Of course, none of this matters. The reason why Gu Zeyuan focused his attention on Li Lixiang, the peach killer. This girl is an all-around girl carefully cultivated by the Baixi family. Usually by Mamakichi Luli's side, handling countless trivial matters for her in 100 Cow Academy. But he has the ability to take care of many trivial matters in an orderly manner. And the face under the mask can also be called a super beauty. An excellent candidate for a secretary. Gu Zeyuan actually wanted a convenient secretary for a long time. This idea arose from 9 days when I saw Hayasaka AI. Ms. Hayasaka is so convenient to use, it is still fresh in my memory. But it's a pity that Hayasaka AI is too loyal to Shinomiya Kaguya. It doesn't hurt to use it at ordinary times, but if you really take it away, Hayasaka will be disgusted. Gu Zeyuan will not use his ability to distort others at will because of his own selfish desires. Before that, Gu Zeyuan was also preparing to train Tamori now. It's a pity that Roduyaping prefers to handle affairs within the foundation. And now, finally, another suitable candidate appeared. There are many thoughts, but only for a moment. Gu Zeyuan withdrew his gaze and looked at picky eater Qi Luli again. Student Qi Luli has said so, so I won't be polite. I want the Baxi family, and that child. As Gu Zeyuan said, he pointed at Doko Lily Xiang. The girl wearing a mask shrank unconsciously when Gu Zeyuan pointed her at it. The face under the mask was a little panicked. Apparently, Doko Lily Xiang didn't understand why this person wanted her by name. Mama Qi Luli raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. It doesn't matter to the Baxi clan, anyway, after today, they will be dominated no matter what. But, actually want Mamako Lily Xiang. It's okay for the Baxi family. I also guessed that Yuan would ask for this, and I have already thought about the corresponding bet. As far as Gu Zeyuan is concerned, even if the bet is not equal, I have earned it. However, what she said, Yuan-san doesn't know, this Mamako Lily Xiang, is she my sister? Gu Zeyuan raised his eyebrows. Oh? People like you also care about sisters. Mama Qi Luli shook her head. Student Yuan misunderstood, Li Lixiang is my beloved family member, sister Kong Sheng. Gu Zeyuan didn't reply, just waiting for the next sentence indifferently. Got to raise. Mama Qi Luli showed an expression of reluctance to give up her love. Mamako Lily, QAQ. Even with the mask covering her, the girl's aura became visibly melancholy. Gu Zeyuan smiled and waved his hands. It's just a raise. If you win, I will take you to see 100 experiences that you have never had before. How about it? Every anomaly in the SCP Foundation is a new experience for Mama Qi Ruri. Anyway, dancing Qi Luli can't win. Moreover, after taking Mama Qi Ruri into his palm later, he was supposed to introduce something about abnormalities to her. Done. What an irresistible raise. Mama Qi Luli said with a smile. At this time, the rest of the student union members were already dumbfounded. The dialogue between the two was a little too outrageous. Especially Huang Qinyuluna. Because there were too many slots, she didn't know where to spit it out. Is Mr. Yuan alone worth as much as the Begui family? And it is possible to exceed it. Dear family, twin sisters, president, you sold it with one raise? There are too many slots like this. But at this time, Snake Menzi sneaked into the ranks of the student union members. Rubbing to Huang Qinyuluna's side, Snake Menzi asked some information in a low voice. Wow, who are you? Oh, it's you, a woman, it's not impossible to say. Huang Qinyuluna was surprised, and soon recognized Snake Menzi. After all, Menzi is always by Gu Zeyuan's side and frequently appears in intelligence reports, which is quite eye-catching. If it was in the past, Huang Qinyuluna might not have talked much with Snake Menzi. But, anyway, now it's the pleasure of watching the president, so it doesn't matter. The two chatted happily. So, Yuan-san, what's the content of the game? Mama Qi Luli asked. Gu Zeyuan groped his chin, thinking. What kind of gamble should we use to end this trip to 100 Cow Academy? North State Poker? Reenact the famous scene, can a flush beat a full house? A flush beats a full house. That's unless your daddy turns into a rabbit. Then if you have a flush and a straight, can you beat it? Cough cough. After thinking about it, Gu Zeyuan decided to abandon this plan. People in this world certainly cannot understand this classic. So, Gu Zeyuan reached into his pocket and took out a coin. Just toss a coin, how about? As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the student union, but Gu Zeyuan cast puzzled looks. Toss a coin? The gamble to determine the ownership of the four major chaebols, this unprecedented gamble in the Sakura Kingdom, is actually decided by flipping a coin? Except for Huang Yayu, those who can enter the Beiwawang Student Union are all people with 2 talents. However, even they felt that Gu Zeyuan was probably crazy at this time. The simpler the game, the less likely it is to cheat. Can't cheat, Doesn't it just depend on luck? Wow, as expected of the master. Wow, don't imitate me, and Mr. Yuan is completely crazy. There is one more thing to complain about. Momokichi lolly smiled. Flip a coin? It's a novel experience to decide the Bakshi family's game by flipping a coin. Okay, I agree with Yuan's proposal, but I don't know who will toss the coin, and how to guess it. It couldn't be easier to flip a coin. However, if it is performed by Gu Zeyuan or Momokichi lolly, the desired result can be easily obtained only by the technique. Therefore, who will throw and how to guess, this is a question that determines the direction of the game. Gu Zeyuan twirled the coin a few times on his fingertips and said casually. You come, or I come, it's the same. The way of guessing, before the coin hits the ground, the president chooses one side at will, and I just want the rest. When everyone heard the words, they looked at Gu Zeyuan in disbelief. This is tantamount to putting a loaded gun with the safety on into Momokichi Rory's hands, and then putting her head on the muzzle of the gun. Isn't this courting death? Not to mention the president, even the students in the student union are confident that they can calculate the landing result of a coin toss. The height of the coin reaching the highest point, its positive and negative state, and the movement after landing. These can all be calculated. In this case, if you can choose a side at will before landing, isn't it 100% winning? Momokichi lolly was startled for a long time before smiling and nodding. Then let classmate Yuan do it for me, let me guess. Gu Zeyuan nodded, and immediately popped out the coin in his hand. The golden coin keeps spinning upwards in the air. Everyone stared at the coin tightly, their breathing stagnated. When the coin reached the highest point, everyone could clearly see that the coin was facing up. Convert the height to the kinetic energy of the coin. The numbers rolled in their minds, and finally everyone came to the same conclusion. The coin would flip 142 2/3, and land. After 4 bounces, it spins in 5.2 seconds. Finally, stop at negative. Taoguki lolly's eyes stayed on the coin for a moment, then moved to Gu Shengyuan. On this young man's face, Momokichi Ruri still couldn't find any other expressions. Nervous, chuckle, panic, nothing. Is the ticket in hand? I choose the tail. As Momokichi lolly's voice fell, there was a clear and pleasant sound of coins falling to the ground. Everyone's eyes followed the coin, bouncing from the ground. After 4 bounces, finally. In the eyes of everyone, the golden coin should land on the ground. It is a small probability event that the coin stands up. Although it is surprising, it will not make everyone feel incredible. However, everyone knows that this coin will never stand, and the calculation result is there, unless... How should I put it? Everyone can't see the cheating methods Yuan Jun used along the way, but this time it's very obvious. Hey, the master has some evil tastes, and it's very clever. I didn't notice it before. Huang Qinyaluna and Snake Gumanzi complained on the side. At this time, the coin is located in a gap between the floors. Because the 3.1 is stuck in the gap, the coin will stand up. And this is the student union room of 100 Cow Academy. There's a gap in the floor or something, it's just not possible, okay? So, that gap was obviously made by Gu Zeyuan. However, how should this be calculated? Is it a tie? Mr. Yuan is going to exchange bets. Huang Qinyaluna was a little curious. After all, that Mr. Yuan doesn't seem like the type who would exchange benefits with others. Of course the master wins, because the initial conditions are not mentioned. Snake Menzi said with a smile. Everyone recalled the initial conditions. The president chooses one side, and Gu Zeyuan is the rest. Left over? Everyone was stunned. They didn't realize such a simple language trap. The remainder of the negative side is not only the positive side, but also includes the current situation. Momokichi lolly lost, but she still smiled. She walked up to Gu Zeyuan, squatted down, and picked up the coin. It looks like student Yuan won, so according to the bet agreement, the Beiheng clan will ask student Yuan to take more pictures from now on. Chapter 112. Please don't show the look of this victimized girl, I won't do anything strange to you. Gu Zeyuan sighed and said helplessly. And in front of him was the peachy Lily Xiang who had taken off her mask. As Gu Zeyuan knew, under the white mask was a beautiful face very similar to the chairman. It's just that the president will give people an aggressive and violent aesthetic. And the peachy Lily Xiang in front of her gives people a sense of weakness, she looks like a gentle girl. It's just that, at this moment, Tao Gu Lixiang's expression is really not cute. A little terrified and a little scared, she looked like a weak girl who was about to be host. Yes, the game is over. Tao Guki Luli has been assimilated by Gu Zeyuan and has become Gu Shenjai Yuan's property. However, Gu Zeyuan didn't spy too much and change Mamakichi Luli. This president has an extraordinary intuition, which is quite a rare talent. If he intervenes rashly and causes this talent to be lost, it will be Gu Shenjai Yuan's loss. After that, in the name of Patriarch, Mamakichi Lori summoned all the bloodlines of the Begui family's main family and branches. There is no doubt that these people were taken over by Gu Zeyuan. Under the Black Light virus, the unprecedented unity of the Baxi clan became Gu Shenjai Yuan's help. The financial power and status of one of the four major chaebols will serve Gu Zeyuan and contribute to the SCP Foundation from now on. Gu Zeyuan made a decisive decision and started to build a shelter site with the help of the Baxi clan. In the first round of preliminary infrastructure construction, 9 stations will be completed. Including the Kingdom of the Dragon, the Kingdom of the North, the Kingdom of Rice, the capital of Romance and other global powers, establish a site. 26. In this way, after the anomaly is contained in the country of cherry blossoms, there is no need to transport it back to the country of cherry blossoms. It greatly reduces the possible containment failure incidents on the way of transportation. At the same time, shelter sites were established on the outskirts of the country of Sakura, as well as on the bottom of the sea near the country of Sakura. Wait until the site on the outskirts of Sakura country is completed. Some are prone to containment failure, and once the anomaly erupts, it will cause a large number of deaths and even change the terrain. They will be sent to a site in an uninhabited area in the outskirts for containment, so as to reduce the possible disaster caused by containment failure. This part is abnormal, such as shy people, SCP-096, full rolls thick, SCP-2662, giant root grotesque insects, etc. Although under Gu Zeyuan's control, the possibility of containment breach of these objects is low. However, once the containment fails, if an anomaly erupts in the urban area, the consequences will be unimaginable. And the containment site built on the bottom of the sea in the country of Sakura will contain items of great research value. A large number of researchers will be transferred to this site. Transfer items such as Gulshen Dai Lishi, Panacea, SCP-500, etc. Examples of transfer personnel, Oyama Minami, Habara AI, etc. In addition to building a new shelter site, another project is on the agenda. With the money and power of the 100 clans, the SCP Foundation bought an island outside the country of Sakura. On this island, a college will be built, tentatively named Xingji High College. The college will cater to students of adolescent age, and the investment in construction will even exceed that of the private Baikyo College. There is only one requirement for admission: have superpowers. Yes, this is a college dedicated to containment and control, and puberty syndrome is a common carrier. It was also the cake that Gu Zeyuan drew for Otozaka Hayabusa back then. When the Xingzhai Academy is completed, puberty syndrome patients such as Otozaka Hayabusa will no longer need to live in the residential floor of the shelter. Although, the residential floor of the shelter, the living environment is so good that ordinary people can hardly imagine. The outer body of the shelter's residential floor is made of alloy castings, but the interior is filled with organic materials. Except for being closed, it is no different from the streets outside. At the same time, the residential layer contains a huge central garden, the dome is a transparent structure, and the outside simulates the sun, moon, and stars. In the central garden, there is a wide space, growing plants, various flowers and plants, making it impossible to tell that this is underground from the senses. The environment of the living floor can ensure that any Foundation personnel will not feel psychologically depressed if they stay for a long time, so as to ensure the mental health of the personnel. Although Zhangzhai Academy has only changed to a larger containment room, it still gives people the feeling that they are much freer. Gu Zeyuan has fulfilled the promise he made to Otozaka Hayabusa. The above-mentioned many projects are carried out at the same time, even the 4 big chaebols of the Baixi clan are a little bit hurt. Of course, this problem is not big. The SCP Foundation is not just a gold-swallowing beast. In fact, the SCP Foundation's scientific research results, just a little leaked from the fingers, can make the outside world go crazy. It's just that the previous external forces of the SCP Foundation were not enough to support it, and it would attract the greed of other forces. At that time, the Foundation can only fight one by one with great effort, which is too troublesome. But now, the Bai family, which has become the 4 major chaebols, can also throw a little bit of things to the outside world. Therefore, Baixi Pharmaceutical announced that it has developed a specific drug to cure a certain cancer. But in fact, it was the Ghoul 1 solvent that was limited to only 1/1000th of its effectiveness. Even after the restriction of Ghoul 3 solvent, it cannot be announced to the public at this stage, and it will cause world turmoil. In addition, Baixi Energy announced that it has developed a cold plasma battery. In fact, it was the leftovers of the arc reactor, and the part of the cold nuclear reaction was completely removed. Only on the basis of the existing battery, a little improvement is made with arc technology to reduce energy consumption and increase battery storage. However, the effect is that the battery with the same volume. Compared with the world's top batteries, the performance of Baixiu's energy output has increased by 573%. Relying on these 2 products alone, the wealth-raising ability of the Baixi clan has directly improved by leaps and bounds. The previous Begui chaebol were only famous in the country of cherry blossoms, and they were only famous in the world. But now, the Beiji chaebol is completely world famous, and countless companies rush to send money. Moreover, there is no business war to speak of. Looking at the whole blue star, which force would dare to take the idea of the Begui chaebol? As long as you dare to reach out your hand, the SP Foundation will directly chop it off. As a result, the Baixiu chaebol, which was originally at a loss, quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, even surpassing its heyday. Keek, it's getting too far. Regarding the many constructions of the Foundation, we will talk about it in detail later. At this moment, Gu Shengyuan is still dealing with the Taoist Lily Xiang. After the president lost this beloved family member and twin sister to Gu Zeyuan, he directly pressed the person into Gu Zeyuan's arms. He turned his head and went to arrange the affairs of the Baixi clan, not caring about the girl's life or death at all. As a result, Momoko Lily Xiang was completely trembling at this moment, afraid of stretching out and daring not to resist. "I'm not a devil, please rest assured." Gu Zeyuan comforted. Tao Guli Lixiang blinked and looked at Gu Yuan. She really wanted to tell the boy in front of her that he was much more terrifying than the devil. As the president's twin sister, Momoko Lily Xiang is like the shadow of that president. Since she was born, she has followed Momokichi Rory because she handles trivial matters. As a shadow, she serves as an understanding of Momokichi Rory's terror. In fact, the Baixi clan originally had no main family. Everyone is of the same blood of the Baixi clan. And the 100 clans, the branch of this generation, reached a terrifying number of hundreds. In addition, the Baixi family has excellent genes and abundant cultivation resources. Of all the descendants of the Baixi clan, there is no ordinary person at all. Among the hundreds of monsters, the one who stands out is Momokichi Rory. Almost in a crushing posture, she stepped on hundreds of her peers of the same clan, crushed the group of monsters, and won the Baixi clan. From then on, Momokichi Luli became the head of the 100 clan, became the head of the family. And Momokai Lily Xiang, who has witnessed this process, has an almost blind reverence for Momokai Ruri. And Tao Gu Lily Xiang also witnessed how Gu Zeyuan easily defeated Tao Guki Luli and took away the spoils of the 100 clans. In this way, how can Tao Luli not feel afraid of Gu Shengyuan? Moreover, this person asked himself by name. This made Momoko Lily Xiang panic even more. It doesn't matter if you sacrifice or something. 750. What she is afraid of is that Gu Zeyuan's playing is more. After all, like Momokichi Rory, her behavior style already makes people shudder. As for Gu Zeyuan, who is stronger than the chairman, it seems normal to play BT a little bit. Excuse me, how Master Yuan intends to use me? Momoko Lily Xiang asked in a low voice. Seeing Tao Gu Li Lixiang's worry, Gu Zeyuan just sighed and reached out to rub the girl's white hair. Don't worry, it's no different from being with the president, just being a secretary, Li Lixiang will definitely be able to do it. I asked Li Lixiang to come from the president because I also valued Li Lixiang's talent, and I will not do excessive things. The meaning is, you are a useful tool person. Tao Gu Lily Xiang looked at Gu Zeyuan with some doubts and astonishment when she heard the words. She didn't expect that the ruler in front of her, who was stronger than Momokichi Luli, would actually say such gentle words. If this is the case, then I can rest assured that I am good at dealing with trivial matters. Master Yuan can leave it to me, and I will make you and no one satisfied. Momoko Lily Xiang said so, with a gentle smile on her face. Gu Zeyuan nodded, and then he handed over a lot of materials and documents to Momoko Lily Xiang. Momoko Lily? This large pile of materials and documents are mainly some trivial matters of Gu Zeyuan himself, including the study and examination of Sobu High School, the leave of Hyakukeo, the publication of the work of Takatsuki Izumi, the review of idol companies, and many other things about women. Tao Gu Lixiang's smile froze on her face. She has already begun to regret that she boasted just now. I'm just being polite, you're really useful. Chapter 113. Master Yuan, let's not talk about the affairs of well-known cartoonists and idol producers. The academic affairs of the two schools are also understandable, and these are still normal. However, may I ask what will happen if I leave things like maintaining relationships with many women, buying gifts, and so on? Momoko Lily Xiang looked at the scum. The original deep sense of awe towards Gu Zeyuan has completely dissipated at this moment, leaving nothing left. Although Momoko Lily Xiang is a gentle to somewhat weak type. But, if it was her, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of resentment when she saw the pile of things to be dealt with by Gu Zeyuan. It doesn't matter if there are too many things, it's just that I'm tired. However, I will leave it to her to prepare gifts for many different girls. Hit the workers' grievance +1. Seeing Tao Gu Li Lixiang's appearance, Gu Zeyuan smiled helplessly. Please. Lily Xiang. He clasped his hands together and said sincerely. After a long time, Dogu Lily Xiang sighed, carried a large pile of documents, and went to deal with them. Gu Zeyuan has no dissatisfaction with the girl's attitude. The family knows their own affairs. Being Gu Zeyuan's secretary is indeed a tiring job. If Gu Zeyuan takes this pile of documents, please ask Ai Hayasaka, who is also an all-around secretary. Most likely, you will get Ai Hayasaka's cold gaze and a sentence of scum, go to hell. Then he dropped the file and left without looking back, completely ignoring everything else. In comparison, Tao Gu Lily Xiang is still too soft, and she can fool the other party to complete the work by saying a little nice thing. With Tao Gu Lily Xiang as secretary, Shen Zhiyuan's free time has been greatly increased. Speaking of, it seems that there is still a problem that has not been resolved. Gu Zeyuan, who was free, flipped through his memory, and found a thing to deal with. Shenmue Light. This reincarnation had originally arranged surveillance and investigation. But because it does not have special abnormal characteristics, it cannot cause serious impact on human society. So the processing priority is very low. After ordering the investigation, Zeyuan was busy again. It wasn't until now that I was free to deal with this guy. Zeyuan took out his mobile phone, connected to the Foundation's database, and called up the investigation records about Shenmue Guang. Born in Kanagawa, his mother died in childbirth, and he was raised by relatives and inherited a large amount of inheritance. He used to be a member of the theater troupe Lalali, and was also the leading acting school at that time. Graduated from the Faculty of Science, 10 to 16 years old, belongs to the theater troupe Lalali. The legal representative of Shenmue Production Brokerage Company, he has his own firm at the age of 25. Currently as the boss and signature actor of Shenmue Production, he is active in the entertainment industry. Shenmue Guang's life record, at first glance, seems to be nothing unusual. But if you look carefully, you will understand that this guy has knowledge reserves and skills beyond his age. In his middle school and high school, he was half suspended from school, and he has been active in theater companies and as an actor. Therefore, he should have a serious lack of knowledge reserves. But still admitted to the university with honors. This is the characteristic reincarnation that cannot be seen in the data. It's a pity that even the Foundation's investigation failed to discover anything in Shenmue Guang's experience that caused the anomaly of reincarnation. And in addition to these superficial records, there are also some shady records. Shenmue Guang has dated 7 girlfriends so far, all of whom are emerging or well-known actresses in the entertainment industry. These 7 people, without exception, all died in violent conflicts. Even if 1 or 2 are dealt with by accident. But after a little investigation by the Foundation, all kinds of things under it can be easily found out. And as the instigator of violence, Shenmue Guang has never been convicted, and even received very few investigations. This guy is careless. Never ended in person, always just as an instigator, to fulfill his disgusting desires. Feel the importance of your own life by taking the life of a talented and full of value actress. Fingers tap the back of the phone regularly. After a moment of thinking, Zeyuan had a consideration. Since it is a derivative of the abnormal reincarnation, let's do a little experiment to see. According to Shenmue Guang's memory, he has been reincarnated several times, and he has done well in the entertainment industry. So, let him fall from the place he is proud of. Will the anomaly react? If it doesn't work, just try to kill him once, or several times, and you will find clues. In Zeyuan's eyes, Shenmue Guang is different from other abnormal derivatives. This guy is not qualified to be called a human being, similar to a D-class personnel, and is used to contact abnormal consumables. According to surveillance data, Shenmue Guang is currently recording a variety show, and is in the preparation stage. But the timing is just right. At this moment, Shenmue Guang is in the background of the love drama starting Love Today. Styling assistants are applying makeup and matching clothes. Although Shenmue Guang's expression was not obvious at this time, in fact, his heart was already extremely angry. Having reincarnated many times, Shenmue Guang has almost never encountered unresolvable dissatisfaction. Almost everything goes smoothly, even if there are obstacles, they can be easily resolved with some means. Only this time. The figure of the young man appeared in front of his eyes. Shenmue Guang clenched his teeth unconsciously, his hatred surged. It is obvious that he is a reincarnated person, a high-ranking figure, and the others are just ants. But, that ant, Yan Ran. The reason why Shenmue Guang appeared in the backstage of this romance drama was not the earlier plan. The original business plan should be that the filming is currently underway, and the adaptation of the drama Want to Love You will take on the role of the leading male lead. The original work of this drama has an excellent reputation and a huge fan base, and the producer has also invested a lot of money in hiring top screenwriters. It can be said that as long as you participate in this drama, it will almost be a steady fire. Shen Muguang knew this, and he only lacked this one opportunity to become a well-known first-line star, or even a superstar. With his means, he also locked in the male lead of the show early on, and it was almost unshakable. However, just before all the preparations were completed and the filming was about to start, Shen Muguang was kicked out of the ranks of actors. And to do this, of course, is Umbrella's brokerage company. This company named Umbrella seems to be unfamiliar with the entire industry with its arbitrarily large amount of funds and background, as well as its completely unreasonable use methods. Even with many means as insurance, Shen Muguang was kicked out. And there is absolutely no way to complain. The management was directly replaced, and the director obeyed. This method is frightening. Even poking it online is useless. Almost all the channels of Shen Muguang Ninja's voice can be bought by money, and there is also a way to buy Navy. Although it costs money, the appearance of Umbrella who doesn't care about money is obviously affordable. In the end, Shen Muguang could only get out of the crew in despair, and came to this romantic drama business. When I think of that young boy, Shen Muguang's cheeks feel hot and painful. That slap, as well as the identity of the owner of Umbrella, let Shen Muguang firmly remember it in his heart. Shen Muguang firmly believed that one day he would take revenge back. As a reincarnator, how could he be bullied like this by an ant? The calling of the styling assistant brought Shen Muguang back to his senses. The makeup is completed, and the matching of clothes is also Shen Muguang's previous style. A very formal attire might look stiff on other people, but not on Shen Muguang. Temporarily suppress the hatred. Shen Muguang looked outside the door. Participating in this romance show, in fact, Shen Muguang has lowered his value. And the reason is for an actor. The hatred suddenly surged up again. Shen Muguang still wants to destroy Hoshino AI. That woman was simply the most shining person he had seen in several reincarnations. Possessing an innate talent, she seems destined to become an idol-like woman. If Hoshino AI can be destroyed like this, he will definitely get a huge feeling. You must be able to feel the weight of your own life. However, under the management policy of Umbrella, Hoshino AI is not within his reach at all. He doesn't even deserve to meet AI Hoshino again. Can only be forced to change the target. Thinking of this, Shen Muguang's hatred surged again. After all, it was all because of that boy. Mr. Shen Muguang, are you ready? You can get ready. The voices of the staff came from outside. Shen Muguang took a deep breath and stepped out of the preparation room. Coincidentally, there was also a girl on the other side who walked out of the preparation room at the same time. The girl has slender limbs, deep eyes, a small face, and a slender figure like a model. The majestic face has a somewhat boring expression, full of mature love and charm. He has long black hair that reaches to his waist, and the hair on both sides near the face is slightly rolled inward. The bangs on the left will be pinned with 2 hairpins, and the hair further back on the left also has a hairpin, which is a pink rabbit head decoration. Ms. Sakura, Li Zhao's, Mai Shima, please take your place. The first act requires you to give the opening monologue. Just be as natural as possible. The staff said so to the girl. Okay. The girl named Mai Sakurajima responded and walked towards the camera. However, there seemed to be a little frost on her face that could not be melted away, and she was obviously dissatisfied with this business. Shenmue Hikaru's sight followed Sakurajima Mai. His next target is this young hare named Sakurajima Mai. Mai Sakurajima debuted as a child star and gained considerable fame in her childhood. Although he transitioned from a child star in the middle, he was slightly depressed for 2 or 3 years, but he quickly became popular again. Currently active as a model and actress. There is no doubt that this girl is shining. Shen Muguang wants to destroy the opponent. Moreover, this time it should be very easy. Because, Mai Sakurahima's agent, that is, her mother, never refuses her daughter's business work. In order to make money, he even accepts activities that disgust my Sakurajima himself. In this way, it will be easy. Just use a little tricks and throw some resources in exchange. If you think about it, you can easily get close to my Sakurajima through a broker, so. Chapter 114. Several teachers. The premiere broadcast of Starting in Love today will be broadcast live. Recently, the popularity of YouTube live broadcasts has been high, so use this method to create momentum. But teachers, please rest assured that only the premiere of the first episode will be broadcast live. After all, it is a romance drama. And the content of the first issue is also very simple. There is no script, just a few teachers introduce themselves and get to know each other. The conventional game link and joint action link will be carried out in the next few episodes of shooting, and then the rough script will be planned. Although it's a live broadcast, the teachers just need to relax and treat it as a normal chat. The teachers are fine. The staff explained the difference in today's romance. The 3 men and 3 women who participated, and the 6 handsome men and women in the entertainment industry, all nodded one after another. After all, this arrangement is not a temporary idea, a decision made on the forehead. As early as when the program was planned, the popularity of YouTube's live broadcast once climbed. Therefore, when the contract was negotiated, it was already written that the first broadcast will be broadcast live to attract popularity. They have all come to participate in the show, so naturally they have no objections. Seeing several people nodding, the staff smiled, and then looked at Mai Sakurajima. Ms. Sakurajima Mai, according to what I said before, the opening of the premiere broadcast requires you to do the monologue. Although this Mai Sakurajima is not the most popular, she is the most well-known. After all, the child star debuted, and the qualifications are there. Letting this most well-known girl start the show, the effect is naturally the best. Mai Sakurajima nodded. The lines are all prepared. She has debuted as a child star since she was a child, and she is already proficient in all kinds of business. Even if it's live, there's nothing to be afraid of. Putting away the coldness on her face, Mai Sakurajima entered the business mode, walked to a specific position in front of the camera, and prepared to open her monologue. The staff checked the time. The broadcast time of the preview 200 is almost here. All departments prepare. Live countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With a sound, the live broadcast equipment was turned on and the camera was turned on. Behind the camera, a live broadcast also appeared on a huge display screen. There have been a lot of barrages across. Although this romance show is not a huge hit, it is still somewhat popular, and the format of the live broadcast is really interesting, so many people are watching it early. On the screen, a bright classroom appears, and the desks reflect the morning sun. The breath of youth was immediately set off. In this love drama, the age of the participating guests is generally in the student period. So, I simply rented a private teaching building as a shooting location. In a place like the classroom, the youthfulness is easy to evoke the audience's memories, which is a good bonus. The figure of Mai Sakurajima appeared in the classroom. The girl was sitting in the back seat, lying sideways on the desk, and slowly sat up as the camera advanced. After stretching, he looked at the camera and showed a natural and cute smile. This opening is perfect. The barrage is full of Oslo. I'm Mai Sakurajima. I'm 17 years old. I'm currently working as a model and actress. Please give me your advice. Following the opening of Mai Sakurajima, several guests also began to walk into the camera one after another and began to introduce themselves. The director stared at the popularity of the live broadcast and the barrage situation, and smiled. Things are looking good. The live broadcast is very popular, and I think it can attract a lot of popularity for the show. The director estimated that this episode of romance drama should break the historical record. Especially when the Shenmue light enters the mirror, the barrage immediately increases visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this guy still has a lot of fans. Several guests were seated, forming a semicircle and giving way to the direction of the camera. The content of the first issue is this kind of CG atmosphere like chatting between classes, and several people draw closer to each other. The lens will take more time to take care of Shenmue Guang. After all, this guy's position is the biggest. Mai-san, can I call you that? During the conversation, Shenmue Guang suddenly looked at Mai Sakurajima and asked with a smile. With that acting skill, he disguised himself as harmless to humans and animals, like a sunny boy. Mai Sakurajima froze for a moment. For some reason, maybe it was intuition, Mai Sakurajima subconsciously wanted to stay away from this guy. However, in front of the camera, Mai Sakurajima is still open and smiled, responding that it is okay. Immediately across the bullet screen was a piece of knock it, knock it. In fact, even if there is no script, the combination of Shenmue Hikaru and Sakurajima Mai that is going to be released in this issue of Lian Zone. One of the two has deep qualifications and the other has a high status. They are the most topical group and can drive the popularity of the show. Isn't that the way to fry CP? The reason why Sakurajima Mai put Bing Shuang on the front is because she doesn't want to come and fry CP with strangers. However, her mother didn't discuss with her and directly took over the variety show. In front of the screen, a girl was holding a mobile phone and showing a smirk. That's great. Love or something. The girl has short pink hair, and there is a big black bow decoration on her head. And not far from her, Shinomiya Kaguya was staring at her with a cold face. The pain of the blue star. Shinomiya Kaguya secretly slandered. This is the student council room. As a result, this guy Fujiwara Chika not only did not work, he was still watching some live broadcast on the sofa of the student union. It's okay to watch the live broadcast, and I'm still yelling and talking about the vocabulary of love and love. Shinomiya Kaguya was already upset because of many things, but now she is even more upset. Especially, love or something. As soon as she heard this word, Shinomiya Kaguya thought of Gu Zeyuan who did not accept the invitation, and felt a strange sense of loss in her heart. Hayasaka, go get rid of her. Shinomiya Kaguya waved to Ai Hayasaka who was beside her, then leaned into her ear and whispered. Ai Hayasaka was speechless for a while. Miss, please don't make such jokes. The Fujiwara family is an indispensable support for the Shinomiya family. Moreover, Hayasaka Ai knew very well that although this Fujiwara Chika was a bit of a mess, she was also the only friend of her eldest lady. Shinomiya Kaguya sighed. She just said it. Standing up, Kaguya-sama walked towards Cho Fujiwara. Since there is no way to kill the other party, let's see what this cancer of the blue star is looking at. Coming behind Chika Fujiwara, Kaguya Shinomiya looked at Chika Fujiwara's cell phone. Above, is a picture of several men and women talking. And there are many barrage flowing on the screen. Shinomiya Kaguya frowned. What's this? Fujiwara Chika was startled by the voice behind her, and the phone almost flew out. But after seeing Shinomiya Kaguya behind her, she quickly adjusted her mood and laughed. Stretching out his hand, he pulled Shinomiya Kaguya to sit beside him. Suhara Blossom began to greet Shinomiya Kaguya. This is the live broadcast of the Start in Love Today romance drama, it's very novel, Kaguya-san should watch it too. Shinomiya Kaguya tilted her head in doubt. What is Lian Zone, and there are live broadcasts and so on. Shinomiya Kaguya, as the canary of the Shinomiya family, is a bird in a cage and has been isolated from the internet since childhood. Therefore, I really don't know much about the concept of romance. It's the process of a few celebrities dating together and then falling in love. It's super interesting, you see, the interaction between these two people is very sweet. Seeing Kaguya's doubts, Fujiwara Chika explained to her, and then pointed to the two people in the picture. The barrage is also well sung. Shinomiya Kaguya looked at the screen, but frowned. This woman probably doesn't want to talk to this man, she looks more like being forced to do so. Fujiwara Chika was taken aback for a moment, and immediately made a voice of doubt. Is that so? Shinomiya Kaguya was very sure of her own judgment. Although she doesn't know much about love. However, when it comes to observing the subtle expressions of people, Kaguya has considerable eyesight. Although the acting skills of the girl in the screen are good, the subtle rejection is still captured by Kaguya Shinomiya. At this time, Hayasaka Ai also walked behind the two of them, looking at the phone across the sofa. The conclusion she came to was consistent with that of her eldest lady. Love variety show is to make artists fall in love. Although there are a few fake shows that are real, most of them are acted out. The compulsion that Hueye sees is actually an acting skill that is forced by the rules of variety shows. Ai Hayasaka is popularizing science for her young lady. When there are outsiders, Ai Hayasaka will address her as a classmate to cover up their relationship. Hearing this, Shinomiya Kaguya frowned. Forced love? Isn't that just like her? The future marriage partner is for profit, not out of so-called liking. In the past, Shinomiya Kaguya was able to make sacrifices for the family, but now she is extremely disgusted with this matter. It's actually an acting skill. Woohoo, I thought the CP I knocked on was real, and I quite like the works of Shen Muguang. Fujiwara Chika cried and said. At this time, another person suddenly broke into the live broadcast of the variety show. Looks like staff. The bullet screen is full of question marks. Live accident. What's the matter? I'm knocking on the head. Could it be the next stage? But the preview didn't say it. And the staff who broke into the screen said to the camera. Actually, there is another surprise for the premiere of Starting in Love today. In addition to the 6 regular guests, we also invited a flying guest. Now, let's invite this mysterious flying guest. After the staff finished speaking, the camera cut to the direction of the door. This flying guest? No, isn't it just right for 3 men and 3 women? Is it a waste of time to have one more flying guest? It's me first, it's obviously me who came first, whether it's a kiss or a hug. Fork out the bi-scholar upstairs, why is there a stomachache for the bi-scholar everywhere? The barrage was talking about this mysterious flying guest. But at this time, the place that the camera could not capture was blinded by a rich man. Where are the flying guests coming from? Why don't they know? The contract didn't say in advance that this would happen. Shen Muguang's right eyelid twitched a few times, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, and looked at the director. In the end, I saw the director on the phone, nodding and bowing respectfully. Seeing this scene, Shen Muguang's heart skipped a beat. And then, his ominous premonition came true. The figure that made him hate to the bone, unexpectedly appeared at the door majestically. In the camera picture, Gu Zeyuan is wearing a DK uniform, stepping into the classroom, and then facing the camera showing a smile. That smile is like a breeze, even across the screen, it makes people feel sunny and pure. Ai Hayasaka? Shinomiya Kaguya? Fujiwara Chika picked up the phone, checked it carefully, and then stared blankly at Shinomiya Kaguya beside her. Kaguya-san, this seems to be, Gu Zeyuan-san. Chapter 115. Shinomiya Kaguya grabbed the phone and stared at Gu Zeyuan in the picture with wide eyes. Then she turned around suspiciously and looked at Ai Hayasaka. However, Ai Hayasaka was also shocked, with a dazed look on her face. That chairman, when will Tian go to shoot the love story? So Gu Zeyuan is also an artist? A star? Let me search. Fujiwara Chika immediately became curious. This is the target that Kaguya-san wants to attack. Now it appears in the romance. This is really, so interesting and spicy. However, after searching around, the result is naturally nothing. At this time, the barrage of the live broadcast had already swiped the screen. No, buddy, why are you so handsome? He smiled at me. He has me in his heart. 3 minutes, I want all the information about this man. FK, in this world, is there anyone more handsome than me? Even me is slightly inferior. I suggest buying a mirror upstairs, it's really not expensive, if you can't do it, you can take a pee, take a look at yourself. I'm the only one who cares. Who is this researcher? I have no impression at all. Half of the barrage was marveling at Gu Zeyuan's appearance, while the other half was wondering about Gu Zeyuan's identity. The original doubts were completely dispelled. There is no way, the appearance is there, kill. Following Gu Zeyuan, the camera slowly came to the front of the 6 guests. At this time, the corner of Shen Muguang's mouth twitched unconsciously, wishing he could rush forward for revenge now. He didn't understand how Gu Xiuan would appear here. At the same time, the bad premonition in my heart became more and more serious. The director, looking at the barrage, was relieved. The upper management suddenly put pressure on it and asked for a flying guest to come in. This is a live broadcast, and the director feels like he's done. However, he will be replaced tomorrow if he does not obey the management's instructions. So, biting the bullet, the director changed the live broadcast process. But I didn't expect that this newcomer with no experience was so handsome that it was impossible to refuse. That's all right. At this time, Gu Zeyuan in front of the camera smiled and introduced himself. Hi everyone, I am the flying guest Gu Zeyuan, please give me your advice. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan sat down familiarly. The scene was silent for a moment. The 6 guests, except Shen Muguang, couldn't understand why Gu Zeyuan would suddenly join the variety show. He looked at the director vaguely, but found that the director was holding a sign and wrote, "Keep going live. Everyone can only continue to operate with doubts." So who is this guy? A few guests just now looked stunned, they don't know that there is Fei Jiaqin, right? What a surprise! This is not a newcomer that the management has stuffed in temporarily, who wants to take the opportunity to debut. The barrage is still doubting Gu Zeyuan's identity. As for the guests, they did not continue the topic just now. Simply, the topic turned to Gu Zeyuan. An actress asked curiously. Mr. Gu Zeyuan. Excuse my ignorance, but I don't seem to have heard of this name. I wonder what kind of work Mr. Gu Zeyuan is doing. She asked everyone's doubts. Where did this guy come from? A newcomer stuffed by the management? I'm still a student. Gu Zeyuan replied without changing his face. Now, everyone understands in their hearts. If he didn't make his debut, he must be a newcomer who was stuffed in temporarily by the management, and he wanted to make his debut by taking advantage of the popularity. To be honest, it's not a good impression. Only Shen Muguang knows that the young man in front of him is definitely not here to debut. If this guy really wants to make his debut, the forces behind him can push him to the top in minutes. Why come to this small variety show? However, although he knew some details, Shen Muguang couldn't tell. Isn't that giving this guy popularity for nothing? However, if you don't say anything, why don't you just wait for this thing to be loaded with B? And the actress who asked the question just now, with a little malice, asked. Oh? Then I don't know which college Mr. Gu Zeyuan studied in. In her opinion, since she is a debut, her grades must not be much better. If you mention a non-branded school, you will say that you have never heard of it. They are newcomers, but they don't ask the opinions of those who participated in the variety show, and they don't even inform them, so they are definitely not angry. Shen Muguang gritted his teeth aside. Isn't this sending steps to the other party to pretend? He is Gu Zeyuan who met at the Sobu Higher Academy Festival. I am currently studying at Sobu High School. Gu Zeyuan calmly replied. When the actress heard this, she was frightened. Hey? You are from the Yuzan family? Then what else are you doing? In Sakura country, the idol industry and actor industry are actually very developed. In other words, the number of practitioners is outrageously large. Among them, those who really have status and can make money are only a few. As long as the imperial family such as Zongman is admitted, they can steadily enter large companies after graduation, and even the 4 major chaebols. Why bother to step into muddy water? At this time, the barrage also exploded. Zhao. A student of Yuzhenjia. A god of learning, please accept me. Okay, this master should just come for fun. What is the origin of the Yuzhan family? Is there any big deal? Check it out, is what he said true? Report. I found it. Gu Zeyuan, top 1 in the national examination this year. Now enrolled in Zongwu higher education, it is a god. CCC. Top 1. The popularity of the live broadcast began to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Mai Sakurajima felt more and more familiar with the young man in front of her. In addition to the high level of Zongwu just mentioned, Sakurajima Mai dug out her mobile phone and found a video. Mr. Gu Zeyuan, is this you? She asked curiously. When everyone heard the words, they all looked at the phone screen. In the picture is the stage of the school festival of Sobu High School. The first thing everyone noticed was Ai Hoshino. This is a top-notch idol who is on fire right now, someone whose status is much higher than them. Then, the boy took the stage. Then, an infectious singing voice came from the speakers. A red lotus bow and arrow. At the end of the broadcast, several people looked at Gu Zeyuan in a daze. It's me. Gu Zeyuan nodded. School festival, accidentally got drawn on the stage. Hearing this, several people were all numb. No, you call it an accident? With your professional ability, other singers may not all have to be veiled. With this professional ability, wouldn't it be a pity not to debut? Sobu Higher Academy Festival, it's all right. Mai Sakurajima was also quite surprised. She also saw this video on the internet before, and at the time she lamented the strong singing skills of the young man in the picture. But I don't want to, I will run into myself. Ahaha, does Mr. Gu Zeyuan also like giants? The actress who just found fault, smiled and found a topic, wanting to make up for the mistake she just made. Mr. Gu Zeyuan must be a serious giant fan, otherwise he wouldn't be able to write such a fitting song. Someone on the side answered the conversation. Gu Zeyuan shook his head. It can't be said that it's a fan, mainly because the giant is my work, so I feel a little deeper. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was silent. Even the barrage froze for a moment, revealing an empty screen area. Immediately afterwards, the overwhelming barrage was sent out. WOC. This god of learning is Takatsuki Izumi teacher. Mr. Chuan, I'm your fan. Stand still, I'll bring you some souvenirs. Come here. Come here. Come here. Mr. Izumi Takatsuki is here. Does anyone know where the live broadcast of this drama is going? Report. I found out about the itinerary of the romance drama, and now I am going to the live broadcast location. Solo kill Mr. Takatsuki Izumi offline. Ask for flowers. Many audience members in front of the screen went crazy. If we say that the most popular comic works at the moment, and even the most popular works in the entire second dimension, must be giants. And the author of the giant, Mr. Izumi Takatsuki, is also a mysterious existence that many readers love and hate. Love, it is the man who can draw works such as giants, so that everyone can watch such good comic works. I hate it, it's meow, it's going out to collect materials, why don't you ask for leave every now and then? Now, someone really came along the network cable and prepared to start Gu Zeyuan below the line. In the picture, several guests were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. Are you Takatsuki Izumi-sensei? One said tremblingly, using honorifics during his speech. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand. The pen name is Takatsuki Izumi, and I'm not really a teacher, just a fan who likes to draw manga. Everyone felt suffocated. Izumi Takatsuki, whose debut is the pinnacle, a giant who conferred the title of God, and who will be the Rookie King in January, is not even a teacher. Then, all those who work on Sakura no Hyuxia painting and comics should just switch careers. Versailles literature is for you to play and understand. At this time, the director saw the soaring popularity, and everyone was crazy with joy. Countless people broke into the live broadcast room upon hearing the news, whether they wanted to pay homage to the top 1 student god, or to see the real face of teacher Takatsuki Izumi. 0. Anyway, it's all about Gu Zeyuan's enthusiasm. How can this be a romance show? Isn't this purely the solo show of this master? However, the heat is so high, what is it to be in love or not? The director just wants to say one thing, please continue the show. Don't stop. Mai Sakurajima looked at Gu Zeyuan, feeling that she had never seen such a person before. Unable to hold back, she asked curiously. Then, why did Mr. Gu Shenyuan come to participate in this romance show? This is also where everyone is puzzled. This man, in terms of academics, graduated from the 4 major chaebol and selected senior officials. In terms of achievements, no one knows the name of Gao Gequan, the new king of the 2-dimensional world. On money, the 3 melons and 2 dates given by Lianzong may not be enough for this master to draw a comic. At this moment, Gu Zeyuan looked at Mai Sakurajima and said with a smile, "I'm here alone." As soon as this remark came out, several guests all stared wide-eyed. This is a story. Several people looked at Mai Sakurajima with envious eyes. The barrage also exploded at this time. Wow! What kind of light novel plot is this? I'm knocked to death. Teacher Chuan is too strong. After Mr. Chuan sat down, his eyes seemed to be on Mai, so sweet. Mai Sakurajima blinked in disbelief at this moment. Came for one person? From just now, Gu Zeyuan's eyes were on her, and she felt it. But, for her? Why? And Shenmue Guang on the side really wanted to scold the street at this time. He was sure that what Gu Zeyuan said came for one person, and that person was definitely him. At this moment, the door of the live broadcast room was suddenly knocked. A figure rushed in directly, stabbing towards the guest with a gleaming sharp knife in his hand. The accident came so suddenly that the staff didn't even react. The live broadcast was not turned off, and everyone watched as a figure rushed into the screen, trying to get out of the area. A sly light flashed in Gu Zeyuan's eyes, he stretched out his hand, and pulled Mai Sakurajima beside him into his arms, protecting the girl and retreating to the side. At the same time, he also pulled several other people beside him and pulled them away. In the chaos, people were pulled away by Gu Shenyuan. Only Shenmue Guang, who sat opposite Gu Zeyuan and was farthest away, was not rescued. The figure, holding the knife, pierced it. Shenmue Guang! I want you to die! The figure roared terribly. Chapter 116 Emergencies CCC Saseng Meal Really offline solo killing? Notify JC. The sudden incident made the scene chaotic. Fortunately, the guests were rescued by Gu Zeyuan, otherwise, with their courage, they might have stood still and watched that figure rushing towards them. But Shenmue Guang, who has been reincarnated several times, has a lot of courage. While dodging by himself, he faintly cast his gaze on Gu Zeyuan. Although there is no evidence, Shenmue Guang is 99% sure that the incident in front of him was planned by that guy. Among other things, it is Shenmue Guang's usual trick to encourage illegitimate fans to attack celebrities. Shenmue Guang speculates that this may be Gu Zeyuan's countermeasure. Tear. Under the dodge, Shenmue Guang's arm was scratched by the blade, but his life was not threatened. By stepping over the tables and chairs, Shenmue Guang escaped the assailant's attack range. Oh, at this level, it will only become a stepping stone for me. Shen Muguang sneered in his heart. When this incident is over, his on-the-spot reaction will be boasted by the media, and his injuries can also be used to sell misery. Even the arm was scratched, it was all intentional by Shen Muguang. The assailant was unable to do a single blow, holding a sharp knife and trying to cross the table and chairs. Shen Muguang kicked on the table, making the opponent unsteady and fell to the ground. During the 200 confrontation, the staff finally reacted, and several people rushed forward. The perpetrator was pinned to the ground by several staff members. The sharp knife was taken away and kicked into the corner. Shen Muguang looked slightly panicked, but he sneered in his heart, and glanced at Gu Zeyuan unconsciously. However, Shen Muguang did not find the disappointment of the failure of the plan on Gu Zeyuan's face. On the contrary, there still seemed to be a mocking light in the other party's eyes. Just like before. This made Shen Muguang's heart, which was originally sure of winning, sank again. Scared to death. This is completely criminal. Fortunately nothing happened, otherwise it would be an annual broadcast accident. Ms. Quan's action just now was so cool. Immediately, she hugged my san. Mr. Shenmue too, the reaction is superb, if I would definitely freeze in place. In the final analysis, who is the perpetrator? An illegitimate fan? It seems to be targeting teacher Shenmue. The barrage was full of applause. Just as Shen Muguang guessed. His reaction, and his injuries, became positive publicity material. When this recording is over, he will go back to the company and edit and promote it a little bit, and he will be able to become popular again. The premise is, if there are no other changes. Several staff members pulled the assailant up from the ground and prepared to tie him up, waiting for the arrival of JC. The director breathed a sigh of relief, and the story of this live broadcast was a little bit more. However, this is also an opportunity to explode, and the topic explodes in no time. The director has already imagined that tomorrow, and even today, the show will be popular, the show will be a big success, and the scene of fame and fortune will be achieved. And at this moment, after pulling the assailant up from the ground, the hood covering his head also slipped down. A distorted face appeared on the screen. The moment Shen Muguang saw that person's face, his mind exploded. There is no other reason, the assailant Shen Muguang knows. The other party was an actor who once belonged to the same troupe Lalai as him. After recognizing the other party, Shen Muguang vaguely guessed something, widened his eyes, and looked at Gu Shengyuan. At this time, Gu Zeyuan was off camera, and other guests were also looking at the assailant. At the moment that only Shen Muguang saw, Gu Zeyuan showed a mocking sneer, just like before. Shen Muguang, who realized the problem, took immediate action and prepared to turn off the live broadcast machine first. Kamiki Hikari. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. For Makaya. Damn you. The subdued assailant roared at this moment. At the same time, he began to struggle violently, with such strength that several staff members could hardly catch him. Makaya. This assailant knew Mr. Shenmue? Makaya should be talking about the girl from the troupe Lalai. Hey! Look carefully, isn't this a member of the troupe Lalai? It seems that he was imprisoned later? Didn't Makaya die because of a violent incident? Why did he seek revenge from Shenmue Hikari? I feel like I can smell the astonishing melon. I don't think this person's imprisonment and Makaya's death are related to Shen Muguang. There are fans of Shen Muguang in the barrage, and he quickly recognized the identity of this person. And Makaya, also a member of the theater troupe Lalai, was as famous as Shen Muguang at the beginning. Just die of violence. And behind this violent incident, it goes without saying that Shen Muguang is fueling the flames. It looks like it's an accident, but in fact the assailant has little to do with Makaya. Moreover, Shen Muguang did things perfectly at the beginning, without leaving any evidence. Hearing this, Shen Muguang almost burst into tears. Although he did kill Makaya, what happened in front of him was completely obvious. Turn off the live broadcast. At this time, Shen Muguang yelled at the staff without caring about other things. This kind of live broadcast accident, although turning off the live broadcast is a bit deceitful, but it is reasonable. As long as the live broadcast is closed now, the following things can be resolved after operation. However, how could the abyss make him happy? Quietly, a red light flashed from Gu Zeyuan's eyes. The staff who control the machine are controlled by the illusion of Sharingan, and their eyes become empty. Seeing this, Shen Muguang immediately ran to the machine, preparing to shut down the live broadcast by himself. At this time, the assailant continued to shout. Shen Muguang. It's okay for you to bully me, and I can forgive you for taking Makaya away from me with resources. But why? Why are you instigating fans to kill Makaya? You've done it with her. She has your child. Frame me and go to jail. You are so afraid of my revenge. Then why did you kill Makaya in the first place? Kill you. Shen Muguang. Even if you crawl out of hell, I will kill you. Let's go to hell together. While roaring, the assailant broke free from several staff members and rushed towards Shen Muguang. This time, his speed and strength have become significantly stronger. Shen Muguang, who was about to shut down the machine, left the range of tables and chairs. He was directly thrown to the ground by the assailant, and was strangled by the throat. The shadow of death hangs over Shen Mu's bald head. Even after several reincarnations, it was the first time for Shen Muguang to face such a violent death. The desire to survive awakened Shen Muguang's body, asking him to do something. Between fingers groping indiscriminately, a cold touch came into the hand. Shen Muguang clenched subconsciously, and then stretched out his hand towards the assailant. The sound of a sharp weapon penetrating into flesh and blood came. The sharp knife that was kicked to the corner was coincidentally taken by Shen Muguang, and then coincidentally was sent into the assailant's chest. The sharp blade pierced through the heart, and the assailant immediately became weak, and he let go of Shen Muguang's hand. Blood spattered, and he fell powerlessly towards Shen Muguang. This scene was reflected in the camera and presented to thousands of viewers. Amidst the blood splattering, the live broadcast was forcibly shut down, and the live broadcast room was banned. Many viewers in front of the screen, after screaming, refreshed the page one after another. However, the attempt was fruitless, and the live broadcast room was blocked. The audience, who had nowhere to discuss, rushed to the YouTube discussion area. Moreover, many people recorded screens at the beginning of the emergency. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen screen recordings were uploaded to YouTube's video section. The popularity rose rapidly, and the topic became a hot search in a blink of an eye. The cause of death of Makaya, a member of the troupe Lalali, is in doubt. Love Complex Start in Love Today broadcasts the accident live. An illegitimate meal murder? The shocking big melon of the theatre troupe Lalali. Bullying members, forcing young girls, he is still on fire today? We are all responsible. A fugitive was caught, and escaped from prison only to avenge his sweetheart, and the object of revenge was this star. Several entries were listed on the hot search list, and they were slaughtered in an instant. And the top search term is Shenmue Hikari kills. Some of the uploaded screen recordings involved bloody violence and were blocked. But there are some smart people who cut the last few frames or put thick mosaics on them. In this way, there is no bloody element, just pure violence, because the topic is high, so it passed the review. Soon, the home page of the video was occupied by screen recording. Almost all the frontline netizens who surfed in Sakura country knew about this matter. For a time, various speculations were flying in the sky. PR? Don't say it's too late for public relations. No matter how quick the response is, public relations can't do anything. The video has been welded to death on the homepage, and the hot search list has been nailed to death early. Removal of trending searches. The staff who manage the trending searches are now all in the 5-star restaurant in the country of Sakura, and are invited to dinner by Umbrella. Pushing away the corpse on his body. Yes, corpses. The knife just now pierced directly into the heart and died on the spot. Shen Muguang got up from the ground covered in blood, his face was ferocious. Seeing this, several guests all backed away. Even the staff of Lianzhong backed away in fright. Shen Muguang looked at Gu Zeyuan, wishing he could pounce on him, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Shen Muguang knew that his career as an actor was over. It's come to an end. Even without looking at external information, 0.3 understands that there is no room for maneuver. The perpetrator died on the spot. Even if there is no evidence for what the perpetrator said to slander him with human life, it doesn't matter. Shen Muguang only felt that in front of him, the young man with a sneering attitude was still a devil. Because of reincarnation, Shen Muguang, who claims to be superior to others, deeply feels at this moment that he is in front of him, but he is just an ant that can be trampled to death at will. The appearance of this assailant, from the very beginning, did not come to kill Shen Muguang. The painting environment at this moment is what the devil wants. The perpetrator, who has no unnecessary intersection with Makaya, has no reason to take revenge at all. Moreover, it is also a real crime, and it is a matter of course for drug addicts to go to prison. However, after the incident, the assailant will be imprisoned and will be rumored to be framed by Shen Muguang. Makaya and the assailant will become a pair of fateful mandarin ducks. They are persecuted by Shen Muguang, and both of them die. Even if there is no evidence, labels such as bullying, unspoken rules, scum, and murderer have already been welded to Shen Muguang. And all of this is thanks to the devil in front of him. At this moment, Shen Muguang felt deep fear. That is a greater fear than death. Chapter 117. Wow! It's thrilling and scary. But classmate Gu Zeyuan is so amazing, I seem to be gat over how handsome classmate Gu Zeyuan is. Looking at the dark live broadcast room, Chika Fujiwara sighed while smoothing her chest. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kaguya on the side had a complicated expression at this moment. So handsome, oh no! Isn't this man too scumbag? Even though he already has Ai Hayasaka, he still wants to participate in some romance show. And he loves the woman next to him so much. Are actors and stars so good? Shinomiya Kaguya was a little dissatisfied. Her invitation fell through. As the eldest lady of the Sagong family, is there anything she can't compare to that actress? Thinking of this, Suzy Kaguya looked down. Resentment arises spontaneously. And Ai Hayasaka, who was on the side, guessed something at this time. This crumb is long, and most of them are carrying out abnormal containment or accepting tasks. Most of the perpetrators were D-class personnel. Although Ai Hayasaka has never seen the abnormal material of Shen Muguang, she has guessed the truth very well. Only. Obviously it's a mission, but I still don't forget to mess with flowers and grass. This crumb will grow. Kaguya-san. You have to step up your offensive. Hurry up and bring Gu Zeyuan to Zeyuan, don't be robbed. Fujiwara Chika shook Shinomiya Kaguya. This guy is totally in love. Shinomiya Kaguya looked numb, and planned to send an invitation to Gu Shengyuan in 2 days. After the party, Gu Zeyuan had to be pulled over no matter what. At this time, the live broadcast of Lianzhong. Seeing that Shen Muguang fell into fear, Wu Yuan just sneered. Reincarnator? You are the abnormal body of reincarnation, and in front of the SCP Foundation, you are nothing more than a containment object. The perpetrator of the 26 perpetrators this time was transferred by Gu Zeyuan. Coincidentally, this guy was sentenced to death for many crimes, addiction, drug trafficking, etc. He was extradited by the Foundation and brought back as a D-class personnel. Since it is a D-class personnel, it doesn't matter how it is consumed. After the A-level memory modification, there is such a drama. From the original design, Gu Zeyuan didn't intend to kill Shenmue Guang here, but to ruin him. In this way, observe whether there will be any response to the reincarnation abnormality. Besides, this is a live broadcast. Killing Shenmue Guang in front of the live broadcast camera, in case the abnormality of reincarnation is triggered, there will be some abnormalities. Then Gu Zeyuan has to be amnesticized on a large scale. Afterwards, in the silence, Police Officer Magyar arrived with people from the Chiba Metropolitan Police Department. The scene was reserved, and the staff and Shenmue Guang were taken away for investigation. Others, because they had nothing to do with the incident, and the influence of the artists entering oranges were not good, they made notes on the spot, and then released them. "Brother, it's you again." Police Officer Mumu recognized Gu Zeyuan, walked over and patted Gu Zeyuan on the shoulder. He watched the video just now. It was this young man again, who acted bravely. Protected several artists, especially the girl beside him. This is a live broadcast, and there are several artists with a lot of fans. If these artists are involved in the incident, there will be a good or bad. The Metropolitan Police Department is busy. Of course, although things are not trivial now. However, Gu Zeyuan still prevented the Chiba Metropolitan Police Department from a huge trouble. Therefore, Police Officer Mumu's attitude is very good, and his impression of Gu Zeyuan is getting better and better. This is not only a good boy who does what is right, but also a good person who helps the Metropolitan Police Department. Gu Zeyuan chuckled, feeling a little complicated. After recalling the memory, the Mumu police officer, Gu Zeyuan remembered it. Speaking of which, this is not Miwa town. Okay, wait for these 2 days, I have to buy you a pennant for being brave, and apply for a bonus for you by the way. The police officer said with a smile. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand, indicating no need. By the way, Officer Magyar, I wonder if you know a kid named Conan? Gu Zeyuan asked tentatively. Officer Mumu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I know you, that kid is very smart and has helped me solve many cases, do you know him? Gu Zeyuan couldn't help being speechless when he heard the words. Reaper Elementary School. Gu Zeyuan always feels that Conan is a walking weak meme. Ahem, I don't know each other, but Kudo Shinichi and I used to be neighbors, and I heard him talk about it. Gu Zeyuan fooled the past casually. By the way, I asked where Conan lived. Take a look back, if it is really a mimetic anomaly, it is better to contain it. After the conversation, Police Officer Miu Miu led everyone in the Metropolitan Police Department to close the team. At this time, the agents and teams of several artists also arrived. Gu Zeyuan glanced at Mai Sakurajima. About Mai Sakurajima, Gu Zeyuan, who acquired the memory, of course knows. This famous bunny girl senior. Not to mention that I am a great beauty, I also have a super good personality, considerate, and have a super high emotional intelligence. You can drive a car of 300 miles, and you can be as shy as a girl in the next moment. It is precisely because of the acquaintance that after Gu Zeyuan entered the program, his eyes will always stay on Mai Sakurajima. Speaking of it, Mai Sakurajima is still a patient with puberty syndrome, which is considered an abnormal branch. At this time, Mai Sakurajima was confronting her manager, that is, her mother, with a cold face. But think about it too. This love affair was forcibly accepted by his mother. Moreover, Mai Rushima and Hikari Shenmue are also going to be CP. Now the incident of Shenmue Guangdong Chuang has been revealed. Although Sakurajima Mai knows that the entertainment industry is quite dark, and what you see may not be the truth. However, Mai Sakurajima did not feel that the accident was groundless. When thinking of Shenmue Hikari, Sakurajima Mai feels physical discomfort. To speak human words is to vomit. In fact, Mai Sakurajima was extremely disappointed when she learned that her mother forced her to accept the love affair. His own mother simply used her as a tool to make money. The matter of Shenmue Guang is more like a fuse. Now, Mai Sakurajima had the most extreme idea. She wants to quit. During the confrontation, Mai Sakurajima glanced over inadvertently, and finally met Gu Zeyuan. So, Mai Sakurajima boldly ignored her mother and manager, and walked towards Gu Shengyuan. When she came to Gu Zeyuan, the girl bowed deeply. Teacher Gu Zeyuan, thank you for your rescue. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand, signaling Mai Sakurajima not to worry about it. It's just a subconscious behavior. It's a pity that a lovely girl like you died at such a young age. Gu Zeyuan spoke nonsense. In fact, even if he didn't make any moves, the assailant wouldn't hurt Mai Koizhima. Hearing this, Mai Sakurajima raised her head and looked at the boy with a surprised expression. From the first meeting, Mai Sakurajima has feelings. And now, that feeling is at its peak. The boy in front of her seemed to be different from everyone she had ever seen, like a special existence. Mai Sakurajima, who debuted as a child star, has met all kinds of people, and many people surround her and show her hospitality. However, they all came here for profit and regarded her as a tool. There will also be those who come for her beauty, but they are similar to the former. But the boy in front of him was completely different. By accident, Mai Sakurajima asked. You said, you came to this romance show for one person. After asking, Mai Sakurajima felt a little regretful, and unconsciously rubbed the corner of her clothes with her fingertips. Gu Zeyuan froze for a moment, then smiled. That's just to cater to the rhetoric of Lianzong. In fact, I came here to make the live broadcast more popular. Mai Sakurajima was stunned when she heard the words. She thought she would hear. Gu Zeyuan went on to explain. For this romance show, the management has been taken over by Umbrella, and I am the boss of Umbrella. For the sake of profit, it's normal for my boss to end up making a lot of noise. When Sakurajima Mai heard this, she was completely stunned. The boy in front of me is actually the boss of Umbrella? The director who quietly approached from the side was also dumbfounded. He originally wanted to come over and ask Gu Zeyuan to be a resident guest on the next show. After all, 99% of Shenmue Guang's incident happened, and it was impossible to shoot. Even get banned. However, the popularity of the show was unprecedentedly hot, and the director did not want to waste 757, and prepared to clear the channels to continue filming. Result. This is the Big Daddy? Before, the pressure call he received was from the Umbrella side. The director is numb. Seeing Mai Sakurajima stunned, Gu Xiuan laughed and joked. Ms. Mai doesn't seem to be very satisfied with this rhetoric. In fact, it was just a cover-up of the adolescent boy just now. Actually, I came here just for Mai sensei, after all, Mai sensei is too charming. Before he finished speaking, Mai Sakurajima blushed slightly, and stomped her feet in a coquettish way. This guy. Gu Zeyuan smiled and stopped teasing Mai Sakurajima. However, his eyes still stayed on him. Mai Sakurajima's puberty syndrome has not yet occurred. Like everyone who is about to go to Star Ocean Academy, Mai Sakurajima also contracted puberty syndrome because of Charlotte Meteor 10 years ago. And the degree of infection is worse than others. Once it flares up, even Sakurajima Mai herself can't control the newly emerged ability. Speaking of which, I don't know if the panacea, SCP-500, can cure the illness caused by the meteor Charlotte. Afterwards, Mai Sakurajima left, taking a deep look at Gu Shengyuan before leaving. After Mai Sakurajima left, the director leaned over and showed a flattering smile. Teacher Gu Zeyuan, do you have time later? Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan naturally understood the director's intention. If the situation is normal, after getting rid of Shenmue Guang, the purpose of Gu Zeyuan's trip will be completed, and naturally he will not continue to shoot. However, there is still a bunny girl senior in the crew. Gu Zeyuan nodded after thinking for a while. Give me a copy of the filming schedule, I'll take a look, shoot if I have time, and the crew will adapt to my time if I don't have time. Hearing this, the director nodded hurriedly. This is the boss of the capital, it's normal. Make money. Don't be shabby. Chapter 118. Afterwards, after investigation, Shen Muguang was identified as self-defense, not intentional injury. As for the previous case of Masaya's violent conflict death, the investigation has also been reopened. However, due to serious lack of evidence, although Shen Muguang was a suspect, he was not detained, but was released on bail. However, before the case is over, Shen Muguang cannot leave Chiba City and needs to be summoned at any time. And these are not important to Shen Muguang. The important thing is that there has been a turbulent wave on the internet. Although Shen Muguang is not a big star, his popularity is quite high. Previously, it had a good reputation in the industry, especially with the character design of good character and the label of powerful acting skills. However, at this moment everything collapsed. Regarding the death of Masaya, there was a storm on the internet. In particular, the Metropolitan Police Department is still investigating and will not give any explanation and results. Moreover, even if the case of Masaya's death is reconfirmed, the fact that Hikari Shenmue killed the perpetrator is a certainty. The character design of the perpetrator has become a vengeful miser. There is even strong dissatisfaction on the internet with the Metropolitan Police Department's determination of Shenmue Hikaru as legitimate self-defense. It can be seen to what extent this matter has been distorted. Under such circumstances, Shen Muguang's life as an actor, and even as a public figure, must have been killed. After returning to the company, Shen Muguang finally ceased to be calm. He kicked the table so hard that there was a loud noise and the table flew out. Gu Zeyuan! Shen Muguang roared, venting his anger. It was a gaffe he had never had before. In the past, as a reincarnated person, he was invincible everywhere, and there was almost no anger so far. After all, the very essence of anger is a certain kind of incapacity. When powerless and fearful, emotions catalyze into anger and drive people crazy. The well-organized studio left Shen Muguang in a mess. The other employees of the company, who were outside at this time, were all dumbfounded and looked at each other. Most people are thinking about the way out in the future. In the past, these people admired Shen Muguang very much because of his personality charm. But now the admiration has all turned into contempt. It is not only the spurning of what Shen Muguang has done, but also the anger that he is about to lose his job. This unlucky company will definitely not survive. After all, the company was originally based on Shenmue Light. Without Shen Muguang, the whole company would not be able to function at all. And Shen Muguang, even if he is not blocked, it is impossible to receive any business in the future. Anyone who dares to invite Shen Muguang will be overwhelmed by public opinion on the internet. And this scene is being monitored in real time and observed by the staff of the foundation. The image of Shen Muguang collapsed, and his life as an actor also collapsed. Will the abnormal reincarnation behind it appear? Will it intervene? This is the main thing Foundation personnel observe. If, after a period of time, Shen Muguang still did not produce any abnormal phenomena, then, Shen Muguang will be controlled and executed, and the execution process will be observed to see if the reincarnation abnormality will be triggered. It sounds a bit indifferent, but this is because Shen Muguang is not worthy of being a human being. What this guy did alone is enough to be included in the ranks of D-class personnel. Therefore, the personnel of the Foundation will not have any concerns in their actions, and will completely observe and contain anomalies as their operating principles. On the other side, when Gu Zeyuan left the live broadcast location, he was surrounded by many people. Some people really came to watch Mr. Chuan offline. Facing the excited fans, Gu Zeyuan couldn't handle it for a while. Do you want to sign? Gu Zeyuan asked awkwardly, feeling a little guilty. Among the crowd, I don't know who shouted, "Catch old thief Chuan!" Gu Zeyuan was directly overwhelmed by the crowd, then he was framed up and thrown high into the air. While everyone was throwing it away, they asked day by day. Old thief Chuan, is it reasonable for you to go out to collect materials every day? What? I am meowing. Update. There is no cancer like you in the industry. Old thief Chuan. If you don't agree to the daily watch, just stay in the sky. Gu Zeyuan was thrown up and down, a little dumbfounded. It is true that he is a bit slack in drawing comics, but isn't he running around to save mankind? This is a lie. In the end, Gu Zeyuan reached an agreement with many fans, and he will continue to update weekly for 3 consecutive months. This was put down by many fans. The fans looked miserable. Other cartoonists, whose works are popular, are stepping up to update. As a result, when it comes to this product, they have to fight for stable updates. Return it meow only 3 months. It's outrageous. However, this is also the depth of love and the depth of hate. In the end, Gu Zeyuan finally resolved the fans' grievances with an autograph and a group photo for each of them. It's a pity that in the next 3 months, it has to be updated steadily, so I can't go out to collect materials. After that, Gu Zeyuan slipped away, ready to return to the apartment. What to learn? Now at Bei Wang Academy, Gu Zeyuan has the final say, and of course he can take classes as he pleases. While walking, Gu Zeyuan passed by a small park. Glancing at the scenery of the park, I moved now. Gu Zeyuan couldn't help sighing. The scenery is fleeting, but things are different. Ever since picking up Ani here, Julian has changed a lot. While sighing, Gu Zeyuan found a young girl sitting on a bench in the park. Pink hair, blue eyes, sportswear, yellow and blue square hair accessories on the right side of the hair. Long pink hair, bangs covering the eyes. The clothes are terrible, the upper body is the iconic pink sportswear, and the skirt is put on the sweatpants. Although the person is cute, it is a completely dark aura. There is a large guitar case next to the girl, and she is fiddling with many wristbands on her wrist. Gu Zeyuan narrowed his eyes. Percent at 1. That's a little lonely. It must be a little lonely. Unexpectedly, I would run into little lonely here. Gu Zeyuan changed his mind, then walked into the park, and sat on the swing as before. Suppressing the crazily raised corners of his mouth, Gu Zeyuan put on a melancholy look. At the same time, he took out his phone and sent a message. The girl sitting on the bench only noticed after a while that there was an extra boy in the park. Her name is Godo Ichiri. In the saying of the country of Sakura, 1 mile is pronounced the same as being alone, and it also means loneliness. She is an ordinary JK girl. She is an ordinary JK girl with a high degree of social fear. Hobbies are guitar, band, and internet. Beside him is Godo Ichisato's guitar, the girl is carrying it, in order to create some topics in school and lure others to strike up a conversation. However, throughout the day, no classmates came to talk to Godo Ichisato. The girl is autistic. On the way from school, passing the park, Godo Ichisato decided to shut himself up here for a while. That person, who looks like me, is a lonely person. Godo Ichiri looked at the boy on the swing, and had such an idea in his heart. The feeling of sympathy for each other gave the girl some spiritual comfort. Even, Godo Ichiri came up with the idea of going over to strike up a conversation. Of course, just prison. The moment this thought appeared, Godo Ichiri felt his body stiffen, he couldn't move at all, and he couldn't make a sound from his throat. Severe social fear. Therefore, Godo Tori just chose to wait and see. Come on, stranger, even lonely people like us will be able to do it someday. Godo Ichiri was silent in his heart, cheering for the boy. However, elder brother Ichisato Godo. A white-haired girl quickly ran towards the boy and directly entered his master. And behind him, there was another woman about the same age as Godo Ichisato, who came to the boy with a smile. The young man swept away his original melancholy, and a smile appeared on his face. That smile, like sunshine, like a breeze, was so dazzling that Howley felt like he was about to melt. Goto Ichiri hugged his guitar case tightly. QQ. Unexpectedly, the boy who was regarded as the same kind was actually just waiting for someone, and his real identity was completely cash-filled, a winner in life. Taking you as the same kind without authorization, I'm really sorry. Goto Ichiri silently apologized and wept silently. The girl didn't realize that the boy was observing her with great interest. Sure enough, no matter how you look at little Lonely, she is super cute. Such an idea appeared in Gu Zeyuan's mind. Because Xiao Lonely is so cute, I want to bully him no matter what. Of course, it's not good to overdo it. Gu Zeyuan was almost there, and was going to strike up a conversation. Just use the name of the brokerage company. Although recruiting Goto Ichisato probably won't succeed, but being approached and recognized should make her very happy. Just when Gu Zeyuan was about to leave, a girl with blonde hair and side ponytail broke into the park and came to the first place in the rear. Gu Zeyuan stopped moving. It's the little angel Shimokitazawa, is it time for the story to start? Gu Zeyuan watched this scene with great interest, and gave up the idea of striking up a conversation. This scene was the opportunity and beginning for Ichiri Goto to join the band. Gu Zeyuan didn't want to spoil it. If you act now, it is better to act later and wipe out the entire band. Sure enough, after the conversation, Goto Ichisato was hastily pulled away. Watching this scene, Gu Zeyuan showed an anti-smile. Brother, bad taste. Bai complained in Gu Zeyuan's arms. Speaking of Bai, someone asked in the comment area, what should Bai do when the timeline of Zishao Town changes? First of all, regardless of the setting of the original book or the setting of this book, Bai has been an orphan since childhood. It's not because of the abnormal outbreak in Zishao Town, so the lost family members, the timeline change will not change this. In the current timeline, there is no abnormal outbreak in Zishao Town, but after taking in the shy people, Gu Zeyuan still went to the orphanage, Qian Nyohao. In the orphanage, Gu Zeyuan adopted Bai, who was isolated by other children because of his super high IQ, and this changed. Being complained by Bai, Gu Zeyuan coughed lightly and put away his smile. In front of Bai, Gu Zeyuan still has to maintain a good image of an older brother. Looking at this scene, Tamori now couldn't help laughing. Let's go home. As Gu Zeyuan said, he picked up Shiro and Tamori now, and prepared to leave the park. Just at this time, there was a sudden sound of a knife in the air. Gu Zeyuan looked up and saw a figure falling from the sky. It was the same as when Ani fell. Seeing this scene, Gu Zeyuan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Putting Bai on the swing, Gu Zeyuan stepped forward a few steps, quite enough to get to the place where the figure fell. Stretching out his hand to catch this person, Gu Zeyuan could only smell a very special fragrance of flowers. The fragrance is strong but not pungent, making people feel refreshed. This is a young girl, and Gu Zeyuan was surprised by her attire. The black standard attire looks very serious. And the eye-catching, is the girl's coat. No, it would be more appropriate to call it a cloak. It was a feather weave with a butterfly wing pattern, and when it fell, it looked as dazzling as a real butterfly's wings. Butterfly Ninja. Gu Zeyuan thought of the name subconsciously. Chapter 119. Butterfly Ninja. Gu Zeyuan looked at the girl who was still in a coma in his arms, and there were some differences. But soon, Gu Zeyuan didn't feel right. The girl's hair color seems to be different from the girl named Butterfly Shinobi in my memory. The girl has long pure black hair, and on both sides of her ears, there are emerald green butterfly hairpins, and the tail of the hairpin is purple. But in Gu Zeyuan's memory, the Butterfly Shinobi of the Ghost Slayer team should have short and medium hair, and the tips of the hair are bright purple, which is very conspicuous. Could it be that this girl is not Butterfly Ninja? Or, the real Butterfly Shinobi actually deviates from the girl in Gu Zeyuan's memory? This is unavoidable, after all, there are some deviations between the two-dimensional vertical painting and the living girl in front of me, and it is normal. At this time, Shiro and Yuri now also reacted, and stepped closer. Beautiful girls will really fall from the sky. I thought the story about Ani was just made up. Urina said in surprise. This curious white-haired girl naturally inquired about the first encounter between Ani and Zeyuan. As for Gu Zeyuan's statement that Ani fell from the sky, this kind of statement sounds very unreliable, and Tamori now refused to believe it before. Now it looks like it's true. Beautiful girls will really fall from the sky. Shiro reached out and lifted the girl's haori. From haori, Shiro took out a strange knife. The blade of this long knife is extremely slender, as if only the blade is left, and the rest of the blade has been discarded. The blade is sharp, and there is a blood groove on the back of the blade, obviously it is an unusual sharp weapon. The jaw is orange, four-leaf clover-shaped, the handle is emerald green, the blade is peach, and the words "killing evil spirits" are written on the body of the knife. It's just that this peculiar knife is no longer complete at this time. There are many gaps on the blade, and the tip of the blade is nowhere to be found. It seems that this knife and its owner should have experienced an extremely dangerous battle. The girl's hand was still firmly grasping the handle of the knife, even though she was unconscious, her fingers did not relax at all. At this time, Gu Zeyuan also felt sticky on his hands. Looking down, he saw blood on his hands. In fact, the girl's body had already been soaked in blood, but it was not obvious that the black standard clothes were stained. Big brother, do you want to save her? Tamori now took out the needle, looked at Gu Zeyuan and asked. Gu Zeyuan nodded. Ghoul 3 solution was injected into the girl's vein. The girl whose breathing was getting weaker and weaker recovered quickly, and her breathing immediately stabilized. The girl's blood seeped into Gu Zeyuan's skin. After swallowing, Gu Zeyuan read the girl's memory, and finally knew who this girl was. Although it did come from Demon Slayer, it wasn't that butterfly ninja. But Butterfly Chini. At this moment, Butterfly Kane suddenly opened her eyes. Those are a pair of beautiful lavender eyes, with a gentle and firm brilliance in them, which is impressive. Within moments of waking up, her breathing pattern changed. Changed from the slight breathing when unconscious, it became powerful and special. Butterfly Chini jumped out of Gu Zeyuan's embrace in an instant, and raised the blade in her hand at the same time. In this regard, Gu Zeyuan did not stop it, nor was he surprised. This girl came here from the battle, dancing on the tip of the knife most of the time, just like Ani back then, she has a strong guard. After opening the distance, Butterfly Kane looked at several people vigilantly, at the same time her heart was at a loss. Where are you now? Who are the people in front of you? Am I not fighting with the winding ghost? And I have reached the limit, hovering on the verge of death. Recalling the scene before the coma, Butterfly Chanel unconsciously grasped the knife in his hand. The winding ghost is really too strong, and it is not at the same level as other ghosts. So, am I already dead? Butterfly Kane thought so, her special breathing affected her body. Suddenly, her pupils shrank suddenly. Excuse me, did you turn me into a ghost? Although the words and tone of voice were still gentle and polite, there was already strong resistance in his eyes. Butterfly Kane can't understand her own body very well. Because of the special breathing method, in the battles, the body has long been overdrawn and riddled with holes. Life expectancy is greatly reduced, and even time is running out. However, at this moment, Butterfly Chini felt extremely light and relaxed like never before. Whether it is the hidden disease left by the battle or the weakened organs due to the breathing method, they have all been repaired. This kind of feat, in the impression of Butterfly Kane, is absolutely impossible for human beings. After thinking about it, the only possibility is that I was turned into a ghost, and my body has a strong resilience. However, Butterfly Chanahue would rather die than accept the matter of becoming a ghost. Ghost? Is it a ghost? You're not dead yet. Urina tilted her head suspiciously. She didn't understand what kind of creature it was that was turned into a ghost by Butterfly Kane. Gu Zeyuan did know. In the world of Butterfly Chanahui, that is, the world of Ghost Slayer, an anomaly named Wumi was born. It is called the original ghost. This anomaly has medium regenerative power, weak transmission, and medium combat experience. Based on Wumi's weak transmission, a certain number of ghosts were created by it. 0. The ghosts created by Wumi are similar to ghouls. They feed on humans and can increase their strength. As a degenerated body without misery, it has regeneration ability and combat effectiveness in the weak to elementary range. Controlled by Wumi, driven by it. And the human beings represented by Butterfly Chanahui set up a ghost-killing team to fight against ghosts. The members of the ghost-killing squad have acquired the power called breathing method from the inheritance of ancient books. Through special breathing, to stimulate the strength of the body, overdraft the body, in order to obtain the strength enough to fight against ghosts. We are not a bad organization, how can we transform people into inferior creatures at will? Gu Zeyuan said so. Butterfly Chanahui was stunned when she heard the words. Are ghosts inferior creatures? According to Butterfly Kane, ghosts have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, and any injury can be repaired as long as the head is not cut off by the sun wheel knife. Almost all ghosts hold, CGFF, the idea that they are higher than humans. But in terms of strength, humans have to admit that they are indeed weaker than ghosts. However, the person in front of him said that Wei was an inferior creature. Seeing Butterfly Chani's puzzled expression, Gu Zeyuan continued. Afraid of the sun, controlled by others, isn't this an inferior creature? Yes, ghosts are afraid of sunlight and can only haunt in the dark. After a long silence, Butterfly Kane put away the broken knife. With years of experience in hunting ghosts, she felt that the three people in front of her should be human beings. However, the three of them are completely different from everyone she has ever seen. 0130055526 Fila 1430735551. Sorry, I was too nervous just now. I am Butterfly Chani, thank you three for saving your life. Excuse me, where is this place? Butterfly Kane reported her name and bowed deeply. She was a gentle and polite person. If it is not eager to deal with the ghost of Shangxian, Butterfly Kane will first find a way to repay the favor instead of asking for others. Seeing Butterfly Chanahui's attitude change, Gu Zeyuan smiled. Gu Zeyuan is quite interested in this girl. There is no other reason, Butterfly Chani has the power of coordinates on her body. Reminder, the contained object has the coordinate attribute, which can open the coordinate world portal of the contained object. The target world is Demon Slayer, which can contain the abnormality Ghost Dance Suji no Misery. Do you want to open the portal now? This is the prompt given by the system after rescuing Butterfly Chani just now. Gu Zeyuan is still very interested in Ghost Slayer world. Wumi is an excellent experimental material. After it is caught, it can be made a neighbor with God Dai Lishi. Butterfly Chani, look around, this is no longer the world you are familiar with. Gu Zeyuan brought out the set of rhetoric that fooled Ani back then. Scored twice, it can be said that he is familiar with the road. Seeing Gu Zeyuan's skillful way of abducting the girl, now Urina and Shiro exchanged glances. Both showed helpless expressions. Well, in short, move first, wait until the shelter, and I will explain it to you in detail. Gu Zeyuan briefly talked about the difference between the world, and then he planned to abduct the person to the shelter first. Butterfly Chani was at a loss when she heard Gu Zeyuan's words. Here is another world? There are no winding ghosts here for her to fight? I accidentally crossed the world and came here? I looked around. It's really not like the world I'm familiar with. The world of Ghost Slayer was probably still in the period of the Industrial Revolution. Confused, Butterfly Kane subconsciously trusted the boy in front of her. After all, it was the other party who saved his life. So Butterfly Chini followed Gu Zeyuan and the three towards the shelter site in Chiba City. I still don't know how to call it. After being at a loss, Butterfly Chini began to wonder about the identity of the boy in front of her. Ah, I was negligent. My name is Gu Zeyuan, this is Tamori now, and this is Shiro. Gu Zeyuan briefly introduced the three of them. Well, it's a bit presumptuous, but how did I get saved? Butterfly Chini asked suspiciously. Although the miraculous thing of crossing the world happened. However, she was indeed on the verge of death in the battle with the winding ghost. At that time, Butterfly Kane was fighting entirely on her own will, and her body was so damaged that it could not be healed. However, now Butterfly Chanel feels better than ever. Moreover, this means of healing cannot be a ghost. After all, now that the sun is shining brightly and bathed in warm sunlight, Butterfly Kane doesn't feel any discomfort. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan casually took out a portion of Ghoul 3 solution from the Shinwei space, and handed it to Butterfly Xiang Chenzhong. This is one of the Foundation's scientific research achievements, and it can quickly heal a person's injuries in a short period of time. As long as the body is not in tatters, even people who died for a short time can be revived. Hearing this, Butterfly Kane stared at the syringe in her hand, her eyes widened involuntarily. Chapter 120. Butterfly Chini grasped the syringe in her hand. If it is true what the boy in front of me said, that, this small syringe, is almost equal to a person's second life. Even those ghost killers, those fragmented pillars overdrawn by the breathing method, can use this solvent to gain new life. If the pillars can get a copy of this solvent, keep fighting and keep getting stronger. Then even if it is miserable. Gu Zeyuan tilted his head, saw Butterfly Chana Hui's solemn expression, and guessed what the other party was thinking. Actually, you don't have to care so much. Gu Zeyuan said a sentence without beginning or end. While Butterfly Chini was puzzled, several people came to a dessert shop. The exquisite decoration in the store made Butterfly Kane slightly widen her eyes. However, the few people did not stop in the store, they walked directly through and walked into the direction of the back kitchen. Under the operation of the staff, a certain wall of the back kitchen was directly opened, revealing the alloy elevator inside. Butterfly Chini was taken into the elevator in shock. After Gu Zeyuan swiped his ID card, the alloy door closed suddenly, and the elevator carried several people and moved down quickly. The alloy elevator is not fully enclosed and invisible, but embedded with some kind of special glass. The strength of this material exceeds that of ordinary alloys, and it can clearly see the outside scene. This is not for the Tourism Foundation, but once the containment fails and the monitoring is paralyzed, it is necessary to use human eyes to confirm the situation in the shelter. At this time, through the special glass, Butterfly Chanel saw an unimaginable picture. The alloy corridors are crisscrossed, numerous but arranged in an orderly manner, like a honeycomb. As the elevator descends rapidly, the staggered corridors gradually enlarge, making people understand how huge this existence that looks like a trickle from a distance is. And when the alloy door is opened, it seems that another world is slowly opening in front of your eyes. Butterfly Kane was shocked and speechless. Welcome to the SCP Foundation shelter site. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan strolled around the site with Butterfly Chini, and said at the same time. About your world, about Wumi and Ghost Killing Squad, I do know something. When Butterfly Chini heard this, her eyes widened involuntarily. Even though she has crossed the world, the boy in front of her actually knows about her world. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that I can open the door to your world. At this time, Gu Xiuan brought Butterfly Chanel to the light containment layer. Opening a containment room, Gu Zeyuan pointed to it. Butterfly Chanahui looked in, and saw a door that resembled a whirlpool standing quietly in the air of the room. From time to time, staff members of the Foundation walked in or out of the door. They all appear or disappear out of thin air. That is the gate leading to the giant world, and on the other side of the gate is the built giant world shelter site. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Kane immediately became excited. She is the pillar of the ghost killing squad, carrying the mission of hunting ghosts. Even if you die, but you are still alive, you have to go back and continue to carry out your mission no matter what. And after a little reading on the site, Butterfly Kane also understands what a terrifying force the SCP Foundation is. In front of the Foundation, the so-called Wumi is indeed just an inferior creature. Withdrawing her gaze, Butterfly Chanel looked at Zeyuan again. Without any hesitation, Butterfly Kane knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "Mr. Zeyuan, please help us. The ghost-killing team and Wumi are fighting, and there is almost no chance of winning. Many people are killed by ghosts every day. Even though everyone in the Ghost Slayer squad tries their best, there are still constant casualties. As long as Wumi can be killed, Kane can accept any conditions, even this life." The girl who has always been gentle is now extremely firm. Seeing this, Zeyuan immediately picked up Butterfly Chanel. Looking at the girl's begging eyes, Zeyuan reached out and rubbed Butterfly Chanel's head. "By the way, I haven't told you yet about the responsibilities of the SCP Foundation," Zeyuan said with a smile. "SCP means, control, containment, protection. Our duty is to contain abnormalities and protect human beings. So, even if Kane doesn't make a request, the SCP Foundation will go there, and the containment will be fine. As for the conditions, there is actually no such thing. We are an organization of human beings, and there are no demands." When Butterfly Chanel heard this, her lavender eyes were filled with light. The ghost-killing squad exists to protect human beings and fight selflessly. However, Butterfly Kane never expects other people to understand the Ghost Slayer squad and to help the Ghost Slayer squad selflessly. In the final analysis, the ghost-killing squad is actually a minority of people in the Ghost Slayer world, a heterogeneous group. Most people, even in the face of the big right and wrong of life and death, still only care about their own interests. And what Zeyuan said reminded Butterfly Chanel of the day when she first joined the siege team. "Yuan Jun, if I am not dead after containment, can I join the SCP Foundation?" Butterfly Kane suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile. Zeyuan was startled, and then rubbed the girl's head again. "If Kane thinks about it, the Foundation welcomes it at any time, and it's nothing but nothing, nothing will happen." Afterwards, Butterfly Kane was taken to a new containment cell. Zeyuan went to transfer the Mobile Task Force, Wings of Liberty. Zeyuan will not be responsible for the whole process of the Ghost Slayer world containment. Going to the world of Ghost Slayer, there is no Zeyuan in the main world, so if there is a high-risk abnormality, it is still difficult to deal with. And, as Zeyuan said, Wujing is really good. The Mobile Task Force can completely crush it. Is there a mission? Levi came with the members of Wings of Liberty and asked with some doubts. The Foundation rarely calls mobile task forces, and only when high-risk anomalies occur, mobile task forces are dispatched. Levi lived in the Foundation every day, but he was a little bit idle. Zeyuan nodded. The location of this mission is in another world. Afterwards, Zeyuan explained to Levi the information about the world of Ghost Slayer. When Levi heard this, Dead Fish Eye seemed to have a fighting spirit. He is from the world of giants. The giant world was saved by Zeyuan. But now, another world seems to be saved by them. The rest of the ghosts don't need to be killed one by one. After finding Wumi, inject it with this, and the other ghosts will die by themselves. 17. Zeyuan handed some injections to Levi. Inside is Yuan's blood. That is the black light virus. As long as Wumi is infected by the black light virus, then using it as a hub, other ghosts can explode on the spot. After all, the rest of the ghosts are Wumi's degenerate bodies, controlled by Wumi's blood. Levi put the injection into the red armor and kept it safe. Today's Scarlet Series armor has been developed to the 3rd generation. Compared with the original Crimson one, Yuanhong 3 has been improved in overall performance. Higher, faster and stronger. Moreover, it is also equipped with an arc reactor, which is simply terrifying in terms of battery life. But, however, according to your description, it seems that Wu Mi is not easy to find. Levi frowned. If there is any advantage of Wu Mi, it is that it can pass. Normally restrained breath, mixed in human society, can be said to be watertight. Even the many ghosts under him don't know where Wu Mi's real body is. Even weak ghosts, who don't even have the qualifications to mention Wu Mi, will explode on the spot if they say Wu Mi's name. It's a matter of confidentiality. Although the Foundation's biotechnology is advanced, it also needs to search in the human society of the ghost world. Ask for flowers. Gu Zeyuan sighed and nodded. It's hard to find, let's do a blanket search, it will only waste some time. Because of this, Gu Zeyuan is not going to do it himself in the world of Ghost Slayer. Too much time wasted, in case there was an abnormal outbreak in the main world and Gu Zeyuan was not there like last time in the giant world, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Gu Zeyuan has nothing to do, Levi nodded and was ready to go to the containment room to prepare. But at this moment, Gu Shenyuan had an idea. Levi, go prepare another set of Crimson 3 armor. Levi heard the words, didn't say much, and went to prepare. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, left for the residential floor. SCP-181, the organization has decided to entrust you with an important task. Hodama Kanako? The girl was speechless. President. I remember that I have been removed from the list of D-class personnel. Why do you still let me go to the abnormal contact mission? If I die, wouldn't it be a loss to the Foundation? Hodama Kanako complained. Gu Zeyuan pretended not to hear it at all. It's okay, I believe in you, you can't do it. Gu Zeyuan felt that even if Kanako Hoyuga was thrown directly into the world of Demon Slayer, she would still be able to survive by herself. The strong luck of SCP-181 is not just talk. What's more, a vermilion suit is also prepared. No. Please don't trust me casually. Hoya Kanako said that she just wanted to play tricks. Then, the girl was lifted by the ankle by Gu Zeyuan, and she left the room upside down. Since finding Wu Mi requires a blanket search, using Yu Kanako for such a matter of chance will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. On the way back to the containment layer, someone stopped Gu Zeyuan. It's Ai Hayasaka. This really surprised Gu Zeyuan. After all, Hayasaka Ai is usually not at the site, and has always been on the field. Since the Foundation began to fill up its staff, Gu Zeyuan's promise of Ai Hayasaka's rest has also come true. Therefore, Gu Zeyuan was really surprised that Hayasaka Ai appeared on the site at this time. As for Hayasaka Ai, looking at Gu Zeyuan who was carrying a girl, the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. This president of the crumbs can always do things that make people's eyes dark. What's the matter, Detective Hayasaka? Could it be that I have been salted for too long and want to contribute to the Foundation? Gu Zeyuan asked curiously. Ai Hayasaka rolled her eyes. Does she seem like a workaholic? If it wasn't for Miss Hui yet, if it wasn't for saving a dowry for himself. Hayasaka Ai has long since quit. Master President, this is for you, it has nothing to do with work, it's a personal invitation. Ai Hayasaka handed a golden invitation letter to Gu Zeyuan. Gu Zeyuan took it and glanced at it. It was a party jointly organized by the Shinomiya family, the Suzuki family, and the Sansonin family. The above three families are the other three big chaebols except the Bakesi family. From this, it can be seen that this evening party is probably a gathering of various high-ranking and influential people in the Sakura country. Putting down the invitation letter, Gu Zeyuan looked at Ai Hayasaka in some puzzlement. What am I going to do? If it was before, Gu Zeyuan would be very willing to go through this experience and take in someone with high status and weight in the country. However, now there is the 100 clans. Given time and the Foundation's capabilities, the 100 clan, as an external force, will sooner or later crush the other 4 big chaebol and become the only existence. So, at the moment Gu Zeyuan seems to have lost interest in the party. This is an invitation from Missy. Hayasaka AI said so. Chapter 121. Kaguya's invitation. Gu Zeyuan was even more confused. After retrieving the memory, Gu Zeyuan also knew a lot more about Shinomiya Kaguya. From the original single eldest daughter of the Sagong chaebol family. She has become a girl with a different heart, has no resistance to the person she likes, and becomes too confused and cute when she is sick. There are also modes such as Ice Kaguya, Sand Sculpture Kaguya, and Little Kaguya. Well, in short, Gu Zeyuan's knowledge of Shinomiya Kaguya has enriched. However, the current Kaguya should still be Kaguya Hime of Ice. Right? Is the invitation from Ice Kaguya to draw me to work as a subordinate? Gu Zeyuan looked at Ai Hayasaka in puzzlement. Didn't you persuade the young lady? What Gu Zeyuan meant was that since Ai Hayasaka knew his identity, then advised Shinomiya Kaguya, don't hit him with the idea of recruiting and beating workers. Hearing this, Hayasaka Ai's complexion darkened visibly to the naked eye. Persuade? I have tried my best. Ai Hayasaka vomited bitterness. She could see that her eldest lady had completely fallen into the abyss called Gu Zeyuan. As soon as Gu Zeyuan is mentioned, the eldest lady of the family is like a different person. Being in love is not a bad thing, but why did you watch the president? The two of them had a cross-channel conversation like this. Ah! That's really hard work. 277, I accept this invitation, and I will make it clear to Kaguya at that time. What Gu Zeyuan meant was that he would explain to Kaguya that he would never work part-time. But Hayasaka Ai heard the words, but cast a skeptical look. For a person like President Xiao, would he be pushed away if his eldest lady sent him to the door? Hayasaka Ai didn't believe half of the punctuation marks Gu Zeyuan said. This cross-channel dialogue finally ended with the whining of Kanako Hoyu. Save me. It was only then that the two of them remembered that Gu Zhengyuan was still mentioning something. Kanako Hoyama rushed her head up again, and when she landed with her feet down, her whole body felt dizzy. Looking at Kanako Hoya who turned her eyes to the mosquito coil, Gu Zeyuan smiled awkwardly. Master President, I'm on a mission. Please stop torturing me. Hodama Kanako said shakingly. Gu Zeyuan really wanted to tell her that he really forgot just now, instead of deliberately leaving her alone. But throw this guy into Ghost Slayer world first, and then we'll talk after completing the mission. Taking Yuzuki Kanako, Gu Zeyuan came to the containment room. Headed by Levi, members of the Mobile Task Force Wings of Liberty have already been ready. On the side, there is still a piece of Red 3 biological exoskeleton armor vacant. And Butterfly Chini, standing in the corner at this time, looked at the Mobile Task Force, a little at a loss. Obviously, it was frightened by the biological exoskeleton armor. Gu Zeyuan took the ghoul solution, injected Kanako Suyu into her body, and then threw her into Scarlet 3. During the mission, follow the instructions of Captain Wings of Liberty, if you make trouble. When I catch you back, I will throw you into Little Peanut's containment room and let you stay with SCP-173 for a few days. Gu Zeyuan threatened. Hodama Kanako. The girl shed tears of humiliation, and after putting on the exoskeleton armor, she honestly joined the team. Gu Zeyuan came to the corner again and rubbed Butterfly Chini's black hair. Don't be afraid, it's just a tool for killing ghosts. Gu Zeyuan explained. Butterfly Kane nodded. In fact, Kane wasn't too scared, she was just subconsciously wary of strange things. Seeing that Butterfly Chan Ahui was in a stable mood, Sheng Yuan opened the system interface. Through contact, the system also acquired the coordinate power of Butterfly Chini. Then, Reminder: the contained object has the coordinate attribute, which can open the coordinate world portal of the contained object. The target world is Demon Slayer, which can contain the abnormality Ghost Dance Suji no Misery. Do you want to open the portal now? As Zeyuan selected the option of yes, the space in the center of the containment room began to distort, visible to the naked eye. A stream of light, the center of the containment room rotates continuously, gradually forming a light gate. And at the same time, in the world of Ghost Slayer, a girl is anxiously looking for something. There were still wet tears on her fair cheeks. Continuously shuttling through the mountains and forests, the girl was obviously exhausted, but she was still driving her body to move. Yesterday, the crow raised by the ghost-killing team brought bad news. Kane, the style butterfly, fights against Kami No. 2, loses and asks for reinforcements. However, the mountains and forests are remote. Even if the crow flies to deliver the letter, the reinforcements of the siege team can hardly arrive until the next day. Winding Ghost, according to hundreds of years of records, has never been killed. Even Zhu, the strongest members of the ghost-killing team, hardly have the ability to kill Shangxian Ghost alone. What's more, when the crow reported the letter, it had already stated that Huazu was invincible. And now, 1 day later. In fact, the girl knows it well. That styler butterfly, Kane, has already died in battle. However, even if she knew it well, the girl could hardly accept this result. A large number of traces of destruction appeared in the forest ahead. Knife marks appeared on the trees. The trace, which the girl is very familiar with, is exactly the shape of the breath of flowers. Here is the place where the style and the winding two fight. The girl looked anxiously. But apart from the dried blood, countless knife marks and damage marks, and the torn corners of the Haori clothes, there was nothing else to be found. Ghosts are cannibals. And the more powerful the ghost, the bigger the portion it eats. If you can't find the body. Based on the experience of the ghost-killing team, most of them were devoured by ghosts, not even bones left. The girl is out of experience at this moment because of long-term rapid exercise. Ever since she got the news, she didn't dare to stop for a moment and rushed all the way here. But only got this ending. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She, who was usually victorious and irritable, was just crying silently at this moment, without making a sound. When he fell, a peachy color appeared in front of his eyes. The girl stretched out her hand to grab it, and after getting it in her hand, she realized that it was a peach-colored knife tip. It is the sun wheel knife used by the style. The moment she saw the tip of the knife, the trace of luck that the girl had left in her heart was completely shattered. Cries began to echo through the woods. The girl threw herself on the ground, put the point of the knife under her body, and tears fell on it. Suddenly, there was a voice. The weeping girl froze for a moment, then raised her head blankly. Just then, 2 people suddenly appeared in front of him. A girl in Haori, and a special boy. Sister. The girl didn't care about other things, she tried her best to get up, and threw herself into the arms of Butterfly Chanahue. This girl is the younger sister of Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Ninja. Seeing the impulsive Butterfly Shinobu, Zeyuan stood aside and smiled. In the plot of Ghost Slayer, Butterfly Ninja is a girl who is always expressionless and calm in the face of everything. However, the girl in front of me, whether it was the crying just now or the excitement now, all run counter to the original Butterfly Ninja. The reason is simple. After Butterfly Kane died, Butterfly Shinobi began to force herself to become mature and stable. Learn from my sister, whether it is behavior, manners, or even tone and personality, I completely imitate it. After Butterfly Kane's death, Butterfly Ninja became the girl who always had an expressionless face. But now, Butterfly Ninja is still the girl who expresses her emotions vividly and with joy and anger on her face. Butterfly Kane caressed her younger sister's back. Previously, Chanahue, the butterfly, had never had the slightest fear when fighting against the second string. However, at this very moment, the fear of facing death arises spontaneously. Butterfly Kane didn't know what kind of blow her sister would suffer if she died. I think it hurts more than death. After crying, Butterfly carefully groped Butterfly Kane's whole body. It seems to be confirming the truth, and it seems to be checking whether my sister is injured. After searching around but not finding the wound, Butterfly Ninja heaved a sigh of relief. Because of crying, she was still a little choked up and couldn't stop for a while. Sister, you're all right, that's great. Butterfly spoke intermittently. Butterfly Kane smiled and said nothing. She also walked through the gate of hell. If it wasn't for a coincidence, she traveled through the world and met Gu Shengyuan again. I'm afraid he has been dead for a long time now. However, Butterfly Kane will not tell Butterfly Shinobu about these things. After being overwhelmed with grief and joy, Dai couldn't calm down for a long time, and wanted to ask what happened. However, before he started to question, Butterfly Shinobu discovered a bigger thing. Sister. Who is he? Dai endured watching the two of them hold each other, their fingers intertwined, and fell into a daze. Butterfly Chan Ahui was startled, and then remembered that she was still holding hands with Gu Zeyuan, and hurriedly let go. Opening the door to the world requires Gu Zeyuan to have contact with the coordinates. And holding hands with interlocking fingers is a relatively stable way. But after time travel, both of them forgot to let go. Butterfly guarded her sister behind her back, looking at Gu Zeyuan warily. This strange man unexpectedly offered his sister's class 3.0 without anyone noticing. Gu Zeyuan didn't care much. His focus is on perception. Just when Butterfly Ninja still wanted to ask, Butterfly Chanel took the initiative to say. It was Yuan Jun who saved me. Butterfly couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words. Ah, this is actually my sister's savior? Then I was too rude just now. But at this moment, Sasha's voice came from the surrounding woods. Butterfly Shinobi, who was still struggling with Gu Zeyuan, quickly pulled out the Japanese saber from his waist, and was vigilant about his surroundings. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, looked in one direction with a calm face. Soon, in the astonished eyes of Dai, a crimson figure appeared. It should be this guy. Levi dragged a figure over and confirmed it to Gu Zeyuan. That figure is now extremely miserable. The whole body is no longer in human form, and every joint is separated by the red Hezijochen. Counting in detail, more than 200 bones were basically restricted by Hezi. The only thing to see is that face. This person's eyes are the most special, one has winding inside, only. Chapter 122. The second winding mill. Now he is being dragged here like a dead dog, without any ability to resist. Seeing this scene, the two sisters of the butterfly family fell into a stunned stupor. These are the 12 ghost moons, and they represent the most powerful ghosts with the most combat power besides Wu Mi. In the hundreds of years of hard work of the ghost-killing team, they have never killed any existence. Was he captured alive so silently? The two didn't even hear the sound of fighting. But Gu Zeyuan was not surprised. Crimson 3 armor, even if there is no misfortune, you have to kneel and suffer 2 big fights. Not to mention, it was Captain Levi who manipulated this biological exoskeleton armor. There is one thing to say, the commander with the blood of Ackerman, the combat talent is amazing. Even without this set of open-hanging exoskeleton armor, if you learn the breathing method, you might be able to beat Tong Mo alone. The reason why Tong Mo still stays around here is that he didn't leave. Thinking about it, it was because Butterfly Chinny traveled across the world and suddenly disappeared. Tong Mo failed to kill and eat Butterfly Chinny. Therefore, Tong Mo hides in the dark for the time being, trying to find Butterfly Channa away. When Zhu of the ghost-killing team arrives, he can hide in the dark or retreat at any time. Unfortunately, it was Gu Zeyuan who came. Before teleporting to Ghost Slayer world, Gu Zeyuan ordered the mobile task force to search nearby immediately. With a sweep of the Crimson 3 Armor's biological detection device, the lips were exposed in minutes. If you want to retreat again, it is completely idiotic. With the mobility of Crimson 3, not to mention Tong Mo running with his legs, even if he ran in a supersonic plane, it would be too late. Gu Zeyuan knelt down and met Tong Mo's eyes. Tong Mo's eyes are iridescent. Gu Zeyuan couldn't see any emotion from the brilliant colors. An inexplicable feeling of disgust arises spontaneously. Hey, do you know where Wu Mi is? Gu Zeyuan asked directly. Tong Mo's joints, muscles, and bones were all locked by his eye, but he was still smiling. Are you asking Master Wu Mi? It's a pity that I don't know where Master Wu Mi is. Tong Mo responded with a smile, and squirmed his body, trying to break free. However, the hezi emitted by Chihong 3 embedded in every inch of his flesh and blood. The resilience that ghosts are so proud of is useless at all, because the wound has been eroded by RC cells. In fact, ghosts also have a special ability called vampirism. Tong Mo's blood ghost technique is to turn his own blood into ice crystals and control it with a high degree of precision. At this moment, there are white mist-like ice crystals spreading outward. However, it has no effect on Gu Zeyuan, who is close at hand. After receiving Tong Mo's answer, Gu Zeyuan nodded, not surprised. Wu Mi, the old Yinbai, has one-way communication with the ghosts under him. When these people are needed, they will be summoned to a special space called Infinite City. For the rest of the time, it is a word of 5. So, next, I am going to execute you. Do you have any last words? Gu Zeyuan asked like this. Hearing that he was about to be executed, Tong still smiled. His biggest problem is that he can't feel any emotion. Even if you are about to die, you don't feel fear, and the smile on your face is just a disguise. It seems, there is nothing to say. Tong Mo said so. Gu Zeyuan nodded, and put his hand on his forehead a little. The black light virus immediately invaded its body. Gu Zeyuan did not control the black light virus this time. In just an instant, Tong Mo's body began to swell and twist. The black light virus in Gu Zeyuan's body has devoured the genes of grotesque bugs and ghouls, and has evolved to a certain extent. The so-called ghost was swallowed up by the black light virus in an instant. The next moment, the swollen and twisted Tong Mo suddenly exploded, turning into a handful of blood mist, and gathered it back into Gu Zeyuan's hands. After devouring the ghost of the second string, the evolution rate of the black light virus is extremely limited. As Gu Zeyuan said before, the so-called ghosts are nothing but inferior creatures. These ghosts created by Wu Mi are not even worth being arrested for research. Dai watched this scene with horror, pulled her sister behind her, and looked at Gu Shengyuan vigilantly. Levi, on the other hand, stood aside and rolled his eyes. The commander has a cleanliness. Although the blood mist exploded just now and didn't spread out at all, it still made the cleanliness a little uncomfortable. Gu Zeyuan stood up again, and looked at Butterfly Shinobu with some doubts. The ghost has been killed, so don't be so vigilant. Butterfly endured being choked and speechless for a while. I'm wary of you, okay? Forbearance, don't be like this, Mr. Yuan is a good person. Butterfly Kane said so. Although the method just now was really scary, but Butterfly Chanahue didn't notice him. Dai could not hear her sister teaching herself, and was a little discouraged for a while. He also remembered the scene where his sister held hands with the boy in front of him. Butterfly suddenly had a strange guess in his heart. My sister won't be abducted by the guy in front of me. As for Gu Zeyuan, after swallowing Tong Mo, there is indeed no information about Wu location from his memory. Anyway, let's go to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad first. Gu Zeyuan said casually. Butterfly looked at her sister with tangled eyes. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, where the Yabayashiki family lives, is the biggest secret of the Demon Slayer squad. That is a hidden place that many ghosts have not found for thousands of years. Just bring Gu Zeyuan and other complete strangers there, no matter how you think about it, it's unreliable. Butterfly Kane didn't hesitate much, and nodded in agreement. Now that she has requested help from the Foundation, Butterfly Kane has already given her trust. Besides, it seems that the power of the Foundation is not comparable to that of the ghost-killing team, and even they are called inferior creatures. If the Foundation wants to do something to this world, it can actually do it directly. This is a judgment as a style. Butterfly spent a whole day, and the regiment rushed here from the headquarters. But it took less than 2 hours to return to the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad. Looking at the familiar garden in the mountains, Butterfly couldn't help but feel numb. This group of people can fly, faster than ravens. Before the news was even sent back to the headquarters, the people had already arrived. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu went to the headquarters to explain the history of Gu Zeyuan and others to the main character of Yubayashiki. As for Gu Zeyuan, he poked at Kanako Hoyo who was wearing Scarlet 3 beside him. Did you find any targets on the road? You saw them by chance, or found traces inadvertently? Gu Zeyuan has high hopes for Kanako Hoyo's strong luck. Master President, I don't seem to be a god or something. Hoyo Kanako wanted to cry. Although I do have the characteristics of luck. But, that's not what you want. Gu Zeyuan showed a look of what's the use of you. Then he turned his head and looked at the scenery of Ghost Slayer world. Kanako Hodama gritted her teeth in anger. Does the containment have no human rights? After viewing the scenery for a while, the door of the headquarters was pushed open. A man with a disfigured upper half of his face and white eyes came out with the support of others. Yuan-kun, this is the lord of our Demon Slayer squad, Mrs. Yubayashiki Yoya. Butterfly Kane introduced Gu Zeyuan. Gu Zeyuan's gaze stayed on Yoya Yubayashiki's eyes. I vaguely remembered that it was a curse from the blood, unable to see, weak in body, and short in life. The young man who was regarded as the protagonist by the Ghost Slayer squad looked sickly, as if he was too weak to withstand the wind. But, even so, he still won the approval of many big pillars such as Butterfly Chanahue. Those eyes that can't see things can see the future of human beings clearly, and those who are far-sighted can drive Zeon ghosts to a dead end. Your Excellency Gu Zeyuan, just call me Yaze, I heard from Kane that you are here to save the world. Yumayashiki Yaze's eyes that can't see anything seem to stay on Gu Shengyuan at this moment. The words are full of undisguised sincerity, without any sense of self-assertion. It's not really saving the world. Our purpose is to contain Wumi and eliminate abnormal creatures, that is, ghosts. Gu Zeyuan said so. For us, this is to save the world, please come in, Your Excellency. Yubayashiki Yaya gave up his position and let Gu Zeyuan enter the courtyard. Although the courtyard is not simple, it is really ordinary and there is no luxury. While walking, Butterfly Kane suddenly remembered something. Yuan Jun, can that injection cure the Lord? What Kane said is naturally Ghoul 3 solution. 663 injections. Hearing this, Yumayashiki was a little confused. Butterfly Kane immediately explained the miraculous recovery of her body after being rescued by Gu Zeyuan and injected with Ghoul 3 solution. Yubayashiki shook his head immediately after listening. Kane said so, such an injection can bring people back to life, it must be a very precious medicine. Your Excellency Gu Zeyuan has already made me grateful for extending a helping hand, so how can I ask for more and ask for such a precious thing? Besides, no matter how magnanimous Your Excellency Gu Zeyuan is, such a precious medicine should be given to you few pillars. It's just not worth it for me. When saying these words, Yubayashiki did not have any pretense, it was completely from the heart. This gave Gu Zeyuan a new understanding of the protagonist. It's not a precious thing, I just carry a lot with me, so I might as well try it now. Gu Zeyuan rummaged through his hands, took out a portion of Ghoul 3 solution from the Shinwei space, and handed it to Kane. Ghoul 3 solution. Now the foundation has already produced energy, and the price of RC cell culture has also dropped. It can be described as the real price of cabbage. This. Yubayashiki didn't know what to say for a while. Butterfly Chanahue had to bow to Gu Zeyuan after receiving the injection. But he didn't bend down, and was stopped by Sheng Yuan. It doesn't have to be like this, it's just a matter of raising your hands. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. Butterfly Chani was lifted up, seeing that gentle smile, her heart beat faster for no reason. Style, who has always been known for being calm, now had a little pink on her fair cheeks, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Butterfly Ninja. Seeing this scene, Butterfly Ren felt more and more that her sister must have been tricked and abducted. It's only been a few days since I've seen her, and she somehow got a brother-in-law? Butterfly Ninja said that he could not accept it. Chapter 123. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat. Yubayashiki was a little helpless, but also a little nervous. Under Butterfly Kane's persuasion, Yubayashiki Yoya is ready to receive the injection of Ghoul 3 solution. Even Gu Zeyuan said, that is not precious. But Yubayashiki still wanted to leave the potion to the rest of the Demon Slayer squad. His own body is the most despised. In Yubayashiki's view, he is the weakest member of the Demon Slayer squad, unable to even fight. I can only hide behind and make suggestions for everyone. Although he is called the Lord, he never feels that he is more important than others. Moreover, Yashiki's Huse's own physical condition. Being weak is more like an inherent curse than a disease. Everyone in the Yubayashiki family is like this. In the thousands of years of inheritance, some people tried to solve it, but in the end they all ended without a problem. Therefore, Yubayashiki did not have much hope. And Butterfly Chani is full of confidence at this time. The injection pierced into Yubayashiki's meridians. With Ghoul 3 solution injected, everyone in the ghost-killing squad stared wide-eyed. I saw that the scars on Yubayashiki's face began to fade visibly with the naked eye. The disfigured upper half of the face is quickly returning to normal, and the skin stretches out to become a normal complexion. A pair of pale eyes gradually took on color. Black pupils appeared in the eyeballs, and because of the sunlight, the pupils responded. Looking at this scene, everyone in the ghost-killing squad was extremely shocked. They have some understanding of the Lord's illness. Although Huazhu described the injection as miraculous, at most, everyone had only held some hope before. However, no one expected that the symptoms would improve visibly with the naked eye just after the injection. After all, the so-called disease comes like a mountain fall, and the disease goes like a spinning thread. No matter how amazing the injection was, no one expected the effect to be so exaggerated. And the one who feels the most vividly is Yubayashiki. For the first time, there was light in the dark world from beginning to end. Immediately, a blurry picture began to appear in front of my eyes. And then, many strange and familiar figures appeared in front of my eyes. Yubayashiki finally got to see what the members of the siege team looked like. Compared with the imagined figure, it seems to be 3 points better. Yubayashiki Yoya stood up by himself without the help of others. Although he has never considered himself as important, at this moment, the number of birth houses is not extremely excited. The gratitude is beyond words. Gu Zeyuan just waved his hand, indicating that Yashiki Yaya doesn't need to pay too much attention. The so-called curse of Yubayashiki is actually a genetic disease. It is a congenital disease at the cellular level, so various medical methods are ineffective. As for the Ghoul 3 solution, the essence is to introduce RC cells to activate the body's resilience at the cellular level. Obstetrician Yubayashiki's illness is of course not a problem. Gu Zeyuan also has selfish intentions to cure Yubayashiki, the obstetrician. Although there is Butterfly Kane as a referral. But it is still a little troublesome to quickly gain the trust of everyone in the ghost-killing squad. However, as long as the obstetrician Yashiki Yaze is cured, With Yubayashiki's detached position in the Demon Slayer squad, the benefactor who healed him would almost be accepted unconditionally by members of the Demon Slayer squad. In the follow-up, there is no need to waste any more words. After the excitement, Yubayashiki regained his composure, but only looked at Gu Zeyuan, still full of gratitude. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, took out several copies of Ghoul 3 solvent and handed them to Yubayashiki. These injections, let the pillars use them. Kane is an example. She was overdrawn by the breathing method before. Butterfly Chini heard this and smiled embarrassedly. After receiving the injection, Yubayashiki didn't know what to say. The help given by the young man in front of him was simply beyond imagination. Gu Zeyuan, on the other hand, continued. Next, the mobile task force affiliated with the Foundation will conduct a sweeping search without a hitch. It can be a few days soon, or a month or two at the slowest. If there is no misfortune, you will be punished, and the other ghosts will also dissipate at that time. Kana Megami should have already said that we are waiting for the Foundation to come from across the world. Therefore, the Foundation's only appeal to the ghost-killing squad is to establish a shelter site here. I will open a door connecting the two worlds at the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad, and then other members of the Foundation will come to work. We are friendly, but we cannot be known to the outside world. This is also to protect everyone. Gu Zeyuan stated the Foundation's next policy. As expected, Ashiya Shakiya nodded directly. Understood, I will wait for the ghost-killing team, and I will cooperate with the Foundation, as long as all the ghosts can be wiped out and Wumi will disappear. After that, Gu Zeyuan walked towards the room deep in the courtyard. The headquarters of the ghost-killing team is hidden in the deep mountains. In order to avoid Wumi's search, few people know about this place. Just right for a Foundation site. In the room, Gu Zeyuan opened the system panel, ready to connect to the world and open the portal. Butterfly Kane and Butterfly Shinobu followed. Looking at Gu Zeyuan, Butterfly Ren said angrily. I said a lot of great truths, and then I didn't stay to fight, but to leave. Are you worthy of my sister like this? Butterfly Kane hurriedly reached out and covered Butterfly Shinobu's mouth. What does it mean to be worthy of her? Yuan Jun just saved her, and didn't. Gu Zeyuan tilted his head. I always feel that Butterfly Ren has misunderstood something. However, looking at Dai Ren's cute and angry look, the facial paralysis in memory, Gu Zeyuan was rather relieved. I really want to stay and fight with Kane and Shinobu, but unfortunately I can't. Hearing this, Butterfly couldn't help being startled. Especially the forbearance. 0. So weird. Why isn't this guy angry? And Gu Zeyuan continued. In my world, there are abnormalities similar to Wumi, and some of them are more terrifying than Wu-Mi. If I stay here for a long time, there may be a horrible abnormality in my world, and many people will die. But please rest assured, with the strength of the Mobile Task Force Wings of Liberty, it is enough to deal with it without any mishaps. Butterfly Ninja. The sense of guilt almost overwhelmed Butterfly. The young man in front of him seemed to exude a soft holy light, which made people cry gently. This is a character just like the main character, or even worse, running around with the lives of many people in his heart. Butterfly couldn't bear to blame herself, but she didn't know anything, so she asked the other party around. Just when Butterfly was feeling guilty, I heard Gu Zeyuan say. If Shinobu is worried about her sister's safety, you can persuade her to come to my side, it's very safe. I will take good care of my sister for you, sister, I will take care of her, all in one. Butterfly Ninja. If it wasn't for Dai Shanhui to stop her, Dai could bear to go up and fight Gu Shengyuan desperately. Damn it, return her guilt. Yuan Jun, she will take such a joke seriously. Butterfly Chanahui blushed a little and said so. Gu Zeyuan straightened his expression. How could this be a joke? I said before that as long as Kane is willing, she can. Butterfly Ninja threw the 10 shoes over before he finished speaking. Gu Zeyuan dodged deftly and laughed loudly. It is estimated that only Gu Zeyuan can experience this fun. No matter what happened, Butterfly Shinobu, who was expressionless, now had this distraught look. Because of every word and deed, there will be a huge emotional change, which has nothing to do with facial paralysis. This sense of contrast is pleasing. So, many girls say that Gu Zeyuan has a bad taste, but they really don't know him. The portal opened, and after the passage between the two worlds was stabilized, Gu Zeyuan ran away. Only the angry butterfly barks its teeth and claws, and the butterfly Kane whose heart beats faster. After returning to the main world, Gu Zeyuan recruited the staff of the Foundation. Although Wumi has not been contained yet, the connection to Ghost Slayer world is already possible. Coincidentally, after the Ghost Slayer world site is established, several satellites can be launched. After the satellite launch is completed, communication and monitoring will be much more convenient. At that time, by using satellites to monitor the ghost world, Wumi can be found faster. Capture Wumi early for containment and use it as research materials, which can also speed up the development of the Foundation's biotechnology. Xiao Wumi didn't know that he had already been targeted by a more scumbag person, and he was used as material for his pocket. The Ghost Slayer world has come to an end for the time being, and the task of containment without misery falls to the mobile task force. The follow-up of Ghost Slayer will have to wait until Wumi is caught. Gu Shengyuan is going to have a look at Jubitsu of the ghost killing team and Yaya Shiki, the obstetrician. It's a bit like Erwin and Levi and others in the world of giants. These people are all outstanding people who stand out in a world, possessing a firm will for mankind and the ability to protect mankind. Exactly what the Foundation needs. A few days later, there was still no good news from Ghost Slayer world, but Gu Zeyuan received a special line. Someone requested to add Gu Zeyuan's line. The avatar is a pink bunny headdress. The moment Gu Zeyuan saw the portrait, Qian Li Zhao, on the other end, Gu Zeyuan had some guesses about the identity of this person. After passing the application, a series of exclamation marks were sent immediately from the opposite side. Gu Zeyuan, crazy fan? Sorry, I'm bothered. Bunny, no way. Tutu, I cooperated a few days ago. Gu Zeyuan, oh. It's Mr. Kita, hello, hello. Bunny? Tutu, among the people who are in love with Zongjiang, is there a lot of them? Tutu, I'm Mai Sakurajima. We talked alone at the end of the show. The resentment, which is as substantial as it is revealed from between the words. Gu Zeyuan, I know it's my sensei, just to liven up the atmosphere. Gu Zeyuan, I still have an impression of my sensei's headgear. Bunny, Sakurajima Mai, it's kind of annoying. My Sakurajima, but, you still remember me and react to me. Gu Zeyuan, well, Mr. Mai can be more confident in himself. Gu Zeyuan, as a woman, my sensei is undoubtedly a beautiful girl, and it is normal to have reactions. My Sakurajima, really, do you like it? My Sakurajima, no, now is not the time to wear it while driving. My Sakurajima, the reaction I'm talking about is only a response to my existence. Chapter 124. My Sakurajima, when I say reaction, I mean the response to my existence. See this message. Gu Zeyuan also had a general understanding of what happened to Mai Sakurajima. Come to think of it, it was the outbreak of puberty syndrome. Anomaly caused by Comet Charlotte, puberty syndrome. Some children will be affected by the Charlotte comet and be infected with a special virus. The virus remains dormant in the human body until the infected person reaches puberty. Adolescence is a time of intense emotional changes. Because of the drastic change in mood, the virus has been intensified, and it has shifted from the incubation period to the outbreak period. After the virus enters the outbreak period, the infected person will produce abnormal phenomena according to individual differences in aroused emotions. Or call it superpowers. The abnormal phenomenon inspired by Mai Sakurajima is the disappearance of existence. Some are similar to Kato Megami's situation, but not exactly the same. Kato Megami has a weak sense of existence and will be subconsciously ignored. But when she takes the initiative to do something, it will still attract the attention of others. At the same time, the existence of Kato Megami is certain, but a little weaker. There is still Kato Megami's name on the roster, although the teacher sometimes ignores it. When counting the number of people in the class, Kato Megami will be added. Kato Megami's parents also knew that they had a daughter. This is all existence. Mai Sakurajima is different. Her presence disappeared. Her mother would never remember having a daughter. There is no record in the world of a star who was born as a child star. This is the abnormality of Mai Sakurajima's puberty syndrome. This abnormality should be catalyzed by Mai Sakurajima's emotions. Mai Sakurajima, who debuted as a child star, actually loves filming. Whether as a model or as an actor, Mai Sakurajima likes it. However, Mai Sakurajima's manager, that is, her mother, completely regarded Mai Sakurajima as a tool to make money. 543. What kind of swimsuit shooting, CP speculation, as long as it can make money, I will take it without discussing with Mai Sakurajima. Presumably, it was precisely because of this that Mai Sakurajima hated the career she once loved. I even had a strong resentment, and I didn't even want to be a star anymore, and I wanted to leave everyone's sight forever. Then, Gu Zeyuan looked at the message, thought for a while, and typed a reply. Gu Zeyuan, strange statement, have you encountered any trouble? Mai Sakurajima, well, although I don't want to admit it, there is indeed a lot of trouble. Gu Zeyuan, then I will rush to your place and talk about it offline. Mai Sakurajima, hey? Gu Zeyuan, location sharing turned on. Mai Sakurajima, added location sharing. Mai Sakurajima, withdrawal from location sharing. Mai Sakurajima, no, it's a little bit. Mai Sakurajima, where are people? Mai Sakurajima, you are already on your way. Only a few minutes later, Gu Zeyuan came to the largest library in Chiba City. The positioning of Mai Sakurajima is here. Coincidentally, the city station of the Foundation in Chiba is nearby. Looking at the door of the library, Gu Zeyuan fell into deep thought. Gu Shengyuan naturally saw the message sent by Mai Sakurajima, but deliberately did not reply. In fact, Gu Zeyuan has already guessed what kind of state Mai Sakurajima is in now. With anticipation in mind, Zeyuan walked into the library. The library was quiet, only the occasional sound of footsteps and the sound of pages being turned. Walking into it, after scanning his eyes for a week, Gu Zeyuan quickly found Mai Sakurajima hiding in the corner between the bookshelves. Mai Sakurajima at this time is mouth-watering. On her feet are black shiny leather high heels, and black pantyhose with a visible skin color cover her slender legs. Wearing a black tights, it highlights her slender but exquisite body curves, with obvious gullies on her chest. There are white cuffs on the wrists as a finishing touch, and a black bow on the neck is eye-catching. And matching this body is the pair of vivid rabbit ears on the head. Furui is ecstatic. In the quiet and solemn library, a wild bunny girl, Mai, is quietly huddling in a corner, casting her gaze with a sad face. Mai-sensei, what a playful flower! Gu Zeyuan whispered, then gave a thumbs up. Mai Sakurajima. The girl walked quickly, her high heels clattered, and then she stepped on Gu Shengyuan's instep. The atmosphere fell into an awkward stalemate. Although I'm touched by your immediate arrival, why don't you read the message? Mai Sakurajima said with a complicated expression. In the past 2 days, Mai Sakurajima suddenly found that no one responded to her existence. No matter what you do, you will be ignored. As if, she does not exist in this world. Even if he pushed passers-by, there was no response at all. This made Sakurajima Mai a little panicked. Tried countless ways, but still no one can find their own existence. Therefore, Mai Sakurajima had a whim and chose the most outrageous way. If someone, dressed as a bunny girl, appeared in a place like the library, no matter what, someone will find out. With this in mind, Mai Sakurajima took practical actions. As a result, even in this bunny girl costume, Mai Sakurajima walked in the library for a long time, shaking her palms in front of passers-by. Still can't get any response. When she was at a loss, Mai Sakurajima suddenly thought of the boy who was filming the romance a few days ago. From the first time they met, Mai Sakurajima felt that that boy was a special existence. Therefore, with a glimmer of unrealistic hope, Mai Sakurajima found out the news about the romance show group. From it, Mai Sakurajima found out Gu Zeyuan's line number, and then sent an invitation to add friends. I thought that the invitation would go nowhere. Just like her countless attempts in the past 2 days. Mai Sakurajima tried to communicate with others on the internet, but there was no news after the message was sent. However, this time is different. Add a friend's message, and there will be a response after a while. Friends added successfully. Amidst the excitement, Mai Sakurajima sent a series of exclamation points. That young man, indeed, sent a message that should be answered. This made Mai Sakurajima so happy that she almost cried. However, when the other party made an offline request, Mai Sakurajima looked at herself. It's completely impossible to see people like this. However, between the replies, the location sharing was clicked. Subsequent messages received no response. Things have become as they are now. Because I was worried about my sensei, I hurried over and didn't check my phone. Gu Zeyuan spoke nonsense. Mai Sakurajima raised her feet upon hearing this. This reason is reasonable, and it sounds heartwarming. 1b. Mai Sakurajima always felt that this was a lie. The truth is that the young man in front of him, knowing her current state, was afraid of missing the bunny girl, so he rushed over quickly without replying to the message. This speculation is groundless and without any rationale. However, Mai Sakurajima vaguely felt that this was the truth. After admiring it, Gu Zeyuan took off his coat and put it on Mai Sakurajima. Fingers grasped the edge of the jacket, feeling the warmth of the jacket. Mai Sakurajima's originally bewildered mood suddenly settled down. At least, someone finally responded to her presence. With her back against the bookshelf, Mai Sakurajima slowly sat on the ground, hugging her knees. Gu Zeyuan also sat down beside her. After a long silence, Sakurajima Mai said, "It's amazing that you can still see me and remember me." Gu Zeyuan shrugged. "My cognition is absolute and cannot be influenced or changed in any way. Also, my sensei is a beautiful girl with an unforgettable charm." Mai Sakurajima couldn't help but look sideways at Gu Zeyuan when she heard the words. Secondary illness. Gu Zeyuan helped the forehead. "Teacher Mai, you are already like this, and you still think that I am a second-year-old child?" Seeing Gu Zeyuan's appearance, Sakurajima Mai suddenly burst out laughing. From just now, Mai Sakurajima's voice has never been restrained. Whether it's the click of high heels or the sound of talking. Now, the girl's melodious laughter, like silver bells, echoed in the quiet library. But it didn't attract anyone's attention. Except Gu Zeyuan. After laughing, Mai Sakurajima raised her head and looked at the ceiling of the library. The dullness and depression of the past few days seemed to have all dissipated at that moment just now. It was very strange, it was obvious that he only said 2 or 3 words to the person in front of him. Then, "Are you Superman?" Mai Sakurajima asked curiously. Gu Zeyuan nodded, then shook his head again. "That's right, but there are subtle differences." Although Mai Sakurajima didn't understand, she still had a look of sudden realization. "So, Mai sensei?" Gu Zeyuan wanted to ask about Mai Sakurajima's situation. but was interrupted by Mai Sakurajima. It's obviously not during the filming period, so it's strange to address you as a teacher. Mai Sakurajima said. Gu Zeyuan paused, then immediately asked. Then should I call her by my first name? Or senior sister? Mai Sakurajima thought for a moment, then said. Let's call senior to listen first. Gu Zeyuan? Seeing Gu Zeyuan startled, Mai Sakurajima waved her finger and said. Look, I debuted so many years before you, and I'm older than you, no matter in terms of qualifications or age, I can be called a senior. Gu Zeyuan shook his head decisively. I don't plan to debut, so I decided to call myself by my first name, Mai. Mai Sakurajima's fingers stopped in the air, and after a while. I don't call you sister when I'm young, my mind is a bit wild. Mai Sakurajima joked. Unexpectedly, Gu Zeyuan suddenly came over at this time. The sudden approach of the figure caught Rashima Mai a little off guard. The boy's handsome face suddenly enlarged in the field of vision, and it was also accompanied by the unique taste of the boy. At this moment, Mai Sakurajima could even feel the boy's breath. Such a change made Mai Sakurajima's heart beat faster instantly, and she was a little at a loss. Chapter 125. Nanny? 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 Taking advantage of others? Dirty. Perverted. Sagittarius. Panicked, Sakurajima Mai blushed, shy like a little girl. Clatter. Behind him came the sound of books hitting the shelves. Mai Sakurajima looked up and reached out Gu Zeyuan to catch a fallen book. Perhaps he just sat down against the bookshelf, and under the shaking, the book came out of the upper grid. Put the book back on the shelf. Gu Zeyuan said with a smile. I thought Mai was a mature senior who wouldn't be flustered by the actions of younger juniors. Hearing this, Mai Sakurajima rolled her eyes angrily. However, it soon calmed down. Of course I'm a mature senior, but I can't handle a messy and wicked junior like you. Gu Zeyuan shrugged. Just when Gu Zeyuan was about to ask about the specific details of the anomaly. Grunt. There was a strange noise, and the atmosphere fell into embarrassment. Mai Sakurajima clutched her stomach, showing an embarrassed and pitiful expression. Seeing this, Gu Zeyuan stood up and extended his hand to Mai Sakurajima. Anyway, go eat. 11. Mai Sakurajima stretched out her hand, holding Gu Zeyuan together, allowing the boy to pull herself up. The two walked out of the library. Hand. Mai Sakurajima reminded. After the two held hands together, they did not let go. Mai Sakurajima felt her hands being gently rubbed. This behavior is really too cheeky, Mai Sakurajima condemned. Because Mai's situation is very strange, so let's keep holding hands so that I don't lose Mai. Gu Zeyuan said without changing his expression. In the end, the two of them didn't go to any high-end restaurant, but an inconspicuous shop at the corner of the street. Bought 2 brioche buns. After Sakurajima Mai got the butter bread, she quickly ate it in small bites. Although the food looks good, it can be seen that she is really hungry. Gu Zeyuan bought another bottle of water from the vending machine next to him. Unscrew the bottle cap silently. Sure enough, after a while, Mai Sakurajima stopped moving. Brr. Because I ate too fast, I was choked. Gu Zeyuan passed the water in time. Mai Sakurajima took 2 big gulps, and it got better. Why do you starve yourself to such an extent? Gu Zeyuan looked at Mai Sakurajima, who put down the water and continued to bite the bread, and asked. Because there was no response. Mai Sakurajima said vaguely, if you want to buy something, it's completely ignored. Gu Zeyuan remembered the scene in front of the bakery just now. Mai Sakurajima spoke to the clerk, but was completely ignored, as if it was air. In the end, it was Gu Zeyuan who bought it. The ingredients at home are limited, and it is already the limit to last for 2 days. It is really troublesome. Mai Sakurajima complained. So why not just take it? Gu Zeyuan said casually. Mai Sakurajima glanced at Gu Zeyuan, then snorted softly. That's a crime. Mr. Yuan, your thoughts are very dangerous, just like you. Obviously, Mai Sakurajima would rather go hungry than violate public order and good customs by relying on abnormal conditions. Yes, Mai is a noble person. But this anomaly, it seems like a real thing. Since there is no existence, then does everything. Mai Sakurajima looked at Gu Zeyuan warily. Alert.jpg. Just kidding. Gu Zeyuan laughed. Although I don't mind the juniors in adolescence who think badly about me. But please don't blatantly say HS thoughts in front of me. Saying that, Mai Sakurajima snatched another butter bread from Gu Zeyuan's hand. During the conversation, Gu Zeyuan lured him back to the apartment. Mai Sakurajima looked at this independent apartment curiously, looking very curious. What's wrong? Gu Zeyuan took out the key and opened the door. He glanced at the entrance. It turned out that Ani, Uraneo, and the shoes that Japanese people usually wear are not there. Shiro should have gone to play with Gabriel. Ani and Yuri now seem to be going to build the island of Star Sea Academy. Sorry for disturbing you. Mai Sakurajima said something politely before walking in. Looking at the interior of the apartment, Mai Sakurajima said. It's a little different than I imagined. Gu Zeyuan was a little puzzled when he heard this. Different? What should my house look like in Mai's imagination? Mai Sakurajima turned on her phone and searched for a picture of the manor. Probably something like this, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, with a private golf course, and a butler to greet you when you enter and exit. After all, you are the boss of that umbrella, at least it should be a big villa or something. Gu Zeyuan was dumbfounded for a moment. With his financial resources, this is not a problem. Only. You don't have to. I'm not some domineering president, I have to wake up from a bed hundreds of meters away every day. This kind of single-family apartment is actually enough to live in. No matter how big it is unnecessary. Mai Sakurajima hummed noncommittally. Sitting down at the table, Gu Zeyuan finally got down to business. Mai, I do know something about your abnormality, it's called puberty syndrome. Mai Sakurajima was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Puber syndrome? Isn't that an urban legend? The anomalies caused by Comet Charlotte have a wide range in a large number of people. Moreover, there is an incubation period, so it is difficult to catch them all. The Foundation is still gathering one after another, preparing to send the patients to Zhengzhai Academy. However, some news was posted on the internet, causing widespread dissemination. Like superpowers or something. In this regard, the Foundation simply took the initiative to spread some fake news, and then made puberty syndrome an urban legend. Spend some money and make some similar anime and movies to further confuse the public. Then let the artists under umbrella bring the rhythm online. In this way, no one will take it seriously, and everyone will treat it as fun. As for the puberty syndrome patients who really have abnormalities, they are ready to be falsified on the internet. Before he could prove anything, the Foundation had to come to check the water meter. You think it's an urban legend because we want the public to think so. In fact, puberty syndrome is a real anomaly caused by Comet Charlotte. Mai, you are one of the abnormal individuals. Gu Zeyuan's words made Mai Sakurajima's eyes gradually widen. She remembered what Gu Zeyuan said before. That sounded like the speech of the second disease. Connecting it with the current statement, Mai Sakurajima suddenly realized that the boy in front of him. It seems to be completely wrapped in mystery, but it is beyond description for him to be special. Mai Sakurajima does not think that the boss of a global top 100 brokerage company like Umbrella is a psychopath. So. Yuan Jun, who are you? Mai Sakurajima looked into Gu Zeyuan's eyes and asked. Others may feel panic at this moment, but Mai Sakurajima inexplicably trusts the mysterious boy in front of her. I belong to the SCP Foundation, which is an organization that contains abnormalities to protect human cognition. As I said just now, we let the public think that the world is ordinary, and that is a kind of protection. As for the abnormalities that appear in this world, we control them for the benefit. Zeyuan calmly told about the Foundation. Then, the living room fell into silence. After a long time, Mai Sakurajima pointed to herself and asked. Then, is Lord Yuan going to arrest me and imprison me in a dark place? Or? When saying these words, Sakurajima Mai was a little puzzled. Because, Yuan Jun in front of him, every move, every word and every smile, doesn't look like fake acting skills. If the person in front of him is just to deceive himself and arrest himself, he has made many previous actions and said those words. Wouldn't that be weird? Under Mai Sakurajima's nervous gaze, Zeyuan smiled. It's not that serious, and you're not dangerous, Mai. You really won't be able to get caught and imprisoned. Why? This is a lie. However, since there is a better solution, Zeyuan really won't catch Mai Sakurajima. I have many plans here, Mai, you can choose. Scheme 1 is also a routine for dealing with patients with puberty syndrome, Star Sea Academy. This is a college established by a foundation on a small island, designed for the study and life of patients with puberty syndrome. Study and live in the academy until the age of puberty passes, the abnormality dissipates naturally, and then you can return to society. Scheme 2, participate in the expansion experiment of the Project Panacea, SCP-500, and try to solve the abnormality. The Panacea, SCP-500, is a safe containment that can cure any disease. Taking this drug has the possibility to cure puberty syndrome, but it has not been tested, and the results are uncertain. Speaking of this, Zeyuan paused. Mai Sakurajima asked straightforwardly. What about Plan 3? There should be. The first two options are actually acceptable to ordinary people. Change college life for a few years, or take a harmless drug. The latter is just a little bit dangerous. Most people would choose to go to Star Sea Academy to live temporarily. However, Mai Sakurajima did not want to choose this option. Regarding acting career, she still has some troubles. If there is no Plan 3, Sakurajima Mai Nakahara is the subject of Party 2. Although, this abnormality was inspired by her desire to escape from the showbiz. As for the third option, Mai, have you considered changing the agency? Zeyuan said so. Hearing this, Mai Sakurajima couldn't help but widen her eyes. Change brokerage firm? What does this have to do with exceptions? Zeyuan, on the other hand, explained slowly. Your anomaly is that your existence disappears, that is to say, you don't want to face everyone's eyes, and you want to leave the entertainment industry. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, the Mai I know is a girl who loves acting. So, the problem should be the brokerage company, or the broker. Chapter 126. When the agent was mentioned, there was a long silence in the living room. Even guys who can't read the atmosphere can see the low air pressure in the space at this time. Obviously, this is Mai Sakurajima's lightning point. Regarding her manager, that is, her mother, Mai Sakurajima has mixed emotions. Although her mother accepted invitations like Lianzong at will regardless of her mood, she faintly regarded her as a money-making machine. However, this is the careful cultivation from childhood to adulthood, and getting along day and night. Isn't that really maternal love? Just cultivating a money-making tool? Such a question is easily impossible to answer. Therefore, Mai Sakurajima will fall into a huge entanglement. Seeing the dull Mai Sakurajima, Zeyuan just stretched out his hand and shook it in front of his eyes. Come back to your senses, listen to my plan first, and then think about other matters. Mai Sakurajima raised her head again after hearing the words. But his expression was still down. And Zeyuan continued. About Mai's entanglement, I actually know a thing or two. Normally speaking, it is indeed a difficult problem to solve. Mother or agent, family relationship, or tool, these are indeed troublesome issues that are difficult to determine. But, however, I have a simple and crude way of asking questions. Zeyuan snapped his fingers. When Mai Sakurajima heard this, her depressed mood temporarily improved, and she became curious about the method Zeyuan said. As long as Mai transfers from her original management company to Umbrella, the problem will be solved. Umbrella will pay Mai's original management company a large sum of money in exchange. And after Mai enters Umbrella, she can carry out her acting career normally in the future. Umbrella will never force Mai to accept orders you don't like or exchange resources. In this way, Mai, you and that manager will have no economic relationship, right? The problem will be solved easily. Zeyuan said these words with a smile. Mai Sakurajima listened quietly, and then her eyes fell on Zhengyuan. Yuan Jun, this sounds like Wei Shu used a lollipop to lure little Lolita, and said to take her to see the goldfish. Zeyuan? Because Sakurajima Mai's metaphor was too accurate, Zhengyuan almost didn't hold back. This metaphor is too strange. It's as if I'm greedy for your body. Zeyuan said helplessly. Hearing this, Mai Sakurajima put her hands on her chest and straightened her chest. At this time, Mai Sakurajima was still dressed as a bunny girl, but she just took off the headgear. With such movements, Zeyuan's clothes on his body can't cover anything. As far as the eyes can see, there is a piece of snow white, which makes people feel angry and bloody. Isn't it? If it's not the case, what benefits can Yuan Jun, or Umbrella get? Everyone is happy with the plan Zeyuan mentioned. But the only problem, is that in the scheme, Umbrella is pure reason head. If you want to buy Mai Sakurajima, you will have to pay a sky-high price. And after Mai Sakurajima was bought, she was not strictly required to accept the business order. Then the value of Sakurajima Mai will be greatly reduced, not worth the exorbitant price paid. Umbrella is a complete loser. Zeyuan shrugged. You should have heard of Mai, Umbrella, what is the nickname in the industry? Speaking of this, Mai Sakurajima nodded with a weird expression. Crazy company, a company with a sick mind, and a company with money spreading coins everywhere. Zeyuan? These are all nicknames. Big money sounds better than this. However, these nicknames still clearly show the characteristics of Umbrella. Like the rumors and nicknames, Umbrella doesn't care about the money, and it's never just lip service. Mai Sakurajima had no doubts about this. Because of the signboard of Umbrella, Super Idol AI Hoshino's account is very clear. As a signboard, Hoshino AI's resource expenditure is completely out of proportion to the money gain. AI Hoshino has never participated in things that can really make money, such as photo albums, CP speculation, idol handshake parties, etc. And Umbrella's investment in AI Hoshino has reached an unwritten number. It is a normal idol activity, and it is impossible to recover the astronomical figure of the cost for many years. Looking at this account, the entire showbiz industry has its scalp tingling. And, for all of the umbrella brokerages, the accounts have a tendency to do so. Therefore, it is entirely possible to poach Mai Sakurajima at a sky-high price, and then carry out performing arts activities according to the girl's wish. Suddenly, Mai Sakurajima thought of the key point. Actually, Umbrella is just a tool of the foundation, so you don't care about money. Zeyuan applauded to express his encouragement to Mai Sakurajima's quick thinking. Thinking quickly, yes, that is a window for the foundation to publicize. As a window, its function is to convey information, not to squeeze beautiful girls to make money. This is the key to Plan 3. Mai Sakurajima is not only job hopping, but also has an extra job. Transfer to Umbrella, join the SCP Foundation at the same time, and then try to control the anomaly through experiments. Adolescent syndrome is emotionally motivated, and there are many instances of perfectly controlled abnormalities. Perhaps, as long as you continue to perform, there is a high probability that you will regain your existence and be observed by the public. Even, you may be able to gradually control the anomaly of existence and disappearance in the follow-up. For this possibility, some money, the Foundation will spare no expense. 21. Gu Zeyuan revealed his true purpose. The so-called disappearance of existence, the nature of this anomaly is very similar to an anti-meme. Controllable memes and anti-memes are important assets. Now there is only Kato Megami in the meme department. If my Sakurajima can control this antimimetic anomaly, its value will be frighteningly high. My Sakurajima was stunned for a moment after listening. After recovering, the speech of the bunny girl senior is, "Isn't this still greedy for my body?" Gu Zeyuan was a little dumbfounded for a while, and simply nodded. "Yes, I am the body of my. After all, this bunny girl dress is too coquettish and unforgettable. My Sakurajima." Gu Zeyuan, After a quarrel, my Sakurajima signed her name on the Code of Absolute Contract. "After all, in my current situation, how do you talk to my mother about poaching people?" After signing the name, my Sakurajima asked suspiciously. Gu Zeyuan snapped his fingers, and took out a blue capsule and a red capsule from the Shinwei space. The blue one is the double mnemonic. The user will strengthen the memory ability to resist the influence of memes and anti-memes. This is a special memory potion developed by Jian Yu after the abnormal outbreak of Yi Wang's tragic song. It is the result of research on existing memetic and antimimetic anomalies. Double mnemonic can make the user immune to the effects of medium and below memes and anti-memes for 30 minutes. The advantage is that it has almost no side effects and can be taken for a long time. Just a bit. The disadvantage is that the effect will gradually weaken, and the effect will completely disappear after 30 minutes. Only long-term use will retain a little effect. In addition to W-level memory aids, there are Z-level memory aids with stronger effects. Z-level memory aids will permanently destroy the user's ability to forget. The result is a memory with perfect clarity, and the ability to be perfectly immune to all strength memes and antimimetic effects. And the side effect is, the user only has a few hours to live after taking it. The cost of the two drugs is free, and they are only provided to the Mimetics department and personnel above level 4 authority of the Foundation for the time being. My Sakurajima looked at the W-level memory aid in Gu Zeyuan's hand, and was a little surprised. That Foundation can even develop this kind of thing? But the blue one is a W-level memory aid, and it lasts for half an hour. What about the red one? My Sakurajima looked at the red capsule and asked curiously. Oh, it's the same, but the red one tastes like strawberry. Gu Zeyuan responded casually. My Sakurajima choked and rolled her eyes angrily. Then, she asked again. Half an hour is enough to negotiate, but how do I get back into acting? You can't give medicine to everyone, and the effect is only half an hour. Gu Zeyuan pondered for a moment, then showed a meaningful smile. My Sakurajima didn't know why, but felt that the boy in front of her was about to make trouble again. Afterwards, Gu Zeyuan and my Sakurajima went to meet the mother-in-law, my Sakurajima's mother. It was a capable woman, dressed in an old-fashioned way, with obvious crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. And according to my Sakurajima, this person should not be that old, at least not as mature as he looks. Come to think of it, it was a huge pressure. My Sakurajima's family is not happy. This agent and mother would rather not discuss with my Sakurajima, but also accept orders that she is not willing to do. The essence is the huge pressure on the body. Perhaps there are also factors for the future development of my Sakurajima. Excuse me, who are you and why do you know my phone number? The woman looked at Gu Zeyuan warily. Gu Zeyuan winked at my Sakurajima beside him. So, Sakurajima Mai directly pried open the woman's mouth, and threw the W-level memory aid into 0.3's mouth. After waiting for a while for the medicine to take effect, the woman remembered Mai Sakurajima again and noticed her daughter's existence. Just when the woman was confused, Zeyuan handed a contract to her. "Hello ma'am, I'm from the agency Umbrella. I've invited you here this time to ask your company to break up your love and terminate Mai Sakurahima's contract." The woman just took over the contract, and immediately threw the contract on the table when she heard the words. "Impossible," she said firmly. This made Sakurajima Mai stunned. She thought that the mother and manager would at least read the contract before making a decision. Zeyuan turned his head to Mai Sakurajima and smiled. Afterwards, Zeyuan picked up the contract and turned to the last page, where there was an exaggerated amount. After handing over the contract again, the woman glanced at it, and then showed a shocked expression. "That amount is really exaggerated." However, after being shocked, the woman pinched the contract with her fingers, and finally put it down on the table. "This is also the appeal of Sakurajima Mai himself." Zeyuan said so. This made the woman stop, and finally took a heavy breath. Chapter 127. Mai Sakurahima's mother grabbed the contract book and looked at Mai Sakurajima to verify the authenticity of what Zeyuan said. Mai Sakurajima nodded without hesitation. The woman hesitated to speak. It seems to want to ask why Mai Sakurajima left. However, before the question was asked, it seemed that there was an answer. In the end, many emotions turned into a sigh. "Can let me see the contract between Mai Sakurajima and your company." In the end, the woman only made such a request. Zeyuan, on the other hand, also brought Mai Sakurahima's contract over. Although, it's just a piece of paper that looks like an ear. What really matters is the signature on the code of absolute contract. Hand the contract to the woman. The woman checked it carefully, chewed some words and sentences repeatedly, and finally confirmed that there were no traps, and the group put down the contract. In fact, the content of the two contracts, to the woman, is as good as a dream. The conditions offered by Umbrella are staggeringly rich. Finally, the woman looked at Mai Sakurajima again. As a matter of fact, Mai Sakurajima saw the woman's duty several times, which was enough. Mai Sakurajima smiled and nodded. Eventually, the woman signed the contract. Zeyuan transferred the money on the spot. Mai Sakurajima has since belonged to Umbrella, or the SCP Foundation. As for how to make the public observe the existence of Mai Sakurajima, the Starting in Love Today love complex has accumulated huge popularity under the many hot search terms in the first issue. After the owner changed to Umbrella, 26 added a lot of promotion. The originally unknown little love drama suddenly became the focus of discussion among the whole people. Under the spotlight, the second issue of Starting Love Today still adopts the form of live broadcast. Among the several guests, Zeyuan, who has not made his debut, is the most popular now. Relying on the impeccable appearance, the fan base of Izumi Takatsuki as a teacher, and the performance of fans in the first issue, Zeyuan has a faint tendency to become a super topical newcomer. And under such a trend, Zeyuan smiled abruptly facing the camera in the romance drama. When many viewers didn't know why, they heard Zeyuan say, "I would like to introduce to you an angel, Mai Sakurajima, who has a sweet voice, a hot body, is as quiet as a virgin, and moves like a rabbit. If true love has a color, it must be the color of Mai. Long live Mai Sakurajima." Before he finished speaking, Zeyuan's throat was choked by Mai Shima, who rushed over. "What are you talking about?" In Mai Sakurahima's shy exclamation, the world reobserved Mai Sakurajima. Of course, the price to pay is. What kind of girl is Ruotwotutu? She's performing live. Started falling in love today. The perfect ending, the audience screamed to death. If true love has a color, it must be hemp. Many entries rushed to the hot search, which can be said to have scored twice. After that, Mai Sakurajima transferred to Umbrella and continued her acting career. The only difference is that my Sakurajima chooses what programs and business orders to accept now. The career that I once loved but had to give up has become beautiful and desirable again. At the same time, my Sakurahima's academy was transferred to Sobu High School. Gu Zeyuan introduced Kato Megami and Sakurajima Mai to know each other. In Gu Zeyuan's mind, both of them are anomalies with antimimetic properties, and both have experienced the feeling of being ignored. They should get along very well. Moreover, Kato Megami can also help Sakurajima Mai to grasp her own anti-mime anomalies as soon as possible. However, what Gu Zeyuan didn't see was that sparks burst out between the two of them looking at each other. Time passed, and it was almost time for the invitation to the party. Although Gu Zeyuan was not very interested, it was Shinomiya Kaguya's invitation after all. Now that I have accepted the invitation letter, I still want to show my face. Gu Zeyuan is ready to go at the appointment. But the 100 clans were not invited. After getting the report from Taogu Li Lixiang, Gu Zeyuan asked in doubt. This evening party was hosted by the 4 families and the Suzuki family's Sankyunyuan family. 3 of the 4 great chaebols in Sakura country are present. No matter how bad they are, the politeness of upper-class people should not allow these 3 organizers to ignore the 100 clans. Otherwise, wouldn't the 4 major chaebols appear to have no structure? However, for this evening party, the 100 clans really did not receive an invitation. This surprised Gu Zeyuan a little. After Momoko Lilisuang thought for a while, she said in a deep voice. It's not an exception that the 100 clans didn't invite this time. Similar things have happened several times. Gu Zeyuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Is it because of the development of the Baixi family? Because of the rapid development of Baixiu pharmaceutical and Baixiu industry, they were isolated. The remaining 3 and 4 big chaebols have united. Are they going to take action against the Begui clan? Have you been pressured? Today's Begui clan can be described as showing their sharpness. The original stalemate between the 4 big chaebols in Sakura country has not changed for a long time. As for the 100 clans, because of the Foundation's help, they sprang up suddenly, and it was only natural that they were targeted. However, Momoko Lilisuang shook her head. Lord Yuan, this is the problem, the Beiwei family has not been suppressed by the other 3 or 4 chaebols. In fact, even in industries where no foundation is involved in the operation, the 100 clans have made some gains recently. And the reason is that the Shinomiya family, the Suzuki family, and the Sansonin family were not managed properly, and the Baixiu family benefited from it. Hearing this, Gu Zeyuan tapped his fingers on the table regularly. Is this showing weakness? The former wolf pretends to sleep to lure the enemy? This made Gu Zeyuan a little interested. The 4 big chaebols are the strongest organizations except for the Sakura country officials. And the combination of the 3, maybe it can really make some waves. What was originally boring, just to go to the party of Shinomiya Kaguya's appointment, suddenly became interesting. Li Lixiang, dress up tomorrow and accompany me to the party. Gu Zeyuan waved his hand and said domineeringly. However, Li Lixiang lacked interest. Master Yuan, elder sister seems to miss you, please go with elder sister. My sister's methods are better than mine, and I don't know how many, and I think I can give Master Yuan the greatest help. Gu Zeyuan shook his head decisively. If he took Momokichi Loli, he would have nothing to play with. With Momokichi Loli's method, even if the other 3 big chaebols are bundled together, they can't make waves in front of them. Having climbed to the apex of the 100 clan at a young age, Toyoki Ruri's ability is stronger than that of the other 3 major chaebols at the helm. What's more, now the Baixi clan still has the support of the Foundation, which is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. So, it's better to take Lilisuang. Lilisuang is soft, cute, and talkative. Momoko Lilisuang sighed heavily. Now she is well aware of Master Yuan's vicious disposition, and roughly guesses the reason why she has to take her there. Why is such a strong person so evil? As for Gu Zeyuan, he left full of expectations, preparing for tomorrow's banquet. However, it was not early morning the next day. The sun hadn't even risen yet, and in the darkness, the system panel popped out. The anomaly monitoring system has detected an anomaly. Zeyuan woke up from his sleep and opened the system panel to take a look. The anomaly is on the west coast of the country where it meows. Zeyuan was numb. Taking out the satellite phone, Zeyuan called the staff at the Bishiguo shelter base. After notifying the Foundation personnel of the northern kingdom of the place where the abnormality occurred, Zeyuan suddenly felt that this place seemed familiar. Not sure, look again. For this location, check the database to see what information there is. Zeyuan gave instructions to the staff through the phone. A series of keyboard sounds came from the receiver. Then, Foundation personnel reported. President, I found out that this location is an organization stronghold discovered during a routine investigation some time ago. The name of the organization is Winery, which is a non-supernatural organization, and the size of the organization is average. According to the Foundation's action instructions, the Foundation would have conducted an investigation of the organization in 3 days. According to previous investigation records, the distillery does not have the ability to contain or create anomalies. President, please instruct. Zeyuan raised his eyebrows. No wonder he found the address familiar. It turned out to be the stronghold of its winery. As a transnational criminal organization, the distillery not only has bases in the country of Sakura, but also bases in overseas countries. And the largest stronghold, that is, the headquarters, is on the west coast of the 017 North Country. It happened to be the address where the exception occurred. Holding his forehead, Zeyuan said. Send a group of D-class personnel to touch it, no need to contact the anomaly, to investigate the anomaly and the contact with the winery organization. Send 3 additional groups of armed personnel to carry out blockade tasks outside the wine factory stronghold to clean up the surrounding residents. Request agents, equipped with pitch-black 1 armor, and stand by 30 miles away from the location. After receiving Zeyuan's order, the Foundation personnel at the North Country site immediately started to act. However, soon, when the sky was about to light up, the North Country site sent an abnormal contact record image. Zeyuan opened the video, and what came into view were several D-class personnel in orange prison uniforms. I'm D475, not important, on this anomalous observation mission. Current location is West Coast North Street. The abnormal location this time is the organization Winery Stronghold, located in the warehouse area at the end of the North Street. Agent B07 sent back information that the nearby personnel had been evacuated and requested to carry out observation missions. The North Country site director instructed, D-class personnel immediately enter the range. Start anomalous observation task. Yes, start the anomalous observation mission. The screen starts to move forward. Sticking to the wall, crossing the deserted street. The general public has been evacuated. The only thing to avoid may be the monitoring of the winery. After crossing a section of the street, a group of warehouses appeared in the picture, with dozens of them. Normally, this place is used to store the goods of the port, but it is actually the headquarters of the winery. The picture continued to advance inward, and the barbed wire fence was pried open with Foundation tools, and D-class personnel entered the warehouse area one after another. However, at this moment, a terrifying and sharp hiss came out. That voice was completely the voice of a beast. The screen freezes and trembles a little. At this moment, a lizard as huge as a truck rushed out of a certain warehouse. Chapter 128. Terrifying roars spread throughout the empty warehouse area. The screen visibly shakes. Obviously, the D-class personnel who performed this anomalous observation task. Its mental quality is not too hard. So much so that in the face of the unknown terrifying sound, there was an obvious retreat. Usually, in this case, the Foundation will immediately notify the D-class personnel and continue to carry out the task. Otherwise, they will be executed immediately. However, this notification has not yet been issued in the future. With the roar of an explosion. In the picture, the roof of a certain warehouse was thrown off, and the metal walls were destroyed. A huge reptile, about the size of a truck, emerges from the destroyed wall. Its head presents a grey-white bone structure, with 6 eyes, and its body is like an enlarged version of a lizard. The moment it broke through the warehouse wall, the giant lizard began to move towards the urban area. My God, what is that? The panicked voice of the D-class personnel came, the screen kept shaking, and his heavy breathing could be heard. At the same time, several streams of smoke and dust rose in the warehouse area. The roar of cars came from far and near. Hey, I think we should hide. Since someone is looking for the dead, it's good for us to take a look. The D-class personnel's voice was trembling, and they applied to the Foundation for Behavior. This act was approved by the North Country Shelter Site Director. The screen began to move sideways, and finally came to the back of a certain warehouse. Ultimately, the picture stabilizes to 1/3 the wall and 2/3 the exterior picture. Several modified Hummer cars roared and rushed towards the huge lizard. At the same time, the radio equipment picked up the voices of some people. WTF? What is that? Shit! This damn lizard is bigger than a car. Shoot! Everyone shoot! Let this thing rush out, and the stronghold will be over. Immediately afterwards, several figures in black appeared on several Hummer vehicles. These people generally hold AK-47 assault rifles. They held the window and pointed their guns at the giant moving lizard. Following that, a series of gunshots were fired, and several flames shot at the giant lizard. The bullet hit its huge body, and immediately penetrated its huge body, causing a large splash of flesh and blood. Injured, the gigantic lizard stopped moving and made unintelligible noises. It was like a cry of pain, and it was like some kind of angry roar. It was a sound incomprehensible to humans, deafening and frightening. Immediately afterwards, the huge lizard turned around and rushed towards the nearest Hummer. Shoot! Shoot the FK! Don't let that damn thing come over! Drive! Do you want to die? The winery does not support you for nothing. FK! Why did this thing run so fast all of a sudden? Blind its eyes! Horrified screams emanated from the Humvee. The car was driving towards one side rapidly, and the wheels rubbed against the ground to emit white smoke. It was obvious that the accelerator had been stepped to the bottom. The men in black in the car pulled the trigger without hesitation towards the giant lizard that was charging. Tongues of fire merged into a torrent of steel, pouring on the huge lizard. However, a frightening scene unfolded in the picture. Before, it was able to easily penetrate the body of the lizard, setting off a large amount of flesh and blood bullets. At this moment, when it hit the lizard, there was a series of metal sounds. A stream of sparks erupted from the giant lizard. The bullet hit it, no longer able to penetrate its body, but bounced off. If you look carefully, you will find that the original giant lizard's bare body has grown a layer of scales at some point. The scales are layered on top of each other, like a solid armor, protecting its flesh and blood. The bullet hit it, and even the traces could not be drawn. Moreover, the giant lizard, which was not moving fast at first, actually surpassed the Humvee at this time. Before the car could drive very far, it was hit by a giant lizard and was directly overturned under it. In a series of terrified screams, the huge lizard gnawed on the car every day. There was a tooth-piercing crunching sound. That's the sound that metal structures make when they're compressed. The Hummer from the wine factory has been specially modified, and it is very comparable in terms of horsepower and sturdiness. However, this costly modification only allowed the man in black to persist for half a minute longer. After a series of sharp metal creaks. In a certain moment, the extremely strong metal car body was directly torn apart by the giant lizard. After a few bites, the entire Hummer car seemed to have turned into a small biscuit. The metal was mixed with flesh and blood, and the wailing gradually disappeared, and they were swallowed into the belly of the lizard together. The picture is enlarged and stays on the mouth of the giant lizard. In the place that was originally bare, densely packed 3 layers of sharp teeth appeared at this time. It is like a shark's tooth-like structure, layer upon layer. The former is broken and there will be subsequent repairs immediately. It was this kind of fangs that ate the hard alloy like a snack. That process is even easier than humans holding a can opener to open a bottle. After swallowing several men in black, the giant lizard had flesh and blood wounds opened by the bullets. It actually began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood were reborn, and new organs and scales grew. The remaining men in black in the winery watched this scene, as if they were in a sci-fi disaster movie, panicked and at a loss. As for the Foundation, a lot of information has already been collected at this time. Site Director, this anomalous target has strong resilience and is constantly evolving. Yes, evolution. Because of being shot, this giant lizard has grown scales to protect against bullets. Because it can't bite through alloy vehicles, this giant lizard has evolved 3 layers of sharp teeth, which can easily crush alloys. It is frightening that human beings need tens of thousands of years of gradual evolution to reproduce. In this giant lizard, evolution was complete almost in the blink of an eye. What it exhibits in front of human beings is its frightening adaptability. If survival of the fittest is the law of nature, then this lizard is the manifestation of this law. FK. What kind of monster is this? The gun doesn't work. Run away. Let Kianta bring the large-caliber anti-materiel sniper rifle. No. Let the headquarters directly bomb it with RPG, blow it to pieces. The roar echoed through the warehouse district. The remaining few Humvees began to flee towards the surroundings. The speed is much faster than when I came here, and the most important thing is to be a bird and a beast. They haven't realized the evolutionary nature of the giant lizard, and they are still asking the upper level of the distillery to bring stronger weapons. However, although they ran away decisively. However, the giant lizard, which had been irritated, obviously didn't want to let them go. Boom boom boom. There was a series of terrifying sounds like the boulder falling to the ground. The man in black at the winery saw an extremely frightening scene through the rear-view mirror. The gigantic lizard, which was as huge as a truck, was chasing after it at a terrifying speed that was beyond the reach of living things. When the giant lizard stepped on the concrete floor, a large piece of it was broken, and a pothole appeared. Can you imagine a crawling creature the size of a truck rushing unstoppably towards you amidst the roar? Such a picture is hopeless. After the giant lizard caught up with the Hummer, it crashed directly into it. A huge crater appeared on the ground and extended forward for more than 10 meters. The alloy Hummer car directly turned into a pancake under the strong force. The giant lizard ate the sandwich pancake in 2 or 3 bites. Its size began to swell. Then, it started another hunt. This was a one-sided massacre, and the men in black at the winery had no ability to resist. It didn't take long for several Humvees to be overtaken, then directly destroyed, and then eaten by giant lizards in 2s and 3s. The giant lizard stopped moving, raised its head and roared. We have to escape, this thing is beyond human ability to deal with, it is the end, it is a disaster. The D-class personnel who held the camera in hand said tremblingly. He applied to the Foundation for evacuation. The application was rejected by the site director. The director of the Foundation site asked the D-class personnel to continue to observe the anomalous situation. Those who flee without authorization will be executed. Are you crazy? This monster. I would rather die. The D-class is a bit devastated. However, something even more frightening happened in the distance at this moment. The roaring giant lizard suddenly changed its voice. Its voice is no longer incomprehensible, but has become more human-like. Like a hoarse old man, but also like a dying man. You make me sick. Giant lizards speak human language. This is even scarier than the cannibal show just now. The next moment, the giant lizard rushed towards the screen. Amid the horrified screams, a bloody mouth ripped open the warehouse wall and appeared in front of the screen. Then, the screen ends. Zeyuan looked at the abnormal contact record, narrowed his eyes, and showed an incomprehensible expression. There should be an emoji of an old man looking at his mobile phone in the subway. What is this? Obviously, this anomaly that only appeared on the west coast of the North Country is very thorny. But the bigger problem is there something seriously wrong with the group of people in the winery? It was completely regarded as an experience baby for brushing the level by that giant lizard. Zeyuan opened the window. Black wings grow from its back. With the shaking of the wings, there was a loud bang, and Zeyuan left the public, King Zhao's, apartment and flew rapidly in the air. While flying, Zeyuan sent a message to the staff at the North Country Foundation site. Expand the blockade, disperse the surrounding people, and do not take physical or energy strikes on the anomaly. Also, get those idiots from the winery out of the blockade, and don't let them give away experience anymore. In the picture, the adaptability and evolution of the anomaly are shown, and the consequences of further attack are unimaginable. Let the bastards of the distillery use RPGs to bombard them, and the territory of the Northern Kingdom will probably have to be changed today. However, the order just went out. The North Country Foundation site sent a video to Zeyuan. In the image, a helicopter hovers over the North Coast warehouse area. The helicopter is equipped with a Gatling machine gun and is shooting at the giant lizard on the ground. After that, a black missile flew over and directly destroyed the helicopter. However, after some strafing, the giant lizard has already undergone obvious evolution. Looking at this scene, Zeyuan became numb. In the original plot, the winery gang drove a helicopter and shot the Tokyo Tower. Zeyuan originally thought that this move was already invincible in the world. Never thought. Whose commander is this? Tail? Who gave him the guts to shoot the fire lizard?